Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Before we jump in, hey race a brief recap of part 1. Qing, an orphan, was reborn and awakened the hidden class Sword Immortal, gaining the game-breaking power of time and space. In his previous life he had been an ordinary crafter, but this time he vowed to seize control of his destiny and turn the tables. During the awakening ceremony he cashed in on his rebirth perks, easily checked in, unlocked the Sword Immortal class, and gained formidable skills such as clarity of the sword heart. Staring at his new stats, he chuckled to himself. I used to be an ant. In this life, I'll be a dragon. Determined to get a head start, he began laying out his plans for the future. Entering the dark forest dungeon, Qing checked in again and solidified his Sword Immortal class. He leveled effortlessly, cutting down mobs in a single swipe. Radiant sword beams and afterimages trailed behind each strike. Suddenly, a blinding sword light shot into the sky, shaking the entire city of Zhongbei. Onlookers gasped. What kind of peerless expert is that? Qing laughed and warned this was only an appetizer. One-hit kills sent his experience skyrocketing, and his level soared at a pace that stunned everyone. Inside the dungeon, he ran into Situ Feng, an arrogant shranker who led his followers to surround Qing. With a cold smile, Qing activated clarity of the sword heart and eliminated the henchman in a single slash, sending Situ Feng fleeing in terror. That's the power gap, Qing scoffed. You're nothing but a clown. He gave chase and, deep in the Yunxiao mountain instance, used his time-space power to erase Situ Feng without leaving a trace. That's what betrayal gets you, he thought, thoroughly satisfied. Back at school, Qing discovered that Situ Feng's schemes had gotten him expelled. Anger flashed through him, but he quickly calmed down. Just wait, Situ Feng'll pay. He headed straight to the Yunxiao mountain instance and personally finished Situ Feng off, again ensuring not even ashes remained. Revenge never tasted sweeter. With the college entrance exams looming, Qing set his sights on becoming the top scorer. Thanks to the check-in system, his power kept climbing. In the timed dungeon for the first exam round, he mowed down every monster, even one-shotting the dungeon boss, leaving the crowd speechless. His points exploded, locking in first place. That's my strength, he mused. No one can stand in my way. For the second round, he traveled to Tian'an City, where tougher foes awaited, including SS rankers and hidden class elites. Unfazed, Qing activated clarity of the sword heart and his primal holy body, sweeping the arena and claiming first place yet again. You're all just stepping stones, he told himself. In the ultimate trial, the nightmare grade Cloud Sea realm danger lurked everywhere. Qing used time-space manipulation and clarity of the sword heart to glide through the mist and cut down monsters at will. Facing the epic boss, the Lord of Mist, he unleashed the execution Immortal sword formation and felled it in a single strike. Unrivaled, he declared. By the end of the exams, Qing had become the undisputed top scorer and was admitted to Capital University as a prodigy. Standing on the podium, he allowed himself a moment of pride. I did it, he thought, gazing into the distance. And this is only the beginning. My era has just dawned. Qing's rise is far from over. His ultimate goal is to become a true god. That wraps up our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2. Your likes and comments keep me motivated. If this is your first time encountering the story and you're intrigued, feel free to start from part 1 in the playlist or comment section. Now let's dive into the new chapter. The woman, unable to spit out any poison pill and feeling a dull ache in her abdomen, fixed pleading yet seductive eyes on Qing. The night around the imperial city lay heavy and dark, palace lanterns swaying in the distance. Her breath came short with fear, and her voice trembled as she spilled everything she knew. The royal treasury is in the northwest corner of the palace, and the apothecary is right beside it. Qing nodded, flicked his sleeve, and strode for the door. Thanks for the information. May we never meet again. Wait, what about the antidote? She cried, desperation cracking her voice. You were never poisoned, Qing answered without slowing. That pill only improves circulation. One dose is good for you. The pain is from something you ate, and fear is making it worse. His voice faded down the corridor. Ah! She slapped the table, shattering the teacup. The imperial consort had never suffered such mockery. Her pretty face twisted with fury. A cold wind howled over the rooftops as Qing skimmed across them like a night swallow, reaching the palace's northwest corner in mere breaths. Beyond a tall wall, torches burned bright, lighting a vast garden sealed by an iron gate. 3 gilded characters' Wanling Garden glimmered on the lintel. Outside, ranks of heavily armed guards stood shoulder to shoulder, blades and shields overlapped, armor plates clinking in an unending rhythm. Most striking was the armored giant at their center, power rolling off him like a mountain. Qing pegged him at level 150 epic grade. His primary goal was the garden's spirit herbs. The treasury's trinkets could wait. Pills converted directly into experience, while even a level 300 mythical weapon would be useless for now. He cast Identify. Jiang Yu epic level 150. Born with a formidable physique, trained by masters, and driven by ambition. After offending the chief eunuch, He was relegated to guard Wanling Garden and joined the Marquis of War 3 days ago. Yi Qing stepped from the shadows, moonlight carving hard edges across his face. Spears leveled, and dozens of soldiers roared. No one enters Wanling Garden. Trespass and die. I serve the Marquis of War, Yi Qing declared, gripping his Qishao sword. I'm here for every herb in this garden. Step aside and you might live. The soldiers stared, then shouted, how dare you? Seize him. Form ranks. The spear wall advanced in a curved wedge, its killing intent almost palpable. Jiang Yu held position within the ranks, name still neutral, clearly holding back while amusement flickered in his eyes. Yi Qing's lips curved. Qishao flashed free, cold light flooding his visage. Heaven-cleaving drawl. Boom. A 10-foot arc of sword light tore through the formation, hurling flesh and iron in every direction. Killed, level 120 Wanling Garden Guard 85,000 experience gained. The remaining soldiers' knees buckled, they staggered back. A flash of golden light. Jiang Yu drew his blade, cutting down a few corpses that blocked the path, then stepped aside. I've sworn to the Marquis as well. I won't stop you. Go gather your herbs. Yi Qing dipped his head. Much appreciated. Hold the gate, and let no one disturb me. He stepped into Wanling Garden. Moonlight, torch glow, and the scent of leaves mingled in the air. Tier upon tier of herb beds spread around him: Ganoderma, snow ginseng, violet spirit grass, all decades old, every ingredient needed for an elixir of immortality ripe for the taking. Spiritual energy steamed upward, drifting around his boots like pale mist. His gaze settled on a fruit tree at the garden's center, and his eyes lit up. The dragonblood fruit is the stuff of legend. Each fruit is infused with draconic power that fortifies the body and tempers dragon force, granting strength 10,000 and constitution 10,000, but only once. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Qing uprooted the entire dragonblood tree and stored it inside the Hongmeng pearl. He then flashed through the herb garden, his fingers dancing. Demigod-grade herbs 11 in all, epic-grade herbs well over 100. The Empire's botanical garden was indeed a treasure trove. Outside the nursery, Jiang Yu still stood guard. A skinny, disheveled old man suddenly staggered over, his ash-gray robe wrinkled, a raspy cough escaping every few steps. Step aside, boy. You've got 1 foot in the grave already, the old man croaked. Needles of pain stabbed through Jiang Yu's body. He collapsed, convulsing, black vapor leaking from his pores. When did I get poisoned? I am the Poison King, chief toxicologist of the Martial Qing Manor, the old man said, watching the agony with cold amusement. Shock flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Glancing at the Wanling Garden, he realized the truth. I already pledged allegiance to the Martial King. A young man just claimed he was a retainer. Went in to gather herbs, he fooled me. The Poison King's expression turned odd. He became a streak of violet light and slipped into the garden. At that moment, the toxin inside Jiang Yu dispersed, and he staggered after him. Inside, Yi Qing had already harvested every legendary herb, more than 900 plants neatly tucked away. Catching an undetectable wisp of poison in the air, he said calmly, since you're here, you might as well show yourself. The Poison King stepped out of the shadows, eyes gleaming. Not bad, kid. Few your age can sense my poisons. Data flashed across Yi Qing's pupils. Poison King epic level 300. Expelled from Medicine King Mountain for forbidden toxins. Later gained part of an ancient poison sage's legacy and joined the Martial King Manor. Yi Qing rested his hand on the hilt of the Qishao sword. All the good herbs in this royal garden are mine now. The Poison King only chuckled. Saves me the trouble of picking them myself. Behind him, purple mists churned, forming a colossal beast seething with countless toxins. Yi Qing arched a brow. Power erupted around him, every buff activated. 9 flying swords hovered overhead. Turn around, my pretties. A golden giant silhouette rose from his body. Martial Dao golden body. Blinding light lit the night sky as the 9 greatswords formed a battle array. The passive mortal dust extreme, sword triggered. Mountains and rivers dissolved into countless phantom blades that rained down, shredding the purple mist beast in one strike. Violet blood splattered, corroding deep pits into the ground. Killed LV.150 epic venom puppet. Gained 600 million XP. Yet the Poison King escaped by turning into violet mist, barely evading the blow. Facing Yi Qing's golden form, he felt both fear and rage. Boy, you've really angered me now. He spread his arms, and a howling gale swept through, riddled with vermilion powder that churned through the Wanling Garden like a toxic storm. Yi Qing commanded a vast array of phantom swords, their blades of aura crisscrossing above the imperial capital for all to see. The razor-sharp light tore the gale whipped up by the Poison King to shreds. Then a torrential downpour of sword keys swept toward its target. Strangely, the blades passed straight through the Poison King and struck Jiang Yu, who had been watching from the rear. Only then did Jiang Yu realize he had been utterly tricked. Furious, he charged in, but before he could react, millions of sword lights sliced him into a pool of flesh and blood. System prompt. You have slain the level 150 epic character Jiang Yu and gained 550 million experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. A flood of experience surged in, messages popping up one after another. Flying sword. Jueshian leveled up. Flying sword. Luxian leveled up. The other 6 growth swords shared in the gains as well. Yi Qing finally reached level 65, yet the soaring experience requirement made the next step feel daunting. The golden glow of his martial body faded. A glance told him the Poison King had fled, leaving behind only an afterimage. The surrounding herb gardens were shredded by sword ki and poisonous miasma. What remained of the myriad spirits park was nothing but scorched earth. Sheathing his blades, Yi Qing headed straight for the royal vault. Outside the vault, the guards' corpses were stacked high and blood ran like a river. Inside, fist-sized luminous pearls studded the walls, lighting the vast chamber as bright as day, while gold and jewels formed small mountains. At its center, 3 terrifying figures were locked in combat. One, an elder in silver armor with a powerful aura, one of the martial king's top experts. 2, a gaunt old man in a purple robe, the hidden strength of the great Qing royal family. 3, a black-cloaked figure whose face was completely obscured, wielding a crimson longsword. He matched the other 2 blow for blow. Yi Qing cast 3 probing spells in succession. Ing Mythic, level 300, a pillar of the great Qing dynasty, emperor 3 centuries ago, now the 9th patriarch of the Ying clan. Lin Kuang Demigod, level 300, the blade demon who slaughtered the martial world 70 years ago, now serves under the martial king. All information on the third person was, not even a name, could be read. When Yi Qing stepped in, the 3 stopped simultaneously, yet still eyed one another warily. He had expected them to gang up on him, but Ing and Lin Kuang didn't spare him so much as a glance. They simply stared at each other, murderous intent boiling. Only the cloaked man slipped through the void, reappearing beside Yi Qing. You can block my probes. Do you have my map? Are you from Great Xia? He whispered. The scorching aura from the crimson sword reminded Yi Qing of the weapon the river god had mentioned. You're Zhang Xingtian? Yes, I used your map to get here, he replied calmly. A spark of black light flared between Ing brows as he chuckled coldly. Since you 2 know each other, we'll deal with you first. Dark radiance surged around him, and behind him a 5-clawed black dragon roared. Lin Kuang's gaze was icy. His black blade swung out, forming a curtain of shadows that merged seamlessly with the dragon's outline, hinting at a combined strike. The feud between the martial king and the throne is merely an internal Ying clan quarrel, Lin Kuang growled. Let's finish off these 2 outsiders first. Zhang Xingtian's black cloak slipped away, revealing a strikingly handsome man with a hint of wild amusement at the corner of his mouth. 1 opponent each. He'll take Ing Laozu. You handle Dalmo sound good? He tilted his head and raised an eyebrow at Yi Qing. Yi Qing gave a calm shake of his head. Switch. I want the strongest one. Fine. Zhang Xingtian dropped the matter and lifted his crimson longsword. A scorching sweep of sword light erupted like a noon sun, instantly drowning the night pearl's pale glow and crashing heat into Dalmo's sweeping black blade shadows. Across the room, Ing Laozu barked, Boy, you court death. A phantom 5-clawed black dragon unfurled behind him, its roar rattling the vault as dark flames surged straight at Yi Qing. Yi Qing tightened his grip on the Zhanxian Hulu, pushing every buff to the limit. His aura spiked. Flash, he whispered. The Zhanxian Feidao streaked forth in a blazing arc, tore through the domed ceiling, shredded the dragon phantom to dust, and locked onto Ing. The killing intent felt solid. Ing heart for Xeno room to evade. If I'm dying, I'm dragging you with me, he roared. Yi Qing stroked the tiny Xiaobai on his shoulder. Hold him for 0.2 seconds? He murmured. Plenty, Xiaobai replied, unleashing a burst of mental power. Ing eyes glazed over twotents of a second, but fatal. A flash of cold light, half of Ing body was cleaved away, a fountain of blood drenching the piles of gold and jewels. 40% of his HP vanished at once, tens of billions of life points for a level 300 mythic powerhouse. In the same instant, Yi Qing used the Zhanxian Hulu to swipe several rare artifacts. The treasury was vast. Emptying it all was impossible. No instant kill proc, he muttered, glancing at Zhang Xingtian. I'm out. Good luck. Spatial ripples flared, and Yi Qing was swallowed by a rift, gone without a trace. Zhang Xingtian watched his partner escape, then fixed on the charging Ing. Breaking off from Dao Mo, he scooped up a few chests of treasure and slashed open his own exit with the crimson blade. But Ing, raging, thrust out a withered hand. The void shattered. A black dragon claw smashed into Zhang Xingtian's back. Blood erupted, yet he still dove through the rift and vanished. In an instant, only Dao Mo and Ing remained. Dao Mo sneered, though the hand on his blade trembled. I'm still at full strength. How will you fight me now? Blood mist coiled around Ing as his wounds knitted shut. Take what you can and leave, he said flatly. Dao Mo gave no reply, swept several storage rings into his sleeve, and disappeared. Ing hovered in midair, body steady but trembling. Half the treasure was gone. His face darkened. That single slash made me feel real death. He'll need months to recover. After a long silence he muttered, the royal treasury took a hit, but the hidden vault is untouched. This place is only bait anyway. 300 leagues south of the capital, on a barren peak, a spatial fissure split open and Zhang Xingtian tumbled out, drenched in blood. The wound on his back gaped to the bone, organs faintly visible, blood dripping down the sword hilt. That kid is ruthless, just bolted, he chuckled wryly, uncorking a recovery potion and downing it. A glint of high-grade spirit crystals caught his eye, easing his mood. Still, a decent haul. Not a loss. Agreed. You all right? A new rift opened, and Yi Qing stepped through. Zhang Xingtian dropped onto the ground and glared at Yi Qing. You little punk, that was dirty ditching me like that. We're from the same place, aren't we? Yi Qing blinked, tossed him a small vial, and said casually, you're still alive, aren't you? The bottle arced through the air. Zhang Xingtian caught it, and the crystal-clear resurgence pill inside gave off a faint scent of medicine. Nice instant full health, full mana potion. Grinning, he popped the pill into his mouth. Warmth flooded his limbs, and color returned to his face. I'll let you off this time. He tore off his tattered coat, pulled the cork from a wine jar, and took a long drink. So, how did you find this place? Yi Qing stood beneath a big tree, voice calm. I killed the Lord of Mist in the Cloud Sea realm and took a map from him. On the way I also ran into your son Zhang Fan and your wife, the Nightmare Lord. Zhang Xingtian's cheeks flushed. He lowered the jug a little. That's true love, okay? And it's not the Cloud Sea realm, it's formally called Yunhai Grotto Heaven, hidden deep in the mountains of South Province, Great Qing. I lived there for over a year until the space warped and kicked me out. Yi Qing leaped onto a branch, arms crossed. So after that, even you couldn't get back into Yunhai Grotto Heaven? He nodded, took another swig, and sighed. That world was perfect, no abyss incursions, no shady organizations, and I was gaining experience just by breathing. Vane stood out on his raised arm. My class is called a Void Walker. 20 years ago, while studying at Dongdu University, I entered the Xianyu Mountain instance, found an abnormal rift, and ended up here. Below him, Yi Qing upended the Immortal slaying gourd. Gold and jewels clinked onto the ground, but none of it was decent gear. What he really wanted, though, was there a missing half of the Mount Year's divine map. Enjoy your drink. I'm heading out. Yi Qing pried open a crack in space. Sure, Zhang Xingtian waved the wine jar. Once Yi Qing slipped through the rift, the drunken haze vanished from Zhang's eyes, leaving them clear as water. His spatial controls stronger than mine. Could he be another space-based class? Yi Qing returned to the courtyard, and his clone dispersed. Pushing open the door, he saw Ing Shuang fast asleep. A screen-like prompt appeared. Ing Shuang, Affection 95, Dependence. In the dim room, he shook a luminous stone and spread the two halves of the Mount Year's divine map on the table. 1. Mount Year's treasure map epic. Shows the route to Mount Year's and how to enter. 2. Mountain Sanxi's realm map rare. A treasure of the great Qing royal family. Yi Qing sat down, night wind stirring outside the window. With a silent command, he uploaded both maps into his personal map interface. Then he pulled out a yellowed book, Wondrous Tales of Mountains and Seas, bought at the market the day before. Midway through, a whole page covered Mount Year's. Mount Year's has long been said to appear at random locations. An old man who enters may emerge as a child and live another century. A youth who walks in might age to decrepitude in moments and die within days. Everyone loses all memories of the mountain the instant they step outside. Rumor claims a deity who controls lifespan resides within, toying with all who enter. Every time the Mountain of Time appears, legions of aging powerhouses charge in, desperate to win one last roll of the dice and secure another lifetime. Yi Qing folded the map. On the light screen, the lone southern island pulsed quietly. That was where the Mountain of Time awaited. To reach it, he had to cross the southern ranges, territory of the Wugu tribe. Years ago, Great Qing repeatedly massed troops there, yet every time the natural poison miasma, shrouding the peaks, forced a hasty retreat. In the dead of night, Yi Qing pushed the door open, the moon stretching his shadow far across the ground. His attribute panel surfaced, and the prompt he had awaited finally flashed, slaying Immortal flying dagger cooldown complete. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He stepped into a spatial rift, again locking onto the royal treasury. One chance every 2 hours, 50% instant kill odds. His luck couldn't stay bad forever. During the last raid, Zhang Xingtian and the Blade Demon had both shown up, revealing too many cards had been foolish. Now the red name boss was pinned inside the Imperial City. No rush, his target was right under his nose. Inside, the royal treasury lamps blazed while dozens of armored soldiers tallied gold, silver, and jewels. In the vast hall, Ing Xian sat with hands clasped behind his back, cold light flickering in his eyes. The vault was already half emptied since midday. Reporting, Ancestor. 300,000 taels of gold are missing. Only 700,000 remain. As for silver, the report broke off when a familiar life and death chill swept over Ing Xian. The air ripped open. A spatial rift yawned into being. Buzz. A reniched flying dagger shot out, its dazzling arc illuminating the entire treasury as it streaked straight for Ying Xian's chest. He had seen this strike before. Ying Xian leapt up, knowing escape was impossible. Rage and fear knotted together. He could only conjure a shadowy black dragon to shield himself. How could that technique be unleashed again so soon? Before the words faded, the slaying immortal flying dagger blew through the dragon's shadow. Steel flashed. Ying Xian was severed at the shoulders, his head rolling across the floor. Instant kill. The dagger turned to a streak of light and slipped back into its gourd. The spatial rift opened once more, and Yi Qing strolled out, eyes dropping first to his attribute panel. Killed level 300 mythic boss Ying Xian, gained 13.1 billion experience, banked 5.8 billion, remainder applied to leveling. Prompts cascaded past: swords Zhu Xian, Lu Xian, Zhu Xian, Xian Xian, Qi Xiao, Yu Tian, Tian Xian, and Xiu all leveled up. The pet nine-tailed celestial fox advanced as well. 3 consecutive levels put him and every artifact at 68. Terror rippled through the soldiers. They stood rooted, forced to watch the supposedly invincible ancestor Ying Xian fall in an instant, yet none dared move. Yi Qing ignored them, scooped up Ying Xian's drops, then wandered into the piled high loot to rummage. The soldiers cowering in the corner trembled, no one brave enough to interfere. Fire Spirit Pearl, demigod item. Immune to every earthly flame. Within fire, combat power increased by 120%. Earth Spirit Pearl, demigod item. While standing on solid ground, gain the Earth's blessing. Combat power increased by 120%. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Could these 5-element spirit pearls be an actual set? He swept his gaze around. Aside from the pearls, only shattered weapons and armor littered the floor. He tossed the lot into the immortal slaying gourd and let it devour them. Piles of gold gleamed like mountains, but he didn't spare them a second glance. True treasures can't be bought with gold. With a single thought, he opened a spatial rift, and his figure faded from sight. The moment he disappeared, a cry rang out beyond the secret chamber. Ancestor Ying Xian is dead. Report to His Majesty at once. This will shake the realm. Storm clouds gathered over the imperial capital. By then Yi Qing was back in his own courtyard, reclining in a wicker chair beneath a tall tree. Xiaobai hopped onto the table, its tail brushing the teacup. The sign-in system panel flashed before Yi Qing's mind. 1-000-0006-000-000-000. Last night's haul had pushed him up 4 levels and netted a trove of spirit herbs and a map of the Mountain of Time. He withdrew the 3 items dropped by Ying Xian from the immortal slaying gourd. 1. Black Dragon Battle Body Mythic Skill. Summons a black dragon phantom that attacks and defends. All attributes 1500 for 5 minutes. Usable only by the Ying bloodline. 2. Ying Clan Secret Scroll. Can be offered to the Martial King's faction or the Ying royal family for great rewards. 3. Ever-changing robe permanent cosmetic. Can shift into any style of clothing, self-cleans daily, 300 charisma, and self-repairs after battle damage. Yi Qing glanced over them and saw no immediate use, so he activated only the ever-changing robe. His white clothes darkened to black, shifted to blue, then returned to a flowing white. New clothes acquired. He smoothed his sleeve and chuckled at himself. Xiaobai sprawled on the table, eyelids drooping. Yi Qing stroked its head. Rough night. Get some sleep. He stepped with it into the Hongmeng Pearl. Exotic flowers swayed as a spirit field snaked into the distance. Yi Qing transplanted each herb from the royal garden, then settled the dragon blood tree between the 7-color mist flower and the dream flower. Xiaobai curled up on a high branch and dozed off. Yi Qing kept working until the last herb was planted. The once barren Hongmeng Pearl now teemed with life. An interstellar laboratory and a space cruiser stood to one side. A peach grove spread out front, and beyond it lay a zone of sinister poisonous plants and a dazzling array of rare herbs. When the final seedling was covered, he checked his phone's even o'clock sharp. Yi Qing left the Hongmeng Pearl, returned to the courtyard, and pushed open the door. Ying Shuang lay on the bed, staring into space. The sorrow in her eyes had eased. When she saw him, she whispered, "Good morning, big brother." He produced 2 milky pills and handed them over. "Take these. Once your body recovers, you'll be free to move around." Ying Shuang obediently swallowed them. Next, Yi Qing unfolded the Black Dragon Battle Body Skill book. 2 streaks of dark light shot into Ying Shuang's eyes. Her gaze trembled as twin forces surged within her, colliding, yet slowly melding. She looked at Yi Qing in wonder, but asked nothing. Yi Qing sat on a wooden chair, fingers tapping the table, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Great Qing was heading for chaos, and he still had to set out for the Mountain of Time. He would need to leave a clone behind to watch over Ying Shuang. While Yi Qing was still lost in thought, a sharp cry of pain burst from Ying Shuang on the bed. He sprang to her side and saw the Azure Dragon's divine power and the Black Dragon Battle Body violently repelling each other, green radiance and dark streaks flashing across her skin in quick succession. After a brief stalemate, the Azure Dragon's power gained the upper hand, surging like a tide to devour the Black Dragon Battle Body. and her attributes climbed visibly. Frowning, Yi Qing lifted a corner of the seal. With a crisp crack, the spirit seal shattered, letting torrents of azure dragon power flood her meridians and double the rate of absorption. Roughly 10 minutes later, Shuang's tightly shut eyes relaxed. The hidden injuries that had laced her meridians healed under the wash of emerald light, leaving not even the faintest mark on her skin. Yi Qing drew out a sealed ancient scroll secrets of the Qing clan's divine lineage and sighed inwardly. The Qing royal family truly is entangled with the primordial azure dragon. The answer must be in here. Unfurling the scroll, he watched rows of tiny golden characters unfold. 1. The Qing dynasty is backed by Dragon God Mountain, one of the 10 great divine peaks of the Shanghai realm. 2. The current mountain lord is the Black Dragon King. 3. The Qing clan carries the Black Dragon King's bloodline. 4. 10 millennia ago, the primordial azure dragon, lord of Dragon God Mountain, was slain by the Black Dragon King and allied dragon powerhouses. Yi Qing glanced at the now healed Shuang, then at the scroll, and understood. No wonder her father and brothers treat her like an enemy. Their bloodlines were destined to clash. The primordial azure dragon reincarnating into a descendant of the Black Dragon King is no coincidence. He pinched a rune, and a plume of scarlet flame reduced the scroll to ash. Next, he opened Shuang's status panel. Rank: Transcendent Deity, Level 1. Strength: 2,300. Intelligence: 1,500. Constitution: 2,000. Agility: 1,300. Talents: Azure Dragon Sacred Body, Songmu Divine Power. Skills: None. Level 1, yet already stronger than a level 50 Lord class boss. Yi Qing muttered, eyes complicated. Shuang slowly opened her eyes, and the instant she saw Yi Qing her anxiety melted away. You can walk now, give it a try, he said with a smile. Bracing herself on the bed frame, she stood for the first time in her life. Though the room was small, she felt she had gained an entire world, running and jumping with carefree delight. Yi Qing's lips curved into a knowing smile. The azure scales on the girl's skin and the budding horn on her forehead, however, were far too conspicuous. Yi Qing flipped his hand and produced a phantom pearl, looped a red cord through it, and hung it around her neck. The instant the pearl glimmered, the scales and horn vanished, leaving a pretty young girl in a pale yellow dress. Handing her a bronze mirror, he said, "This bead masks your appearance, don't lose it." Shuang held the mirror close, joy spreading across her face as she saw an ordinary girl staring back. On her status panel, her favorability toward Yi Qing had risen to 99, tagged gratitude, respect, reliance. Outside the door, Yi Qing vaulted onto the roof ridge and surveyed the capital. In broad daylight, armored guards patrolled with spears, checkpoints blocked every intersection, and crowds hurried toward the outer city, while wealthy families loaded carts with chests and crates. The tension was palpable. His expression remained calm. He casually shaped a clone and slipped it into the shadows, while his true body rose into the sky on a flying sword. A rune flared, and both man and blade faded from view midair. Standing on the sword, mountains and rivers blurred beneath him. Glancing back at the capital, he mused, Shuang's story isn't finished. Letting her grow on her own may be faster. The clone can guard her and watch how the future unfolds. With that, the sword light streaked away toward the distant Years Mountain. He looked at the map and realized that flying to Mount Epic on his sword would take far too long. After fixing his bearing, Yi Qing simply folded space. His figure vanished, reappeared several hundred yards away, and blinked forward several more times before coming to a halt. Rolling green mountains stretched ahead, ancient trees stacking upon one another until their crowns seemed to pierce the clouds. Between the ravines, a layer of dusky violet miasma writhed slowly, the poisonous haze at the southern edge of Great Qing, beyond which lay territory claimed by the Wugu tribes. The sword of light beneath his feet dissolved, and Yi Qing drifted onto the crown of a giant tree. A glance at the map told him he would have to cross the toxic fog, then traverse an ocean before reaching Mount Epic. While he pondered, steel flashed below. Two groups had already fallen into a chaotic melee. Their strange garb and painted faces marked them as people of the wilds. Yi Qing's arrival froze them all, and every gaze swung in his direction. The first faction was led by a bare-chested giant, whose torso bore shifting black runes that hummed with violence. He bellowed, "You from Great Qing? Not welcome here, leave at once." The opposing leader was a wizened crone who studied Yi Qing with a raspy, malicious laugh. A chill flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. A dozen needle-sized goo worms around him dropped dead without a sound. He had not meant to interfere, but an ambush deserved no mercy, especially when every one of them carried a crimson threat marker above their heads. The Qishao sword leapt into his hand, its aura crashing like a landslide and tidal wave. Sky-severing drawl. A blinding arc tore through the air toward the crone. Countless metallic goose swarmed from the earth to shield her party. She screeched, "Die here, whelp." The next instant her grin froze. She had taken him for a passerby, never expecting this level of power. The sword light swept on, bisecting the swarm and spraying green ichor everywhere. Her face drained of color. This one is too strong. Form up summon the goo god. Watching her crushed worms, rage and heartbreak mingled in her eyes, stoking her hatred. Yi Qing stood atop the tree, white robes snapping like snow in the wind. He pulled back his sword aura and watched their ritual with amused interest. Mere level 100 practitioners, worth little experience, yet their summon might prove entertaining. The giant from the other side blanched. Fall back, he shouted. The hag's bringing out the goo god specter again. The others scrambled away, while he lingered nearby, eyes locked on the array. Yi Qing ignored them, choosing to observe. First day here, and already a spectacle interesting. Inside the formation, the casters spat blood in unison, and the sigils flared. A towering phantom beast rose from the ground, fangs bared in a sky-rending roar. The sonic shockwave flattened nearby trees and whipped fallen leaves into a frenzy. Unmoved, Yi Qing ignited his sword heart and primordial physique, then lifted his hand for another strike. A colossal blade of chi shot skyward and shredded the goo god's apparition on the spot. This phantom is only a level 150 legendary boss, hardly worthy of being called a god. Yi Qing stood with his hands behind his back. The mountain wind lifted his white robe, yet not a speck of dust clung to him. His calm composure formed a stark contrast to the panic before him. The old crone's face went ashen. For the first time, she realized even the goo god's avatar could not shake this man, and despair swallowed her whole. On the other side, the tattooed warrior Wutu stared at Yi Qing with blazing eyes. Awe swelled in his chest. Among the Wugu tribe, strength was everything. He clasped his fists respectfully. Brother, I am Wutu of the Wugu tribe. May I invite you to visit our village? Yi Qing gave no reply. His eyes stayed on the still flickering blood-red array. Suddenly the ground roared. The hillside split apart, a jagged fissure opening like the maw of an abyss. From the darkness, two blood-red eyes emerged, their savage aura sweeping outward. Amid a deafening hum, a chilling voice rolled forth. Lowly mortals, you cannot bear a god's wrath. Kneel and serve me, and I might spare your lives. The old crone and her followers prostrated themselves, shouting in frenzy, we welcome the goo god's descent. Wutu, however, staggered back beneath the pressure, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Yi Qing's lips curled into a scornful smile. A mere level 200 epic monster dares call itself a god? You can only flaunt your power in this backwater. A system panel appeared. Underground Troll Epic, LV, 200. Description: once an ordinary subterranean creature, it gained overwhelming strength from human worship. Incense as experience points? Yi Qing mused. Behind him several flying swords materialized, their edges gleaming coldly. If that was true, the upcoming test might prove interesting. Peerless sword intent. He called. Heaven and earth shifted. Stones, trees, and fallen leaves turned into phantom blades that filled the sky like a tidal wave. Under the passive skill Mortal Dust Extreme Sword, every blade gained an additional 10% in attack, defense, and speed. 10,000 swords? Far more. 10 million? Still no limit. The sword tide engulfed the troll. Bones cracked and tendons snapped in rapid succession. The hulking body was shredded into a mist of blood and flesh before it could even scream. The old crone and her cultists, flagged as accomplices, were wiped out as well. Underground Troll slain. Experience gained, 270 million. Meowpa slain. Experience gained, 310,000. Level up. Flying sword skill advanced. His status window popped up. Yi Qing had reached level 69, another bottleneck. He glanced at the experience bar. Level 70 required a staggering amount. A plan formed. Once I refine a longevity pill, it'll power level with it much easier than grinding. The countless phantom swords disintegrated, and silence returned to the mountainside. Yi Qing raised his hand, sweeping every fallen item and material into his inventory. Wutu stood nearby, throat working, too stunned for words. He had thought Yi Qing a mere passerby, yet this man had shattered a mountain-sized god without taking a single step. Seeing Yi Qing about to leave, Wutu hurried after him. Senior, I still wish to invite you to our tribe. Yi Qing's gaze was placid. Fine. Let me through the miasma. Save me the trouble. Overjoyed, Wutu bowed deeply. Please follow me. I'll guide you past the poison fog and back to the village. From the trees ahead, a detachment of tribal warriors emerged. Wutu's comrades, who had witnessed the entire battle. Now they regarded Yi Qing with unreserved reverence. Yi Qing nodded toward them. Let's go. After crossing layer upon layer of towering mountains, the party entered a forest where each person carried two enormous leaves. These leaves were taller than a man, emerald green on the front and covered with fine hairs on the back, allowing them to block the poisonous miasma. Holding the leaves before them kept the purple haze outside. Yi Qing walked at the rear. Through the gaps, he watched the violet mist roll like thick ink, visibility no more than a few paces. Beneath their feet, poisonous insects of every color crawled through the dead leaves, and from time to time the rough scrape of scales came from the trees as black vipers slipped down the trunks and slithered away. Luckily, Wutu and his people knew the forest well. A clansman at the head beat a small drum, its dull rhythm spreading through the fog. Startled, the snakes and insects drew back, leaving a straight path. About an hour later they broke free of the haze, and the view opened wide. A sea of flowers swayed in the blazing sun, sweet fragrance filled the air, and rows of wooden huts stood scattered in the distance. Qing opened his system map. 300 kilometers farther south lay the South Sea, where Mount Suiwe stood alone amid the waves. Wutu scanned the peaceful settlement and let out a long breath. Good, nothing has happened. Qing frowned. Qing soldiers can't get through the miasma. You have plenty of food and resources. What could go wrong? Wutu gave a wry smile. Beyond the fog sit dozens of tribes, large and small, always at war. Hope flickered in his eyes. You're incredibly skilled. Could you help us? As expected, Qing thought. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. He nodded. Tell me what you need. If it takes too long, I'm not interested. A quick glance showed Wutu, the strongest among them, was only level 85. When him away, I worry about the tribe's safety, Wutu said, scratching his head. Could you set up a protective array for us? A system prompt appeared. Quest triggered. Establish a protective array for Wutu's tribe. Reward, 15 million experience. Beast mark secret art. Qing checked his stats and nodded. That's easy. Really? Wutu's eyes widened in delight. He had feared the request was too much. It was noon, the southernmost edge of Qing baking in the heat. Qing sat beneath a tree munching on dry rations. A breeze rustled the branches, bringing a hint of cool. He rose, arms spread, and dozens of golden runes flared behind him, streaking skyward like tiny meteors. A moment later, a golden veil poured down from the clouds, wrapping the entire settlement before fading from sight. The spot where Qing had been sitting collapsed into a pit several meters deep, dust billowing. Wutu hurried over, staring wide-eyed. That's it. That was too easy. Easy doesn't mean useless, Qing said calmly. Try to break it first. The golden shield shimmered back into view. The markings on Wutu's skin lit up as he drove a punch into the barrier, but not even a ripple showed. A sharp crack rang out. His knuckles had fractured yet. He laughed aloud. Solid. Absolutely solid. He promptly offered a beast-hide book with both hands. Thank you for your great kindness. Our tribe has little, but this may serve you. Qing accepted it, briefly explained how to activate and disable the array, then glanced at his system interface. Quest completed. Reward obtained. 15 million experience. Beast mark secret art. In that case, I'm leaving. No sooner had the words left his lips than a 100-meter blade of light solidified beneath his feet, splitting the sky as it carried him toward the South Sea. Clutching the newly acquired hidebound tome, Qing felt his thoughts churn. The pages detailed a technique called Beastmark Arcana. Carve the likeness of any monster onto your skin and temporarily inherit one of its abilities. His eyes flashed. I expected little from this tribe, yet they handed me a treasure. He pulled up his system interface, and sure enough, Beastmark Arcana now glowed in the Skills tab. If he inscribed a mythic tier boss on himself, he would be nearly unbeatable. Those overpowered abilities were rare enough, and this art demanded no prerequisites. Without hesitation, he sketched a nine-tailed celestial fox on his wrist. Emerald flames roared to life foxfire. He wiped the mark away, redrew it, and an illusion field flared, rendering both him and his massive sword invisible. A few heartbeats later, he dismissed the effect with satisfaction. Outstanding skill. He continued airborne on his sword, testing each of the fox's powers until he settled on the passive celestial fox physique, which regenerated 1% of health and mana per second. If Xiaobai lent support again, the dual fox auras would double the recovery rate. Combined with Qing's own defenses and his invincible sanctuary, 3 seconds of total immunity, even a squad of SS rank peers would struggle to scratch him while he stood still. By dusk the sky bled crimson. The cobalt sea heaved in towering waves, their thunder echoing below. Hovering above, Qing checked his map. Almost there. He triggered spatial shift and vanished. An instant later he materialized above a storm-lashed expanse. Gales howled, swells surged, and flying fish arced in silver streaks. In the distance a lone island flickered in and out of view, its central peak piercing the clouds. Half an hour of flight brought it no closer, so he frowned and warped again. A flash of white light, and he landed on the island's damp sand. The sea breeze carried brine, and his spiritual sense brushed a faint golden barrier sheathing the entire landmass. Without spatial travel, outsiders would circle endlessly, trapped in a mirage. He cast probe. Message, perimeter of the mountain of time. Warning, lose your way here, and your lifespan will rapidly drain. It can strip away lifespan? A chill ran through him, yet he suppressed his doubts and eyed the dense treeline nearby. Strange noises flitted through the darkening wood, lending the air a chilling hush. 9 flying swords floated behind him as sword heart clarity and primal holy body ignited, a pale gold aura sealing every gap in his defenses. Qing stepped into the forest. A sudden, dreadful presence surged. Blood-red fissures cracked the ground like countless scarlet eyes, Fixing their gaze on the intruder, Qing. Qing cast an appraisal spell. A translucent system screen flashed up. Filthspawn Swarm Epic Level 300. Guardian Brood on the outskirts of the Mountain of Time. At the foot of the mountain stretched a dark tide of insects, thousands of them jammed together, each one carrying the same Epic Level 300 label. The flying sword hovering behind Qing quivered, gathering light for a devastating strike. Yet before he could act, an ear-splitting buzz flooded the air. The swarm lunged so fast the wind itself screamed. No red names. His heart skipped a beat. Red meant they could be killed, but every guardian here was marked white. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't force his way through. In the blink of an eye, he triggered a skill. A spatial rift flared and swallowed him whole. Deprived of their target, the insects halted, then ebbed like a receding tide, crawling back to their nests until silence returned. A dozen li away, light shimmered atop a massive tree, and Qing reappeared. Patting his chest, he muttered, "A frontal assault is useless. I'll have to sneak in." A mythic monster nether wraith core materialized in his palm and burst into runes that wrapped around him. He vanished from sight, then activated the primal pearl, sealing off every trace of his presence. Hidden by foliage, he slipped from trunk to trunk like a shadow, heading straight for the mountain's heart. High on the summit, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened. Grass at their owner's feet withered to ash in an instant. It sensed the intruder, then felt the presence disappear. Did the swarm handle it? The thought flickered and faded. Until the Mountain of Time awakens, trespassers walk only the road to death. The eyes closed again, and the peak fell silent, a swath of dead vegetation, the only sign anything had stirred. Elsewhere, Qing had entered an ancient grove thick with herbal fragrance. He plucked a bright green stalk, the system red, millennial reviving grass. The ground, vines, even rock crevices overflowed with thousand-year herbs. Suddenly his gaze locked onto one plant. That one's sandier. Immortal Bloom Epic. Consuming it adds 10 years to your lifespan. The prompt flashed. Breath quickening. He tucked the flower into his pack. On Blue Star's auction block, this will be priceless. All night he prowled the grove, moonlight mingling with fragrance, until his pack bulged. At dawn the first ray of sunlight pierced the branches, brightening the forest. Straightening, Qing heard the system again. "Congratulations, you have leveled up." He blinked at his status panel. The experience bar was rocketing upward. Thousand-year herbs still dotted the ground. A thought struck him. Is time flowing differently here? Ransacking every tale he knew about the Mountain of Time, he frowned. I need to finish exploring and get out fast. Who knows how much time has passed outside? Without another glance at the herbs, he cloaked himself and raced along the slopes. Breaking through layered forest, he reached the mountain's base and froze. A chain of pavilions and towers sprawled before him, gleaming walls, soaring eaves, as if the buildings had been completed yesterday. His footsteps rang sharply on the flagstones, and with every step the place felt stranger, as though time itself had frozen. He pushed open a hall door. Inside, the furnishings were minimal and the space deserted. Checking his panel again, he saw his experience bar starting to roll backward. Time is rewinding. His brow twitched. The Mountain of Time truly lived up to its name. He quickened his pace, searched every building one by one, yet found nothing of use. As he climbed toward the summit, he spotted a bronze statue halfway up the slope, more than 100 meters tall and gripping a massive axe. Qing stopped short. Choosing not to cast Identify. The aura simmering inside the statue felt like a sleeping beast that would lash out the moment it woke, yet it wasn't flagged as hostile, leaving him no safe angle of attack. In the fork of the statue's right hand floated a black pearl, dark as night, and its presence sent his own space-time power into a frenzy. Do it if it fails, they'll run. He formed a complex sigil and fired it. With a boom, the pearl snapped free and shot downward. Qing caught it, and the instant it touched his palm, his space-time power devoured it like a starving wolf. A prompt flashed. Your innate skill power of space-time has leveled up. Before he could check the new stats, the bronze shell cracked apart. A gigantic hand burst through, and with an ear-splitting roar a titan in burnished armor opened golden eyes. Who dares steal the treasure of Mount Suiwa? The giant swung its axe. The air detonated, space rippled, and the blade cleaved toward Qing. He leapt back as the rocks beneath split into fissures dozens of meters long. He cast Identify. The panel read, Temporal Titan Apex LV 300. Description: Guardian at the foot of Mount Suiwa. Can advance to 8-turn demigod at any time, but is forcibly suppressed for unknown reasons. Level gap too large. Further information unavailable. No hostile flag. What a pain, Qing muttered. The second swing came, impossibly fast, the axe face crackling with silver light. There was no time to dodge. Invincible domain. Golden radiance cloaked him, granting absolute poise. The axe landed, yet left him unharmed. The axe shadow returned, faster, fiercer. Qing's eyes steeled. Even if the world kicks me out, I'm taking you down. Heart of the unbeaten, martial gold body, and peerless sword intent erupted at once. The world around him dissolved into countless phantom blades. Crimson Dust Extreme Sword triggered, vaulting his form several tiers. He blurred past the assault with casual ease. Time to turn around, big guy. Stellar Sword Array. 9 flying swords formed the core. A billion phantom blades merged into a starry river, and it roared toward the temporal titan. The giant curled his lip. Parlor tricks. Time shield activated. A massive spectral barrier rose, and every approaching star froze in place, locked in a still frame. Yi Qing's pupils tightened. Time had halted completely around that shield. The foe was already at the threshold of the 8th turn, far beyond a standard level 300 mythic boss. Worse, they were only at the foot of the mountain who knew what lurked above. Suddenly, a stabbing pain raked through his body. The will of the world was expelling him. In a flash, he recalled the 9 swords and tore open a spatial rift, trying to flee. But an unseen force twisted the space around the mountain, hurling him headlong into a raging spatial maelstrom. In the next instant, the sword array collapsed, the stars faded, the landscape returned to normal, and the world's pressure vanished. The temporal titan looked up in shock. What possesses such supreme power? In the sky, a figure with snow-white hair and black robes appeared unhurriedly, eyes as calm as the deep sea. An outsider from beyond the realm? No wonder heaven is enraged. The mighty giant of time dropped to its knees, head lowered in reverence. Master, the orb of time has been stolen. Amid the drifting clouds, a white-haired man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the lord of the Mountain of Ages. His look was gentle, almost serene, yet his aura was unfathomable. It doesn't matter. I can forge another orb whenever I wish. You, however, should have broken through long ago. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it brooked no argument. A mere second-tier outsider gave you this much trouble? With those words, an invisible pressure crashed down like a mountain. The giant of time trembled, pressing its forehead to the ground, hardly daring to breathe. Master, that outsider has fallen into the spatial maelstrom. Should we retrieve him? No need. The Lord of Ages glanced into the void, eyes indifferent. In that chaos he will either die or wander lost forever. The moment the words left his lips, his figure dissolved like a fading mirage. The oppressive force vanished, and the giant of time's pent-up power erupted. Its cultivation broke through on the spot to the 8th turn demigod realm, a mountain-like aura sweeping across the land. Deep within boundless space, a colossal storm shredded everything in its path. Drenched in his own blood, Yi Qing forced himself toward the eye of the tempest. Time stop. With a whispered command, the raging maelstrom froze like a painting locked in glass. Pale-faced, Yi Qing glanced at his status panel. Only 30% of his health remained. The world will's lightning strike had given him no chance to dodge. Only the medic set's last stand skill had kept him alive. The moment he entered the void, he had activated Invincible domain to block the spatial shear. Steadying his breath, he blinked to a calmer layer of mist and swallowed a rejuvenation pill, watching his health bar race back to full. A surge of temporal spatial energy rolled through his soul, reshaping itself. 1. Time stop extended to 5 minutes. 2. Spatial jump increased to 30 uses, each up to 1,000 kilometers, with the ability to set anchor points. 3. New skill time rewind. Carry everything within 1 meter back 20 seconds, 6-hour cooldown. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The Immortal slaying dagger's cooldown could now be reset instantly, and the Immortal executing sword array could fire in succession. Remembering what had happened on the Mountain of Ages, he calculated silently. The summit monster attacked without turning hostile, which meant someone even stronger was manipulating the world will. Once his power rose again, he had to go back. He tapped a finger, conjuring a massive sword of light beneath his feet, and shot across the void. He had anchor points in the Great Xia capital, the small spirit realm, and the underworld moon dungeon. The closest to this region was the dungeon. Flying alone would take 3 or 4 days, so he bit into a spirit fruit, healing as he waited for his cooldowns. In the frigid darkness, the light's word carved a silver trail. When the cooldown ended, he no longer hesitated. 1 jump, 2 jumps, 30 in all, locking onto the dungeon's coordinates. The monotony of the long journey made his mind wander, so he tried to link with one of his avatars. Suddenly the channel snapped open. The avatar had not been expelled from the mountains and seas realm at all, and was still in the capital. In a secluded courtyard of the great Qing capital, Yi Qing stood on a rooftop, golden sigils swirling around him. A small illusion array hid him from sight. Perched on the roof ridge, Yi Qing watched the courtyard in silence, cloaked by the spell. Beneath the sprawling branches of a shade-filled tree, Ying Shuang sat on a wooden chair, fingers absent-mindedly twisting the hem of her robe. Her eyes followed the leaves drifting in the breeze, her heart aching for the big brother who had left. Why did he have to go? Footsteps broke the calm. The sisters Chang Shi and Chang Yao walked up side by side and halted in front of Ying Shuang, open disgust in their eyes. You freak, get out of my house, Chang Shi sneered. Yeah, those scales of yours make me sick. Chang Yao folded her arms and laughed coldly. Don't make us throw you out. They felt nothing but hostility toward Yi Qing, and even suspected ulterior motives behind his daily food deliveries. The cutting words stabbed into Ing Shuang's heart. She shot to her feet, golden light flashing in her pupils, and clamped iron-like fingers around the sisters' necks. Your house? From now on it's mine. Big brother assigned you to serve me. How dare you speak to me like that? Yi Qing saw everything from the roof, a faint smile tugging at his lips. So the pressure had finally burst. Ing Shuang's favor for him now sat at a perfect 100, while Chang Shi and Chang Yao sank even lower. Meanwhile, dangerous undercurrents roiled the capital. With ancestor Ing Xian slain, the Qin royal family ceded ground step by step to the martial king. His troops swaggered through the streets, seizing property at will and meeting no resistance. Bang! Bang! A squad of soldiers hammered on the courtyard gate. Open up and get out here. Silence. Break it down. A golden barrier detonated outward, flinging the soldiers aside. They stared at one another in shock. Whose place is this? Someone frowned in recognition. I think the Moon God clan used to live here. The commander's eyes narrowed. Leave a few men to keep watch. The rest of you come with me. You'll find someone who can break this array. There's bound to be treasure. Inside, Ing Shuang frowned. We can't stay. Chang Shi and Chang Yao, already pale with fear, cried. Hurry. They won't spare us. They rushed indoors, lifted a hidden floor panel, and leapt down into darkness. A gaping black shaft yawned beneath the floorboards. Ing Shuang raised her hand, a gentle glow curling around her fingertips. After a moment's thought, she followed. The cramped chamber below was pitch black, yet the Chang sisters were gone, conjuring a soft golden light. Ing Shuang whispered, puzzled. Where did they go? This room's tiny. A familiar voice reached her ear. Smash the third floor tile on your left. Big brother? Where are you? Joy and surprise mingled in her voice. Learn to face the world on your own first. It'll appear when the danger is real. All right. Resolve gleamed in her eyes. She stamped, shattering the tile. With a creak, another hidden passage opened. Once Ing Shuang dove inside, Yi Qing emerged from the shadows, studying the broken tiles. The Moon God clan's tricks are impressive. I've missed them twice already. Seems their secrets run deep. He flicked his sleeve, sealing the hole, and slipped into the passage. The narrow, winding tunnel led straight to a cave beyond the city walls. Ing Shuang caught sight of a faint gleam and hurried out of the cave. The air outside carried the damp scent of grass and earth, yet she felt no fear of this unfamiliar world. She trusted that Yi Qing was still watching over her. She looked around, but the sisters who had been with her moments ago were already gone. Where should I go? She wondered, when two sharp screams echoed in the distance, followed by the thunderous roar of a beast. Guided by the sound, she saw a striped tiger lunging at Chang Shi and Chang Yao. Its eyes blazed crimson with killing intent. Chang Shi tripped and fell, and Chang Yao cried out, Sister, are you hurt? Run, or we'll both die. At that life or death instant, Ing Shuang flashed forward. Behind her, a spectral azure dragon coalesced with a boom, its might forcing the tiger to recoil. The beast tried to flee, but she closed the gap in a single stride, seized its neck, and the dragon's phantom jaws ripped it apart, spraying blood across the grass. Chang Shi and Chang Yao stared at Ing Shuang in awe. The Moon Spirit clan could gather lunar essence, but were poor fighters. Having been saved, the sisters knelt and bowed. Thank you for saving us. We will serve you as our master. Flustered, Ing Shuang hurried to pull them up. Please, there's no need for this. Sickly since childhood and often scorned, she was not used to such reverence. Hand in hand, the sisters set off toward the horizon, and Ing Shuang hesitated before following. Once they were out of sight, Yi Qing stepped from behind an ancient tree, his gaze calm. Those two girls can't be trusted, he thought. Ing Shuang is too young. She has never known betrayal. Years earlier, while reading strange tales of mountains and seas, he had learned that the Moon Spirit clan carried divine power that could distill lunar dew and hasten another's growth. Yet their lack of combat skill had led many to betray their masters. For the next 3 days, Yi Qing trailed the trio at a leisurely distance, listening to their conversations until he was certain they were heading for the Moon Spirit clan's ancestral land. In the icy, lightless void, a massive blade of sword light tore through space. The real Yi Qing sat cross-legged on its tip, marking coordinates with his senses. Almost there. This endless void is truly perilous. In just 3 days he had survived 11 spatial storms and 7 bouts of turbulence. The sword light ripped open a boundary, and he tumbled into the nether moon cave instance. Leaving the dim cavern, he faced a roaring underground river. Bubbles burst on its surface as the river god rose, cradling the moonlight sword. It's been over 2 months. I thought you were dead. Yi Qing frowned. He had spent barely a dozen hours on Mount Kronos, yet 2 months had passed outside. The disparity in time flow was real. I'm very much alive. I sealed the monsters in that cave, so keep your distance. The river god nodded and sank back beneath the water. Yi Qing followed the subterranean river upstream into the mystic Moon Mountain instance. With a thought, his white robe shifted into less conspicuous clothes. He had no interest in the mountain's boss, so he simply passed through the rock and headed straight for Eastern Capital. At a hotel in Eastern Capital, he booked a room, plugged in his phone, and went online. Dozens of missed calls and news alerts flooded the screen. The calendar read September 15th. 10 short hours on Mount Kronos had cost him more than 2 months in the real world. He opened his message list. Unread notifications from Murong Shui, Lin Kuei, and Yi Ling lit up one after another. He stared at the screen, taking in each of their names. Murong Shui, it's been ages, where did you disappear to? Yi Qing closed the comm window, rubbed his temples, then opened his group chat with Lin Kuei and Yi Zi. He typed with barely contained excitement. I've just joined the Shangwan clan. Guess who's about to strike it rich? Remember that pet egg we picked up in the college entrance instance Cloud Sea Realm? It hatched into a myth-tier mirage beast. The University Career Expo is only days away. Watch me dominate the field. Hee hee. Through the screen, Yi Qing could practically see Lin Kuei's face split in two from laughing. Sure enough, the next message was a string of ha ha ha, and Yi Zi chimed in with her congratulations. Satisfied, Yi Qing switched to his private chat with Yi Ling. Where on earth are you? I've already filed 2 extended leaves for you. And Zhao Qianquan is on his last legs. The thread stopped there, 3 days old. Thinking back to the battle in Linhai City, Yi Qing remembered how Zhao Qianquan had burned through his life force. He glanced at his system interface. Spatial jumps. 3030 was still full. Without another second lost, he wolfed down some dry rations and left Dongdu. Multiple space jumps split the landscape, daylight and wasteland flashing past in ragged seams of light. Finally, the ancient walls of Kyoto and the towering buildings of its university came into crisp view. Behind Kyoto University, deep in a forest where exotic flowers swayed, sat a courtyard of blue tiles and white walls so still that even birdsong sounded loud. At the gate, Lu He leaned against a pillar, reading a thick book. When Yi Qing appeared, he snapped it shut. Perfect timing, the old dean wants to see you. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and pushed the door open. Under a vine-covered trellis, Zhao Qianquan reclined on a bamboo lounger. A soft breeze lifted the gray at his temples, making him look completely at peace. Yet the life flame Yi Qing sensed was nearly spent months at most. Here already? Sit, Zhao Qianquan said, raising a hand. Yi Qing took the wooden chair beside him. I leaked news of my death from illness to lure out foreign spies and the Abyss Society, Zhao Qianquan said lightly. Didn't expect to reel you in first. He ran through his life in a single breeze of words. It's been a good ride. My only regret never making it to demigod. Yi Qing finally asked. I've always wondered, what was your class change quest? To slay a true god. Zhao Qianquan shook his head with a bitter smile. Practically impossible. I doubt I could beat an 8th tier demigod, let alone a 9th tier true god. An SS tier class caps at level 250. I broke the limit once, but the ceiling was still there. So hidden classes might cap at 300? Yi Qing mused. Depends on the class. The weakest barely beats steer. The strongest can crush SS steer. Zhao Qianquan shifted gears, emptying everything he knew about alien realms, the Abyss, human traders, and the esoteric god and Abyss societies. Yi Qing listened in silence. Half an hour later, Zhao Qianquan was spent, his breathing ragged. That's the lot, he warned. And watch how the Yi family will try to use you. Yi Qing's lips curved. We'll see who's using whom. With that, he rose and left. Zhao Qianquan watched him go, unease mixing with admiration. So the boy had seen through it all. Good. Of the younger generation, only Yi Qing remained unreadable, thoughts fathomless, power deeper still. Then he noticed the chair Yi Qing had just vacated. A strange flower, glimmering gray, stood there in full bloom. Zhao Qianquan stared, brushed a fingertip across its attribute panel, and fell into a long, contemplative silence. The longevity spirit blossom? After leaving the courtyard, Yi Qing exchanged a brief greeting with Lu He, who was standing guard at the gate. A few minutes later, the old dean kicked the gate wide open, threw back his head, and burst into manic laughter. In the next instant, he became a streak of blood-red sword light and shot into the sky. I've regained a bit of vitality, he shouted. Enough for another overdraft. Time to hack at the abyssal evil god one more time, ha ha ha. Lu He watched the sword light disappear, his eyes filled with sorrow and awe. Is the old dean going to his death? Even with only a heartbeat of life left, he still chooses to hold the abyss down. Yi Qing soon returned to his quarters at Capital University. He opened the door, collapsed into the plush sofa, and began to inventory everything he had gained in the Shanghai realm. 1. Over 10,000 medicinal herbs from the Royal Qing Apothecary Garden and the Mountain of Time, all of them at legendary grade or higher. 2. His wager on Ing Shuang, whose transcendent potential meant the 8th turn would be effortless and the 9th only a matter of time. 3. The orb from the Mountain of Time, which granted him a 20-second time rewind. Short, but a priceless trump card. After finishing the tally, Yi Qing entered the Hongmeng Pearl's pocket dimension and planted every herb he had brought back from the Mountain of Time. Then he crawled into a tent deep within the peach grove and fell into a deep sleep. Days of sleepless travel through the void had pushed his mind to the brink. A few hours later he woke, refreshed, and walked into the laboratory. Chen Hun was wearing a white lab coat, A blood-red spider the size of a palm perched on his shoulder, its shadow exuding an unsettling aura. In the water tank beside him, a half-meter-tall turtle snored like thunder. The blood god spider, the nether ghost, and the sky-piercing AO3 mythic-class creatures had all hatched successfully. How long exactly has it been in here? Qing asked, glancing around. Had 2 whole months already passed inside the Hongming Pearl? Only 3 or 4 days, Qin replied, bewildered. My professional skills leveled up, so the mythic beasts are growing faster, that's all. Both of them had been working so obsessively that they had lost all sense of time. Qing simply asked the lab's AI, what's today's date? Good afternoon, master. It is September 15th, 2 p.m., the synthetic voice responded. Qing explained the time dilation around the mountain of time and pointed out that the Hongming Pearl was still in its infancy. It couldn't maintain an independent world just yet. Qin listened, eyes wide. No wonder my skill proficiency is skyrocketing, and these little fellows are growing before my very eyes. Qing walked over to the Gaijin culture jar. The cluster of light inside had already grown to the size of a bean, its gentle glow making his heart quiver. In the neighboring jar lay a sleeping infant of the Ghost Clan labeled Ghost Clan female infant unnamed mythic level 0. He looked at Qin, remembering that even when the man had been a life-class professional, he could create gods with his bare hands. Now that he had advanced to S rank, his abilities had skyrocketed. The evidence was right in front of him. With nothing but the Ghost Clan's DNA, Qin had produced a brand new Ghost Clan life form. Qin studied the divine genome. It was closed once it grew to the size of a fist, an embryo would form. He swirled the vial of nutrient solution, and the translucent gene cluster shimmered faintly gold in the light. His eyes shifted to the Ghost Clan infant inside a nearby incubator. She could come out now, but if she starts crying she'll interrupt my work. Qing leaned against the doorway and shrugged. She was made from that girl's genes. Could she carry any memories? No. Qin spoke quick and sharp. I purified that sample several times. She's just like any other newborn. He snapped the pod's metal lid shut. Qing patted his shoulder. Stop hiding in the lab. Let's hit an outside instance and level you up. You can fight now. They left the Hongming Pearl space and headed for the rookie instance on the capital's eastern edge. It wasn't awakening season, so only 2 life-class players guarded the entrance. Passing through the light curtain, a system chime rang out. You have entered the beginner instance Dark Night Forest. A dim forest unfolded. A cold wind whistled, leaves rustling overhead. Excitement flashed in Qin's eyes as he raised a hand and summoned 3 titans, a demigod-grade Tontian AO, a mythic blood spider, and a mythic nether wraith. Ahead, a level 2 white rabbit bounded along. The blood spider spat crimson silk and shredded the creature instantly. Level 2 white rabbit slain. Gained 10 experience points. On this low-level map, the trio of monsters were unstoppable. The Tontian Owl's massive shell splintered ancient trees. The nether wraith skimmed the grass trailing ghostly mist, and the blood spider draped scarlet webs behind them. Nothing could pierce the turtle's defense. Qing set up a lihua furnace in a clearing and began refining pills with practiced ease. An hour later, the system announced Qin had cleared the instance. Light flashed, and they appeared at the exit. Qin grinned. These monsters are way too weak. Qing spread his hands. Your starting point beats most SS tier classes. That day, he ran Qin through several more low-level instances. By sunset, Qin reached level 10, gear glowing from head to toe. Between runs, Qing fired up 10 batches of longevity pills. 2 furnaces exploded, 1 batch came out inferior, but 6 quality pills remained, each boosting experience by 20%. 1 supreme pill offered 50%. The only downside, pill experience couldn't be stored in the sign-in system. Night fell. Neon lights blinked across the capital, traffic flowing non-stop. Near midnight, they ducked into a small diner and inhaled a few plates of hot food. Afterward, they slipped through a dim alley and returned to the Hongming Pearl space. Qin headed straight for the lab to infuse the divine genes with a new nutrient formula. In the peach grove, Qing kept busy at the lihua furnace. A glance at the sign-in panel showed 60 billion experience left. He opened the store and bought 2 subclass advancement cards. His 4 subclasses now stood at 1. Corrupt Healer Master Peak. 2. Formation Master Grandmaster. 3. Alchemist Novice. 4. Artificer Untrained. He saved the card meant for alchemy. With the lihua furnace, even low rank was enough. Instead, he fed 1 card into Formation Master. Pain stabbed his mind as celestial patterns and array structures re-wove themselves. He could now set up a mythic-grade grand array in minutes. He kept the 2nd card for later. Glancing at the 99 billion point God-slaying card in the store, he vowed to save up a bit more for that extra trump. Just then, a baby's wail echoed from the lab. Qing hurried toward the sound. The lab was a mess of debris. Qin held a baby girl in his arms, his face clouded with worry. Shattered glass and spilled nutrient fluid covered the floor, and the air still sizzled with residual spiritual energy. The infant was screaming at full volume, yet not a single tear fell. Her dark eyes glittered like stars in the night sky. Qing pushed the door open, surveyed the wreckage, and asked with a wry smile, "What happened?" "I was about to inject nutrient fluid into this ghoul baby's incubation pod," Qin said, patting the child's back while bits of glass clung to his sleeve. Her divine power went out of control and blew the pod apart. Qing stepped closer, met the baby's gaze, and spoke softly but firmly. "No more crying. We'll never shut you in a pod again. Okay." The little one answered in a sweet, piping voice. Qing arched a brow in surprise as a system window flashed before his eyes. Affection toward him 90. Affection toward Qin 100, maxed out. "She's pretty attached to both of us," Qing chuckled. "Looks like we just picked up another daughter." Qin gave a helpless nod. Qing patted his shoulder. "Don't look so glum. She's this smart already, one day she might be your best assistant." With a flick of his wrist, Qing conjured a thumb-sized, low-grade longevity pill. Its runes were dim, but the fragrance was rich. He held it to the baby's lips. She swallowed it whole, burped contentedly, and said, "Tasty. More. This stuff's pricey, kid, hardly candy." Qing laughed. "Tomorrow you get formula." He turned to Qin. "Got a name? A Qinshi? I'm terrible at naming, so I'll go with that." Qing agreed. With everything settled, Qing left the lab, walked through the peach grove, slipped into a makeshift tent, and fell fast asleep. Dawn broke. A light mist drifted across the athletic field as Qing strolled the tree-lined avenue of Capital University, scrolling through news on his phone. October 1st, Collegiate Pro Player Summit set to launch campuses in full prep mode. Breaking. Sky Rank Number 1 Celestial Master Xiaoyao completes Level 1 24th Job Advancement. Sky Rank Number 10 Sword Immortal Qing resurfaces at Capital University after 2 months. The phantom he left at the guild remains unbeaten, and analysts predict he now ranks in the top 3. Qing slipped the phone into his pocket and headed for the cafeteria. He demolished 3 breakfasts by himself and reloaded his meal card for another 3 months, leaving the cashier dumbfounded. On his way out, he passed the training arena, already packed with spectators. A brash teenager in golden armor stood on the platform, longsaber flashing in sweeping waves. Opposite him, Nangong Ro wielded a crimson staff while a white divine dragon coiled at her side, its gleaming scales blocking every strike. She followed with a burst of searing flame, blasting her opponent off the stage. "Nangong Ro, you're my goddess," someone shouted, and the arena erupted. "She's dual-classed, and wearing an epic set no freshman can touch her. Don't forget Qing. The phantom he left 2 months ago was ridiculous." "You're right, I'm pretty strong," Qing interjected, appearing beside them, casually munching on a piece of fruit. The student commentator blinked. "Wait, you look familiar, are you Qing?" The crowd exploded. "What? Qing's here? I thought he was on extended leave, been gone forever. I saw it in the morning paper. When he heard about the old dean, he went back to Kyoto University yesterday." At dawn, the edge of the arena was buzzing. Dressed in training gear, Nangong Ro crossed the platform, stopped before Qing, and lowered her voice. "Where have you been all this time? I'd like to challenge you." The crowd held its breath, eager to see Qing's current strength. Qing rose lazily and brushed off his sleeve. "I'm level 70. You're no match for me, so forget it." "Say 70. Nangong Rao's pupils shrank, a bitter smile spreading across her face. She was only level 28. The gap had become an abyss overnight. All she could do was watch his retreating back. Murmurs erupted at once. "No way, Qing's already level 70. He awakened the same day as Nangong Ro. That leveling speed is insane." Qing heard every word but didn't turn around. Sharing experience with 8 growth-type flying swords had slowed him down. Otherwise, he would already be level 120. After leaving campus, he went straight to the Shuntian auction house, swiped his card for a batch of spirit herbs, and then strolled into the city's busiest commercial street. Hawkers shouted. Random loot boxes, 1 million great xia coins each. Open one, profit guaranteed. Legendary gear, fresh from the dungeon, don't miss out. Amid the surging crowds, Qing's gaze swept over several shimmering dungeon gates outside Kyoto City and locked onto the bone-dry, sword Masaluma high-level instance controlled by the Shangwan clan. They had full guides and monster weaknesses mapped out. The only drawback was the hefty ticket price. Inside waited the thing he had to claim, a peerless divine sword. The entrance was unusually quiet, with only a few veteran parties gathered there. Nearly every level 200 powerhouse in Kyoto had gone to the wilds for hidden dungeons or to the abyss battlefield to gamble with death. Those left behind were gray-haired veterans escorting gold farming crews and small adventure teams. Seeing Qing arrive alone, they sneered. "Brat, still in college, huh? Going in without a high-tier pro? Tickets aren't cheap, and he doesn't look rich." Qing glanced at them and smirked. "You'll stay here forever, while I'll go much farther." He produced a black steel card, paid the fee, and stepped through the gate. Several team leaders fumed. "Just him? The sword puppets in there will shred him. Forget it's dead meat." The Shangwan attendant only smiled and shook his head. "Is it stupidity or ignorance? That was Qing. His name's getting big these days." "Humph, just a kid who hasn't grown up," an old man snorted, but said nothing more, and the attendant let the matter drop. A flash of light, and Yi Qing landed. Before him rolled mountains where lush green blended with desolation, and tens of thousands of headstones stood like a forest. A breeze carried the scent of rust, and earth every mound had a broken sword thrust into the soil. Grave of withered blades, a level 200 instance. Every shattered blade, here, carries an untold story. Legend claims the Sword of Oblivion lies buried in this necropolis, waiting for its rightful master. When Yi Qing spotted those words Sword of Oblivion in the dungeon prompt, his eyes lit up. He knew its location and the steps to claim it by heart. The sword was the very reason he had come. 9 flying swords already rested inside his sword Qi lacked only the final growth-type blade. In his previous life, someone obtained this divine weapon in challenge mode 3 years from now. With the chance appearing early, he refused to let it slip away. Though the graveyard was filled with battered swords, each one still retained its own will. Behind Yi Qing, a black sword case opened soundlessly, and 9 flying swords rose, glinting coldly. Except for Tianyao, which was still half-mythic, every sword possessed a unique spirit and limitless potential for growth. Suddenly the surrounding mounds trembled. Sand collapsed, and purple-tinged corpses clawed their way out of the earth. Tattered robes clung to withered bodies as they simultaneously grabbed the broken blades before their graves. An instant later, 1,000 beams of dazzling sword light pierced the sky, and an icy chill swept across the burial ground. Yi Qing raised a hand and cast probe. The panel read, Sword Puppet, level 200. Description: though the wielders are dead, their blades remain sharp. The instance contains a large number of epic rank puppets and several mythic rank ones. Ordinary players have no hope of clearing it. Yet every puppet before him seemed frozen in place, an oddity that made Yi Qing arch a brow. Abruptly, one white-named puppet activated and lunged at him in a blur. A massive phantom of the heavenly fiend erupted behind Yi Qing. He unleashed mortal realm sword control, and Tianyao shot out a snow-white arc, first cleaving through the puppet's sword aura, then slicing the puppet clean in two. System prompt: defeated level 200 sword puppet, gained 165,000 experience. This was Yi Qing's first venture into a dungeon of this tier, and he smiled at the shattered remains at his feet. The instance prompt followed. Choose to challenge green sword puppets or continue with white sword puppets. After defeating a boss-level puppet, you may leave the instance. He selected green without hesitation, scooped up the white puppet's loot, and murmured, so that's why those old geezers would spend a fortune to get in here. Loot. Swordstone white consumable. Restores 10 durability to a weapon and increases a white sword's sharpness by 1. Such durability repair items fetch a high price. 1 white sword stone can sell for tens of thousands of Xia dollars. The next puppet appeared, its health, movement, attack speed, and power all higher than the last, yet Yi Qing still downed it with a single slash. He picked up another sword stone, then tapped blue sword puppets. At that moment, several safe zones expanded on the ground, and a gold farming party was teleported into the instance. The newcomers stared at Yi Qing in disbelief. Kid, you're still in one piece? That's a miracle. Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to answer. The blue puppet streaked toward him like a living blade. Yi Qing activated clarity of the sword heart, sending all attributes soaring. Beast Mark Mystique flowed in tandem, and with the Spirit Fox physique he regenerated 1 of his health and mana each second. He raised Tianyao to meet the incoming aura, then reversed the blade and severed the blue puppet at the waist. The entire party was stunned. Someone his age wielding such power was beyond anything they had imagined. Even working together, it takes us more than 10 minutes to bring down a blue sword puppet, yet he cut it down with a single strike. Before the brief shock had faded, fresh sword puppets materialized around the area, pinning each squad in its own fight. Yi Qing sheathed his blade and fixed his sights on a distant purple puppet. The purple puppet stood several meters tall, its 8 million HP bar thick as a fortress wall. A flash of sword heart lit Yi Qing's eyes. The heavenly demon sword whistled through the air, and in that instant the puppet was cleaved in two and scattered to ashes before its blade aura could even trigger. A prompt floated past. Purple elite sword puppet killed. 1.35 million experience gained. He stooped to pick up the crystalline swordstone. The heavenly demon sword, still humming overhead, dropped into his palm. A system window appeared. Challenge the Lord Great Sword Puppet? Yi Qing confirmed without a second thought. The ground trembled. A hulking, tower-like figure split the flagstones as it strode forward. Runes flowed over its iron shell, and a scarlet bar of 38 million HP glared above its head. Gripping a massive broadsword, it locked eyes with the weapon in Yi Qing's hand and growled, "Kill." The greatsword swung down with a gale behind it. Yi Qing advanced instead of retreating. Activating Shenhuang's Skystep, he sent shards of stone spraying outward. Speed, attack, and defense surged until they matched the level 200 Lord stats. Steel clashed, shrieking, and shockwaves carved the walls into a honeycomb. Roaring in frustration, the puppet triggered blood-burst berserk blade. Its sundered armor dissolved into a crimson mist that wrapped its frame, doubling its speed as the great sword hammered down like a storm. Yi Qing's footwork blurred. Switching his grip, he traced a circle with the heavenly demon sword. Time to finish this. A cold gleam drew a bone-deep slash across the puppet's chest, followed by 7 sword rays detonating in sequence. When the thunder faded, the Lord-grade puppet lay in pieces. Its fragments had not yet hit the ground when it threw back its head in a bell-like laugh, then crashed apart. Yi Qing slid his sword into its sheath, his robe still spotless. With one blade, he had felled a level 200 lord. The system refreshed. Level 200 lord-grade sword puppet killed. 42 million experience gained. You may exit the instance at any time or continue. Choose. Challenge another lord-grade sword puppet, or attempt a legendary grade sword puppet. Legendary, Yi Qing said calmly. Lords were still too weak. Not far away, a party was struggling against a blue puppet. Their middle-aged commander glanced up just as the lord puppet crumbled. Shock crossed his face, then resignation. That's what a true prodigy looks like, soloing a lord while we're still hacking at elites. I've grown old. Near the entrance, the white-beard elder who had mocked Yi Qing earlier also saw it, his heart pounding. He's really going after a level 200 legendary sword puppet? That's a target for full raids. Gasps spread as every gaze turned toward Yi Qing. When the dust settled, a gray-robed female puppet hovered in midair, a slim phoenix-patterned sword floating before her. Moving with feline grace, she spoke aloud. You're impressive. Fight me. Divine Phoenix, sword intent. A flaming phoenix unfurled its wings and shot skyward, waves of blistering heat rolling outward. Amid the furnace-like wind, golden lines lit across Yi Qing's skin. Primal Saint Body. With 2 buffs stacked, every one of his stats leapt 50-fold. No more words. Yi Qing unleashed the heaven-rending draw. The demonic sky sword flashed from its scabbard, and a kilometer-long jet-black blade of light erupted from his palm, splitting the clouds like dark lightning before carving forward. That's more like it. The female sword puppet smiled. With a wave of her hand, a crimson phoenix swelled to dozens of meters, fiery feathers swirling as it slammed into the black blade. The blast ripped across the battlefield, fracturing the ground in a web of cracks. The obsidian light tore straight through, bisecting the phoenix and surging on toward its master. She raised her phoenix-patterned rapier and cried, Nirvana sword art. A scorching scarlet arc split the air, yet Yi Qing's black beam shattered it, as if slicing bamboo. The next instant the darkness swept past, cleaving her in half. Blood splattered across the bone-white floor. Yi Qing's eyes stayed cold. Phantasmal godsword art. Boom. 4 phantom swords, each 100 meters long, ripped open the heavens and slammed to earth. The 4-beast formation formed. The azure dragon coiled, the black tortoise reared, the white tiger roared, and the vermilion bird beat its wings. The 4 spectral beasts charged. Cracks on the puppet's body closed in an instant, yet the holy torrent drove her back. At last the white tiger's claws tore her apart, flesh scattered, and her phoenix-patterned rapier dissolved into rainbow motes. The beasts vanished, and a system prompt chimed. Legendary Blood Phoenix, sword puppet defeated. 220 million experience gained. Yi Qing barely glanced at the notice. Deeper he went into the Boneblade necropolis. 31 legendary sword puppets guarded the extinction sword, and each had to be faced. One after another appeared, yet his health and mana seemed endless. He felled 9 legendary puppets in a row. Experience spiked, and he and every flying blade he owned rose to level 71. Nearby teams who had been watching were struck dumb. A dungeon announcement suddenly boomed. Challenge mode activated. Dungeon difficulty greatly increased. All puppets below legendary rank went silent. The players exchanged looks. They had just offended Yi Qing, and now could only laugh bitterly. Staying now is suicide. One legendary puppet is bad enough. Never mind the whole instance powered up. None of the gold farm crews stayed. They exited, leaving Yi Qing alone. At the entrance, the supervisor saw a flood of players forced out and hurried over. What happened in there? Why did you all get kicked out? That young prodigy triggered challenge mode. What? The Shangwan clan representative blanched. Solo killing more than 10 legendary puppets in a row was the only way to unlock that mode. He scanned the crowd. Yi Qing was absent. Shock filled his eyes, and he called the family elders at once. Deep inside, the instance was deserted. Yi Qing looked around. No spectators. Perfect. 3 legendary sword puppets appeared side by side, their oddly shaped flying swords circling overhead. Interwoven auras fused, power multiplying several-fold as it crashed down. With a click, the case on Yi Qing's back sprang open. The Akasha and Yutian blades shot out, and together with the demonic sky sword split into 60 phantasmal copies that wove into a 100-meter sword dragon. The dragon roared, tore through the combined sword light, and swallowed the 3 puppets and their shattered blades in one gulp, erasing them completely. 3 prompts sounded in succession. 1 billion experience gained. Yi Qing stored the reward in the sign-in system. Yi Qing picked up 3 sword stones. To his surprise, 6 legendary sword puppets emerged, instantly doubling the difficulty. Outside the tomb of withered bones, a violent surge of sword chi shot into the sky and, in a heartbeat, reached the Shangguan clan 1,000 li away. After hearing the scout's report, clan head Shangguan Ding let out a long sigh. The last person to trigger Sword Tomb challenge mode was Xian Yuanpei 30 years ago. Today, Xian Yuanpei stands as Great Xia's foremost war god and is rumored to have touched the threshold of divinity. Unwilling to delay, Shangguan Ding gathered several elders and sped toward the tomb aboard a spirit skiff. At the dungeon entrance, Shangguan guards had been waiting and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, elders. Pull up the internal feed immediately, Shangguan Ding ordered with a raised hand. The Shangguan clan has controlled the Sword Tomb for more than a century. Though they cannot interfere with the dungeon's ghostly mechanisms, they can project its interior through a secret art. A shimmering screen lit up, showing Yi Qing locked in a fierce battle with the 6 legendary puppets. Inside the dungeon, 120 phantom swords burst into being. The passive effect of Mortal Extremity activated, boosting Yi Qing's offense, defense, and speed 12-fold. He waved his hand and deployed the Celestial Fiend Sword formation. The phantom blades aligned with stellar positions, and 125 dazzling stars condensed in the void, shrieking toward the 6 puppets. The puppets raised their swords to block, fissures spreading across their blades. Clutching the Zhuxian sword, Yi Qing unleashed the heaven-rending draw. A blade of peerless sharpness tore across the field. Empowered by Mortal Extremity, it was unstoppable, cleaving the 6 puppets clean in half as the falling stars reduced their armor to dust. System prompts appeared in quick succession. Defeated Sword Puppet. Gained 290 million experience. Defeated Sword Puppet. Gained 310 million experience. Yi Qing deposited every bit of experience into the sign-in system without hesitation. The progress bar flashed 1,008.5 billion. The 9.9 billion needed for the execution card was now within reach. Outside the dungeon, the elders stared, dumbfounded, their documents trembling. He one-shot 6 level 200 legendary monsters. Back then, even Xian Yuanpei needed a full hour. His potential might surpass Xian Yuanpei's. A 9-fold ascension to godhood is only a matter of time. He comes from the Yi clan. Recruiting him will be hard. Yi Qing is tough to handle, but a marriage alliance might work. They whispered among themselves as their evaluation of Yi Qing's sword. The young man had awakened his class only 3 months ago, yet he already wielded such power. Deep within the dungeon, the second wave began. 10 level 200 legendary sword puppets descended at once. Yi Qing's gaze hardened. Without unveiling his trump cards, victory was impossible. Luxian, Xian, and Zhuexian burst from their scabbards, joining Zhuxian, Zhushin, and Zhuma. The 6 immortal swords wove 9 arcs of light that split into 180 phantom blades. Mortal Extremity triggered again, raising his attack, speed, and defense by another 18-fold. Unyielding heart. He roared. Golden light blossomed at his brow, stacking an additional 18-fold attack bonus. A monstrous 36-fold amplification surged forth. A snow-white, 9-tailed spirit fox suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Xiaobai chirped softly. Silver light flashed in her eyes, and the 10 puppets froze for an instant. Seizing that fleeting opening, Yi Qing stepped into profound gold sky stride, his figure dissolving into afterimages. Zhuxian swept down in a crescent arc as he unleashed heaven-rending draw once more, while hundreds of phantom blades descended on the puppets from every direction. A colossal blade of light split several sword puppets in two, then tore across the sky and struck a distant green mountain, cleaving the peak straight down the middle. The 10 legendary sword puppets dissolved into motes of light and vanished. A system prompt flashed in Yi Qing's mind. You have defeated a level 200 legendary sword puppet. Experience gained, 260 million. He deposited the experience into the sign-in system at once. The counter jumped to 1,011,200 million. Without hesitation, Yi Qing purchased a Godslaying card. In an instant, 9.9 billion experience points disappeared, leaving him with just 1.3 billion. The price was steep, yet he allowed himself a faint smile. Slaying a deity would yield far greater rewards. He knew how terrifying gods were. Even the weakest of them could upend Blue Star, and in the abyss or other realms they were just as rare. With that in mind, he summoned his power. 9 flying swords hovered behind him, while countless phantom blades circled, ready for the next wave of puppets. Soft footsteps rustled among the tombs. From behind a crumbling headstone stepped a young man in red, a broken sword glinting in his hand. The grave of bones housed 10 mythic sword puppets, and this newcomer was one of them. Each carried its own unique edge. The red-clad youth eyed Yi Qing like a hunter who had finally found worthy prey. It's been ages since I met a decent opponent. Don't let me down. Your swordplay wasn't bad, but your sword Dao is shallow. How long will those buffs last? Need me to hold back a little? Yi Qing arched a brow. Aren't swordsmen supposed to be the silent type? You talk a lot. The youth chuckled. I haven't spoken to anyone in 30 years. The last youngster was interesting, but weak. I went easy on him and fought a full day and night just to have someone to chat with. Yi Qing raised his hand. Enough for spirits, sword array. Phantom blades converged, and 4 sacred beasts appeared. Azure dragon lashed its tail, white tiger raked the air, vermilion bird spewed flame, and black tortoise roared, all pouncing on the youth in red. The broken sword moved without fancy flourishes or dazzling light, yet every swing formed an iron wall that parried the assault. Yi Qing secretly cast appraisal. Target, Yenhu Mythic, level 200. Profile, a pure heart, madly devoted to the sword, reaching the pinnacle along a single path. Skill, Scarlet Heart, Sword Dao unique. The data made Yi Qing's heart sink. His foe truly wielded just one skill, refined to absolute perfection. Yi Qing glanced at his own panel. Sword Dao advanced, 5.1% completion. All sword type skills power 131%. Compared with Yen Hu, his own Sword Dao was still embryonic. Formations and sword shadows intertwined. The white tiger's claws shredded the air, the azure dragon's tail swept wide, vermilion birds flame scorched, and black tortoises shell sent shockwaves rolling. Yen Hu's broken sword moved with effortless precision, dispersing every strike. He even remarked, merging formations with swordplay interesting idea. It hits hard, definitely an original path. Yi Qing frowned inwardly. Without using his trump cards, this battle could drag on indefinitely. At the dungeon entrance, Shangwan Ding lounged in a chair, watching the fight through a light screen. Yi Qing's in trouble, he murmured. Yen Hu is the strongest of this batch. Back then, Xian Yuanpa fought him for more than 20 hours before Yen Hu took a single step back, and even then, it was Yen Hu who conceded of his own accord. All the other sword puppets put together probably aren't as strong as this one. Yet it has no business showing up at this point, so what on earth is going on? Back then, it was Xian Yuanpa who defeated this very puppet, allowing the Sword of Annihilation to surface. Unfortunately, the blade rejected him, and he never became its master. Now several elders of the Shangwan clan were huddled together, whispering excitedly. They hadn't witnessed such an exhilarating battle in ages. The Grand Elder studied the field and spoke in a low, decisive voice. Yi Qing's level is definitely no higher than 85, but his opponent is more than 100 levels above him. The other elders exchanged stiff, incredulous looks. A gap like that across the whole of history, you couldn't find a second example. Someone mentioned the coming initiative by the Adventurers Guild. A new combat trading system was about to be announced, and they were eager to see where Yi Qing would land. The assault of the 4 spirit sword formation suddenly weakened. It had never been able to restrain Yen Hu, and now it was little more than a facade. Yen Hu flicked the broken sword in his hand and said with open disdain, "Why has it gotten so weak? Boring." As the words left his lips, he took a single step forward. The broken blade flashed, and 4 heads tumbled through the air. The towering sacred beasts dissolved into illusory sword shadows that drifted away on the wind. Yi Qing raised one hand and recalled the 4 phantom blades. With his peerless sword intent, he could have ended Yen Hu in an instant, yet he chose not to. In that brief exchange alone, his high-level sword mastery had jumped 2% progress that normally took him 2 full days. Yen Hu rested the broken sword on his shoulder and sat casually atop a desolate grave, one long leg crossed over the other. A faint smile touched his lips. "Kid, I can feel a stronger power inside you enough to one-shot me. Let me stick around a while longer, and I'll be your sparring partner. I might even help you summon the Sword of Annihilation while I'm at it." Yi Qing's eyes lit up. "You said it." If he could shape the embryo of his own sword path from Yen Hu and claim the Sword of Annihilation as well, the opportunity would be priceless. For once, Yen Hu set aside his usual nonchalance. He planted the broken sword upright, let his aura plummet until it matched Yi Qing's, and nodded solemnly. "Of course." Yi Qing smiled, drew the Tianyao sword, and the two began to spar. "Your sword is fast and powerful," Yen Hu remarked calmly, strolling through each attack as though on a garden path, "but it's missing something. You'll have to figure it out for yourself." Steel clashed in midair, ringing again and again. Strangely enough, Yi Qing was the aggressor, yet Yen Hu's presence pressed him down at every turn. Still, Yi Qing could literally watch his advanced sword mastery ticking upward, inspiration flooding his mind. They sparred for 3 days and 3 nights without pause. Yi Qing felt as though had been hurled into a world made of pure sword, with nothing else to distract him. Yen Hu watched first in satisfaction, then with a hint of melancholy. A graceful silhouette flickered across his memory, the woman he had ultimately failed. Suddenly, Yi Qing's perception shifted. Every drifting yellow leaf, every blade of grass in the swaying field, even the trees around them all transformed into countless sword forms, merging and reforming in endless cycles. The revelation lasted for a full half-hour. When reality snapped back, a series of messages flashed across his status pane. "Your swordsmanship has advanced to master level. Congratulations, you have grasped the embryo of your own sword path. It is currently unnamed. Would you like to name it? Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, temporal spatial sword art. Yi Qing watched Yin Hu stand rooted to the spot, deep in thought. He chose not to interrupt, concentrating instead on naming his own sword path. When the words Hongmeng Sword Dao fully formed in his mind, his former high-grade sword discipline evolved. Hongmeng Sword Dao Prototype 1. Description: a sword path comprehended by Yi Qing that can embrace all things. Damage from any sword skill is increased by 760 and gains the special effect Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongmeng Purple Qi. All buffs on the enemy are simultaneously copied and added to the user. Within a few breaths, his stats surged. Yi Qing could feel an immense, all-encompassing aura coursing through him. He immediately examined the new skill that had appeared. Spacetime Swordsmanship LV1. 1. Each strike is infused with the power of spacetime, allowing any sword to tear open space at will and hide within it. 2. When attacking, the enemy's movements are slowed by 30, while the user's attack speed and power increase by 35. 3. Every hit applies a spacetime mark with no limit on stacks. The marks can be detonated at any moment, dealing massive damage and guaranteeing a critical strike. If I pair this with Illusory God Sword Art and Sword Scar, the marks could stack endlessly. No one could survive the burst, Yi Qing reflected. Across from him, Yin Hu shook off his reverie and glanced up to see Yi Qing lost in thought. Kid, what are you daydreaming about? Let me see the prototype of your sword path. Yi Qing closed the panel and tightened his grip on the Tianyao sword. As you wish. They clashed again. Without activating any skills, Yi Qing relied solely on the Hongmeng Sword Dao and fought Yin Hu to a standstill. Purple mist burst from the blade, like the dawn of creation. Yin Hu stared at the haze and murmured, impressive. This prototype is far stronger than the kid from 30 years ago. 30 years ago? Yi Qing angled his sword. Who was that? Xianyuan Pa, Yin Hu replied. A prodigy. When he came in, he was already level 200 at the peak of his 5th rebirth, and I didn't hold back at all. Xianyuan Po, the current sword deity of Daxiao, and a future true god had once stood here. Yi Qing felt a jolt of awe. I'm going back to sleep, Yin Hu said, sheathing his sword and stepping back with a satisfied smile. He clapped his hands. A black sword with white patterns hummed into the air in front of a nearby ancient tomb, light rippling along its blade. This is the Jaime sword, Yin Hu explained. Go on, claim it. The hilt felt cold yet steady in Yi Qing's palm. The blade trembled briefly, then fell still. Yi Qing pricked his finger, and a drop of blood seeped into the spine. Contract sealed. Jaime white growth weapon, usable at level 1. Summary: the sword of silent destruction, containing boundless power born of heaven and earth. You are its first master. Attributes: physical attack 1200, all basic stats 150. Skills: binding, Jaime's sword Qi, void sword, sword spirit, extinguish life, destruction, break void. Yin Hu's smile widened. The Jaime sword has found a worthy master. Now I can rest easy. Yi Qing opened the Tongtian sword coffer, removed the Tianyao sword, and placed the newly gained Jaime sword inside. The 9 flying swords within chimed in unison, their cold gleams interlacing. He gazed at the 9 blades. Each was a peerless divine weapon, capable of limitless growth. Each of the 9 swords Yuxian, Luxian, Xianxian, Juexian, Qishao, Yutian, Shilua, Tianxian, and Jimmy possessed a soul of its own. After closing the sword case, Yi Qing knew his mission was complete. The dungeon had paid off handsomely. He exchanged accumulated EXP for a Godslayer card, grasped the rudiments of the Hongmeng sword path, and claimed the Jimia divine sword for himself. Once he confirmed nothing was missing, he exited the instance without hesitation. In the depths of the dungeon, the ground split open, revealing a palace forged entirely from midnight blue crystal. Star-like lights flickered across the hall, and a young man identical to Yin, who stood motionless at its center. Beside him rested a transparent crystal coffin. Inside lay a woman in crimson, exquisitely beautiful, lost in silent slumber. Don't worry, I will bring you back soon, Yin Hu whispered, his gaze gentle yet feverish. Even though he kept his aura suppressed, the peak tier 8 demigod pressure still cracked the surrounding space. He could step into the true god realm at any moment. At the dungeon entrance, the stone gate hung half open. Shangguan Ding, patriarch of the Shangguan clan, stood silently with several elders. Surprise flashed across their faces when Yi Qing emerged. Remarkable youth, Shangguan Ding boomed. We're old men now. To trade blows with Yin Hu for 3 days and nights extraordinary. Would you do us the honor of visiting the Shangguan estate? Yi Qing shook his head lightly, glancing at the crowd. I have pressing matters to attend to. Another time. The 3rd elder shot to his feet, fury blazing. Brat, you grabbed the divine sword our clan uses to guard this instance, and think you can just walk away? Dream on. 3rd brother, every opportunity has its destined owner. Shangguan Ding raised a hand to calm him. If we lacked the fate, the Jimia sword would never have chosen us in the first place. Yi Qing arched a brow. So the wily old man was playing good cop, bad cop. He looked them over and judged silently. All of them were level 300 veterans, and the professional association headquarters was nearby. they wouldn't dare start a real fight. Jimia has recognized its master. It will never return to you. If you insist on force, go ahead. As his voice fell, 9 flying swords flared out behind him. Sword chi surged like a tide, withering the surrounding grass and trees in an instant. Tension tightened the Shangguan clan's chests, and they reluctantly stepped aside. Yi Qing sheathed his swords and left without a backward glance. Shangguan Ding watched the receding figure, eyes deep. Clever boy. He saw through our ploy. The third elder was still seething. His figure flickered away, then reappeared in the distance. No matter. I'll visit the Yi family and propose a marriage myself. If we can't seize the Jimia sword, we'll use another method. With Yi Qingtsong still alive, they won't dare tear the veil just yet, Shangguan Ding sighed. 100 meters away, atop an ancient tree, Yi Qing lifted the concealment array and caught every word. A scornful smile curled on his lips. A marriage alliance? How cliché. He had yet to reveal his true break with the Yi family and still carried the title of First Young Master. With the war god Yi Qingtsong as a deterrent, the Shangguan clan indeed dared not act rashly. With a wave he dispelled the hundreds of sound-blocking sigils, stowed the 4 Zhuxian swords, and the entire Zhuxian sword formation collapsed. The next instant a spatial rift yawned open, and his figure stepped inside. University of Kyoto dormitory. Yi Qing dropped onto the sofa and pulled out his phone. The date read September 20th. A national college professional tournament will be held at the Death Temple Dungeon in the northern suburbs of Shanghai. A system notification flashed. Right after came a message from Luo Qiu. Kyoto University's team leaves tomorrow. Don't be late. Yi Qing tapped the armrest thoughtfully. With his current strength, even the top ranker on the heaven list posed no threat. The real trouble would be the foreign spies and Abyss Society agents lurking in the dark. Time to wipe you all out in one go and save myself headaches later. His eyes were icy as he entered the Hongmeng Pearl's internal realm and began refining longevity pills. On the morning of September 21st, several colossal flying beasts landed on Kyoto University's athletic field, stirring a noisy crowd all around. Yi Qing approached from a distance, and the crowd instantly burst into excited chatter. That's Yi Qing, one of the strongest players at Jingdu University. He cleared the Withered Bones Sword tomb yesterday, a level 200 dungeon. People whispered guesses about his true level and marveled at his lone wolf style. Yi Qing walked to a corner, dropped onto a bench, and shut out the noise around him. He simply raised a hand and tapped his phone awake. Far off, Morong Shui was heading over with several classmates in tow. Striding at the front was a sharp-eyed young man, Shangguan Peng, the second son of the Shangguan clan. Onlookers pointed and murmured, but Shangguan Peng looked down at Morong Shui with a lofty smirk. For this mission, just stay behind us. We'll make sure you place high enough to serve the Shangguan family well. Yes. Morong Shui's reply was barely audible, though her fist clenched tight inside her sleeve. Lacking the backing of a major faction, her gear, resources, and team all fell short. For a genius from a humble background, it was both helpless and heartbreaking. She silently moved to the rear of the group. Yi Qing's gaze swept across the young noble, Shangguan Peng, a third-year student, ranked 8th on the heavenly list, level 120, class SS Deer Dark Knight. The system panel showed their favorability at a glance. Shangguan Peng and his entourage sat at a mere 20 indifferent. Morong Shui alone was shockingly high 99, secret admiration. Yi Qing thumbed his phone and let his eyes rest on Morong Shui. Maybe he should give her a hand and draw out that hidden dungeon early. In his last life, she vanished after the University Pro League and resurfaced 3 years later by solo clearing one of the top 10 mysteries of Blue Star. He still remembered roughly where that instance lay. The crowd grew denser. Professors Luo Qiu, Lu He, and several other instructors worked to keep order, guiding students toward the nearby flying beasts. Bro, why didn't you come home? Yi Ling ran over and plopped down beside him. I'm used to being on my own. Too much noise makes me itch. Yi Qing shook his head. Fine then. Yi Ling made a face and skipped off toward the mounts. Once everyone was aboard, the giant creatures spread their wings and shot into the sky toward Modu. A protective barrier cut the gale, leaving the deck as steady as solid ground. Yi Qing leaned against the aft rail, biting into a piece of fruit while staring into the deep blue above. Atop the lead beast, Dean Zhou Xiong of the combat division surveyed the land below, with Luo Qiu standing beside him. Zhou Xiong sighed softly. The old headmaster dived into the abyss again. He's likely to die down there. 10 war gods guard that place. Why join the mess? Luo Qiu snorted, though worry flashed in her eyes. She suddenly stared into the distance. We might have trouble. A massive shadow tore through the clouds, a 9-headed monster bird, feathers tinted blue-violet, eyes lifeless. Venomous 9-headed rock. Legendary tier, level 150. Cries of alarm spread like wildfire. How did a wild beast wander this far into the sky? If it were on the ground, I'd wipe it out in a snap, Shangguan Peng remarked, his tone still arrogant. No big deal. The dean of the combat division was on the lead beast, and he was a level 300 powerhouse. Yi Qing sat near the back, eyes half narrowed. The nine-headed bird's movements were stiff and frantic, clearly the work of a puppeteer. An uneasy thought surfaced. Had members of the Abyss Society infiltrated Capital University as well? At the front, Zhou Xiong gave a soft whistle. The sky split open into a crimson summoning array 100 meters wide, and a giant bird wreathed in scarlet flame dived out. Before the nine-headed bird could even scream, red light tore through its vitals and dropped it dead. Clutching the corpse, the fiery bird soared upward, vanished into the array, and the sky sealed shut as if nothing had happened. The cadets in back stared in reverence. The dean's familiar was even more terrifying than rumor claimed. By dusk, several transport behemoths glided toward the magic capital, their golden-red shells glowing in the setting sun. As they landed, Zhou Xiong surveyed the students and declared, 9 days remain until the Collegiate Professionals Tournament. First, would like a friendly match with Magic Capital University, and the winners will earn generous rewards. The crowd erupted. Amid the clamor, Qing slipped away. Sparring held no appeal, and alchemy seemed a better use of time. At the gate, Luo Qiu blocked him. Where are you going? He'll be back for the tournament. With that, he disappeared around the corner. Luo Qiu watched him leave and could only smile wryly. She was no longer his equal. Inside the Hongming Bead's pocket realm, furnace flames painted the vault a fierce red. Beside a huge cauldron, Qing opened the sign-in store. 2 items remained, a mysterious pill recipe and a mysterious chest, both priced in experience. He had 1.3 billion points left. Let's start with 10 recipes. At his touch, 10 jade slips flew into his palm. First, Divine Cognition Pill, Mythic Grade, greatly boosts mental power, Intelligence 13,000, Lifetime Limit 1. Second, 5-Element Pill, Demigod Grade, imbues attacks with the 5 elements, instantly raising the user 3 levels. Arranged in a row, each recipe was impressive and came with a full ingredient list. Qing nodded in approval. The longevity pills in the cauldron were nearly finished. He considered trying the Divine Cognition Pill, but the success rate was only 34% with just a 2% chance of producing a supreme version. His alchemy rank was still too low. Better to finish a few more batches of longevity pills and refine his touch. While Qing buried himself in flame and fumes, excitement swept through Magic Capital University. Every heaven-rank professional drew a sea of eager eyes. Did you hear? Xiaoyao, the top ranker, arrived on campus but still hasn't shown his face. Qing's rank shot up yesterday's 3rd now. He solo cleared a level 200 dungeon and killed a level 200 legendary monster. He came with Capital University but slipped away early. A Capital University student supplied the details. Even as he spoke, a shout rang out at the far end of the walkway. Something's happening at the arena. 2 heaven rankers are about to duel. Wind howled above the platform. Arms folded, Shangwan Peng stood at center stage and sneered down at Shangwan Hong. Fanghua, you'd really stick up for that stray? She's a fringe member of the Shangwan clan, hardly worth your effort. A young woman in a jade-green gown stepped onto the stage, vines coiling around the staff in her hand. She was Fanghua, 11th on the heaven ranking, a druidic sorceress. She smiled lightly. Does it matter? Shangwan Peng's eyes chilled. A black spear formed in his palm, its tip swirling with darkness. You've already lost to me once, and now you dare act tough? As his words fell, a sea of blossoms burst beneath Fanghua's feet. Thorny vines ripped through the floor, lashing outward. The crowd around the arena swelled. On the outskirts, Murong Shui pulled Shangwan Hong into a secluded corner, locked eyes with her, and asked, each word crisp and clear, what on earth are you thinking? Shangwan Hong gave a faint smile. I'm leaving the Shangwan clan. Once I reach level 300, they'll go back and topple their rotten rule. Murong Shui's gaze turned to ice. So you're just leaving me behind? I endured 2 full months in that clan solely to work with you. That's why I'm asking you. She took a deep breath, cut ties with the Shangwan clan, dropped Kyoto University, and join Abyss Society with me. Shangwan Hong lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. Don't you understand? Even an SS rank class holder can't rise without a major clan. At Kyoto University, if you aren't under the Shangwan banner, you can't even enter a single dungeon. The clans monopolize every run. They can crush me at any moment, and they can do the same to you. With that, he turned back to the crowd to keep watching the match, leaving Murong Shui standing there, her breathing ragged. The taste of helplessness pressed on her chest. More than anyone, she yearned for power that could sweep everything aside. She finally let out a soft sigh and slipped away in silence. After this tournament, he'll cut ties with the Shangwan clan and head into the wilds to hunt for undiscovered dungeons. The vow echoed in her heart. Late night, September 29th, inside the Hongmeng Pearl space. Qing sat cross-legged beside the alchemy furnace, neat rows of jade bottles at his side, 30 longevity pills and 10 supreme longevity pills. Taken at once, they would boost him 14 levels, but he planned to wait until he hit 106 and jump straight to 120. He glanced at his status. His subprofession was 1 step short of alchemy master. Pulling out the ingredients, he began refining 5-element pills. Multicolored flames roiled in the Lihua furnace, the walls snapping and crackling. Not far away, Xiaobai swished her 9 snow-white tails, keeping silent watch. Moments later, a system prompt appeared. Pill refinement successful. Critical hit triggered. Produce supreme 5-element pill 2. Your subprofession alchemist rank has advanced to alchemy master. Yi Qing immediately used a subprofession advance card. Your subprofession alchemist rank has advanced to alchemy grandmaster. He gazed at the 2 fresh pills in his palm. Supreme 5-element pill mythic. Instantly grants 5 levels and infuses the user with elemental power. A mythic grade pill perfect. He nodded in satisfaction and slipped them into a bottle. Without pause, Yi Qing fired up the furnace again, this time to refine the deification pill, also mythic grade and requiring incredibly rare ingredients. Holding the flame steady, he watched sparks burst from the furnace. Refining deification pill. Time crawled by, Yi Qing's heart lodged in his throat. The fire gradually subsided, and the furnace let out a muffled pop. Another prompt flashed. Refinement successful. Critical hit triggered. Obtained deification pill 3. Even though he hadn't produced a supreme grade ascension pill, getting 3 pills from a single batch of ingredients was already a pleasant surprise. All 3 pills were of mythic quality. Once swallowed, they greatly boosted mental power and permanently granted intelligence 13,000, yet each person could take only one in a lifetime. Yi Qing casually picked one up and tossed it into his mouth. The scorching medicinal power surged between his brows, and he watched his intelligence stats skyrocket across his personal interface. He flicked the second pill to Xiaobai, who tilted its head back and swallowed it whole, only to be knocked straight into a deep sleep by the overwhelming energy. Yi Qing crouched, scooped the little creature into his arms, and carried it past clusters of exotic flowers to the dragon blood tree, laying it gently on a bed of soft fallen leaves. The surrounding 7-hue mist god's blossoms and dreamweaver flowers were ripe, but eating them outright would be wasteful. They were best reserved for alchemy. He mentally added them to his inventory. Leaving the herb garden, Yi Qing entered the lab. Chen Han was holding a delicate porcelain-skinned little girl while reading through a stack of documents. Yi Qing recognized her as Chun Shi and marveled inwardly. She's growing so fast. Are all ghostkin children like this? Chen Han adjusted his glasses and nodded. My research shows that ghostkin reach the equivalent of a 20-year-old human appearance in a very short time. After that, they don't age again until the day they die. Little Chun Shi silently studied the papers in his arms, turning the pages along with him. Yi Qing stepped up to the workbench, his gaze falling on the divine genome. It had swollen to the size of a walnut, faint luminous veins pulsing across its surface. It was now absorbing ambient energy on its own and accelerating non-stop. Chen Han explained, the air in this instance is rich in a special energy source that it absorbs perfectly, so its growth has exploded. I want the god to be absolutely loyal to me from the moment it's born, Yi Qing said bluntly. Chen Han was ready for that. Once the genome reaches the embryonic stage, infuse it with your blood. ITLL treat you as its biological parent and be loyal by nature. Yi Qing nodded, though the idea felt Ada had never even touched a woman and was about to welcome 2 children at once. He checked his phone. 4 a.m., September 30th. Exiting the Hongmeng Pearl space, he found himself back on Moda University's campus, strolling along a quiet tree-lined path before settling near a bench. A thin dawn mist rose, and as the first ray of sunlight broke through, the fog was quickly steamed away by golden light. He watched the sunrise, scrolling through news feeds on his phone. The road outside the gate grew livelier. The recent string of duels among the heaven-rank professionals had thrilled onlookers. Someone whispered, that looks like Yi Qing. The dungeon opens today, so the top-ranked players who haven't shown up yet should appear, right? Rank 1 Xiao Yao and Rank 2 Jun Xian are still nowhere to be seen, lone wolves without even a team. Yi Qing pocketed his phone, ignored the chatter, and headed in the direction had chosen. The entrance to the Death Temple instance, also the venue for the collegiate professional tournament, was already packed, even though it was only 6 o'clock. Most teams had formed up early, waiting for the dungeon to open and the event to begin. Amid the bustling crowd, several experts with distinct auras stood deliberately in the shadows, watching in silence. Standing among them, Yi Qing's tall frame and unique presence made him stand out, drawing frequent glances. He scanned the area, caught sight of a familiar figure, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. As the clock struck 7, several people stepped onto the central platform. Every one of them was a level 300 powerhouse. At the front stood Xia Qiulai, president of Moda University, with Zhang Jianhua, commander of the Southern Military District, right behind him. Flanking the pair were Luo Baichuan, head of the Modu branch of the Professionals Association, and several other figures of equal stature. Each took a turn at the podium, their eyes sweeping the cadets and soldiers below like knives. Finally, Xia Qiulai stepped up to the microphone, his voice ringing out loud and clear. He'll keep this brief. The instance has 9 floors. Anyone below level 50 will be teleported to the first floor, below 85 to the second, below 120 to the third, and the top 10 on the heavenly ranking will enter the fourth directly. The entire event is being broadcast nationwide. Combat is unrestricted inside. Once your HP drops under 20%, you'll be forced out. The instance opens now, good luck. As his words faded, Xia Qiulai gave a slight smile. Behind him the entrance flared skybright, and the teleport array roared to life. In the surge of bodies, Yi Qing moved against the current until he reached a burly teenager and tapped him on the shoulder. Who? Lin Kuei spun around, then grinned. Yezi, you're really in the spotlight these days. Stay safe in there. Yi Qing tossed him several vials. A little gift. Lin Kuei clutched them like treasure. I've used these potions in military instances, they're lifesavers. I won't be shy then. If we meet inside, don't forget to give me a hand. Laughing, he squeezed into the entrance. The crowd poured forward like a tide. Only when the last had gone did Yi Qing step through the gate of light. On the raised platform, several officials spoke in low tones. Any trace of the Abyss Society? None, if you're buried too deep. No matter, someone replied coolly. We control the instance authority. We can shut it down whenever we have to. Zhang Jianhua scanned the hall, eyes dark. A little bloodshed will do the students good. The Abyss battlefield is far crueler. Fresh from the front, his armor was still on, the scent of war clinging to him. Peace in Daxia, to him, was paid for by soldiers who bore the burden in silence. Death Temple, 4th floor. Yi Qing stood in a dim corridor, sword case on his back. Pale blue ghost flames flickered in the wall cracks, and fractured flagstones lay underfoot. From the depths came a faint, mournful chant. A system prompt appeared. You have entered the 4th floor of the Death Temple Shadow Corridor. Instance type, large-scale nightmare, level 150. Description, a temple to the god of death, riddled with danger. Powerful cultists are watching you. Yi Qing closed the panel. With a flick of his wrist, the case opened and the Qishao sword leapt into his hand. Gazing down the endless passage, he paced forward. This instance is bigger than I thought. A fiery, beast-marked flame whose sigil glimmered on his wrist. 3 days and nights of battle had made him intimate with Flame Huss, Soul Skill, Crimson Heart, Sword Dao. Now he quietly compared it to his own primordial Sword Dao. Flame who, though a humanoid sword puppet, could wield beast-marked secret arts. Just then, a monster came hurtling at him from the distance. Shadow Wraith Elite, level 150. The Qishao sword vibrated, flaring into a blinding crimson beam that shot from Yi Qing's fingertips and drilled through the specter before it could even scream. The Hongqian sword technique, already terrifying when 2 sword paths were combined, was now augmented by a 7-fold blade light, making the instant kill inevitable. The sword light spun once in midair and slid neatly back into its sheath. Yi Qing stepped forward, the dense slashes behind him drawn by invisible intent and swirling into petals of every hue that floated like tail feathers. Pale green ghost flame flickered, revealing scattered bones and mottled blood on the corridor walls, and distant sobs and screams echoed, yet his pace never faltered. Every creature in his path turned to ash the moment the crimson flash swept past, and the shadow corridor split open in his wake. Outside, the national livestream was in an uproar, the feed from the 4th floor dominating the main screen. Several executives from Magic City University stared wide-eyed and whispered, when the National Destiny Dungeon is over, send these kids to the Abyss battlefield to hone them a bit more. On screen, the top-ranked Xiaoyao strolled along in a black coat, while thunder raged under his feet, reducing the monsters ahead to scrap. Second-ranked Jun Xian, her graceful curves half hidden by an eerie mask, was flanked by a summoned beast clad in blue-violet armor and carrying a 3-meter broadsword. Her kills were just as clean. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared side by side, the first clash between members of the top 10. Yi Qing and third-ranked Jiang, she faced each other. Deep in the dim corridor, Yi Qing's stride was steady. Nearby, the handsome youth Jiang, she drew his longbow to the limit. The arrow became a fiery bird that incinerated the monster blocking his way. Hearing soft footsteps, he looked back, met Yi Qing's eyes, and his fighting spirit flared. You're Yi Qing? I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Yi Qing sized him up, rank 3 on the heavenly list, level 120 Phantasm Archer, direct heir of the Jiang clan, one of Great Xia's 4 mightiest families. He spoke softly, I accept your challenge. Come. The calm reply made the proud Jiang's eyes blood boil. He roared, drew his bow, and his aura exploded. The first arrow ripped through the air and morphed into a ferocious obsidian qilin that charged at Yi Qing with a thunderous roar. A system prompt flashed, phantasm power acquired, all attributes 800. The Hongmeng sword path mirrored every buff the opponent gained onto Yi Qing. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Looks like I won't even need sword heart clarity. He raised his hand. Petals whirled into a storm and instantly became starlight, the stellar sword formation. The first wave of stars shattered the obsidian qilin and, without losing momentum, flooded toward Jiangxi. Jiangxi paled, yanked his bow again, and unleashed 9 suns in unison. 9 arrows became 9 blazing suns that smashed Hedon into the starry sea. Boom. The explosion shattered the entire stretch of corridor, walls collapsed, debris and dust billowed. When the smoke cleared, Yi Qing stood exactly where he had been, his protective aura receding like ripples, his clothes spotless. Opposite him, Jiang's Ai's right arm hung limp, blood dripping from his fingertips as he stared at Yi Qing through clenched teeth. Yi Qing gave a faint laugh. Why the long face? You were the one who challenged me. Jiangshi fixed Yi Qing with a hard stare, knowing full well he was no match for him, especially with the dungeon only just underway. If he got knocked out now, he'd be humiliated on a nationwide livestream. Without a second thought, he snatched up a vial of blood potion and gulped it down. The crimson liquid burned down his throat as both his shield and health spiked. He whirled and sprinted away. The Qi Shao's sword left its scabbard in a flash of scarlet light. Yi Qing stepped into midair, his whole body stretching like a sudden shadow as he gave chase. You challenged me first, he called out. Why run now? Sword auras burst forth with a shriek, each sweeping arc carving deep, bottomless ravines in the flagstones. Yi Qing kept a teasing distance close enough to threaten, far enough to deny Jiangshi any chance to fight back or escape for good. Panicked, Jiangshi ran for his life, the searing red aura licking at his back. He cursed himself for meddling. Come on, man, I was just messing around. You're not really going to kill me, are you? Another volley of crimson light answered him. On the national stream, the chat exploded. Am I seeing this right? Yi Qing, top 10 on the heavenly ranking, chasing Jiangshi, who's ranked 3rd. What's so strange? Yi Qing broke into the top 10 2 months ago. You think he just stopped improving? No ordinary pro levels up that fast. Yi Qing's in a class of his own. Inside Magic Capital University, a few administrators watched the feed, half amused, half exasperated. Jiang's Ai's always been arrogant, this'll do him good, President Xia Qiulai chuckled, slapping the desk in delight. General Zhang Jianhua of the Southern Military District narrowed his eyes at Yi Qing. Promising kid. Throw him onto the abyssal front for 2 years, and he'll turn into a weapon of mass destruction. This peaceful world is too small for him. Dean Zhou Xiong of Kyoto University's Combat Division said nothing, his full attention locked on the screen. In a dim corridor, Jiangshi leaned against the cold stone wall, panting hard, sweat rolling off his brow. Footsteps echoed from afar as Yi Qing approached, Qi Shao sword in hand, face impassive, eyes gleaming with a hunter's light. This isn't your real face, is it? His voice rang through the hallway. Show me what you really look like. Don't push me. Jiangshi snarled. I haven't even used my once-a-day ultimate yet. So what? Time to send you packing. As the words fell, a blossom sigil flared open behind Yi Qing. Petals dissolved into smoke, flooding the live stream with swirling gray. Jiangshi let out a bitter laugh, pressing 2 fingers to his brow. Starlight flickered. In the next instant his form compressed, reshaping into a delicate young woman. With a playful huff she snapped, happy now? I'm leaving. Yi Qing watched her retreat, mind turning over new possibilities. He had suspected something was off when he first checked the rankings. Projections showed she would one day inherit a mighty deity's power and become a true god. Even in an era of gods and demons, she would safeguard a realm of peace. In that future, the hidden wars among the great clans would only grow fiercer. When the smoke cleared, Yi Qing was already gone. 2 figures emerged at the far end of the corridor. Xia Weio's expression was grave. Didn't expect Yi Qing to be this strong. Jiangshi couldn't land a single blow. Interesting. Maybe he'll be my next prey. Behind her mask, Jun Qian's eyes shimmered as she stared into the distance. They exchanged a glance and split up, each taking a different path that still led toward the corridor's shadow-shrouded core. Pitch-black darkness swallowed everything around them, while damp, icy wind whistled through cracks in the stone walls. Yi Qing hovered on a radiant sword nearly 3 meters long, its pure white glow carving a road of light that shredded the darkness. From the surrounding mist came a mix of bestial roars and shrill screams. Wave after wave of monsters lunged, only to be sliced to ribbons in midair by a storm of petals. His status panel flashed nonstop. Defeated LV.150 Shadow Wraith. Gained 135,000 EXP. Defeated LV.150 Dark Elf. Gained 168,000 EXP. Mobs fell in droves, and his experience bar skyrocketed. The light blade carried him forward. Only a few dozen meters remained to the corridor's deepest point. Far ahead, stagnant death energy churned. A beast the size of a small hill battled 2 silhouettes: Gu, ranked 5th on the Heaven leaderboard, and Yun Bufan, ranked 7th. The pair was barely holding the final boss at bay. A system tag floated in Yi Qing's view. Death Direwolf King Epic LV.150. Gu and Yun Bufan fought with extreme caution. Every swipe of the Wolf King's claws tore open black fissures, forcing them to dodge constantly and chip away at its health only when absolutely necessary. Yun Bufan, LV.120, SS Class Light Warrior, wielding a white longsword and darting around the Wolf King. Gu, LV.120, SS Class Kanglin Mage, stationed in the back line, stacking buffs on Yun Bufan while hurling blue spell formations at the boss. Brother, give us a hand. Jiyu shouted when he saw Yi Qing walking in on a path of light. With 3 of us we can drop this boss and reach the 5th floor of the Temple of Death. Yi Qing shook his head calmly. Sorry, this boss is mine. With that, he activated Sword Heart Clarity and Primordial Saint Body. Foxtail patterns spread across his wrist, and he summoned Little White's innate skill, Spirit Fox form. His HP and mana started regenerating at 1% per second. The Qishao sword flashed into his hand. Heaven-rending drawl. A blazing crimson arc cracked like thunder. 7 consecutive strikes pierced straight through the Wolf King. 11 billion. An astronomical damage number burst above the boss head. After the 7th hit, the dire Wolf King collapsed, killed instantly. The system feed flooded his screen. Defeated LV.150 epic monster. Death Direwolf King. Gained 1.1 billion EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. In the center of the clearing, the Wolf King's body disintegrated into dust. Jiyu and Yun Bufan stood frozen. Light blossomed around Jiyu. His level 120 class change quest was complete. What kind of damage is that? He one-shot a level 150 epic boss. Yun Bufan muttered. Yi Qing is this strong, I doubt even Xiaoyao, the leaderboard's #1, could top that, Jiyu murmured. The Sword of Light vanished. Yi Qing landed, swept every drop item into his inventory, and teleported straight to the Temple of Death's 5th floor, leaving the other 2 staring at each other in disbelief. Jiyu burst out laughing. I can't believe my class quest finished this easily. You got a complete free ride. Yun Bufan glanced at his own still unfinished quest screen and sighed. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded. Did I just see Yi Qing one-shot the 4th floor boss? You saw right. He clearly wasn't going all out against Jiangxi. Did you notice the sword case on his back? Rumor says it holds 9 blades, and he's only used one so far. Don't forget Zioya's been hiding his true power too, sitting at #1 for 2 years. Inside Modi University, several students stared at the holographic screen in disbelief. Yi Qing had awakened barely 3 or 4 months ago, yet his strength had soared non-stop, while the remaining geniuses on the 138th Mirror Maze Heaven leaderboard were mostly seasoned juniors and seniors with 3 or 4 years of experience. Yi Qing's class and attributes were on file with the association, but they hadn't been updated for 2 months. They exchanged looks once the tournament ended. They had to drag him to the association to record his latest stats. Inside the dungeon, Yi Qing couldn't hear the outside chatter, and even if he could, he wouldn't care. On the 5th floor of the Temple of Death, mirrored walls rose on every side, flawless and reflective. His figure refracted into countless images. A line flickered across his status panel. You have entered the Temple of Death, floor 5, mirror maze. Ripples rolled across the glass, and a mirror wraith slipped out from behind him. The petal sword array shot forward with a hiss, shredding the creature in one strike. Mirror wraith slain. Gained 120,000 XP. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes at the mirrors. Monsters lurked within, but he had no idea what would happen if he smashed them. He swung anyway. Scarlet sword light from Qishao carved a blazing arc, and huge panels shattered. Yet beyond the fragments stretched another endless sea of reflections, each pane showing his own image. He remembered his previous life. He had watched the college tournament stream and knew this floor was time-consuming and best tackled by a team. Too bad he was alone. He checked his phone. It was nearly noon. Behind him, petals drifted down and settled, weaving intricate patterns that spread into a grand formation. Yi Qing sat cross-legged, opened a lunchbox, and fragrant steam billowed out. The signature braised meat from Jingdu University's cafeteria smelled heavenly. Not bad. I should bring more next time. While he ate, he quietly circulated his cultivation technique, restoring his chi with every bite. The livestream chat went silent. So we can clock in for lunch now? A lone wolf isn't supposed to take breaks, right? Let the guy eat. I'm starving just watching. The barrage soon shifted focus. Look at floor 1. A fight just broke out. They're not as strong as Yi Qing, but it's still epic. Boss zone, floor 1 of the Temple of Death. Several awakened fighters surrounded a level 50 legendary monster, the Gargoyle. In the Shangguan family's squad, Morong Shui's staff flashed with light, yet she held back, casting half-hearted spells just for show. On the other side, Lin Kuei burst into the fray astride a colossal mirage dragon. Its scales gleamed with icy luster, its back bristling with spines, its claws hooked like sickles. Lin Kuei hefted a blood-red spear, eyes narrowing as he sized up the gargoyle. Doesn't look that tough. Let's go? The mirage dragon lunged with a roar. This beast is mine. Lin Kuei laughed, purple light flaring at the spear's tip as he thrust. A proud youth from the Shangguan clan yelled, Kid, that's the Shangguan family's prey. How dare you steal it? I don't care who you are. If you've got a problem, fight me. Lin Kuei bellowed back. The dragon's claws blurred into a storm, tearing the gargoyle limb from limb. The monster fell. Faces darkened among the Shangguan fighters as they closed in. Lin Kuei rested his spear across his knees, undaunted, battle lust burning in his eyes. Big family brats, huh? Bet you're carrying plenty of good loot. A blast of wind and snow erupted, and the Shangguan clansmen were frozen in an instant. Frost raced along their sleeves, turning them into ice statues in the blink of an eye. Murong Shui lifted her eyes, gave Lin Kuei a slight nod, and stepped through the portal into the second level without hesitation. Lin Kuei looked at the figures trapped in ice and burst out laughing. That's my old classmate, all right, nice job. A small white vial appeared in his palm. When he uncorked it, a cloud of powder drifted out. Hand over the goodies. Super Mega Rich powder isn't a joke. The immobilized Shangguan members could only glare at him, as if burning his face into memory. At the Shangguan estate, several elders watched the live feed with stormy faces. How dare she? Shangguan Ding smashed an armrest with a single blow, his roar drowning out the crack of splintering wood. Betray the clan? They'll make her wish she were dead. The third elder answered coldly, grab Murong Shui's family right now. She'll have to come back for them. What about the boy? Do we erase him, too? Someone asked. Leave him, the third elder said, shaking his head. He's got abyss core connections. Those lunatics crush their peers even at low levels. Push them, and we're finished. The elders exchanged looks and swallowed their anger for now. They would hold their fire. Temple of Death, 5th floor mirror maze. After eating his fill, Qing flexed his wrists and stood. The array beneath his feet detonated, flinging shards of light as vast mirrors crumbled to dust. Mirror ghost slain, 120,000 experience gained. He glanced at his status panel and murmured, with the 4th floor boss gone, looks like a lot of people have caught up. Each sweep of his sword sent arcs of light tearing through rows of mirror ghosts. The XP wasn't great, but the mobs were dense and effortless to kill. Not far away, a delicate-looking youth fought to stay alive. The moment he saw Qing, he turned and bolted. Qing chuckled. Why run? Clearing this maze solo is boring. The teen stopped a few paces away, clutching a saber warily. Don't cut me, and he'll team up with you. Deal, Qing said easily. The youth, Jiangxi, glanced around. A mirror maze can't be broken by one person. You need dozens working together. Staring into a mirror, Qing changed the subject. The final boss is probably hiding in the mirror world, watching us right now. Jiangxi blinked. We can't enter the mirror world, how do we kill it? Qing offered no explanation. You'll understand when the time's right, he said, moving on. Deeper in the maze, many top-ranked experts were hopelessly lost. Endless mirror walls formed a labyrinth. Each pane reflected them, and any reflection could twist into a mirror ghost and burst out to attack. Xiao stayed calm. He brushed a fingertip across a mirror. With a crack, a large section shattered, only for new panels to form instantly. There has to be a pattern, he muttered. Elsewhere, another wall exploded, and Jun Xin perched on her massive summon's shoulder looked over at Xiaoyao. How about we work together this time? He gave a slight nod. All right. 6 hours passed. Qing was still mowing down mirror ghosts, sword light flashing endlessly. Jiangxi leaned against a wall, bored stiff. She was stuck at level 120 without an advancement quest. She could gain no more XP. Hey, she finally burst out. How long are you going to keep this up? Didn't you say you knew how to find the boss? Qing sheathed his sword and looked back at her. Haven't you noticed yet? Noticed what? Most of the other heaven rank prodigies are juniors or seniors and have been awakened for 3 or 4 years. Qing's class and stats are on file at the Professionals Association, but they haven't been updated for 2 months. When the tournament ends, we'll send him there to refresh his record. Inside the dungeon, Qing was oblivious to the chatter outside. He wouldn't have cared even if had heard it. The 5th floor of the Temple of Death was a hall of mirrors. Every wall reflected his figure. A system prompt appeared. You have entered the 5th floor of the Temple of Death mirror maze. Ripples spread across the glass, and the petals floating behind him shot forward. Mirror wraith slain. Experience gained, 120,000. He glanced around the mirrors. So the monsters hide inside them. Wonder what happens if I smash one. He swung the Crimson Shao sword, and a red arc of sword key shattered a swath of glass. Far ahead, endless mirrors still reflected his image. Qing recalled the collegiate tournament he had watched in his previous life. I remember the strategy for this floor takes forever, and it's nearly impossible solo. A quick look at his phone told him it was almost noon. The petals settled on the ground, tracing runes that merged into a grand formation. Qing sat down, took out a boxed lunch, and started eating. The cafeteria at Capital University is great. I should bring extra next time. The viewers were speechless. He's eating? Shouldn't a lone powerhouse be cutting through the dungeon nonstop? Eating's normal, I'm hungry too. Look at the 1st floor hire fighting the boss. Not as strong, but still exciting. On the 1st floor, several professionals surrounded a level 50 legendary gargoyle boss. In the Shangguan clan squad, Murong Shui's eyes were icy. Light flickered along her staff as she cast routine spells, clearly holding back. Another group arrived. Lin Kuei rode a massive mirage dragon covered in scales and backward curving spikes. Its claws looked razor sharp. He hefted a blood-red spear and eyed the distant monster. Doesn't look like much. Let's go. The dragon roared and charged. Yo-ho-ho, this boss is mine. Lin Kuei thrust. Purple frost gleamed on the tip. Kid, that's the Shangguan clan's target. How dare you steal it? A proud youth shouted. Like I care. Got a problem? Fight me. Lin Kuei laughed, and the Mirage Dragon tore the gargoyle apart. The Shangwan squad glowered and closed in. Lin Kuei showed no fear, eyes blazing. Rich heirs, huh? Bet you've got some nice loot. A gust of wind and snow suddenly swept through the hall, freezing the Shangwan members in place. Morong Shuen nodded at Lin Kuei and stepped through the portal to the second floor. Lin Kuei broke into a wide grin. That's my old classmate, nice work. He cast a mischievous glance at the members of the Shangwan clan, producing a small white vial. Hand over the goods. This stuff is the ultimate itch powder. Bound and helpless, the captives glared at him as if burning his face into memory. Inside the Shangwan estate, several senior figures watched the live feed, seething with anger. How dare she betray the clan? They'll make her wish she were dead, Shangwan Ding snarled. Grab Morong Shue's family and keep them under control. Shall come back for them, the third elder ordered coldly. And what about that boy? Do we finish him off too? He's with the military, and those madmen from the abyss are dangerous, someone asked. Soldiers from the abyss fought constantly. Even the lowest ranked among them could outclass these pampered nobles. The elders exchanged uneasy looks. For now it's just a skirmish, one muttered. No need to overdo it. Inside the mirror maze on the 5th floor of the Temple of Death, Yi Qing rose after finishing his meal. The array around him detonated, and huge sections of mirrored walls shattered. System prompt. Mirror Wraith slain, 120,000 experience gained. With the 4th floor boss gone, plenty of players had reached the 5th. Yi Qing kept mowing down creatures emerging from the mirrors. The experience per kill was low, but the volume made up for it, and his sword strokes felled everything instantly. Not far away, a delicate-looking teenager was cutting down mirror wraiths. The moment he noticed Yi Qing, he spun and bolted. Yi Qing smiled. Why run? This maze is boring solo. As long as you don't swing at me, we'll party up for now, Jiangshi said, stepping back warily. This mirror maze can't be solved alone. You need at least a couple dozen people, Jiangshi warned. Yi Qing stared at his reflection. If I'm right, the final boss is hiding inside the mirror world, watching our every move. Jiang Zai's eyes widened. But we can't get into the mirror world. How do we kill it? Yi Qing gave no answer. You'll see when the time comes. Elsewhere in the maze, several top-ranked experts were hopelessly lost. Each mirror showed their reflections, which would sometimes twist into mirror wraiths and lunge at them. Xiaoyao stayed calm. He brushed a hand across a pane, and the surrounding mirrors exploded in a ripple, yet new surfaces stretched endlessly outward. This place has rules, he murmured. Once we understand them, it will crumble. As another mirror shattered, Jun Xian seated on the shoulder of a massive summoned beast looked toward him. How about we team up this time? She asked lightly. Xiaoyao nodded. All right. 6 more hours passed, and Yi Qing was still grinding mirror wraiths. Jiang Shi, now stuck at level 120 until she completed her class advancement quest, could only watch. Hey, how long are you going to keep this up? Didn't you say you had a way to find the boss? Yi Qing glanced at her. Haven't you noticed yet? Noticed what? Jiang Shi froze in place. The specters darting through the mirrors weren't endless. They were probably just fragments of this floor's boss. Yi Qing pressed forward without pause. Slash after slash, the icy flare of Qi Shao wiped the wraiths out completely. Not far away, Ji Yu and Yun Bufan shattered the glass-like floor as they arrived. Ji Yu swept his gaze around and frowned. Did you two get lost as well? Before he finished, a wall of mirrors exploded in the distance, and Xiaoyao and Jun Xian stepped out of the flying shards. Xiaoyao dipped his head to the group. Looks like we almost have the numbers we need. He flicked his fingers, scattering a handful of jet-black beans. The moment they hit the ground, golden-armored puppets sprang up and sealed several mirrors in tight formation. Yi Qing followed with a single forward step. Qi Shao snapped upward, and a curtain of blood-red petals materialized to block the remaining panes. A startling sight unfolded. The mirrors they had sealed began to blur, then faded from existence altogether. Jiangshi frowned. What's going on? There's a rule to these mirrors, Yi Qing explained. If no wraith emerges for a while, a pane dissolves and will regenerate later. When they sense danger, the wraiths won't leave their world. We have to choke off this maze before the mirrors respawn, leaving only one portal. That's when the real boss shows up. Xiaoyao nodded. Exactly. We work together until then. Whoever claims the boss afterward, let the fight decide. The party split up. Waves of crimson sword trails rolled from Yi Qing's blade. Xiaoyao's puppets advanced shield to shield. Behind them, Jun Xian raised a vast summoning circle, unleashing an army of skeletal warriors. Everyone else added their own techniques, and the mirrors vanished at a breathtaking pace. More powerhouses arrived. Long Tong, 4th on the heaven list, Xia Qingwei, 6th, Shangwan Peng, 8th, and Xie Xian, 9th. With that, the entire top 10 were assembled. One mirror after another winked out until only the central pane remained. Suddenly it swelled like a black balloon. A piercing screech rang out, and the shadow inside grew colossal. The hunters gathered before it, weapons poised. The mirror stretched into a screen as tall as a cliff. A twisted giant stepped through, yanking a chunk from the mirror's edge and swinging the whole pane like a blade. Yi Qing cast appraisal. A flash of light revealed the stats. Death Mirror Fiend, Demigod, LV, 150. Guardian of the Temple of Death, 5th floor. Forged by the Church of Darkness. Defense, overwhelming. Battle erupted. At Xiaoweo's command, hundreds of golden soldiers roared and charged. Jun Qian's undead tide surged in after them, bone spears bristling. The other Heaven List elites unleashed their strongest strikes. The fiend bared its fangs and inhaled with monstrous force. Puppets and skeletons were sucked into its maw in one gulp. Black miasma boiled across its body, and its aura spiked wildly. The floor split apart with a thunderous crack, fissures spidering out for dozens of meters. Power exploded from the fiend, tearing the ground into yawning chasms. Ranked 9th on the heavenly list, Xie Xian was a hidden class Xianming Knight, but his face was clouded with frustration. He was still stuck on the level 85 advancement quest. Glancing at the rankings, he saw that only he and Yi Qing shared the lowest level among the top 10. Yet Yi Qing's combat power was overwhelming, leaving Xie Xian feeling inferior. At least every name on the list belonged to one of the most elite hidden classes in the Great Xia Kingdom. A small comfort. Inside the Death Temple's 5th floor, the air was thick with the stench of blood and phosphor fire. Xiaoweo's eyes were as cold as ice. Silver light flickered between his fingers, clearly the prelude to a lethal strike. Jun Qian, masked and silent, stood before a humming black summoning circle. More than 100 threes hang tall, black-armored giants leveled their spears at the mirror fiend. Jiangxi knocked her longbow and loosed arrows in rapid succession. Every volley painted a new vision in the sky, first a bright full moon, then a field of sparkling stars, followed by a scorching sun that seemed to bake the very air. One by one, the other top contenders revealed their trump cards. A full-scale melee was about to explode. The mirror fiend loomed 10 zhang high, its entire body gleaming like aged bronze, wreathed in dusky violet flames. Surrounded on all sides, it threw back its head and howled. Yi Qing tightened his grip on the Qishao sword, excitement flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, he had only watched this battle on a live stream. Now he could finally suppress the creature himself and unlock sword heart clarity. Petals materialized out of thin air, hardening into razor-sharp slashes that wove an ornate pattern. The flying petal sword array snapped into place. Countless petal blades shrieked through the air, forming a crimson wave that crashed toward the fiend. At the same moment, Xiaoweo's finished attack split the clouds. A sphere of blinding white lightning, dozens of meters wide, plummeted from the heavens. The Tai, divine thunder. You pathetic insects, this is the best you can do? The mirror fiend roared. A blinding glare burst from the mirror embedded in its chest, bleaching the entire temple white. Except for Jun Qian, everyone's vision was seared away for an instant. The sword array and divine thunder slammed into the mirror's surface, sending up an ear-splitting crack. Fine fissures spider-webbed across the glass, and bloodlines split open along the fiend's hide. Jun Qian's eyes turned even colder. Her 100+ giants merged in a flash, forming a single war puppet as tall as the fiend itself. The colossus leveled its spear and thundered across the floor, colliding heat. Metal groaned and cracked. Though the puppet held the line, it wavered, clearly overmatched. Yi Qing sighed inwardly. Against a level 150 demi-mythic mirror fiend, these future prodigies still weren't at full strength. In a heartbeat, he triggered the dormant power in his blood. Primordial radiance surged across his Hong Huang sacred body. Qishao left its scabbard with a hum. The air shuddered, and the heaven-rending sword art ignited. For everyone else, time seemed to slow by half a beat. A single crimson sword light spanned the hall. When it fell, the mirror shattered completely, and the fiend was cleaved clean in two. Scalding black-red blood rained down, staining the floor and pillars in an instant. Xiaoweo's pupils contracted. He froze, muttering, "You're this strong?" His gaze drifted to the sword case on Yi Qing's back. Remembering the rumors, Yi Qing possessed 9 peerless divine blades and could wield them all at once. With a quiet sigh, Xiaoyao blurred into an afterimage and was the first to step onto the stairway to the next floor. The black-armored giant crumbled apart and was drawn back into the summoning circle. Jun Qian looked up. Her mask hid her expression, and without a word she followed. Jiangxi and the other experts soon moved in as well. Yi Qing opened his status panel. Killing a level 150 demigod monster awarded 1.61 billion experience. Satisfied, he scooped up the loot the fiend had dropped, cast one last glance around the hall, and faded from sight, trailing the others down to the 6th floor. Outside in the live stream, the chat erupted. Viewers replayed the scene over and over, their comments flooding the screen. Amazing. Yi Qing is unbeatable. The image of a single sword ending the mirror fiend burned into everyone's mind. Some remained cautious. Don't jump to conclusions. Without Xiaoyao and Jun Qian's setups, Yi Qing would have had a much tougher time. Jun Qian's dark giant was hauling the mirror demon along, so Yi Qing had simply capitalized on the distraction. Murmurs rippled through the spectator stands as every conversation inevitably circled back to the handful of top contenders. Inside the surveillance room at Moda University, a dozen administrators clustered around a colossal holographic display, clipboards crammed with evaluation data in hand. Yi Qing's combat strength is already brushing the mythic threshold, an associate vice-chancellor said, pushing up his glasses. Xiaoyao and Junxian are probably epic tier, and the rest of the heaven rankings entrants sit at legendary. Pointing at the freshly issued combatant power rating sheet, Zhou Xiong added, if a fighter, unaided by artifacts, can kill a same-tier legendary boss, they're rated legendary. If they can slay a same-tier epic boss, they're epic tier. Reaching that level usually means a hidden class or an SS grade class, plus top-tier skills and gear. The Chancellor flipped through Yi Qing's skill report, brow furrowed. His rating may be inflated. His burst damage is terrifying, but his defense and cooldowns are weak spots. Those wide-area skills must guzzle mana. I'd peg him at demigod at best. The others nodded in agreement. A dean snapped his folder shut, voice grave. The 7th floor boss is only demigod tier, they can manage that. But the 8th floor houses a mythic boss. Even united, they'll be hard-pressed. Zhang Jianhua, district commander of the southern military region, folded his arms, a chill spreading between his brows. These are the brightest talents in Great Xia. Losing even one of them is unacceptable. Rest assured, Commander, the dean said quickly. We can terminate the instance at any time. Zhang Jianhua shook his head, his gaze as sharp as a drawn blade. Abyss Society operatives and foreign spies have slipped inside. If they use special items to lock the instance, can you shoulder the consequences? The aura of bloodlust around him forced everyone's eyes to the floor. The Chancellor gave a brittle laugh, trying to defuse the tension. Commander Zhang, take it easy. The moment they clear the 7th floor, they'll shut the instance down. He had barely finished speaking when his face went ashen. No good, the shutdown isn't responding. On the screen, a teenage boy traced a mock throat-slitting gesture toward the camera. An instant later, his bones and muscles rippled like water, and he morphed into a man in his mid-40s, eyes icy, a haze of abyssal darkness rolling off him. He let out a contemptuous chuckle. Every one of these prodigies will die. You can't stop it. Abyssal aura. Zhang Jianhua roared. He's with the Abyss Society. Mobilize the rescue teams now. The executives blanched, yet no one moved. On another live feed, a lithe teenager blurred across the frame, a twisted grin splitting his face. A teammate blinked in confusion. What's wrong with you? With a flick of his wrist, a long blade flashed, carving through stunned allies as blood mist burst into the air. Your teammate died long ago, he hissed. When the slaughter ended, smoke swirled around him, and, in a blink, he shrank into a hooded figure, his features hidden save for 2 frigid eyes. A fist slammed the table in the surveillance room. Damn it. He was deep cover, all this to me, a spy from Sakura Nation. Zhang Jianhua clenched his fists, his voice raw. Find a way to open that instance, fast, or the body count's only going to climb. At that moment, the live stream showed a dozen members of the Abyss Society hurling identical objects. Each was a fist-sized obsidian crystal veined with dark red lines, pulsing like a heart. 1 second later, the broadcast was violently cut off, leaving the screen pitch black. Viewers across the network gasped, alarms blared across every defensive line, and countless figures sprinted toward the Temple of Death's dungeon entrance, heavy weapons and spell formations roaring in unison. The students waiting outside the instance were the future backbone of Great Xia's fight against the Abyss. If they were wiped out, the cost would be catastrophic. 7th floor of the Temple of Death. In a dim cavern, Yi Qing held a luminous stone, its pale green light revealing wormholes and cracks in the rock walls. A system prompt echoed in his ears. You have entered the Temple of Death's 7th floor, the Dark Grotto. He glanced at his panel. Level 72, 81. Defeating this floor's boss would push him to level 73. Boom. The ground shook violently, dust fell like rain, and spiderweb fractures spread across the thick stone walls as deep spatial rifts tore open. Warning. Warning. Dungeon core under attack. Internal rules are changing. Yi Qing's expression stayed calm. He murmured, they finally made their move. Memories of his previous life surfaced back, then the stream had also been cut abruptly, followed by vague reports of multiple fatalities, even SS rank professionals, with the real story sealed away. Sensing the area, he found the surrounding space shattered like glass, floating shards revealing entirely different scenes. The 9 floors of the Temple of Death were being forcibly merged. Not far away, Xiaoyao Yufeng streaked through the air in flowing robes, shock written on his face. He caught sight of something and darted off. 100-meter sword of light formed beneath Yi Qing's feet, lifting him skyward. From the clouds, he surveyed the chaos below. The death plane of the 1st floor, the death canyon of the 2nd, Shadow Moon Lake of the 3rd, 3 zones overlapped and twisted together, fire, poison mists, and dark waters blending into a single hellscape. A dozen black-clad attackers drove a tide of monsters against a large group of professionals. Most defenders were under level 120, while the monsters started at level 150, an overwhelming gap. The students had formed an impromptu alliance, burning through scrolls and potions just to hold the line. Opening the map, Yi Qing saw a dense field of red dots. The Abyss Society had herded every creature in the Temple of Death into this stampeding horde. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of clearing each floor. He pointed a finger, and a blinding sword beam tore across the sky like a falling star, vaporizing monsters in its path. On the other flank, Xiaoyao Yufeng's face turned icy. His hands flashed through seal seed soldiers. Golden beans scattered, striking the ground and instantly transforming into thousands of armored warriors who charged forward, buying the others a brief respite. All eyes lifted to the lone figure on the clouds. It's Xiaoyao, the top of the heaven list. We're saved. Farther off, Jun Qian sat atop a shadowy giant. Each of the Titan's steps crushed scores of monsters, bones shattering amid shrieks. But the danger was far from over. Bang! Bang! Two Abyss Society members exploded into showers of flesh, reforming as twisted demons whose sinister auras swept across the battlefield. They lunged straight at Xiaoyao and Jun Qian. By the abyssal god's grace, grant me power. Once ordinary humans, their strength skyrocketed, matching Xiaoyao blow for blow. Elsewhere, more heaven-rank experts arrived, unleashing their own arts as they waded into the tide of creatures. At that instant, everything between heaven and earth, every blade of grass, every pebble, every grain of dust turned into a swarm of phantom swords. A colossal blade of light fell from the heavens. When the glare faded, Yi Qing stood revealed. His robes billowed as he instantly activated every buff sword heart clarity, primordial saint body, unbeatable will, treasure, turn around. A frigid glance unleashed an unrivaled sword intent, automatically triggering mortal dust apex blade. Illusory swords flooded the sky and earth like a tidal wave, obliterating every monster nearby. The players were stunned. In the crowd, Lin Kuei threw up his arms and shouted, "Leaf, you're invincible." Murong Shui clutched her staff, eyes filled with longing. If she had that kind of power, she could live free of any clan. Then the last dozen Abyss Society members ripped off their disguises, turning into hideous beasts shrouded in black abyssal aura. He's too strong. Attack together. They howled. Behind them, a man in a dark purple ceremonial robe rose into the air. The Temple of Death's final boss, the level 150 mythic Death High Priest. Yi Qing didn't even blink. With Mortal Dust Apex Blade active, he was untouchable. Billions of phantom swords churned below, each one boosted another 10% in attack, speed, and defense. 9 flying swords appeared at his back. A few casual arcs of sword chi erased both the Abyss Society monsters and the Death High Priest. Defeated Abyssal Abominations 1.5 billion EXP. Defeated Death High Priest 5.1 billion EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. System messages poured in. Yi Qing shot up 2 levels to 74, and the 9 flying swords leveled with him. The sea of phantom blades dissolved, monster corpses vanished into motes of light, and the ground lay buried under loot. No one moved to collect it. Every eye stayed fixed on Yi Qing floating above. That ultimate's a beast. Pity about the cooldown, he said with a faint smile. The 9 swords hummed back into their sheaths. Lifting the immortal slaying gourd, he swept up every piece of loot and drifted to the ground like a feather. Sigh, the top spot on the heaven leaderboard is about to change hands, Xiaoyao murmured, admiration clear in his voice. At the rear, several figures traded glances, murderous light in their eyes, and edged toward a sweet-faced girl. Xue Xiaowan, rank 41 on the heaven leaderboard, an SS Steer light priest with almost no combat power. Their poison blades flashed violet as they struck. The ambush, so sudden no one even sensed danger lurking nearby. Yi Qing looked over, voice calm. I've been waiting for you to show yourselves. Golden runes flared beneath his feet, spreading like a spring and forming chains that bound the attackers in an instant. The others rushed up. Why do this? Aren't we teammates? Teammates? They're dead. I killed them all. The leader cackled, trying to bite through a poison capsule in his teeth. Yi Qing walked closer, golden sigils sparking at every step. Their disguises shattered, revealing their true forms. Think you can die that easily? Soul-binding array. Several people collapsed unconscious. Xiaoyao strode in from the edge of the ruins, stepping over rubble and bloodstains. His eyes fell on the enemies clad in dark purple ninja gear, an outfit he knew too well. They were special class ninja from the Sakura Kingdom, and after 3 National Fate dungeons, he could not be mistaken. The crowd erupted. These are Sakura Kingdom spies. If they've been among our classmates all along, damn it, let me kill them. Yeah, they can't fight back now, finish them off. Yi Qing stood before the human wall, his gaze cold as ice. He was sure more Abyss Society agents and spies were still lurking nearby. In this chaos, a wrongful kill would be disastrous. He nodded to Xiaoyao. Send a few golden-armored soldiers to take them away. A live spy is worth more than a dead one. Xiaoyao raised his hand, turning beans into soldiers. Dozens of soybeans struck the ground and instantly sprouted into gleaming golden warriors whose clanking armor pinned the ninja in place. At that moment the sky flared, and a colossal array spread across the entire instance. Within the light appeared Shanghai University's principal and Southern Military District Governor Zhang Jianhua, Kyoto University Combat Department Dean Zhou Xiong, and other armor-clad figures, every one of them a level 300 powerhouse. They swept the battlefield and, after confirming casualties, Zhang Jianhua exhaled. The losses aren't too heavy. Count the dead at once. The area is secure. The instance will reset soon. Everyone withdraw. Zhou Xiong announced. All monsters inside the instance have been eliminated. The National College Championship is officially over. As his words fell, the surrounding students and spectators dissolved into motes of light, teleported away by the system. Shanghai University campus, dusk. In a corner of the track field, Yi Qing bit into a spirit fruit, its juice running down his fingers. Lin Kuei threw an arm around the thick neck of the Mirage Dragon and roared with laughter. Leaf, I never thought you'd grow this fast. One ultimate move wiped every monster in the instance. So satisfying. Murong Shui stood nearby, head down, nervously rubbing her sleeve. She had left the Shangguan clan and faced an uncertain future, her brows knotted in confusion. Nangong Ro was equally silent, trapped between the Long and Nangong families. Her situation was no better. Yi Qing noticed their moods, but asked nothing. It was their private business. Meanwhile, lights blazed in a large conference room at Shanghai University where every senior official had gathered. The Sakura Kingdom spies, held by golden-armored soldiers, knelt on the floor, faces ashen. The instructor in charge of the tally spoke quietly. 32 dead. The most gifted was an S-rank student. All were slain by these men. Zhang Jianhua's expression was icy. Sakura Kingdom spies and the Abyss Society are far too rampant. We must join the Professionals Guild and conduct a nationwide purge throughout Daxia. Zhou Xiong reviewed another report. Regarding Yi Qing, multiple students confirmed he used a terrifying skill in the instance, one-shotting the Abyss Society members and every monster. He says the cooldown is extremely long, possibly a month or more. A senior official added, hidden classes gain an overpowering skill at level 50 that scales as they grow, but Yi Qing's is off the charts. I suggest summoning him to the guild immediately for a full assessment. Everyone agreed. At the same moment, on the distant divine mountain of the Sakura Kingdom, dark clouds churned over the peak. Yamada no Orochi coiled high above, its cold scales glinting as vertical pupils stared toward Daxia, brimming with hatred and murderous intent. All 10 war gods of Daxia are trapped guarding the abyss. It's time for me to start something big. At the gate of Moda University, Yi Qing and Lin Kuei waved goodbye. Yezi, the gap between us keeps widening. Just wait, one day, it'll blow you away. Lin Kuei tossed the words over his shoulder, then vaulted onto a flying beast with several classmates from the Military District University. Iron feathers flashed as the creatures beat their wings, whipping up a gale before disappearing into the sky. Yi Qing watched his friend fade into the clouds, then raised his hand to inspect his storage space. Dozens of potion bottles were neatly lined up, while several sword chi pills glinted against the glass. A faint scar lay hidden in his palm. Runic patterns flowed within it, and a mere flick of his fingers could slay a level 150 legendary monster. Yi Qing smiled. True confidants are rare, and Lin Kuei counted as one. In Yes' previous life, when he was at rock bottom, Lin Kuei had helped him countless times. As the wind died down, Yi Qing suddenly turned and called toward a nearby phoenix tree. Come out. From behind the trunk stepped Murong Shui, clad in a white mage robe. Moonlight brushed her temples, setting off a faint redness in her eyes. I came to say goodbye. Her voice was hoarse. I'm leaving Capital University to travel the wilderness alone. Is this because of the Shangguan family? I can clear every obstacle for you. Yi Qing sighed. He recalled the timeline of his past life. After the Collegiate Professionals Conference, Murong Shui vanished. 3 years later she returned from a special dungeon, made her name in a single battle, rose to demigod, and became one of Great Xia's 10 war gods, yet she never set foot in Jiangbei again. Murong Shui shook her head, fists twisting the hem of her robe as tears shimmered. My parents, they both died unexpectedly. How? Revenge from an enemy? Yi Qing pressed. My father was a crank adventurer in a small Jiangbei team. He died inside a dungeon. My mother was an ordinary woman. When she learned the news, she took her own life. The words caught in her throat, and the tears finally spilled over. Yi Qing gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Come with me first. You can head for the wilderness afterward stronger than before. He was thinking of a certain special dungeon he wanted to explore himself. Murong Shui hesitated, trusting him yet worried. What if the Shangguan clan comes after you? Let them try. Yi Qing smiled lightly. If they truly provoked me, the Shangguan family would have ceased to exist the moment I walked out of the grave of withered bones. They left Modu together. Across the open wilds, a colossal sword of condensed sword chi pierced the sky like a comet, the secret technique Yi Qing used for travel. Flying beasts swooped at them along the way, but none survived a single slash. Where exactly are you taking me? Murong Shui's curiosity grew. A unique dungeon on the northern grasslands. Yi Qing said, scanning the horizon. I don't know what's inside, but I know you can clear it. In his past life, only Morong Shui had ever completed that dungeon, and she had remained tight-lipped about it in every interview. The dungeon lay deep in the northern plains of Great Xia Desolate, monster-infested high-risk zone. They trekked for 5 days. Yi Qing cut down everything in their path, experience pouring into him like a tide, his level climbing steadily to 74.52. Night fell. A silver moon hung over a dark blue sky strewn with stars. In the heart of the grassland, a cold wind swept by, setting the wild grass whispering. Herds of monsters bent to drink at a crystal-clear pool, while on a jagged crag above them, a pack of silver wolves raised their heads and howled at the moon. A meteor flared across the sky, its dazzling light stabbing toward the earth. When the radiance faded, Yi Qing and Murong Shui landed side by side, the violent surge of energy sending nearby timid monsters scurrying for cover. In the next instant, a pack of more than 10 silver prairie wolves lunged through the snow, fangs bared and eyes gleaming with ferocity. Yi Qing drew the Qishao sword. A blazing crimson arc swept out, its swordora stretching several meters. Ding! You have slain a level 130 silver prairie wolf. Experience gained, 32,000. The wolves collapsed as one, their blood quickly erased by the biting wind. Morong Shui glanced around and asked quietly, the dungeon you mentioned is here? Exactly. Yi Qing walked to a nearby pool where the wind rippled the surface. He opened his hand. The water spirit pearl rose, casting a faint blue glow. The entrance should be underwater. They'll go first, wait for me on shore. With that, he dove in. Icy water closed around him, the pearl's azure light illuminating waving weeds that seemed to part in welcome. He descended to the center of the pool where a teleportation array of unfamiliar runes lay embedded in the rock wall, its intricate lines hinting at an extraordinary instance. Breaking the surface again, Yi Qing tossed Murong Shui a jade vial. Nothing dangerous below. These are water-repelling pills. Once together, they submerged and stopped before the array. To stay hidden, Yi Qing quickly carved a masking formation until the entrance blended seamlessly with the stone. Let's go. Morong Shui nodded. A beam of white light surged from the array, swallowing them whole. When his vision cleared, Yi Qing found himself alone. A panel appeared before him. Welcome to the special realm, Eternal Samsara. Description: a game forged by the gods of reincarnation and fate, containing several uniquely powerful items. Choose difficulty. 1. 100 life cycle. 2. 1000 life cycle. 3. Eternal cycle. You may abandon or continue at any time. 2 gods created this together. Yi Qing's heart pounded. Noting the option to withdraw at will, he unhesitatingly selected the hardest tier Eternal cycle. His fingertip confirmed the choice, and the world shifted. Knife-like winds howled, and thick snow blotted out the sky. At the edge of the wasteland, the walls of Jiangbei City loomed faintly. Amid the blizzard, an infant in swaddling clothes wailed, his face blue with cold. Yi Qing looked down to realize he now inhabited that newborn body. A dim exit instance icon still gleamed in the corner of his interface, offering a small measure of comfort. A middle-aged man in a bamboo hat trudged through the snow, a large basket of pristine white blossoms on his back. Huh, an infant out here? Hell freeze to death any moment. Scooping the baby up, he hurried toward Jiangbei's gate. At the walls, boots crunched on ice. Hearing the robust cries, the man smiled. Such vitality, just like this snow soul flower. The colder it gets, the stronger it grows. Come spring, they'll sow more seeds. He delivered Yi Qing to the Jiangbei City orphanage. Because everyone in Great Xia might one day awaken a class and defy fate, the nation granted annual stipends to anyone under 18, keeping Yi Qing's childhood relatively secure. Time's canvas unfurled at breakneck speed. Familiar alleys, one awakening test after another, the boy's confusion and stubborn resolve. Yi Qing was trapped within his younger self, forced to watch. No matter how he struggled, events replayed with perfect fidelity to his memories. A crushing helplessness settled over him. Everything was following the original path, utterly beyond his power to change. Was this replica playing back my memories? It truly was something out of the ordinary. The scenes kept rolling. First grade flashed by, showing the moment Yi Qing met his very first friend, Lin Kuei. Then came middle school, each frame razor sharp, as if someone were screening a documentary of his past life. Because nothing inside this instance could be changed, Yi Qing could only stand there and relive it all. On the day of class awakening, he drew the most ordinary, almost worthless class imaginable. Ridicule and scorn flooded in, and people quickly looked away, as though his existence meant nothing. This life offered no rebirth perks, no lucky cheats. Fate's gears kept grinding along the same ruts. At school, Yi Qing and Lin Kuei often clashed with Sidu Feng. Within strength class, Lin Kuei was untouchable. Yi Qing, however, was throttled at every turn by the Sidu family's reach. After awakening, every guild and shop in Jiangbei refused to hire him. On the streaming platforms, other prodigies dazzled viewers with brilliant skills, Yet Yi Qing struggled to afford his next meal. Out of options, he braved the wilderness as an herb gatherer, smuggling spirit plants into Jiangbai's black market. Even then, he kept an eye on the turbulence sweeping Xia, abyssal raids, foreign spies slipping across the border. 3 years after awakening, an extinction-level crisis broke out. Armies from the otherworld tore through Blue Star's defenses, unleashing endless monsters. Several major nations defected to alien deities. In the slaughter, 3 of Xia's 10 war gods fell. Over 100,000 professionals died or were maimed, and civilian casualties were countless. At the darkest hour, Xian Yuanpa ascended to godhood, one sword strike forcing both the otherworld and the abyss to retreat and giving Blue Star a brief respite. The surface fell quiet, but undercurrents churned. Gods from beyond still watched, and someone always had to guard the abyss. Xia remained balanced on a knife edge. To Yi Qing, though, all of it still felt far away. Outside Jiangbei, in a ramshackle rental room, pale TV light flickered across his face. Cheap gauze covered the wound on his arm. With no money for healing potions, he kept moving even as blood seeped through. 5 more years crawled by. A live broadcast on the black market central screen stunned everyone in Yi Qing, whose mask slipped without his noticing. Xian Yuanpa had been ambushed by foreign gods and was missing, presumed dead. The abyssal front collapsed, and demon hordes poured toward Xia. At the brink, the nation's great clans revealed their hidden trump cards. The Long clan's secret realm released a god-tier 9-clawed golden dragon. The Ji clan's ancient sword birthed a god-rank sword spirit, and the Xia clan's 9 cauldrons rose into the sky to form a divine array. Together they walled off the invading armies at the border, granting Xia another narrow escape. Then Yi Qing's own troubles arrived. In a dark corner of the black market, several thugs from the Situ family spotted him. "So that's where you were hiding," their leader sneered, stepping forward. Yi Qing gave a bitter smile, eyes flashing coldly. "What do you want?" "Nothing complicated, just crippling you," the man said, voice dripping contempt. "Let's see you run after that." Before the words had faded, the crowd parted in a rush. A burly figure strode toward them, a massive beast at his side. The pressure he radiated made the very air shudder. "What trash dares lay a finger on my brother?" he rumbled. "You think you can touch Lin Kuei's people?" By now Lin Kuei had reached level 150, an unrivaled force in a small city like Jiangbei. For the next 2 years, Yi Qing lived peacefully under Lin Kuei's protection. Yet Great Xia was rotting beneath the surface. The Abyss Society kept seducing craftsmen and merchants, trading power for their souls, and then launching frenzied assaults on the great clans. The Otherworld and the Abyss were no allies. Their gods clashed again and again across Xia's land, widening the fissures in the 9 cauldrons and pushing the divine grand array to the brink of collapse. By then Xiaoyao and Murong Shui had both reached the peak of demigod, joined the ranks of the 10 war gods of Great Xia, and rushed about quelling the Abyss Society and domestic uprisings. Jiangbei City sat in a remote corner. Its calm was only relative, and the shock waves still reached it from time to time. In the years that followed, the turmoil only deepened. Out in the wilds, the mixed aura of the Abyss and the Otherworld sent monster genes into mutation, and the creatures attacked major cities in relentless waves while dungeon difficulty soared in tandem. One day 11 gods of the Abyss and 7 from the Otherworld descended together and shattered Xia's divine grand array with a single strike. Strangely, they did not slaughter the populace. Instead, they seemed to be searching for something of paramount importance. That same day chaos erupted in the capital, as Chen Hun, bearing the blood of the wandering god, drenched the palace in crimson before defecting to the Otherworld. At that time, Yi Qing was 34. In the torrent of history he was but a speck of dust, able only to watch. Over the next decade momentous events piled up. Murong Shui was trapped in a northern secret realm. Xiaoyao held the line alone, yet could not avert destruction, and the Abyss Society led hundreds of millions of tradespeople in ripping Great Xia apart. Another decade passed, each year bringing fresh upheaval. Then came the day when Blue Star underwent an unprecedented mutation. Every ancient mythology materialized at once: the celestial court of Great Xia, Western Heaven and Hell, Mount Olympus, the Norse pantheon, and more. The mythic age descended, and Blue Star's size swelled thousands of times over. Yet none of this had much to do with Yi Qing. That very day the true body of the demon god stepped out of the minor spirit realm and, with a single palm strike, annihilated Jiangbei City. All life there perished, and Yi Qing died amid the ashes. In the depths of darkness, Yi Qing relived every memory of his past life. His eyes were icy, his presence fierce. This time, he vowed, he'll overturn this chaotic era. A prompt appeared. "Would you like to continue eternal reincarnation? You may quit at any time." He chose to continue. Once, 10 times, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In every cycle he endured the same helplessness, humiliation, bullying, and restraint, and discovered that even the tiniest change was impossible. His will grew numb, leaving only the resolve to stay true to himself. Out of habit, he chose to continue 20,000 times. 30,000 times time stretched until his memories blurred, yet he still pressed on. At last a shaft of white light flared in the depths of his vision. A wheel and a small mirror slowly emerged. Congratulations on clearing the Eternal Reincarnation domain. Reward obtained. Congratulations. You have cleared the Eternal Reincarnation secret realm and obtained the Wheel of Fate and the Eternal Reincarnation. Level up 10. All of your flying swords Yuxian, Juexian, Luxian, Xianxian, Qishao, Yutian, the Evil Sword, Heavenly Condemnation, the Demon Sword, Shura, and Jaime have been fully upgraded 10. Yi Qing stood motionless at the center of the secret realm, eyes shut tight. It was a long moment before he finally opened them, and a vast, unrestrained aura spread from his body, as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He looked utterly carefree and at ease. He pulled up his personal interface level 84, 52 to the next, then shifted his gaze to the two new items he had just received. The first was the Wheel of Fate, a gift from the God of Destiny. Its description was a single line. One day in the future, it will play a pivotal role. No rank, no details, only an air of mystery. Yi Qing frowned, but tucked it away for now. The second was Eternal Reincarnation Supreme, Growth, Special Equipment. Passive, just store it anywhere and it activates automatically, granting 99,999 to all base stats. Skill 1 Undying Cycle. Even if your HP drops to a single point, it instantly restores you to peak condition. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill 2 Eternal Power. Temporarily grants peak demigod combat strength for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 days. By comparison, the Immortal Slaying Gourd was also a supreme artifact, but its insta-kill effect had only a 50 trigger rate, and with just 48 durability restored, it was far from perfect. Eternal Reincarnation's raw numbers, on the other hand, made his heart race. Using a fingertip as a blade, Yi Qing drew a droplet of blood and let it fall onto Eternal Reincarnation. Item fully bound, Eternal Reincarnation. Usable only by the owner, destroys itself upon the owner's death. Now he was bound to 9 flying swords, the Immortal Slaying Gourd, the Zhuxian Sword Formation Diagram, the Tongtian Sword Coffer, and this new Eternal Reincarnation arm to the teeth indeed. He closed the interface, took out his phone, and saw that only an hour had passed outside. Leaving the secret realm, he sat cross-legged on a boulder by the pool, quickly jotting down notes events from the dungeon, meshing with hazy fragments of memory from his previous life, each confirming the other. Minutes later, the pool's surface rippled, and a graceful figure burst through the water. Morong Shui landed lightly on the shore, her gaze on Yi Qing both complex and profound. Putting away his notes, Yi Qing got straight to the point. You cleared the hardest stage of Eternal Reincarnation too, right? Tell me, how did you survive it? He didn't pry about her rewards. That was always personal. Morong Shui was silent for a moment. She steadied her breathing before speaking. The first few lives were rough, but I realized that if I focused on the beautiful moments and ignored the hardships, I would start looking forward to the next burst of happiness. Once I grasped that pattern, every life felt joyful, and time flew by. Yi Qing gave a wry smile. By contrast, he had pushed through sheer will alone, his mind almost shattering. Morong Shui had family in her childhood and awakened an SS rank class despite her reclusive nature. At just 18, she had experienced so little, making her challenge far easier than his own. Morong Shui sat beside Yi Qing in silence, gazing at the sea of stars and the bright moon. The night breeze skimmed across the lake, stirring faint ripples. Yi Qing tilted his head back, studying the sky while calculating the many events yet to come, but he had no idea what occupied Morong Shui's thoughts. Only when the east turned pale and dawn chased away the darkness did Morong Shui speak softly. Thank you for bringing me into this instance. I'm going to train alone in the wilderness. Until we meet again. Yi Qing raised his hand, and 2 white vials materialized in his palm. A small gift you might find useful. One contains 100 sword chi pills, the other 3 rebirth elixirs. Morong Shui accepted them without ceremony, turned with a wave, and soon vanished into the morning mist. Watching her leave, Yi Qing lifted his gaze to the heavens and thought, the first priority is to annihilate the Situ clan. With my current ability, a mere demon god avatar is no longer a threat. Buzzing, a massive beam of sword light shot from beneath his feet, cutting through the sky toward Jiangbei City. Seated cross-legged on the beam, Yi Qing produced a supreme longevity pill and tossed it into his mouth. Congratulations on leveling up. You have reached level 85. To earn more experience, you must complete a class change quest. Drawing quest. Quest acquired. Obtain the core of an 8th rank demigod monster. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing as the image of the Yamada no Orochi of Sakura Kingdom appeared in his Minnan 8th rank demigod beast. After eradicating the Situ clan, he would have to visit Sakura and behead the serpent for its core. He removed the monster doctor set and equipped the demigod set, the Tongtian set. This trip into the secret realm had made his strength skyrocket. Yi Qing opened his status screen. Player, Yi Qing. Level, 85. Classes, Mortal Sword Immortal, Xianhuang Body Sovereign, Actor. Subclasses, Demonic Physician, Formation Grandmaster, Alchemy Grandmaster, Forge Master. HP, 1, 576, 9401, 576, 930. MP, 1, 571, 9801, 571, 980. Physical attack, 617,966. Magic attack, 524,396. Strength, 158,983. Intelligence, 157,198. Agility, 156,023. Constitution, 157,693. Special stats, Charisma 370, Luck 371. Talents, Power of Time and Space, Crystal Clear Sword Heart SSSS, Primordial Holy Body SSSS, Impersonation D. Skills, Mortal Sword Control LV7. Each attack deals 460 damage, can control 9 flying swords, critical rate 58, sword control range 1900 m. Sky Cleaving Draw LV6 consumes 7 MP, releases Circular Sword Aura within 500 m, deals 1860 damage, 1.5 second cooldown. Illusory God Sword Arts LV5. Invincible Domain LV4. Xianhuang Skystep LV5. Peerless Sword Intent LV2. Martial Golden Body LV2. Death Denial. Advanced Appraisal. Passives. Man and Sword as One. Copper Skin Iron Bones. Body of No Wounds. Mortal Ultimate Sword. Xianhuang Immortal Body. Hongmeng Sword Dao. Special Effects. A single sword's chill across 19 provinces. Sword Scar. Sword Glow. Unyielding Heart. Equipment. Tontian Sword Case. Tontian Set. Immortal Slaying Gourd. Immortal Execution. Sword Formation Diagram. Eternal Reincarnation. Yi Qing closed the panel and made a quick assessment. A casual swing without any buffs already exceeded 10 million damage. Unleashing all 9 flying swords pushed it close to 100 million. If he stacked Crystal Clear Sword Heart, Primordial Holy Body, Unyielding Heart, and Baby, Turn Around, his damage would spike by another 131-fold. Even worse for his enemies, his critical chance was frighteningly high. With Eternal Reincarnation activated, the Beastmark's secret art, and Xiao Bai, the cooldown of Sky Cleaving Draw would drop to 0.7 seconds. On a crit, each slash would deal over 300 billion damage, enough to one-shot a level 300 mythic boss. If he ran into the level 200 mythic sword puppet Yanhu again, he could toy with it even without going all out unless it was hiding something equally outrageous. By the time full daylight arrived, the massive sword light descended onto the wasteland outside Jiangbei City, revealing Yi Qing's figure. That day, the Situ clan of Jiangbei City was gripped by panic. In the broad reception hall, clan head Situ Xiao stood ashen-faced, cold sweat sliding down his temple. Someone had dared to massacre his kin. At the same time, every collateral relative who happened to be outside the estate had been wiped out overnight, the avalanche of bad news shattering the household's composure. Dense fog seeped through cracks in the courtyard walls, filling every corridor in an instant. Screams of terror mingled with the clash of steel. Eyes flashing with murderous intent, Situ Xiao shoved open the heavy vermilion doors. If their enemy dared appear, he would ensure none lived to leave. Beyond the swirling mist, blood streamed across the bluestone path. Yi Qing emerged in snow-white robes, the demonic sword Shura pulsing in his grasp, its edge unstained. He stepped through the haze and locked eyes with Situ Xiao. "You're Yi Qing?" Situ Feng's classmate and, now first on the heaven roll. Situ Xiao's voice quavered with disbelief. "Why attack the Situ clan?" Yi Qing's answer was a cold smile. "Situ Feng, Situ Yin, your 2 sons died by my hand. Now it's your turn." A crimson arc burst from Shura, the reek of blood rushing forward. Situ Xiao tried to dodge, knowing he was too slow. Boom. A jet of pitch-black light erupted from the ground. Fingers clenched, shattering the bloody blade. The darkness took the shape of a tall figure, scarlet hair flowing, eyes indifferent. Her voice was icy. "The blood of a peerless prodigy is quite a tonic." Falling to his knees, Situ Xiao bowed, trembling yet reverent. "Lord Demon God, destroy him, and I will serve you for life." A terrifying pressure swept the courtyard. The air itself trembled. The demon god's avatar glanced down. "Telling me what to do? Die." With a wet pop, Situ Xiao's body exploded. Blood mist spiraled into the avatar's palm. Only shattered armor clattered to the floor. The avatar turned to Yi Qing. "A shard of my soul fell to you." Yi Qing nodded. "He'll cut this fragment first, then come for your true form." "You?" "The greatest in Daxia barely reach 8th rank demigod, same as my avatar." Tendrils of blood fanned out behind her like venomous serpents and shot forward. Yi Qing raised a hand. The surrounding fog solidified into a thick shield, blocking the attack. High above the estate, for swords had long since taken their positions, the immortal execution formation was ready. As its radiance flared, a thrill of mortal danger stabbed through the avatar's heart. With a roar, she morphed into a colossal blood-red beast and blasted toward the sky, the stench of iron heavy in the air. A mere avatar is worth trading for your life. Yi Qing dismissed the fog shield and formed a seal. Formation, unleash peerless sword intent. The sky erupted. Sword light crashed like a tide. Phantom blades filling every inch of space, turning pavilions and halls to dust in an instant. 99,999 strikes landed each second, every one a critical blow. In the blink of an eye, the avatar's blood shield fractured into tatters. The resulting scream split the night. In a last frenzy, the demon god's shard lunged straight at Yi Qing. Yi Qing didn't retreat. He took a bold step forward. Inside the Zhu Xian sword formation, he was untouchable. The moment the demon god's avatar thrust out its massive arm, countless intersecting sword currents shredded it to pieces. Blood mist exploded and rained down, yet no death notification appeared. Gripping the Zhanxian gourd, Yi Qing had already locked onto his target within this array. Even the faintest fluctuation could not escape his senses. The blood mist seemed to gain a will of its own, twisting into a gigantic crimson face bearing exaggerated fangs. I may be only an avatar, but I still wield divine power. Brief immunity, rapid regeneration. You can't kill me. The formation roared. Tens of thousands of sword gleams and illusory blades fell at once, stripping the mist layer by layer. The avatar howled in rage. Impossible. You actually broke through divine defense. 10 seconds later, the swirling blood had shrunk to the size of a palm. As long as my strike rate outpaces your recovery, you'll die eventually, Yi Qing said coolly. At the edge of the mist, the demon god's visage bellowed. A formation of such power must burn incredible energy. How long can you keep it up? Zhanxian flying dagger. A dazzling blade light burst from the gourd's mouth like a meteor splitting the sky, cleaving straight into the blood fog. The system failed to declare an instant kill, yet Yi Qing's expression remained calm. A weak roar echoed from deep within the crimson cloud. That's your strongest attack? You still can't finish me. Is that so? Yi Qing flipped his left hand. Pale gold law light spread out time reversal. Everything around him rewound. Shattered ground reknitted. Wavering sword currents steadied. Drained spiritual power refilled. Yi Qing's status returned to full, while the avatar remained damaged, exposed at the array's core. This can't be. The avatar's voice cracked with terror. Even true gods struggle to master that power. How do you possess it? I don't have time to chat. Die. Zhanxian flying dagger. The second blade flash vanished as soon as it appeared, and 4 cold system words followed. Instant kill. You have slain the 8th-tier demigod, demon god avatar. Gained 32 billion experience. Experience stored in the sign-in system. Yi Qing exhaled softly and dismissed the Zhu Xian sword formation. The myriad sword shadows faded. The flying dagger turned to a streak of light and returned to the gourd. He surveyed the scene. What had been the Situ family estate lay in ruins. Every clansman had been shredded to dust, blood seeping along the cracks in the earth. The outer layer of ruins disintegrated in silence, ensuring that not a trace of the battle's shockwaves escaped, but discovery was only a matter of time. In the next instant, he changed several spatial shifts and left Jiangbei City. Across the wild night sky, a single sword beam streaked east toward the East Sea. Seated cross-legged upon it, Yi Qing felt the wind on his face and a surge of exhilaration. Countless cycles of humiliation and oppression were finally wiped clean. A system prompt appeared. Your state of mind is evolving. Proto-homing, Sword Dao 35 proficiency. His gaze fixed on the horizon. Next target Sakura Nation, Yamada no Orochi. Once that giant serpent fell, his class change quest would be complete. Meanwhile, Jiangbei City was in upheaval. Someone discovered the bodies of Situ clan disciples on the outskirts. Tracing the trail, investigators found the family estate razed to the ground, the stench of blood thick in the air and coagulated gore staining the earth. Such a large-scale death event had been unheard of in the safe zone for years. The Adventurer Association dispatched a force of high-level professionals to launch an urgent investigation. Out on the deep blue sea, waves rolled beneath him. Standing on his sword tip, Yi Qing glanced at the news on his phone. Sure enough, the Jiangbei massacre was already front page. He allowed himself a faint smile, tossed the phone into the Zhanxian gourd, and sped away in a streak of sword light towards Sakura Nation. On a windswept coastline of the Sakura Kingdom, a single sword stroke bloomed behind Yi Qing, cleaving a monster in two. You have slain a level 210 deadly great white shark. Experience gained, 230,000. He poured every point into the check-in system, and the progress bar labeled 1,033.4 billion. Twitch's total had just passed 33 billion. Yi Qing eyed the figure, muttered to himself, then looked toward the low buildings on the horizon. He was indeed in the Sakura Kingdom, but he still had no idea where the Yamatano Roki was hiding. He opened the system map and, amid a forest of dungeon markers, locked onto Sakura Divine Mountain. The peak stood in the kingdom's exact center, its foot ringed by a royal shrine off-limits to ordinary adventurers. Yi Qing's appearance, build, and clothes shifted in an instant. Abandoning his sword flight, he oriented himself and triggered spatial blink twice, arriving near the mountain in a heartbeat. The streets were packed with locals speaking a language he couldn't understand. Without slowing, he headed straight for the shrine. The closer he came, the denser the shops grew, their signs crowding the skyline, yet the pedestrians thinned. A squad of soldiers suddenly blocked his path, eyes cold, barking incomprehensible orders. Yi Qing's brow furrowed. Anyone who blocks me dies. Heaven-severing draw. A streak of black light flashed, and the demonic sword Shura sliced the squad in half, spraying blood and entrails across the street. Yi Qing pressed on. 10 more patrols tried to stop him, and each fell with a single swing. Sheathing his blade, he murmured, I don't know what they were saying, but it certainly wasn't friendly. Lifting his gaze, he found the Sakura shrine within arm's reach and decided to break in Hedon. No one else appeared until he reached the gate, where two figures stood in the wind, an old monk framed by the phantom of a colossal beast, and a middle-aged samurai in traditional armor wielding a blood-red katana wrapped in crimson intent. Yi Qing tightened his grip on Shura, eyes icy. Level 300? He'll kill them just the same. You're from Daxia and dare trespass in the Sakura shrine? Today you die? The samurai roared. He vanished, reappearing at a twisted angle with his blade already descending. Yi Qing smirked and activated Sword Heart Illumination and Primal Saint Physique. Heaven-severing draw. Pitch black sword energy exploded, forcing the samurai to stagger back as the shockwave slammed into the shrine gates. Faces darkening, both guardians unleashed their strongest techniques. The 0.7-second cooldown ended. Yi Qing swung again. Successive arcs of sword light carved through the sky, space-time markers locking onto the two targets, leaving them nowhere to flee and no chance to parry. In the blink of an eye, monk and samurai were severed into pieces, blood splattering the shrine doors while organs and limbs rained onto the ground. Yi Qing walked over to the two corpses, picked up the string of prayer beads and the blood-red longsword, and fed them both to the immortal slaying gourd. Just as his palm was about to push open the vermilion doors, a blinding white light flared in array, perhaps? He scoffed. Such a trifling ward could never restrain him. He took one light step, and the sword scar trailing behind him dissolved into countless golden runes that burrowed into the ground like living things. An instant later he kicked, and the heavy wooden doors shattered into splinters. Inside the shrine complex, scattered buildings filled the compound, each housing a different deity. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo gods on every side. Yi Qing's gaze swept over them and fixed on a small, sinister sanctuary in the corner dedicated to Yamada no Orochi. He raised the demon's sword Shilaw, and several streaks of crimson-black light tore out, reducing statues and halls to rubble with a thunderous crash. The distant sky split open in a bellow of rage. How dare you? Do you wish to die? A pillar of dark purple light ripped the heavens and tightened into the form of a cold-faced man. His pupils were slit like a serpent's, venom gleaming in their depths, and black mist billowed around him. Yi Qing activated his heart of invincibility and regarded him coolly. So you're Yamada no Orochi? Not much to look at. He murmured, baby, turn immortal slaying flying dagger. Mortal peril enveloped Yamada no Orochi at once. To Yi Qing's surprise, the creature burst into a black-purple streak and fled skyward. Yi Qing chuckled. Marked and still trying to run, a dazzling blade arc cleaved the sky and crashed into the fleeing glow. The dagger snapped back into the gourd, yet Yamada no Orochi had vanished. With a temporal mark on you, where can you hide? Tearing open space, Yi Qing raced after the lingering fluctuations. In a blink, he landed atop Sakura Divine Mountain. Lush foliage crowned the summit, and space rippled faintly. He raised a brow. Feels like this links to a dungeon. Channeling time-space power, he stepped into the nearest node. The scene flipped. Clear sky turned to oppressive clouds. The ground sprouted bizarre weeds. Twisted tree shadows stretched everywhere. A system prompt appeared. Entered God-tier mega realm, Takamagara, domain of the Sakura Pantheon. Extreme danger. Immediate evacuation advised. Yi Qing eyed the notice, expression shifting. So the Sakura Kingdom hides a place like this, and there's even a 9-cycle true god inside. Sitting on an enormous exposed root, he weighed the odds. Mythic Advent was still 30 years away, and some unknown limit kept the gods from stepping onto Blue Star for now. With time-space power and the primal bead masking his presence, all he needed was to behead Yamada no Orochi and leave. His safety was assured. Even if a deity cornered him, he felt no fear. One god-slaying card in hand, plus time reversal, meant two. If he actually met two true gods at once, he rather hoped he could politely send them to their deaths. Decision made. Swordlight burst underfoot, and he streaked after Yamada no Orochi. Jagged mountains rose ahead, slopes ablaze with blossoms, and the roars of monsters locked in combat. Spotting the incoming swordlight, the beasts bared their fangs and launched ranged attacks. Yi Qing frowned, drew the immortal execution sword, and swept out in a single horizontal slash. Killed level 200 elite Crow Tengu. Gained 800,000 experience. Just then, a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a crimson robe flew in from the distance. Her voice was hauntingly seductive. "Who are you? And how dare you kill my subordinates?" Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to respond. He raised his hand and cast an appraisal spell. The display showed only Yu Zhaoqian, every attribute blank. She was a demigod-class creature, on par with Yamada no Orochi. Given that, he resolved to end it quickly. In a single thought, he triggered all his buffs. Peerless sword intent and martial gold body roared to life. The surrounding vegetation shattered, turning into countless phantom blades. 9 flying swords arrayed themselves behind him, their cold light gleaming. Next, he activated eternal power. For the next 3 minutes. He would wield the body and strength of a demigod. Yuzuokian's eyes narrowed. She snorted, "So unreasonable, straight to a fight to the death?" Even as she spoke, the image of a 9-tailed white fox appeared behind her, mountain-sized. It howled and lunged downward. Boom! Yi Qing met it with a punch. The shockwave ripped the air apart, and the phantom blade surged forward, slicing the fox shadow until its brilliance dimmed. Yuzuokian's face twisted. "You forced my hand." The white fox instantly morphed into a blood-red one. 9 massive scarlet tails, sharp as spears, stabbed at the martial gold body. Yi Qing controlled the golden avatar, grabbed one of the tails, and tore it free. Blood sprayed everywhere. The phantom blades kept hacking, each strike strong enough to split mountains. Iron fists rained down, shattering the bloodfox shadow, until Yuzuokian's body exploded into a mess of flesh and gore. Even so, Yi Qing didn't relax. Defeating a demigod was one thing. Killing one outright was far harder, especially without a kill notice on his interface. Sure enough, a streak of white light shot from the pool of flesh at blinding speed. Before Yi Qing could react, it streaked through the sky and vanished on the horizon. Seriously? She escaped again? He frowned. All the while, the sweeping phantom swords cleared every monster in the nearby mountains. The 3-minute limit expired. Power drained from his body, and both martial gold body and the phantom blades dissolved. The remaining gore on the ground glowed and condensed into a snow-white fox tail. Emergency tail shedding. Yi Qing recalled that every 9-tailed heavenly fox knew this escape art. He stowed the tail away for future alchemy. "Run if you like. I marked you in space-time. Chasing 1 or 2 targets makes no difference." Sword light flared beneath his feet, and he shot into the sky without concealment. The entire commotion was meant to draw out the cherry blossom deity and test the god-slaying card. Now Yu Zhaoqian and Yamada no Orochi were fleeing in the same direction. On his map, 2 light dots raced toward the same spot. Riding his sword, Yi Qing pursued. After a day and a night, a towering peak that pierced the clouds rose before him, its summit shrouded in mist. Both demigods had hidden themselves within this mountain, clearly the abode of a god. On the map, a massive, intimidating light that stood guard at the summit. Yi Qing didn't ascend immediately. Instead, he stopped at the foot of the mountain to rest after a full day's chase. He wanted to face the coming battle at his peak. He took a deep breath, blurred, and vanished into the Hongmeng Pearl's space. This would be his first direct clash with a god-level foe, and even with the god-slaying card, he couldn't afford the smallest mistake. 3 days later, at the summit of Sanluan Mountain, Baki Dash eyed the bloodstained Yu Zhaoqian and sneered. "Well, did you offend some deity and get punished for it?" His coarse voice rolled across the windswept peak. Yu Zhaoqian pressed a wounded arm to her side, her fox eyes glacial. "No, I ran into a powerful madman. 9 long swords floated behind him, and his strength was terrifying." Baki Dash narrowed his vertical pupils, a thoughtful glint flashing within. Suddenly the mountainside behind them blazed with divine light, and a crushing aura descended like a range of peaks. A detached voice sounded from the brilliance. "Those who enter my domain seeking protection must pay the price." The speaker was the god of Sanluan Mountain. Both Baki Dash and Yu Zhaoqian bowed at once. "Yes." Baki Dash spoke first. "That intruder has probably reached Gaoxianyuan. The one we encountered was almost certainly him." The mountain god laughed coldly, his voice shattering the snow-capped ridge. "Any outsider who breaks into Gaoxianyuan walks straight to death." Before his words had faded, space split open. A black fissure appeared, an ancient card slipped out, and a blade's gleam followed close behind. The mountain god watched calmly, as if prey had delivered itself. Coming of his own accord? It seems he has a way to track. Boom. The card erupted in blinding white light, turning into a cascading ribbon that pierced the god's radiance, obliterating body and soul in an instant. The second blade flashed toward Baki Dash. Panic seized him. His serpentine body whipped aside as he fled dozens of yards. Yu Zhaoqian streaked away in a silver blur. From the rift stepped a black-clad young man, Yi Qing. Squinting at the horizon, he murmured, "Escaped? Execute Immortal's sword array." Chi-chi. Sword energy poured down like a storm, swallowing the entire summit. The array's dagger locked on Baki Dash, pierced him through, and the giant serpent dropped lifeless before it could scream. Yu Zhaoqian, having watched the mountain god fall to a single card and Baki-die in a heartbeat, reeled in terror. As the sword aura closed in, she trembled, knelt, and begged, "I will serve you." Yi Qing shook his head, voice light as the wind. "Sorry, I already keep one fox. Am not used to having a second." Peerless sword intent erupted. 9 swords circled his back. Driven by eternal power, the Execute Immortal's array multiplied into countless phantom blades that surged like a tidal wave. With no gap to flee, Yu Zhaoqian vanished in the sea of sword light. Before the blood could hit the ground, a chill lanced up. Yi Qing's spinning a presence far stronger than the mountain god was closing in. He moved instantly, sweeping up the god's blood and divinity, and stowing the corpses of Baki and Yu Zhaoqian. Time reversal. The world rolled back 20 seconds, the 9 swords flying back into their case. Time stop. Everything froze. Wind and snow hung motionless. Yi Qing traced a dark slit in the air. Spatial traverse. Endless darkness surged in. Chaotic currents snapped like devouring beasts. Yet Yi Qing flickered and disappeared into the Hongmeng Pearl. Time resumed. On Sanluan Mountain's peak, holy light cascaded as a woman wrapped in gentle radiance descended Amaterasu, one of Gaoshanuan's supreme deities. She surveyed the summit, divine sense surging like the tide. The mountain god's aura had been erased, yet no one remained. Who could wield such power? The appointed hour of awakening hasn't come. Puzzled, she swept her consciousness across Gaoshanuan, found nothing, and faded into starlight. Within the Hongmeng Pearl, countless pink petals drifted. Beneath an ancient peach tree, Yi Qing leaned against the trunk, panting, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Gaoshanuan clearly holds more than ninth-turn true gods. There must be beings on an even higher level, he muttered. Then he looked at the spoils in his hands and could not hide his smile. Still, judging by today's haul, the gains were extraordinary. He stared at the stats panel. Slaying Tamamonome had earned him 34 billion XP. Taking down Yamato Naroki added another 32 billion, and the Miwa Mountain got a staggering 700 billion. The cores of Orochi and Tamamo, a divinity shard, and the Kusanagi sword were all safely in his inventory. A string of eye-watering numbers scrolled past. If not for the class change quest blocking him, the haul would have shot Yi Qing straight to level 120. His check-in meter now read 1,007,994,000,000, and the panel flashed a prompt. System upgrade available, requires 100 billion XP, 30 days, and 1 divinity shard. He shelved the upgrade for the moment and pulled out Orokus core. Class quest complete. All skills enhanced. Base attributes massively increased. New skill data appeared. 1. Divine Blade Doppelganger LV1. The sword you wield can split into a clone. The clone stats are 50 of the original, and any feedback goes straight to the user. 2. Slaughter Fist Intent LV1. Melee attacks gain 650 bonus damage and inflict a rupture effect that prevents healing and drains an extra 0.5 HP per second. After the boost, Yi Qing raised his hand and fed the Kusanagi sword into the Immortal slaying gourd. A flash of crimson, the entire divine blade was refined into the gourd's razor-sharp essence. Time to burn some XP. He bought 1,000 mystery formulas in one go. Pop-ups cascaded across the screen. First turn golden core, invisibility elixir, blood burst elixir, divine blood elixir, beast god elixir. The list went on. With 787.8 billion XP still left, he snagged another 1,000 formulas, materials included. Plenty of XP remained, but the check-in system mattered more. Targeted check-in 100 times cooldown recovery items. Reward. Restoration Divine Fluid 1. Tears of the Divine 99. Targeted check-in 100 times single-use high-power gear. Reward. Starburst Hammer, Blood of Death Arrow, Godslayer Venom. Targeted check-in 100 times herb seeds. Hundreds of spirit plant seeds stuffed his backpack. Even after all that, 700 billion XP remained. The system pinged again. Spend 100 billion XP to begin advancement. Duration, 30 days. Yes. Yi Qing confirmed. The 30-day countdown began. He turned his attention to the mountain of seeds. In the greenhouse, spirit soil churned and medicinal aromas filled the air. After several hours, had planted only a corner of the plot and finally called it a night. He'll finish the rest tomorrow. Leaving the greenhouse, he headed straight for the lab. Chen Hun was calibrating the incubation tanks. Seeing Yi Qing stride and carrying 3 gigantic corpses, he gasped. They were bodies of true gods. Yi Qing set them into 3 empty vats and said calmly, "Study them." Staring at the Miwa mountain god's corpse, Chen Hun's eyes practically glowed. With god blood, divine genomes will gestate embryos in no time. Handle it, Yi Qing replied. Behind the equipment, Chen Shi peeked out. Even through the glass, the pressure from the 2 divine cadavers left her breathless. Yi Qing's gaze shifted to the 2 fist-sized, softly glowing clusters of godly genes nearby. He had killed true gods before, but only with outside help. His own power still had a long way to go. When he looked back, Chun-Han was already impatiently slicing open the Miwa Mountain God's chest for samples. Yi Qing stopped to notice the researcher was still only level 10. Stay at it for a bit longer, you need a level boost. Chun-Han adjusted his glasses. Want to run a dungeon? Let's go. Yi Qing pushed open the lab door and, with a flick of his wrist, pulled Chun-Han into his party. Outside, Yi Qing produced a bronze vial. A cold gleam flashed at its mouth, releasing a bridal gown wraith and a lone specter. An instant later, a razor-sharp sword arc tore through the air behind him, the chill edge decapitating the wraith on the spot. Her shriek dissolved into smoke, and 5 level-up flares burst across Chun-Han's body, launching him straight to level 15. If not for his pending class change quest, he might have climbed even higher. Good. Get back to your research. Yi Qing stowed the bottle and headed toward an open patch of ground. Chun-Han stared after him for a few seconds, checked his class change requirements shockingly simple and hurried back inside, elated. On the empty ground, Yi Qing took out the obsidian Zhujie cannon. Cooldown remaining, 9 years and 37 days. He uncorked a crystal phial of restoration elixir and let one drop fall onto the barrel. Runes flared, the icy timer vanished, and the world-ending weapon was whole again. He made a note to himself. Next time, try exterminate an entire realm. He returned the cannon to his ring and summoned the Lihua furnace. Scarlet spiritual flames roared up, and he began refining pills. For the next half-month, his schedule was packed. Daylight hours spent transplanting exotic herbs in the medicinal field and studying divine blood with Chun-Han. Nights given over to batch after batch of alchemy, the mingled scents of strange concoctions drifting through the base. Another night under a silver moon, Yi Qing balanced a dream blossom and a tamamonome core in his palm, added a handful of auxiliary materials, and slid them into the furnace. The fire blazed, the lid trembled, then fell silent. Pill forging successful. Fox God elixir transcendent. Item note, contains terrifying power. High chance of evolution for celestial foxes. Int 80,000, Cha 20,000. Warm, fragrant, the pill rested in his hand. Little White the snow-furred fox tilted its head up with pleading eyes. Smiling, Yi Qing tossed the elixir skyward. The fox gave a sharp yip, leapt, swallowed it whole, and promptly collapsed into deep sleep. Status panel, evolving. Target transcendent. He gently carried Little White to the blood-red dragon tree at the field's center, covered it with soft spirit grass leaves, and stepped into the lab. It worked. We did it. Chun-Han's voice shook with excitement. The divine embryos formed? Yi Qing crossed the room in 2 strides. Suspended in a nutrient tank, a sphere of holy light drifted, a vague humanoid shape inside. Faint waves of divinity pulsing outward. Yi Qing's heart pounded. The God creation project had reached its critical phase. Once the embryo hatched, they would have 2 true gods. Trying to steady himself, Chun-Han explained, that divine corpse held immense energy. I only siphoned a sliver of its genes, yet these samples are growing at a terrifying pace. Yi Qing nodded, trusting the genius researcher implicitly. Affinity maxed, 100 points, absolute loyalty. What now? Just draw blood? Yi Qing rolled up his sleeve. Once isn't enough. Chun-Han pushed his glasses higher and tapped a control panel. 2 small blood troughs rose in front of the tanks. We'll need daily transfusions until they hatch. A soft crimson glow formed at Yi Qing's fingertip. He made a small cut. Blood dripped through a conduit into the culture fluid. Instantly the embryo shuddered, as if drunk on nectar. Yi Qing's brow furrowed. What's going on? I have no idea, Chun-Han admitted, eyes darting over the surging data. Maybe there's another power hidden in your blood? The monitoring curve shot upward, screens flashing cold light, and even Chun-Han looked bewildered. Yi Qing suspected that the fluctuations were caused by temporal spatial energy. The divine embryo floating in the incubation vessel suddenly convulsed, then went rigid as though it had reached its absolute limit. Moments later the neighboring vessel was drained of blood, and the second embryo fell silent as well. Chun-Han stared at the motionless pair, frowning, yet unable to offer an explanation. They were probably overloaded by the energy in your blood, he said in a low voice. The power running through your veins is even more astonishing than true godhood. Yi Qing shook his head lightly. Not necessarily stronger, just on a higher plane. Chun-Han nodded thoughtfully. That's possible. From here you have 2 tasks, Yi Qing instructed. First, study the true god's corpse. Second, find a way to bring Tamamonome and Yamada no Orochi to maturity. The 2 of them then joined forces to strike down several more stand-ins of the Bridean Red. Fueled by mountains of experience, Chun-Han rocketed to level 35 and completed his class change on the very first day. A sudden disturbance rose from deep within the primordial pearl, and Yi Qing hurried beneath the blood dragon tree. There, a 10-tailed celestial fox stood in quiet majesty. Soft light rippled over its silver-white fur, and its glassy eyes had traded seductive charm for an aloof transcendence. System panel. 9-tailed celestial fox, super god growth type, level 85. Base stat strength, 16,800. Agility, 76,800. Intelligence, 189,900. Constitution, 86,900. Special stats charm, 38,700. Luck, 1,200. Talents, Destiny of 10 Tails, Deity of Illusions, Nightmare Sorcery. Skills, Allure, Illusory Eyes, Foxfire, Share, Loyalty, Celestial Fox Avatar, Wheel of Fate, Radiance of Sun and Moon, Clone. Passives, Spirit Illusion, Sun and Moon Arts. Body of the Celestial Fox evolved from Spirit Fox Body. Restores 5 mana and health per second and reduces skill cooldowns by 30. Fox God Sword Intent, Phantom Moon Shadow. Special effect, Kinkiest Blessing possesses both Fox Shadow and Celestial Fox effects, enabling dream manipulation. A quick comparison told Qing that every talent and skill had improved, with 2 new major talents added. The recovery and cooldown reductions were bordering on God tier support. Its control was stronger and its combat power had soared. Yet because Qing could still one-shot most foes, Xiaobai's main duty would remain crowd control. The light faded, and Xiaobai shrank to palm size, landing lightly on Qing's shoulder. Qing exited the primordial pearl, greeted by the icy, boundless void. He sighed inwardly. The will of the world had expelled him last time, and this time he had withdrawn on his own after encountering a powerful deity. He was still one step short. He reached for his spatial anchors, each lay impossibly far away. 10 consecutive spatial shifts got him no closer to Blue Star. Suddenly the darkness rippled, and a colossal beast tore through the void. It had the bone wings of a western dragon, was wreathed in gray mist, and lunged at Qing with a gaping maw. Void Dragon Demigod. Description, a ferocious creature that prowls the endless void, endowed with a mighty body and mastery of spatial skills. Qing's expression did not change. He raised his hand and released the Immortal Slaying Gourd and its flying blade. A brilliant arc of blade light pierced the darkness, illuminating the void and sending the void dragon into a panic, forcing it to retreat. The beast writhed, trying to shake off the Immortal Slaying flying dagger that had locked onto it. A moment later, an esoteric surge erupted across its scales. The space ahead tore open like cloth, leaving a gap a yard wide where howling winds raged. The dragon thrust half its body into the rift, certain it had escaped, but the blade light caught up and sliced diagonally across its belly. Half of its massive form was cleaved away, and the purple-black blood that sprayed out was instantly shredded into mist by the turbulent spatial currents. The dagger wheeled back, turned into a streaking rainbow, and slipped into the gray gourd at Qing's waist. Staring at the still shivering rift, he clicked his tongue. That thing's health bar is ridiculous. It's still not dead. He had no idea where the other side of the fissure led, possibly somewhere, even farther than Blue Star, so he chose not to pursue. Composing himself, he continued to navigate the dark void. This time he was far more cautious, asking Xiaobai to cloak both himself and his sword light with illusion. All around, the void felt suffocatingly silent, and every stray creature he sensed was terrifyingly strong, none lower than an 8th-tier demigod. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot past his shoulders so fast that even his senses couldn't track it, heading straight toward Blue Star. Qing's brow lifted. Qi Xiao's sword left its sheath and he backhanded a blood-red crescent several hundred yards long. The arc passed cleanly through the white beam, yet left no mark at all. Qing frowned. Figures this void is full of weird stuff. Sheathing the sword, he pulled out his phone to check the time. Night was falling on Blue Star. Deciding to burn all his remaining spatial jumps at once, he flashed through the void several times and vanished, reappearing inside the Hongmeng Pearl. Bright lights filled the lab. Qing first fed the divine embryo as usual, then stored the stand-in talisman for Chun Hun's wedding dress ghost. Moving to an open patch of ground, he laid a flame array and began refining a Shinshua pill. This myth-grade elixir was brewed from divine blood and held pure god force. Anyone below level 300 could gain 3 levels instantly after taking it, making it priceless. At the same time, in a northern wilderness of Daxia, a spatial rift split the night air. A dim fissure opened, then spat out the same white light that had been racing through the void. When the glow faded, it revealed a handsome teenager who crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. After a while his chest rose faintly, was alive, if barely. He eventually opened his eyes, seeing weeds swaying and hearing distant beasts growling. Confused, he muttered, "All I did was stay up gaming." A weird icon popped up on my screen. I clicked close, and now where am I? Did someone kidnap me? His name was Fong Yun. For now, he hid behind a boulder, planning to hunker down until dawn. On the outer rim of the abyss, the scorched black earth was cracked like charcoal beneath a blood-red sky. Zhao Qianquan rode a scarlet swordlight, racing toward the abyssal depths. Suddenly a young man in blood-red robes flew past him, spared him a glance, then streaked away as a blood beam toward the same destination. Zhao Qianquan's heart tightened. That aura, why does it feel familiar? And he's headed straight for the evil god's lair. Without hesitation, he urged his sword forward and gave chase. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, Qing put away the freshly refined Shinshua pill. After confirming its patterns flowed flawlessly, he nodded in satisfaction, stepped into the peach grove, and collapsed into a deep sleep. He had spent 5 straight days dashing through the void just to make it back to Blue Star. In a northern wilderness of Daxia, yet another spatial rift silently tore open the night. Yi Qing stepped out of the spatial rift and found monsters rampaging in every direction. He drew Qi Xiao, and a burst of sword light roared like thunder, sweeping across the plain. Every creature fell instantly, their bodies carpeting the wasteland. The Zhanxian gourd switched to auto-loot, sucking every dropped material and crystal core into its belly. Yi Qing glanced at his experience bar 8, 591%. One last push and he would level up, so he decided to keep farming here. He released his spiritual sense, catching every fluctuation within 1,000 li. One temporal imprint belonged to Murong Shui. The other came from that white beam in the void. Yi Qing kicked off the ground, his sword light blooming as he shot skyward. The scar his blade left behind was stretched by true essence until it shattered into petals that drifted down and killed another wave of monsters on impact. Meanwhile, on the far side of the wilderness, Feng Yun, clothes in tatters and a wild fruit clenched in his fist, had only one thought. I really did transmigrate. Apes as tall as an 18-story building and elephants the size of mountains lumbered past, yet none noticed him, as if he were air. He looked up and froze. A meteor in broad daylight? No, it's headed straight for me. He staggered back and ducked behind an ancient, thick-trunked tree. The tree suddenly writhed to life. Its roots snapped free with a crack, and it bolted away. Feng Yun's mind blanked. Even trees can run? A dazzling sword light slammed down from the sky, and the earth shook. A young man with an indifferent expression stood with hands clasped behind his back, a long sword in hand. A tin-tailed white fox perched on his shoulder. It was Yi Qing. His gaze paused on Feng Yun. An outsider? The monsters ignored him, so he probably has no attribute panel. Realizing the newcomer was human, Feng Yun ran over, eyes shining. Bro, you can fly awesome. I saw you in the void and even slashed at you once. Are you kidding? Where's this void? We've never met. Yi Qing's lips curved in mockery. Feng Yun looked utterly confused. The more Yi Qing studied him, the more familiar he seemed. Suddenly the Zhanxian gourd stirred. The Ren Huang's sword flared, trying to break its seal. Yi Qing pulled it out. The blade's intricate patterns flickered, and it began circling Feng Yun. You refused to recognize me as master, and now you're stirring up trouble. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed, a chill filling the air. The Zhuxian sword shot from its case, its murderous aura making the air heavy. With a flash of cold light, the Renhuang sword was cut clean in two. The aura vanished, and the Zhuxian sword returned to its scabbard. The shattered Renhuang sword clattered to the ground, its glow fading. Feng Yun picked up the pieces and glared at Yi Qing. What's wrong with you? I was about to bond with it. I could feel it cheering for me. Yi Qing's face was icy. A flying sword I got as a sign and reward isn't allowed to betray mean point itself at me. His voice grew even colder. I'm no longer interested in where you come from. You need to die. The petals floating behind him swirled forward, streaking toward Feng Yun. At that moment, Feng Yun's heart leapt into his throat. He had no way to dodge, and just as he resigned himself to death, a blinding white light exploded from his skin, wrapped him up, and rocketed him toward the clouds like a reverse meteor, so fast that even the air couldn't slow it. A kilometer below, Yi Qing looked up calmly. I remember now's an outsider, he murmured. Didn't expect to bump into him. He thought of the Adventurers Association's secret branch that recruited only foreigners, the same group that had taken the newcomers from Linhai City. One day Feng Yun would lead that branch and stand toe-to-toe with Xiao Yao. Yi Qing's eyes grew dark, and a playful smile tugged at his lips. You can't get away. That light reeks of divinity, almost certainly a god's power. He opened his map. The tracker showed Feng Yun hurled 1,000 miles off, moving nearly as fast as Yi Qing's own spatial shift. 1,000 miles away, jagged mountains pierced the sky and shattered rock littered the ground. The white light vanished, and Feng Yun staggered to earth, staring around in bewilderment. What just happened? A gentle female voice echoed in his mind. I've burned more divine power to save you. How did you get in my head? Who are you? That guy tried to kill me over nothing. He blurted. That sword was once his, yet it chose you as its master. So of course he was furious. I am Sophia, goddess of light from your home world. Her voice faded. Your first task here is to explore this world's strange powers. Then everything went quiet. For a second Feng Yun shook, then excitement burst through him. He threw back his head and laughed. Huh, I really am the protagonist. And I've got the mentor in Mindwell, a grandma mentor. Planting a foot on a boulder, he pointed toward the distant city, ambition swelling in his chest. Protected by Sophia, nearby monsters ignored him, and he set off at a run. Not far away, on an ancient branch, Yi Qing stroked the little fox Xiaobai in his arms as he watched Feng Yun's retreating figure. Genuine divinity, the goddess of light. The kid's luck is impressive. As he spoke, his face and build shifted in a soft glow. He patted Xiaobai. Go nap in the Hongmeng Pearl. The fox nodded and vanished. Yi Qing stepped onto a wooden sword and sliced through the air toward the city. The city's outlines soon rose ahead. Its defensive array flickered, and ranks of soldiers stood firm atop the walls. From above, Yi Qing saw Fang Yun still sprinting across open ground, the monsters oblivious to him. Smiling, he drew a black-purple pill and flicked it down. The pill burst on impact, releasing a thin mist. Mid-stride, Fang Yun felt his limbs go numb. Bag can't move. Dust billowed ahead. A pack of gray wolves charged, growling. Fang Yun's face went sheet white. Sophia, save me. All he heard was the goddess' helpless sigh. At that critical instant, a sonic boom split the sky. A wooden sword plummeted and slammed into the earth, cracking the ground with long fissures. A tipsy middle-aged man, wine bottle in hand, tumbled down laughing. Kid, watch close. This strike is going to look awesome. The wooden sword began to spin, and a storm of razor-sharp sword energy erupted outward. The pack of wolves was shredded by a single sweep of sword light, wiped out in less than a heartbeat. Yi Qing, half a bottle of murky liquor in hand, drifted down to the grass. The wooden sword circled once overhead, then snapped neatly back into his palm. He shot a sideways glance at the poison-paralyzed Fang Yun. Kid, you're poisoned. I don't do antidotes. Come into the city with me, and we'll figure it out. Even from several meters away, the sharp reek of alcohol stabbed at Fang Yun's nose. His limbs were frozen, yet he was secretly elated. Huh, I really am the main character. A ribbon of sword light ferried them straight to the gate. The instant Fang Yun's toes found the ground, a squad of city guards leveled their rifles. Show your exit permit. If you don't have one, come with us. Yi Qing tipped back the bottle and drained it, then tossed the empty onto the roadside. A silver-gray badge gleamed in his palm. Adventurers Guild credentials. Free passage through any wilderness zone. The guards exchanged a look. Their stance shifted to respectful in an instant. Please, go ahead. Yi Qing grabbed Fang Yun by the collar and gave him a shake like a wet kitten. Picked this kid up in the wild. He's poisoned. Who's got antidote serum? He'll pay triple. I've got some. One guard immediately produced a bottle of dark green fluid. Forget the money. Yi Qing flicked a crisp stack of daxia bills into the guard's hand, hauled Fang Yun through the defensive array, and popped the seal off the vial with a tap of his fingernail. Down it. You'll be fine. Fang Yun coughed hard, and 2 minutes later the numbness faded. Delighted, he flexed his arms and legs. It really worked. Thanks for saving my neck, sir. Can I travel with you? Yi Qing gave him a sidelong look. You're obviously a life skills type with zero combat ability. Tagging along with me is suicide. Well, I don't have a class yet, Fang Yun admitted. I was hoping you could take me to get one. Yi Qing produced another drink and took a long pull. Schools give out awakening stones for free. Hey, race some cash, grab a cab to the nearest campus. Fang Yun pocketed the bills and jogged off. This outer ring hugged the wilderness. Only adventurers, mercenaries, and herb hunters usually pass through. Crumbling buildings stood in rows, sparsely inhabited, yet technically inside the safe zone arrays kept most monsters out. With that wad of daxia cash in his pocket and a ragged outfit still hanging off his shoulders, the boy strutted down the empty street, grinning from ear to ear. I really am the protagonist. That mister must be a peerless powerhouse. We'll meet again, definitely. Yi Qing watched him disappear, the drunken haze gone from his eyes. He stowed the bottle. The stuff was never liquor, only a pill that smelled like it. Hands in his pockets, he strolled toward the city proper. Each casual step etched a faint sigil into the pavement, and his pace was anything but slow. The Godslayer toxin is loose. That deity will only grow weaker. His gaze dark and distant, he stopped near a middle school and vanished soundlessly into thin air. 2 full hours later, a taxi finally pulled up at the gate. Fang Yun, now in clean clothes and high spirits, hopped out. High above, Yi Qing crouched among the lattice of ward lines on the wall, quietly watching the campus below. He wanted to see whether this visitor from another world could really claim a class. The school's principal, a middle-aged man, led Fang Yun onto the athletic field. A buzz of students gathered around, curious to see what was happening. The jaw change ceremony had been over for months. Why was someone still taking it now? Maybe he had missed the deadline. I couldn't help wondering which class he would end up with after all. I'd have to choose mine next year. In the center of the field, Fang Yun drew a deep breath and pressed his palm against the icy awakening stone. The brooding sky split open with holy light. A blinding pillar shot straight into the clouds, and the runes on the stone dais roiled hidden class, radiant swordsman. The principal stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, staring at the student as if seeing him for the first time. Once the transfer completed, Fang Yun opened the newly popped status panel. A long list of skills filled his view. Raising his hand slightly, he muttered to himself, a hidden class sounds impressive, but why does this panel look exactly like a game? Can I really grind monsters for XP? Atop the outer wall, Yi Qing withdrew his gaze. Within the holy light he had felt the divine power of the god of light. So an off-worlder can change classes too, he murmured. He watched the principal lead Fang Yun toward the newbie instance, then looked away. The temporal mark was already in place. Finding the boy later would be easy. A silent rift opened in the air. Yi Qing stepped through and vanished. Far to the north, The Daxia snow mountains lay cloaked in silver. Blizzards swept the slopes, the cold biting to the bone. Wrapped in a white cloak, Murong Shui trekked forward, a sapphire staff in hand. Guided by her staff, wind and snow hardened into icy spears that pierced one monster after another. In these conditions, she estimated her damage had risen by roughly 20%. The pristine ground suddenly split into a black fissure, and Yi Qing emerged. The swirling snowflakes bent around him, as if obeying an unseen order. How did you find me? Murong Shui asked, delight flickering in her eyes. I left a mark on you in the cycle abyss. Yi Qing chuckled, glancing around. Looks like you've grown comfortable living in the wild these last few days. Murong Shui nodded and pointed toward the peak. I suspect there's an unexplored dungeon up there. Good, I was getting bored, Yi Qing replied. They climbed side by side through the snow. Halfway up, they were ambushed by a pack of small snow sprites level 55 each, clutching an ice spike. Yi Qing kept his hands behind his back, while Murong Shui swung her staff. A storm of ice blades swept out, clearing the pack in an instant. Yi Qing gauged her output and decided she must have picked up some impressive gear in the cycle abyss, but he didn't ask. More than 2 hours later, they reached the summit. Closing his eyes, Yi Qing felt for spatial ripples and nodded. There's definitely a dungeon here, and it's low level. The sun was dropping fast, and night was settling in. He touched the ground with one hand. Lines of light wove beneath his feet, forming a small teleportation array. Your formation rank is that high? Murong Shui exclaimed. After you. Yi Qing stepped into the sigil first. 2 pillars of light rose, and they vanished. The howling snowscape was replaced by lush forest. Branches sagged under clusters of crystal-bright, wild fruit. A few little monkeys leapt to the treetops, stuffed the fruit into their mouths, pulled faces at the newcomers, and disappeared into the canopy. Yi Qing studied the notification on his status panel. It read, creatures inside the forest are friendly and will not attack first. The moment you leave the forest, however, you will encounter exceptionally powerful demons, and the end of the instance leads to an unknown land. Learning that such a dungeon lay hidden on the snowy summit, Murong Shui whispered in a white, was unbelievable. Yi Qing realized it was time to pick a side. Hunt the demons outside the woods, or turn on the easier prey within. While he was thinking, several sturdy gray-backed monkeys dropped from the treetops, waving for them to follow. Yi Qing and Murong Shui exchanged a look. Shall we go? He asked. Sure, she replied with a nod. A carpet of fallen leaves muted their steps as the troop bounded from branch to branch, leading them into a hidden cave. At the bottom lay a sunken pit filled with crystal-clear amber liquid. A new prompt flashed, Monkey Wine Epic. Brewed from 100 fruits by the Monkey Clan. Each dose randomly grants 100 base attribute points, up to 10 times. Several monkeys danced excitedly, urging the pair to drink. Murong Shui's eyes lit up. That's 1,000 base points, it'll save us countless levels. She took out several jade flasks, filled them, and sipped. The wine was sweet, fragrant, and mellow. Yi Qing, mindful of the debt one owes after being treated, silently resolved to help the monkeys fight the demons. He produced the Zhanqian gourd and siphoned away nearly half the pit for future alchemy. A few level 100 legendary monkeys watched in pain, but, being smart, did not interfere. A sudden shrill monkey scream and a deafening roar echoed outside. The monkeys dove behind boulders. Demons, Yi Qing said grimly. Let's have a look. He dashed out first, Murong Shui close behind. In the woods, a creature 4 or 5 meters tall stamped trees to splinters. Pitch black fur covered its body and tusks jutted like daggers. It seized a monkey and stuffed it into its mouth, blood dripping from its jaws. A crimson sword light split the air, severing the monster at the waist. Oily black blood splattered everywhere. Yi Qing stood with his sword at the cave mouth, while Murong Shui's experience bar sword, vaulting her to level 34. She was astonished at it was a level 100 epic monster, and clearly not the strongest around. A new readout appeared, Demon Giant Epic, level 100. Savage by nature, addicted to monkey brains. The corpse had dropped an epic shield. Yi Qing casually fed it to the Zhanqian gourd. That's what waits outside the forest, he said. Let's take a look. A massive blade of light formed beneath his feet, and Murong Shui stepped onto it. The sword light rocketed upward, revealing the entire forest below. Most areas remained peaceful, yet several demon giants were rampaging among the trees. Yi Qing swung his sword again and again. Blood-red beams lanced through the sky, felling them one after another. The Zhanqian gourd automatically vacuumed up the loot 2 pieces of an 85-level epic demon set. A black robe and a ring, 5 pieces total. Yi Qing tossed the items to Murong Shui. Outfitted in a demigod set himself, he had no need for them. Murong Shui's affection meter was already maxed out, so Yi Qing trusted her completely. Even so, she hesitated, running her fingers over the trophy and whispering, Isn't this too valuable? Take it. Yi Qing interrupted, his tone firm. These monsters. One swing of my sword can clear half the field. A pale arc of sword light shot skyward as they rode their blades into the air, surveying the forest's edge. The blood-red earth below was barren, and dozens of demon giants were tearing each other apart, their roars deafening, as if none would stop until every rival lay dead. Atop a massive boulder sat a woman in a crimson robe, cross-legged and languid, yet undeniably alluring. Her scarlet eyes tracked the sword light, tongue flicking across her lips before she let out a mocking laugh. "Heh, intruders? Enjoy your funeral." Yi Qing and Murong Shui focused on her at once, an information panel flashing before them. Abyssal race, expert in charm and mind control, ranked among the outer abyss top 10 beauties. Gazing over the endless crimson wasteland, Yi Qing frowned. Is this an abyss training ground? The other end of the dungeon might open straight into the abyss. Murong Shui's face tightened. Maybe we leave the instance and destroy the teleport array? Yi Qing's smile turned icy. No need. We'll kill them all. That succubus is the only real threat. The rest are just level 120 demigods. He dove from the sword light, every buff icon on his status bar flaring. The phantom sword case on his back burst open, 9 flying swords fanning out in formation. Peerless sword intent unleash. Miles of grass, sand, and stone dissolved into spectral blades, merging into a roaring sea of swords that swept outward, mowing down demons in an instant. Aisha, the blood-robed succubus, glared, her voice icy. Boasting before the abyss? Not today. She curled a finger. God of demons, descend. Boom. The sky split into a black vortex as a colossal shadow fell, its mere presence shattering swaths of phantom blades. Aisha laughed madly. Even a projection of a demon god is 8th tier strength. How do you plan to survive? Die? Yi Qing landed in front of Murong Shui, shielding her from the crushing aura. A bronze gourd and a blood-red throwing knife appeared in his hands, the immortal slaying gourd and immortal slaying flying knife. The blade flashed. Instant kill. The demon god's projection exploded into dust. System prompt. Demon god projection slain. 20 billion XP gained. Columns of light burst around Yi Qing as his level soared from 86 to 91, the 9 swords rising to match. Murong Shui gaped. Her own level leapt from 34 to 50, capped only by her class change quest. Aisha staggered back, shrieking, "What relics are those? How can you one-shot a demigod? You can't kill Ma, but he'll remember you." Her voice faded as she vanished without so much as a ripple in space. Yi Qing's gaze stayed cold. The remaining phantom swords swept out, shredding every demon nearby. His experience bar settled at level 91, 89%. He turned to Murong Shui. "We need to leave. That gear's cooldown is long, and something stronger might show up." She nodded gravely. Yi Qing stepped beside her, raised a hand, and tore open space. Activating spatial traverse, they vanished from the dungeon in an instant. Atop the snow-capped peak, twin shafts of light flared within the teleport circle as Yi Qing and Murong Shui materialized side by side. The moment his feet touched the ground, Yi Qing erased the original array. On the ice-slick rock, he then carved more than a dozen overlapping formation slaughter wards and binding traps, their interwoven sigils gleaming with a lethal chill. Even if the demons inside the instance charged out, they would have to break through these defenses first. Unless the intruder was a master of spatial arts or half-divine already, they would not advance a single step. At the faintest stir, Yi Qing would sense it instantly. He turned to Murong Shui and tossed her several pieces of armor, black stained with dark red. "The demon set is complete. Head out while you can. I need to get back to Capital University." Murong Shui caught the gear, her usually cool face showing a rare flicker of gratitude. "This hall is huge. Thank you." For someone as restrained as she was, those words did not come easily. Yi Qing waved as her figure vanished into the howling snowstorm, then let his gaze fall to the formations at his feet. Excitement flashed in his eyes. The abyss. Hell for the weak and paradise for the strong. He already held a pass, yet still had no idea where the entrance lay. He waited 2 hours, aura completely suppressed, then slipped back into the instance through a spatial shift. A scarlet wasteland stretched to the horizon, strewn with demon corpses and congealed black-red blood. Shooting skyward, Yi Qing raced in a single chosen direction. Somewhere here a node to the abyss had to exist, hidden deep. The demon blade Shiloah skimmed over each carcass, drinking their blood as its crimson glow pulsed. Roughly 2 hours later, he reached the edge of the blood-soaked plain. Channeling time and space, he probed the area and caught the lingering imprint of the succubus Aisha. This was the place. Yet the node's far side might open into the abyss core, perhaps into the lair of a god-tier creature. Charging in blind was suicide. He camped on the spot for a full day and night, restoring himself to peak condition, then triggered another spatial shift. Consciousness seemed to cross eons. Gray mists churned as layer after layer of temporal barriers tore apart. After 3 consecutive jumps, he reached the far shore. The ground beneath him was ink black, the air thick with ashen fog, and every manner of monstrosity fought in bloody frenzy. Rings of grotesque buildings encircled a colossal city, towering demon statues, twisted bone pillars, and crimson torches shoulder to shoulder. Inside, countless races mingled, hulking, Hideous male demons hefting barbed great swords, gray-skinned goblins skulking about, their crafty eyes darting everywhere. 30 li from the city, the mist rippled and split as a spatial rift opened, and Yi Qing stepped through. Steadying himself, he destroyed the node behind him. If even one of these creatures reached Daxia, the havoc would be unimaginable. As for the return trip, he intended to leave through the official gate along Daxia's frontier. He stirred the black fog with a hand, feeling the chaotic, twisted energy flow. First priority, determine which layer of the abyss he was on and, if possible, secure a full map. A deafening roar suddenly tore across the sky. A massive black dragon vaulted upward, wings whipping up a tempest, while more than 10 blue-feathered raptors swarmed it, claws and spells lashing like a gale. Yi Qing glanced up and melted into the fog. High above, dragon and raptors battled in a storm of blood and feathers. The dragon's scales were in tatters, its strength clearly fading. On its back stood several elves gripping their weapons, a female elf of breathtaking beauty wrapped in soothing natural magic, and a handsome male elf whose silver hair streamed in the wind, exuding noble grace. These blue-winged beasts must have been sent by the demon clan. Only demons would raise such creatures. Azure wings beat the air, their shrieks slicing the sky like blades. Suspended above the valley, a silver-haired elf wore a face of frost. His pale gold bow curved into a perfect arc, and arrows turned into streaks of light, driving one after another into the monster's scaled feathers. At the mouth of the gorge, several elven warriors shielded a girl in a light green gown, the elven princess. Fear clouded her delicate features. Her fists clenched her skirt as her eyes never left the battlefield. The ground thundered an instant later. Dust billowed, and from a coil of black fog leapt hulking, misshapen demons. Their bodies were wrapped in obsidian armor, massive axes dragging across the stone and flashing with lethal chill. Our target is the elven princess. Kill the rest. The lead demon growled, his voice like grinding iron. Above, the fight worsened. A black dragon, its hide scored with wounds, struggled to keep its wits. The moment it beat its tattered wings, a blue-winged beast dove, ripping a chunk of flesh from the dragon's neck with razor talons. The dragon howled, spiraled into the gorge, and vanished into the thick mist. Axes in hand, the demons charged after its falling shadow. Within that fog, Yi Qing dropped from a ledge and caught a collapsed elf swordsman. A gaping wound pierced the elf's chest, his breath rattled weakly. What's your name? Bane, his eyes glazed before the word was finished. A rune flared beneath Yi Qing's palm, flames devouring the corpse until only ash remained. He gave the remains an indifferent glance. Wind affinity, swordsman works for me. As the fire died, his stature, features, and clothes shifted until he was the image of Bane. He scooped up the fallen shortsword and scroll. Wind spirit sword art, channel natural wind, unleash razor currents, dealing 130 of the user's damage. No cooldown, effective at mid to long range. Hurricane dagger violet, level 150. He tossed the dagger straight into the immortal slaying gourd for refinement, skimmed the scroll with a thought, and fused the technique into his sea of consciousness. Not bad, he judged, though still weaker than the mortal dust sword arts. Gripping the Qi Shao sword, he pressed deeper into the gorge, calculating his next move. I need to learn common abyssal fast and dig up every detail on this new identity. Elsewhere in the mist, the silver-haired elf shielded the princess. Your Highness, it seems the others have fallen. He'll get you out. Overhead, the screeches of blue-winged beasts grew relentless. Each creature carried a demon warrior on its back, black armor gleaming with a cruel sheen. The elf's voice dropped. Hide in that cave, princess. He'll draw them away. An instant later, an illusion identical to the princess shimmered into view. He spun and bolted from the valley. Beasts in the sky locked onto the phantom at once. Target sighted. Didn't expect it to be this easy. After the reward, I'm finding a few succubi to celebrate. Finish the mission first move. Several blue-winged beasts stooped into a dive, demons on their backs racing after the silver-haired elf. Atop the cliffs, Yi Qing stood on a boulder, surveying the chaos below. So this is the abyss. Every one of those things is a level 200 demigod. The lead demon and the silver-haired elf are both mythic at 200. His fingers brushed the sword hilt, battle heat rising in his veins. If I cut them all down, I might level up again. The sword case hummed. With a tap of his toe, Yi Qing became a streak of light, streaking after the chase. In a clearing ahead, several demons watched the princess dissolve into mist and roared in fury. It was an illusion, we've been duped. Several demons closed in on the silver-haired elf, while a blue-winged fiend circled overhead. With a longbow across his back, the elf let his gaze sweep over dark blades and jagged fangs, then threw back his head and laughed. The princess has already been sent away by the teleport array, yet you still attack our convoy. What is it you really want? Blood gleamed in the leader's eyes. No need to tell you, he said coldly. You'll be dead soon enough. Oh, really? Arrow of holy light. Pale radiance gathered on the bowstring, and the elf struck first. A torrent of golden-white arrows blazed toward the demon's chest. Black mist boiled off the axe-wielding demon. Axe of the Dark God. His crimson blade hacked down, the force splitting rock. The other demons lunged at once, and the blue-winged beast folded its wings to dive from the clouds, searching for an opening. In a flash, several multicolored sword beams erupted on the horizon. They sliced the beast apart, scattering bloody feathers across the sky. The demon's expressions changed. So you have help. Hit them harder. Blood flowed. The elf's hands split open, his arm guards shattered, and crimson dripped along the bow. Close quarters meant certain death for an archer. Roaring, he drew his final arrow. Blood-igniting shot. His own essence burst into flame, turning him into a scarlet missile that slammed toward the demon leader. The blood arrow punched through the leader's left chest, spraying gore sky-high. Yet the leader laughed through the blood. Huh, my heart's on the right side. Otherwise you might have killed me. Before the laugh could fade, a blade of light too swift to track flashed out of the mist. The leader was cleaved in two, brains and entrails spilling to the ground. As the fog thinned, Qing stepped out with the crimson dawn sword, glanced at the corpse, and said, "Interesting, but you still had to die." With another flick, red arcs tore through the remaining demons, cutting them down. Congratulations, level up to 92. The system chime rang in his mind, and crimson dawn slid back into its sheath. The blood arrow had detonated. The silver-haired elf crashed to earth, half alive. He murmured, "Bian, when did you become this strong?" Qing turned. "I don't understand you, but you still have to die." Nice chunk of EXP. Dozens of sword slashes howled past, shredding the elf into paste. Killed mythic light elf. Level 200 gained 6.5 billion experience. The bar surged, filling by more than a third. Qing shook the immortal slaying gourd. Every piece of loot vanished inside. 2 mythic items, a level 200 mythic bow, a level 200 mythic axe, he counted, feeding them all to the gourd. Its repair meter hit 49%. At 50, he sensed it would evolve. He sorted the rest, a few cores, assorted trinkets, and a yellowed lost city map. Gazing at the distant, half-hidden metropolis on the horizon, he muttered, "So the lost city really is here." After logging the map, the system flagged 2 god-tier life forms inside. Qing frowned. He'll have to be extra careful. He swept every corpse into his spatial pouch. Chenhan can study these later. Finished, he strode deeper into the valley. Another target awaited. At the ravine's mouth, faint magic light flickered from a cave. Inside, Princess Aria huddled in the shadows, her emerald dress soaked with blood. His finely sculpted face was deathly pale. Why had everything gone quiet outside? At the cave entrance, mist coiled and drifted, and a hazy silhouette slowly solidified. Qing looked up at the girl everyone called the elf princess. Elia Transcendent Tier, level 120, daughter of the Elven Queen, born with mastery over every element except darkness, stepped into the cavern. Her emerald hair lifted in the swirling fog, and the moment she saw Qing's condition, her eyes lit up. "Barn, you're all right." Qing couldn't understand a single word, but her joyful expression said enough. He nodded slightly and pointed toward the distant lost city. "Yes, let's get inside," Elia said, quickly regaining her composure. "My mother is there, and she's on the divine tier." The valley lay less than a few dozen li from the city. Traveling one after the other at full speed, they reached the gates within an hour. Before the ash-gray stone entrance stood several dozen towering, misshapen demon guards, each radiating the oppressive aura of a level 150 epic. Qing felt a surge of excitement. This place allowed free slaughter. Unlike the tightly controlled Mountain Sea realm, but remembering the 2 divine beings in the city, he restrained his killing intent for now. One demon soldier stretched out a huge, wrinkled hand. "Entrance fee, 5 low-grade primal stones." Qing glanced at the elf princess, signaling for her to pay. Elia gave an embarrassed smile. Royalty rarely carried stones around. With a shrug, Qing flipped his palm, producing the core of a level 100 epic monster. The gem glinted dark red as it sailed through the air. The demon's eyes lit up. He nodded eagerly and waved them through. Inside the lost city, broad streets crossed in every direction, and buildings of every style stood jumbled together. Dwarves, orcs, undead, demons, nearly every abyssal race crowded the avenues. Vendors shouted over one another in a constant din, and Qing could hardly take everything in. At a street corner squatted a giant several stories tall, his stall piled with outrageously oversized goods. Catching Qing's gaze, the giant broke into a goofy grin. The scene was nothing like Qing's grim mental picture of the abyss. He had expected savage monsters and twisted deities, not this kind of bustling marketplace. Elia shot him a glance, puzzlement flickering in her clear eyes. "Why haven't you said a word this whole way?" He grabbed her arm and pulled her into a quiet alley. Lowering his voice, he said, "I'm not Barn at all." Elia froze, then seemed to understand. She lifted a flawless hand and touched his chest. A gentle wave of psionic energy flowed into him, and her voice sounded in his mind. "If you meant me harm, you could have killed me on the road. I trust you." Yi Qing seized the moment. Teach me the common tongue of the abyss. Communication is a pain. Ilia nodded. Multicolored elemental lights spilled from her fingertips, and a system prompt flashed in Yi Qing's mind. Princess Ilia wishes to teach you abyssal common. Accept? He agreed, and a torrent of knowledge flooded his brain. Within a few breaths, the surrounding shouts were no longer meaningless noise. Not far away, the giant was hawking his wares in a rumble that now made perfect sense. Heart of a dark dragon, 10,000 primal stones. A dwarf beside him grunted, only the heart? Where are the bones? I need them for forging. The bones, I ate them. The giant scratched his head, flashing an apologetic smile. The dwarf walked off muttering about how giants had teeth that were much too good. Ilia waved a finger in front of Yi Qing's eyes. I don't care who you were before. From now on, your identity is my guard barn. Stay with me until I've met my mother, the queen. Ilia said. Only after she assigns another escort may you leave. Princess Ilia lifted her gaze to Yi Qing. Her eyes, clear as a mountain lake, held no arrogance, only a poised mix of dignity and warmth. A faint fragrance surrounded her, prompting an instant sense of ease. Is the lost city dangerous inside as well? Yi Qing asked, puzzled. Of course, Ilia answered softly. This place is nothing like the peaceful elven forest. If you're weak, you might wake up in the slave market. Hope sparkled in her eyes, but her tone remained deadly serious. Yi Qing thought for a moment, then nodded. Since you taught me abyss common, I'll help you. You've been here before, lead the way. They walked side by side through bustling streets. Iron chandeliers hung overhead, while hawkers shouted from every corner. From time to time demons passed by, their eyes lingering on Ilia. A flash of malice flickered and vanished. The princess, seemingly oblivious, quickened her steps toward the sky-piercing tower at the city's center, the heart of the lost city. Yi Qing gripped the Qishao sword in one hand and swiped the light screen with the other. The map filled with red dots, silently closing in. So the demons are after Ilia, he mused. Getting dragged into a race war might be fun. I was looking for stronger XP anyway. The crowd thinned. An unsettling chill settled over the deserted intersection. Killing intent thickened in the air. A lithe succubus suddenly blocked their path, laughter ringing like silver bells. In such a hurry? Going to see the Elven Queen? She's in the Tower of the Lost, you know. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. This was Aisha from the training instance, yet her level had jumped from Mythic 120 to Super God. Ilia's gaze turned frigid. Filth, like you think you can imprison my mother? She spat. A seven-colored longbow shimmered into her palm. She moved like a butterfly, unleashing a storm of arrows that blotted out the sky. Aisha flicked her wrist, summoning black daggers. Rainbow shafts screamed past, igniting bursts of crimson flame and demon miasma while she probed for a killing opening. 2 level 120 Super Godzone light, 1 dark natural-born enemies. Amid their clash, the shadow behind Ilia writhed. Yi Qing's aura erupted. Every buff activated as he stepped forward, Qishao flashing a bolt of blinding white. Squelch. A charred corpse slid from the shadow. System prompt. You have slain a level 200 Shadow Fiend demigod. 2.1 billion experience gained. Level up. Ilia glanced back, gratitude in her eyes, then returned to her duel with Aisha. At that moment, hulking figures surfaced atop nearby roofs, throwing back their heads in a deafening roar. By the devil god's blessing, madness formation. Black runes crawled across their skin, dark light seethed from their bodies, and in a blaze of power they swelled into monsters hundreds of meters tall. Ilia hesitated, about to be caught in close combat by Aishan Archer's worst nightmare. The instant the bowstring was about to be ripped away, a crimson sword arc more than 3 meters long slashed in from the side, with a shriek of rending air, smashing into Aisha's body. A black barrier flashed into being, scattering sparks as it barely absorbed the blow. Aisha's alluring emerald eyes turned icy. She shot Yi Qing a vicious glare, then sprang back several dozen meters. Stay calm. That oversized monster is only 1 strike away from death. Yi Qing's voice rose behind Ilia, steady and assured. He lifted his long sword, heaven-rending drawl, a blood-red blade light hundreds of meters long burst skyward, a scarlet rainbow that pierced the clouds before crashing down. The world seemed to split apart. The towering demon was cleaved in two and toppled with a thunderous roar. The system message followed. You have slain the level 300 colossal demon, mythic grade, gaining 18 billion experience. Level up. After the dazzling system effects faded, the battlefield still radiated heat. While Aisha reeled, Ilia spun, drew her bow, and loosed a storm of 7-colored arrows. Each shaft left a phantom trail. Forced back in disarray, Aisha retreated and soon vanished into the distance. Yi Qing landed and gathered the spoils, a vial of potion, a scroll, and a shield half as tall as a man. The appraisals popped up in turn. 1. Level 300 Mythic Shield, currently fed to the Immortal Slaying Gourd, repair status 49.3. 2. Colossal Demon Potion, Mythic, grants terrifying power at the cost of sanity for 300 seconds. 3. Skill Book, Colossal demon body, mythic, grants demon bloodline, enhances physique, 10,000 to all base attributes, 50 damage reduction. Might come in handy later. He stowed everything away. Ilea, still staring at the severed abyssal rift, couldn't hide her shock. I never thought you were this strong. Idaho place you just beneath 8-turn demigods invincible against anyone lower. Lost Tower isn't far. Let's move. Regaining her composure, she set off first. They followed the jagged ridge. The iron-black tower spearing the sky grew clearer, storms swirling at its summit where two terrifying divine energies collided, making the heavens shudder. At the entrance, a white-haired man leaned against the stone wall, sword tip resting on the ground. His snowy hair and blood-red eyes marked him as Ghost Clan. Suddenly Aisha, dusty and disheveled, rushed up. That elven princess is bringing a powerhouse this way. Panic tinged her voice. The ghost clansman looked up and scoffed. That sword light I saw 7 turns at best. I'm an 8-turn demigod. He brushed dust from his shoulder with lazy indifference. Aisha snorted and pushed through the tower doors, disappearing inside. 2 figures approached. Yi Qing weighed whether to unleash the immortal slaying dagger or the immortal execution sword formation. An 8-turn demigod could crush most 7 turns. The very best like Zhang Xingtian or Xianyuan Po even clash with true gods. The white-haired man straightened and stepped aside from the doorway. Going in is suicide. 2 9-turn true gods are fighting up there. Their shockwaves alone will erase you. Even I would be crippled. He paused. Li Shang of the Ghost Clan. We're allies of the Demon Clan, not their lackeys. Yi Qing nodded. Sensing something unusual, every Ghost Clansman seemed driven by a singular obsession, whether the sealed Liyue or the Li Shang before him. Ilea skipped the pleasantries, tightened her grip on the bow, and hurried through the door. Yi Qing cast Li Shang one last glance, then followed. Li Shang watched them vanish into the gloom, slowly opening his palm. A blood-red contract sigil pulsed in his hand, eerie and ominous. Inside the Tower of the Lost, an uncanny force was at work. The moment Yi Qing crossed the threshold, the floor began to spin and his sense of direction vanished. Yet Ilea was nowhere to be seen. Her temporal mark drifted about, proving she had been here and hinting that demons and elves might already be conspiring in secret. The tower's energy was lavish. In a few short hours, Yi Qing gained 2 levels. He immediately summoned the power of time and space along with the Hongmeng Pearl, his body rippling like water before fading into the void. The battle on Three-Wheel Mountain in Takamagara had shown that even gods could not detect him in this hidden state. At the summit, the Elf Queen was hurling nature's fury at the demon god, but each rain of arrows shattered against a dark red divine shield. The entire spire was sealed by his power. There was no escape. Goatian has grown old. I already control most of the Ghost Clan, the demon god rumbled, his voice like molten rock. Join me, and we'll rule the abyss. Heavy black armor encased his towering frame, blood-red hair spilling like flame, and his greedy gaze lingered on the Elf Queen's graceful form and the natural power flowing across her skin. Aisha staggered onto the rooftop and fell to her knees. My lord, the mission failed, but the Elf Princess has entered the Tower of the Lost. The demon god nodded, then turned back to the Elf Queen, his tone a harsh temptation. Your entire royal line is in my grasp. Submit, or the dark elves and my demon legions will raise the forest of elves. She stopped her assault. Though her eyes dimmed, she still held her head high. I only wonder how you broke a divine oath. Not even a true god can shake off that shackle. Deep in the abyss, an ancient being was willing to bargain with me, the demon god said, a cruel grin curving his lips. Suddenly Ilea burst onto the rooftop, catching her mother's arm. Mother, are you hurt? The Elf Queen shook her head, her eyes never leaving the demon god. At that moment, the distant sky exploded as a 9-clawed golden dragon streaked through lightning. On its back stood Xianyuan Po, the Dragon Lord, and Yi Qing, 3 strongest warriors of Daxia. I've brought a divine artifact to shatter this seal, Xianyuan Po declared, his voice ringing like steel. Join Malays, slay the demon god. The Dragon Lord and Yi Qing Song answered together. A burst of divine light split the demon god's confinement. The barrier collapsed. Rage twisted the demon god's face. Insignificant humans die? Killing intent surged out, rending the heavens with jagged cracks. Xianyuan Pa's trio landed beside the Elf Queen. Rest, easy, a forest of elves is safe. The Elf Queen met their eyes with gratitude. He's too strong. We must fight together. Her words were cut short as a crimson great axe formed in the demon god's hand. Dark runes writhed along its edge, and each swing shattered the surrounding space. No one leaves alive. 9-colored radiance burst from the Elf Queen's body, her crown ablaze. She raised her bow, an iridescent weapon that sliced through layers of space with a single arrow. It failed to wound the demon god, but halted his ferocious axe swing. With the Elf Queen leading the charge, Xianyuan Po, the Dragon Lord, and Yi Qing Song struck from the flanks. 5 torrents of divine power churned the air atop the tower, just enough to hold their ground against the demon god. The terrifying clash was witnessed by every race in the Lost City, leaving them all stunned. Beneath the walls, a giant with shoulders as broad as the gate clenched his fists, eyes blazing with longing. Only power like this deserves to be called strength. Our deicide cannon can fell a god in one shot, yet what I'm seeing is even more overwhelming than artillery fire. Not far away, a dwarven smith hung from a rooftop eave, narrowed bronze eyes dark with concern, his fingers locked around the rivet hammer at his belt. In the shadows on the other side, Qing suppressed his aura, gaze fixed on the battlefield. From the formation the fighters had set, he guessed that Xian Yuanpa and the others were about to ally with the Elvisa's shrewd way to break the deadlock. Years flew by. The alien coalition breached every line of Blue Star's defense, all except the Abyss, which remained ominously silent. Today, after countless futile assaults, the demon god suddenly threw back his head and roared, the sound wave turning into a hurricane that swept across the lost city. Immediately afterward, 7 figures dived from the sky, each one an 8th-rank demigod. Xian Yuanpa narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Leave them to Mago now." The Elven queen studied him for a heartbeat, then lifted a slender finger. 9-colored natural power streamed into him, and Xian Yuanpo's aura soared to unprecedented heights, his long sword humming with excitement. The Elven queen became a streak of light and vanished with Elia, the dragon lord, and Qing. The demon god roared, his colossal axe whistling through the air as if to cleave space itself. At the last moment, Xian Yuanpa raised his sword and caught the blow. The deflection lasted only an instant, yet it laid bare the gulf between divine might and a demigod's power. In the next breath, the 7 demigods, joined by Li Shang the Tower Guardian and the demon god himself, surrounded Xian Yuanpa in 8 crushing auras. "Kill him quickly, then hunt down the Elven queen," the demon god roared, eyes burning with bloodlust. Alone, Xian Yuanpa fought them all. Even with natural powers surging through him, he barely held against the demon god, let alone the ring of demigods. His strength drained before their eyes. Suddenly a flash of ice-bright blade light came from nowhere, severing a demigod's head in one stroke. The brutal move stunned the others. Seizing the opening, Xian Yuanpa erupted in sword light and lunged at the demon god. The demon god swung his axe, space shattered like glass, and jagged cracks tore across the sky above the lost city, his true ultimate strike. As death loomed, Xian Yuanpa actually smiled. He poured every drop of natural power into his sword, which blazed with limitless light and then exploded. Blinded for a heartbeat, the demon god hesitated. In that moment, Xian Yuanpa dipped into the riven space and vanished. The demon god surged after him, but a sudden dread slammed into his heart. Annihilate the realm. A terrifying, locked-on blast fired from a distant black hole. He howled and raised his axe, yet a pillar of annihilation burst from the singularity, gouging a 10th Sanli crater in the sky above the lost city. The shockwave sent the demigods fleeing in a frenzy. Panic swept the lost city. Every race looked up to see the heavens torn open, crisscrossed by gaping fissures. The dwarven smith stood atop the roof, bloodshot eyes shining as he growled, "This is the ultimate goal of my people, bombarding a god. The one who fired that shot must be a dwarf elder hiding in the dark." As the billowing smoke dispersed, half of the demon god's body was left bleeding, his organs laid bare. Scalding blood dripped along shattered bones, and shards of his pitch-black divinity flickered amid raw flesh, writhing and knitting together at a pace visible to the naked eye. His bone-chilling gaze swept the battlefield, yet puzzlement lingered between his brows. The other god, who had intervened from the shadows, was still nowhere to be found, their aura hidden as though they had never appeared. Several demigods, just as battered, dragged their wounded bodies over. With a single command, "Go. Seal the rift above Lost City." The demon god made them bow and obey without a whisper of complaint. Staggering into the sky, they began stitching shut the gaping black fissure with divine power. In a dark, damp alley of Lost City, Qing materialized without a sound. The roar of the World Slayer cannon still echoed in his ears, but he knew its power, though enough to cripple a god, could never truly kill one. The instant he pulled the trigger, he had invoked Time Rewind, forcibly resetting the cannon's century-long cooldown. He raised a hand and summoned his status panel. Defeated 8th turn demigod demon King Kassa, gained 56 billion experience. Level up, level up, level up. Current level, 97. As the text vanished, he looked up. The rift was already healing fast. A heartbeat later, his figure, features, and clothing rearranged themselves: white hair, blood-red eyes, a sword case on his back, and a wide black robe that hid his frame. In a blink, he had assumed the guise of a ghostkin. Nightfall had not quieted the streets of Lost City. Lanterns swayed above stalls run by every race. Whenever a rare herb caught his eye, he casually tossed over a monster core and completed the trade. He seemed to stroll at leisure while secretly tracking the ebb and flow of divine energy throughout the city. Before long, rough shouting drew his attention. Ahead, several iron cages were stacked high. Half-naked catfolk girls cowered inside, their fur bristling and pupils wide with fear. A goblin trader rubbed his clawed fingers together, voice hoarse with excitement. 300 raw stones. No haggling. Buyers craned their necks while trying to bargain. Other cages held orcs, goblins, and sprites. This was the slave market that had given Lost City its infamous reputation. Yi Qing was about to take another route when, on a massive freight wagon, he spotted a black egg as thick as a thumb. Several dark elf girls were chained in the same cart, and a pair of two-horned hellhounds hauled the vehicle through the street. Grade? The result of his probe spell made Yi Qing's pupils shrink. Not even a super divine appraisal could identify it. That left only one possibility: a god-tier item. A transparent array blossomed beneath his feet, and a mark of time and space quietly latched onto the egg without alarming anyone. On the wagon's roof lounged several tall demons, ebony wings unfurling in the wind. Passers-by of every race scurried out of their path. This was, after all, the demon god's domain. Yi Qing kept pace with the convoy and patted the shoulder of a nearby dwarf. Where are they heading? I'm looking to buy a dark elf. The dwarf licked his cracked lips and flashed a lewd grin. I know what you're after. Shame, I'm short on stones myself. Word is they're going to the Lost Chamber of Commerce. Auction starts soon. It's Demon Run, biggest trading house in the city. Yi Qing gave a slight nod. With the Elven queen gone, the demon god's terror was beyond question. The entire city lay beneath his divine sense. If Yi Qing acted, he would have to burn every last trump card and would still be forced to flee. Snatch the egg, then get out. He fixed the plan in his mind. He quickened his pace, following the convoy toward the Lost Chamber of Commerce, which sat in the shadow of the Lost Tower. The towering structure rose in lavish splendor, completely out of place beside the surrounding buildings. On either side of the main gate, for level 250 demon sentinels in black armor stood with halberds in hand, silent as statues. Yi Qing paused at the foot of the steps, opened his system map, and confirmed the information. 2 demigods were stationed inside. Once sure, he strode straight in. The lobby opened up before him. Crystal chandeliers on the vaulted ceiling scattered multicolored light, while gemstones studded the walls and pillars, turning the decor into a blinding display of wealth. Succubi glided between display cases, identical perfect tails swishing as they eagerly promoted a dazzling array of valuables. The moment Yi Qing walked in, a curvaceous succubus sashayed over, her voice soft and sweet. Welcome, traveler. Looking to sell or to buy? Yi Qing lifted his gaze, his tone even. I just saw a wagon bring in several dark elf girls. Where are they being kept? She laughed lightly. Tonight's auction lots. If you're interested, come back once the night sale begins. They'll be here waiting. When she tried to lean in playfully, Yi Qing angled away. First, I'd like to sell a few items. Do you take monster cores? First question is about the dark elf girls, yet you pretend to be all business, she teased, still smiling. Of course we do. Let me see what you've got. He raised his hand. 10 dark red, level 200 epic monster cores clinked onto the crystal tabletop, followed by a dark gold vial. Homemade potion. 1 dose is enough to kill a peak 7th tier fighter instantly. Put it on auction for me. Her eyes sparkled. 30,000 raw stones per core, 300,000 total. The potion will incur a 10% auction fee. Fine. He'll be back tonight. He'll handle the payment and list the potion right away. Gathering the goods, she disappeared deeper into the guild. Yi Qing settled into a chair along the wall. Visitors of every race browsed nearby, many draping an arm around a friendly succubus. The air was thick with perfume and the scent of money. A handsome young devil with black horns and a barbed tail suddenly approached and sat opposite him. A tall, gaunt old man in a black cloak followed close behind. Leaning forward, the youth lowered his voice. You're an alchemist, right? I'd like to make a deal. Yi Qing's eyes chilled. Eavesdropping isn't a good habit. A system prompt slid into view. Deca, Epic, LV 150. Race, Devil. Class, Puppeteer. Title, Warlord of the Severed Plains. Personality, timid and fearful. Deca scratched his head in embarrassment. My mistake. I want a potion that lets me change my appearance at will, preferably my aura and gender too. A devil lord wanting to switch genders? Yi Qing hid his surprise. Such a potion exists, but it's expensive. That's fine. He'll pay whatever it costs, Deca replied without hesitation. Yi Qing turned over a thumb-sized glass vial. 10 snow-white pills drifted inside. Shape-shifting elixir, epic. Effect, permanently alters one's appearance, voice, and innate energy signature. Use with caution. Deca stared, voice trembling. So this is it. Correct, Yi Qing said with a faint smile. 10 pills for your entire domain. At those words, a flicker of barely contained delight flashed in Deca's eyes before he masked it. The cloaked old man behind him suddenly spoke, his voice raspy but firm. Impossible. That territory is far too valuable. Deca shot him a cold look. You're a servant. Who said you could speak here? He raised his hand, and a delicate scroll traced with pale gold runes appeared in his palm. This is the deed to my territory, the Tianwan Plain. Before the words had faded, he scooped up a nearby vial of pills as well, as if afraid Yi Qing might change his mind. Grabbing his cloaked companion, he strode out of the Lost Merchants Guild. As the glass doors closed, Yi Qing's gaze followed the pair, eyes narrowing. He had caught every one of Daika's little tricks. His own pills were never simple. Give it a few days, and the man would come crawling back. Yi Qing unrolled the scroll for a quick look. Tianduan Plane Writ Epic. Effect. The bearer is automatically recognized by the Abyss as Lord of the Tianduan Plane. Note. The locator inside marks the plane roughly 80,000 kilometers due north of the City of the Lost. The deed is genuine. The problem lies on the inside, he murmured, sliding the scroll into his sleeve. Soft footsteps sounded. A slender arm set a ticket rimmed in purple gold on the table. The succubus leaned in with a sultry smile. Your pass to tonight's auction. Don't forget to find me. A flash from her bracelet, and 300,000 primal stones piled up beside the table like a small hill. Yi Qing swept them into his pouch and walked straight out of the guild. If the stones proved short, he would simply take the rest. There was no way that egg was ordinary. In a shadowed corner of the street, two figures watched the bustle. Daika's lips curled into a wild grin. I'm finally free of that cursed land. Ah. Congratulations, young master. With those shape-shifting pills, no one can restrain you, said the cloaked figure in a gentle voice. She pushed back her hood, not an old retainer, but a blue-haired girl whose sapphire eyes shone with warmth. Daika handed her a pill and swallowed one himself. In the next instant, the two turned into a dwarf couple, fingers entwined as they melted into the crowd. At the far end of the street, Yi Qing glanced their way, then pushed open the door of a nearby tavern as if nothing had happened. Inside, noise and clinking mugs filled the dim room. The wooden tables were dark with grease, and the air reeked of harsh liquor. The proprietress, still striking, had skin paler than a human's and golden, slit-pupiled eyes the mark of dragon blood. Yi Qing tossed her a primal stone, chose a corner seat, and listened. Divinerankers are terrifying. Two of them fought, and caused that whole disaster. Tell me about it. You see something like that maybe once in 1,000 years. Did you hear? A spatial rift opened over Wanling Snow Mountain and rare materials spilled out. Anyone going? The rift's still unstable. If you're not half divine, stepping in is suicide. Yi Qing half closed his eyes as though drifting off. Before long, the lush proprietress brought a tray. Your food and wine, sir. The plate held a slab of roasted beast meat, faint waves of energy still rippling in its fibers clearly cut from a magical creature. Yi Qing dug in. The meat was only fair, but the wine was excellent. Night Preston. Outside, darkness thick as ink spread, the abyss black mist curling down the street. Patrons trickled away. Yi Qing held his cup, watching the swirling fog while the last passers-by hurried through the gloom. It felt as though everyone was afraid of something. Fog surged through the doorway, threatening to swallow the entire tavern, yet inside you could hear a pin drop. Only the clatter of the landlady's abacus and the soft clicks of Yi Qing setting down his cup broke the silence. Peering through a narrow window, Yi Qing gauged how long it would be before the auction started, then rose and headed for the door. Traveler, we have rooms upstairs. It's far too dangerous out there right now. The speaker was the striking landlady, actually a dragon in human form, who reached out to stop him. Before she could say more, Yi Qing's aura exploded. A tide of sword intent rolled off him, carving a straight path through the mist-filled street. The dragon woman's pupils tightened in shock. So he's a real powerhouse, she thought. I misjudged him completely. Heavy, muffled roars echoed from the depths of the fog. Yi Qing sobered instantly. With a casual flick of his wrist, several razor-thin sword arcs sliced into the mist, and agonized screams followed. The city's warding array should have kept this fog out, unless that demon god sabotaged it, he mused. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. You have slain the level 150 Mist Wraith Lord, gaining 1.2 million experience. At the gate of the Lost Merchants Guild, several demonic guards lowered their spears. The auction starts shortly. No ticket, no entry. Yi Qing raised his hand, displaying his ticket and handing it to one of them. The guard stiffened, then stepped smartly aside. Welcome, honored guest. Please proceed. The succubus who had received him earlier now stood in formation with her colleagues. Her eyes held an irrepressible hope as she looked at him. Yi Qing pointed at her. You, show me to my seat. Joy flashed across her delicate face. This way, esteemed guest, she replied softly. They descended a spiral stone stairway into the main auction hall, a vast underground chamber arranged in concentric rings that were nearly full. Beastkin, giants, elves, demons, buyers of every race crowded the seats. Some looked completely human, yet radiated alien auras. Suspended overhead were more than a dozen translucent spheres, private boxes, each one cloaked in pressure. Even the weakest occupant inside was a peak 7th turn powerhouse. At the center, intersecting spotlights illuminated the auction dais, drawing every gaze in the room. Yi Qing took a front row seat beside a figure shrouded head to toe in a black cloak. Every chair was spaced about a meter apart to prevent scuffles during bidding. Roughly 10 minutes later, the platform lights blazed, and an elderly man with crimson hair appeared. Although his build resembled a human's, that blood-red mane marked him as demon nobility. Yi Qing knew the truth. The hulking, 4-meter brutes most people called demons were merely the lower castes. These red-haired, human-sized beings were the real elites. The elder raised a hand for silence. Enough small talk. Let the auction begin. The first item was carried onto the stage, the weeping Qilin demon blade. A sixth-turn weapon, forged from the bones of a Qilin-scaled beast. Starting bid, 10,000 raw stones. Bids flew up at once, and the atmosphere ignited. Yi Qing watched impassively. A mere level 210 legendary weapon held no interest for him. Several more lots followed, all equipment of various kinds, and Yi Qing continued to observe quietly. Suddenly, attendants rolled in 10 heavy iron cages. Dark elf maids, 5,000 stones apiece, each a fifth-turn virgin. Bidding starts now. The hall erupted. Exquisite dark elf girls, dressed in elaborate finery and trembling in their cages, sent the buyers into a frenzy. 100,000 stones. 200,000. Just then a voice drifted out of one of the VIP suites. It had been distorted by some spell, rough and indistinct, impossible to tell whether it was male or female. 5 million primal stones. They'll take all the dark elf maids. The hall erupted, yet no one raised the bid at 50,000 stones apiece. The price was astronomical, especially when an orc girl under the same terms would fetch barely 2,000. The auctioneer's gavel came down. Sold. The next item was carried onto the stage, a vial of deep gray liquid. The appraisal crystal offered a terse, deadly verdict enough to paralyze a demigod for a short time, and in smaller doses lethal to a 7th circle peak cultivator. Starting price, 50,000 primal stones. The auctioneer announced. At the word demigod the room fell silent. Among the minor races of the abyss, demigods were revered as living deities, and there were only a handful in all the realm. After a heartbeat the bid shot up. 60,000. 80. 130. The number finally stalled at 280,000 primal stones, again from the private suite. Yi Qing calculated in silence. A 10% fee meant he was losing 28,000 for nothing. He cursed the bloodsuckers under his breath. The third lot was brought forward, a pitch-black egg the size of a boulder, its shell covered in ancient runes. Excavated from the meteor abyss, it showed no sign of life. Even a demigod had once tried to crack it and failed to leave a scratch. Starting bid, 70,000. Whispers rippled through the seats. What if it's dead? If it never hatches, it's just raw material. You'd still need dwarf smiths to work it. Yi Qing called out, 100,000. Drawing a wave of glances. The offers climbed 120, 150 then cooled. He raised his paddle again. 200,000. Silence. Moments later a trembling voice from a private box broke it. 500,000. Yi Qing arched an eyebrow. Someone else knew what it was. He quit bidding at once, already planning to trail the buyer after the auction. The sale went on, rare treasures parading by while Yi Qing's funds dwindled. This was the dominion of the demon god. Several demigods lurked in the suites, and with the city's own guardian besides, he would stand no chance if they all turned hostile. The grand finale was an ultra artifact that went to Suite 1, and the auction drew to a close as the crowd streamed out. The succubus hostess approached Yi Qing and handed him a silvery gray ring. Your stones. The ring's a courtesy gift. He nodded, pocketed it, and left at once. The map function showed the black egg speeding north, away from Lost City, at an astonishing pace. Other light dots rival factions were racing after it. Donning his blood spider mask, Yi Qing slipped into the streets. The fog was so thick he couldn't see his own hand, perfect cover for his movements. The time-space mark confirmed the egg was already outside the walls, arrowing north. He spread his wings, skimmed over the rooftops, and crossed the ramparts. With a flick of his fingers he traced an array. Light runes melted into the mist, and his figure vanished. Above a mountain valley north of Lost City, several figures streaked through the murky sky, their engines carving smoky afterimages across the gloom. What kind of egg is that, my lord? Why are you so excited? A retainer shouted as he gave chase. I was studying the Abyssal Atlas a few days ago and realized this egg could belong to a divine beast, the young heir replied, voice trembling with fire. If we hatch it and raise it to maturity, our clan will gain a second guardian deity. No power in the abyss will be able to match us. A divine beast's egg? The guards gasped in unison, kicked their speed up another notch, and raced forward as if a moment's delay might cost them the fortune of a lifetime. 2 hours later, swirling mist parted, and Yi Qing appeared before a wall of gray-white fog. Far from the Lost City now, he glanced back to see several streaks of black light rushing toward him. A resonant hum rang out as 9 flying swords shot from behind him, their blades shrieking skyward in 9 brilliant arcs. The black light shattered, forcing the pursuers into view. At the front, a silver arm swept sideways, blocking the sword beam's opponent at the demigod realm. They were members of the illusory beast clan, one of them a demigod, and behind them stood the clan's true god, the illusionary deity. They looked almost human, save for their rainbow hair and bizarre garb. The handsome youth in front lifted his chin with disdain. How dare you interfere with my hunt? I am the clan heir. My grandfather is a true god. Yi Qing's lips curved into a chill. Heir or not, a dead man holds no title. A thunderous surge erupted from him, as every buff he possessed flared to life. The immortal severing gourd appeared in his hand, a thread of blood-red light locking onto the demigod. Immortal severing throwing knife. Alarm bells clanged in the demigod's mind. Young master, run. He'll hold him off. His body ballooned into a sky-piercing giant ape. Ripping a mountain free, he hurled it through the air. A flash of steel split the sky, a blade light spearing the ape's brow. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Still no instant kill proc? A crimson seam opened across the ape's forehead, yet the beast roared and lunged on. Boom. For celestial swords rose from the four quarters. Locking into the executioner formation, Yi Qing had prepared. Peerless sword intent. Martial gold body. Invincible domain. A torrent of sword energy shredded the flung mountain to dust before the rubble could fall, then whipped back around. 3 seconds later, the giant ape's flesh exploded into starlight. 2 more seconds, and the demigod's soul followed. System prompt. Killed illusory beast demigod. Gained 43 billion experience. Level up. Yi Qing's level jumped to 98, 95%. He swept the loot and corpses into his pouch, gaze cutting toward the distant dark. You think you can run? With that, he stepped into a spatial rift and vanished. On the other side, the clan heir and his surviving guards fled for their lives. The youth had burned a god-tier item, pushing his speed to the brink. They sprinted through the night until dawn, and only when no pursuer appeared did he draw a long breath. The clanlands are close. Let's rest. A tear ripped open in the air ahead, a jagged maw of darkness. Yi Qing stepped out, swung his sword once, and all the guards except the heir died where they stood. Eyes wide with terror, the youth stammered. How did you catch up? I used a god-tier item. Yi Qing said nothing. Every charge of spatial travel he owned had been spent, cooldowns refreshed, and spent again for this moment. He smiled coldly and advanced on the illusory beast heir. A thin plume of ashen powder arced toward the young chief of the phantom beast clan, the infamous, unbeatable Itch Dust. The moment it touched him, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over in hysterics. Almost simultaneously, a knuckle-sized, blood-red pill flashed in Yi Qing's palm. He flicked it straight into the chief's mouth. It was his own myth-grade soul confusion pill, a draft that seizes the mind completely. As it dissolved, a murky crimson glow slid down the chief's throat. Next, a finger-to-plong, snow-white parasite queen hovered in Yi Qing's hand. It fluttered its gossamer wings, split into dozens of larvae, and burrowed into the chief's pores. The loyalty goo queen and her brood had taken hold. Give me the egg, then go back to your clan and live as usual, Yi Qing ordered. Yes. The young chief obediently handed over a fist-sized black beast egg and walked back toward his tribe. Yi Qing stowed the egg and flickered into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. He set the egg beneath the dragon blood tree's tangled roots. Crimson tendrils wrapped around the shell. Leading little Bai, he stepped into the lab. Bright lamps illuminated every bench. Shinhan was busy cross-matching the gene chains of Yamada no Orochi and Tamamonome. I've built a preliminary template. At this rate, we'll have an embryo in a few days, he said. Yi Qing moved to 2 petri dishes, nicked his fingertip, and let blood drip into the culture medium to feed the 2 god embryos floating inside. Watching the scarlet threads unfurl, he reminded himself that against a true god he had no chance. Even a demigod would force him to play every trump card. Shinhan put down his forceps. Both embryos should stabilize soon. I just extracted the gene sequence of the Sanluan mountain god. Think my blood can feed it? In theory, sure, but you're too weak, no energy in your blood. Come to my territory first. They'll power level you, Yi Qing said, tracing the dish. A strange, familial warmth stirred in his chest. Territory? What territory? Shinhan asked blankly. The abyss, Yi Qing replied, as casually as discussing the weather. The abyss. Shinhan's voice cracked. He knew what the abyss meant, but never imagined Yi Qing had claimed land there. Yi Qing offered no further explanation and strode deeper into the lab. Inside a glass capsule, a ghost clan girl slept beneath flickering seals. A status window hovered beside her. Li Yu, critically weakened, level 300, favorability 89. Yi Qing raised a brow. Had been using her as a blood bank, yet her favorability was still that high. Masochist? A level 300 mythic boss should fall to a single cut of his sword, yet her aura was murky. She was brushing the demigod threshold. He lifted a hand and canceled the seals. Li Yu's lashes fluttered. She opened her eyes and glared. You're not going to drain my blood again, are you? Of course not. Yi Qing offered what he thought was a gentle smile. To her, it felt colder than a dagger. She shivered. He took her out of the Hongmeng Pearl. The abyss. A cracked, black wasteland where monsters tore at each other. Viscous darkness rolled like smoke, the very breath of the abyss. Drop your guard, and it devoured your mind, leaving a shambling corpse. A razor-sharp beam of swordlight ripped through the haze, racing north. Petals scattered in its wake, shredding every creature below. Atop the blade, Yi Qing stroked little Bai's silky fur with one hand and pulled up a map with the other. Li Yu, still shaken, stood behind him. Why are you in the abyss? The Phantom Beast clan is nearby. Since you know the way, perfect. Yi Qing glanced over his shoulder. Destination Sky-Severing Plain. He knew little of the Abyssal Labyrinth, and the level 300 Ghost Clan girl beside him was the ideal living tour guide. When she heard the words Heaven-Severing Plains, confusion filled Li Yu's eyes. Why would you go there? That's the most unusual place in the abyss. She lowered her voice and added quickly, the plains border the perennial snow mountains to the south and the endless ice fields to the north. People call it the God's Forbidden Land, and terrifying creatures crawl out every few days. That's perfect, Yi Qing replied, his eyes lighting up with a frightening glow. A place like that is a leveling paradise. Li Yu cast him a helpless glance. Remembering Yi Qing's terrifying power, she dared not argue and simply changed the subject. Why do you look like a ghostkin now? Among all the strange races in the abyss, only the ghostkin resemble humans. How far is the heaven-severing range from human territory? Yi Qing asked in passing. Li Yu thought for a moment before answering. Humans hold only a tiny patch in the eastern abyss, and the heaven-severing plains lie at the far northern edge thousands of miles away. All right, that's all I needed to know. Yi Qing clapped his hands. You can go. Find your own way back to the ghostkin. During her days in the lab, she had been bled almost daily, yet her favorability toward Yi Qing still sat at 89. Too lazy to kill her, Yi Qing merely planted a spatial temporal sigil inside her body. If she ever turned against him, one sword stroke would be enough. But Li Yu shook her head. I'm not leaving. I want the Ghostkin Tyrant body and their supreme combat art. A legendary item and an epic one. What good are they to someone who's about to break into the demigod realm? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Their scrolls are made of special material that can conceal any grade. What's written inside is worth far more than they appear. Li Yu's eyes burned with determination. He'll serve you for 20 years in exchange for those 2 items. Yi Qing was silent for a moment. I don't trust you. Have a contract? Li Yu extended a fingertip. A drop of blood fell and morphed into an obscure sigil that settled on her pale wrist. At the same time, a thumb-sized crimson pearl formed in Yi Qing's palm, a blood-packed bead pulsing with deadly contract power. Already pale, Li Yu looked almost translucent. The bead is in your hand. Crush it, and I lose most of my strength. In 20 years, the pact dissolves on its own. Yi Qing stared at her, an odd look in his eyes. If you'd produced this contract earlier, wouldn't you have spared yourself a lot of pain? Li Yu's eyes widened with grievance, on the verge of tears. Did you ever give me the chance? You wouldn't have believed me anyway. Her expression made Yi Qing scratch his head. Really? I must have forgotten. He raised his hand, and 2 scrolls arced gracefully through the air into Li Yu's arms. Li Yu hurriedly unfurled the scrolls. Yi Qing watched as her favorability meter soared to 99, a tangle of gratitude, resentment, and wounded pride. He spread his wings and shot into the sky, heading toward the heaven-severing plains while doing quick mental math. She can't run for 20 years, and an assistant on the verge of becoming a demigod is a scarce resource right now. For the next 7 days, he cut his way through every monster he met, system notifications popping up one after another. By the time he reached the outskirts of the plains, congratulations. You have leveled up, had forced 2 more levels, and now stood at a perfect 100. The heaven-severing plains were truly extraordinary. The range towered into the clouds as if some divine power had split it in half, leaving a bottomless chasm running down its center. Farther north, the perennial snow mountains boiled with eternal frost at their peaks. At the foot of the range nestled a small town of adventurers, its wooden walls sagging and patched with sheets of iron wherever they had been broken. A streak of sword light landed before the city gate. Yi Qing studied the lone stronghold on the Tianduan plain, Tianduan City. The setting sun filtered through gaps in the walls, scattering jagged shadows at his and Li Yu's feet. Li Yu inclined her head and asked softly, "What's the plan next?" "This place belongs to the demon clan," Yi Qing replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the distant obsidian spires. "It's only a border fortress, but adventurers converge here. For them, it's an outpost of crucial importance." Several days of care had transformed Li Yu. The sickly pallor was gone, replaced by a healthy flush. Her aura now burned hot and full. Yi Qing had pushed elixirs on her night after night, and she could attempt to break through to demigod at any moment. He opened his palm. A black scroll shimmered with silver runes in the twilight. "Once I take control, this won't be demon clan territory anymore. The Tianduan plain will be mine." They stepped through the city gate and headed straight for the governor's mansion. Passers-by stared. Recently, streams of adventurers had rushed toward Wanling Snow Mountain, and every day, as many perished. Most assumed Yi Qing and Li Yu were just more of the same. Outside the mansion, several demon clan guards formed ranks. Silver armor gleamed in the torchlight. Crimson spears struck the ground, radiating killing intent. As the pair approached, the guards raised shields to block their path. Yi Qing held up the scroll. The abyss recognizes this decree. In the rightful master of the Tianduan plain. The guards traded uneasy glances, and one dashed inside to report. The rest barked. The scroll may be genuine, but everyone in the abyss knows this land belongs to the demon clan. Hand it over or die? Yi Qing's expression never changed. So it really is Daika's doing exactly the test I expected, he thought. On his shoulder, Little White's eyes flashed, and the guards froze in place, locked in living ice. Yi Qing strode past them, Liu followed close behind. Inside, a young demon clan noble waited, flanked by a seventh-turn pinnacle expert who looked down on Yi Qing with a mocking sneer. Beyond the hall, a dozen fifth-turn elites ringed the entrance. The youth spoke arrogantly. I never thought you'd bring the scroll straight to your death. My dear brother is truly helpful, using you as bait suits me perfectly. Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to answer. Little White's pupils flashed again, and every muscle in the room seized. His sword left its sheath in a streak of silver. Blood spray filled the air. From the seventh-turn powerhouse to the ordinary guards, every body hit the floor in a heartbeat, a crimson pool spreading to the doors. Only the young noble remained, his arrogance shattered. Terror gripped his throat. Don't kill me. In the demon clan chieftain's 82nd Sona direct divine bloodline, Yi Qing was unmoved. A snow-white parasite appeared in his palm. The mother insect brushed his skin, and countless larvae burrowed into the young man's flesh. The noble dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. Greetings, master. Expressionless, Yi Qing climbed the steps into the brightly lit main hall. Liu stood respectfully at his side. The young man followed. A system panel unfolded before Yi Qing's eyes. Name, Beer Sure. Level, 120. Affection, 100 under loyalty parasite control. Profile, adept at black magic, trusted by the demon clan chieftain. Yi Qing spoke, his tone calm, yet implacable. Tell me what exactly is going on with Daika? He is my own younger brother, yet everyone in the clan adores him, and he always has some unconventional idea brewing. A few years ago, father named him Lord of the Sky-Severing Plains, a decision that left me seething with envy. Then, after some discreet digging, I unearthed a secret. When father discovered that Daika had fallen for a woman he met by chance and was utterly smitten, he erupted in fury. He ordered Daika dragged back to the clan, promised that all tributes from the Sky-Severing Plains would be waived for 3 years, and handed the lordship to me. By the time I arrived, Daika was long gone. Yi Qing had pieced together most of the story, but he hadn't expected Daika's peculiar tastes. The man had always seemed odd, and rumors even hinted he wanted to change his gender. Inside the hall, Yi Qing turned to Bill. Find someone to take care of the corpse outside. Then he faced Liu. You'll manage the city for now. Once Liu and Bill departed, the great doors slammed shut. Yi Qing leaned back in the wide chair, thinking. The black-robed figure beside Daika was almost certainly a puppet so weak it wasn't worth probing with detection spells. As for that pill, it's laced with poison. If Daika has any sense, he'll walk right into our snare within days. Drumming his fingers on the armrest, Yi Qing frowned. Although he now controlled the Sky-Severing Plains, he knew nothing about governing. After a moment's thought, he released Chun Hun from the Hongmeng Pearl. Light flashed. Chun Hun appeared, holding a young ghost clan girl's hand, with the blood god spider, the sky-piercing AO, and the nether ghost crouching beside him. Behind them, the unhatched eggs of the 8-headed serpent and Tamamonome rested quietly in the beast pen. Sensing the cold, unfamiliar air, Chun Hun exclaimed, "Is this the abyss?" Exactly. Yi Qing nodded and described his dilemma of owning land he couldn't manage. What do you think? Speak plainly. Chun Hun pondered, then raised 2 fingers. 2 options. 1. Contact Xia and let them send someone to take over. 2. Intimidate everyone by force. In the abyss, might makes right. Yi Qing nodded approval. Go back, hatch the 8-headed serpent and Tamamonome, then lead the team into the abyss to level up. With a wave, he sent Chun Hun back into the Hongmeng Pearl. Weighing things quickly, he decided Bill would oversee the territory for now. Turning to the check-in system interface, he saw a full week remained before his next advancement. He produced 3 small bottles, 2 5-element pills worth 10 levels each, 9 supreme longevity pills worth 4.5 levels in total, and 30 ordinary longevity pills worth 6 levels. If he swallowed them all, head jumped from level 100 straight to 120. He downed every pill at once. A torrent of spiritual power erupted within him, and his aura visibly soared level 100, 105, 110, all the way to 120. 1 supreme longevity pill remained. He handed it to Xiao Bai, who gulped it down with a crisp swallow. The breakthrough triggered another class change quest. Yi Qing tapped Draw Quest on the system panel. The light screen spun, displaying a string of outrageous tasks, then came to a halt. Class change quest. Make your name resound. Requirement. Let 3 billion living beings know your name. Current progress. 910 million 3 billion. Most of those 900 plus million souls were into Xia and other human nations. To close the gap, conquering the abyss was the most direct path. Yi Qing closed the panel, eyes gleaming. If he wanted to finish the quest quickly, he needed to stage a colossal event in the abyss. He closed the status panel. Yi Qing stripped off the Tongtian set and donned the mythic and blood god sets piece by piece. Under the lamplight, the dark red veins of the armor looked like flowing blood. Every statistic on his panel surged. By his reckoning, If he went all out, he could clash head-on with a newly ascended demigod. Level 120 was merely the peak of a third advancement, while a demigod stood at the eighth. Yet he had bridged that gulf by force. His power now truly defied heaven. Stepping outside, he felt the night wind sweep across the courtyard. The spacious grounds of the city lord's mansion were spotless. The rubble had long since been cleared. From the distance, Liu hurried over, her silver armor glinting coldly in the moonlight. She spoke in a low voice. This is devil territory. No one dares cause trouble lightly. Only the occasional desperado stirs things up. The devil's reputation does have its uses, Qing said, surveying the area. For now we keep the status quo. His gaze lifted to the heaven-severing range. The peaks pierced the clouds yet were cleaved clean through, a bottomless fissure stretching for dozens of miles. Only a god could have wielded such a strike. Catching his look, Liu explained, they say a devil deity cut down another god here. Since then the range has belonged to the devils. Her words had barely faded when the ground rumbled. The heaven-severing plain shook like a rising tide. On the summit, several figures clashed, their divine arts tearing the sky apart, each one a demigod fighting over some treasure. Qing frowned. Why so many demigods at once? You guard the city. We'll take a look, he said. Liu nodded. Stay cautious. A razor-sharp beam of sword light shot up from the mansion, slicing through the night toward the peak. The other demigods instantly tensed and barked. Ghost folk, this has nothing to do with you. Leave now. Qing remained silent, eyes fixed on the object at the heart of their struggle, a crystal swirling with eerie light. In an instant he understood: a divinity shard. A peak demigod who seized such a shard could ascend at once, though they would remain forever the weakest class of god. Even so, the shards were treasures countless demigods dreamed of. Trapped for ages at their limits in the abyss, they no longer cared about the cost. Qing glanced at the combatants, then at the enormous fissure in the mountains. A chill crept over him. Could this be the shard of the god the devil deity struck down here? It should have fallen into that deity's hands. Cold spread down his spine. A shadowy rift opened behind him, and he slipped away without a sound. Only then did the other demigods breathe easier. Spatial demigods are the worst. Good thing he left. Just aiming too high, another scoffed. When I first made demigod, I thought godhood was a step away. Thousands of years later, still stuck at the peak. Trap or not, we have to gamble. I've been stalled for 10,000 years already. With that they hurled themselves skyward again, the battle growing ever bloodier. Back in the courtyard, Qing stood watching the clash overhead. Sword energy and divine arts exploded across the heavens like a meteor shower. He murmured, the devil deity's scheme is fathomless. Liu followed his gaze. In the abyss there are 10 demon lords, 3 ghost kings, and 3 eldritch gods, the mightiest among the gods. Of those recorded today, only the first demon lord has personally slain another god. Qing asked, which demon lord is the god of devils? He is the 9th demon god, known as the Berserker, while the first demon god is called the Harbinger of Calamity. After listening to Liu's hushed account, Qing felt a storm surge within him. So many deities lurked in the abyss that he would have to tread more carefully than ever. Just then, the brutal clash in the heavens reached its climax. A tribesman, with unusual features, seized the floating divinity and fused it into his body without hesitation. In the next instant, an anomaly erupted over the heavenly rift plain. Countless crystal feathers drifted from the sky, and wherever they landed the swirling black miasma vanished. Wreathed in emerald flames, the newly ascended god's billowing robe whipped in the firestorm. His long whiskers hung to his chest, and his face twisted in euphoric madness. I did it, I'm a god at last. Before his manic laughter died away, a void as dark as night tore open in the sky. A colossal black hand reached out, plucked the newborn god like a chick, and dragged both him and the divinity into the abyss, then disappeared. A terrifying pressure rolled across the battlefield like a tidal wave, forcing every living creature in the city to the ground. Cold sweat drenched Qing's back as he shook his head with a wry smile. So that's the first demon god. Even running is pointless. Liu nodded silently before that being. Even gods had no power to resist. Qing summoned the loyalty Gu and called for Bill, who bowed at his side. What did we just witness? Qing asked. That was my lord's god-servant plan, Bill replied respectfully. Every 1,000 years, he chooses a newly ascended deity to serve the demon race. After a millennium, he devours that servant and resets the plan. The other demigods know this, yet still fight for the divinity? Of course, your highness. Apotheosis is irresistible, and wearing our lord's name lets them dominate the abyss for a full 1,000 years. Besides, many demigods are near the end of their lifespan. For them, this is the last and greatest gamble. Qing fell silent, then made Bill the nominal lord of the heavenly rift plane while he himself slipped into the shadows. High above, the few remaining demigods scattered in panic. Night deepened. Qing told Liu to guard the city and stepped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. Petals drifted through the peach grove and lent him a fragile sense of safety. Leaning against a peach tree, he sighed. The abyss is too dangerous. Once I finish the class change quest, I have to get back to Blue Star as soon as possible. He sat beneath the tree to organize his thoughts. His fame value was still stalled. His other avatar remained in Shanghai realm, yet he dared not act for fear of alerting the world will. He could only sigh again, take out his cauldron, and refine pills. His strength was still too thin, and for now he had to wait for the system to advance before seeking fresh opportunities. Until the upgrade finished, killing monsters offered no experience, and nothing could be stored in the check-in system. So Qing stopped grinding altogether. For several days his life was leisurely. 1. By night he stayed in the Hongmeng Pearl, refining pills and resting. 2. By day he strolled through the city, carved formation runes, or pored over tomes in the Lord's estate to learn abyssal customs. During these calm days he used the loyalty Gu to seize full control of every devil guard. Adventurers of various races passing through the city saw the disciplined devil troops and grew even more wary of the demon race. One day, 2 unexpected visitors arrived outside the estate. Daika, face ashen and breath faint, was carried on the back of a hooded stranger. At the gate, several devil guards leveled their gleaming spears and barked, "Halt! Come any closer, and you die." In the rear garden of the Lord's residence, Qing sipped his tea, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. On this spring afternoon, the fragrance of tea drifted through the air. He glanced at Liu, who was refilling his cup, and said softly, "Come on, let's go enjoy the show." Almost at the same time, the atmosphere in the front hall turned heavy. A blue-haired doll-like girl carried the barely breathing Daika on her back, then dropped to her knees with a dull thud. Her wooden face was etched with anxiety and pleading. "I beg you save my master." Seated in the place of honor, Bill crossed his legs and swirled a goblet of wine, sneering, "Dear brother, you're about to die. What good will begging me do? Go find Dr. Zhao instead." Daika's eyes widened. He tried to retort, but could only manage ragged gasps. Just then Qing walked in with Liu, his gaze shifting between Daika and the blue-haired girl. Icebound doll epic. Level 150. Affection 2. Hatred. A puppet created by Daika, utterly devoted to its master and adept in ice magic. Qing was about to check Daika's condition when the girl suddenly lifted her head, her blue eyes razor sharp. "You broke your word. The pill you gave him was poisoned. If his heart were clean, why would poison take hold?" Qing replied calmly. "If you want him saved, step aside." The girl froze, then moved out of the way. Qing flicked his fingers, scattering a few strands of gray-white powder onto Daika's chest. A second later, violeting toxic mist surged out of Daika's body, pitting the floor with tiny holes. In the blink of an eye the mist dispersed, and Daika's breathing steadied, color returning to his cheeks. Propping himself up, Daika sat and sighed bitterly. "It was my fault." Qing said nothing and took a seat. From the raised platform, Bill's eyes turned cold. "How convenient you walked right in. Father has been looking to drag you home." Before he finished speaking, more than 10 demon guards burst through the doorway, surrounding the hall. Daika leaned on the puppet and stood. "If that's how it is, we fight to the death." "Xiaobing, are you afraid?" "I don't know what fear is," the puppet said, tightening her grip on an ice blade. "If needed, I will die with you." For the first time, emotion flickered in her icy blue eyes. Qing found the scene amusing and watched with interest as the pair fought shoulder to shoulder. Ice blades streaked through the air, frigid winds spread, and demon claws and fangs clashed midair while wails echoed throughout the hall. Then Qing merely tapped his foot. Dozens of silver-white sword scars split the floor, linking instantly into a glowing formation that caged Daika and the puppet. Daika roared but was held fast. "No one wants to kill you," Qing said, standing to look down at them. "I simply find it interesting that the puppet you built has developed human feelings." At his words, every demon guard including Bill knelt in unison. "Greetings, master." Daika's eyes nearly cracked with shock. "You control them?" "That's right," Qing said, hands clasped behind his back. "From today on, you stay here and work. For the next 3 years the demon clan will collect no taxes. Don't even think of running. The acute poison still lingering in your body will remind you." He then watched quietly as fear, struggle, and subtle shifts played across Daika's and the puppet's faces, the affection number on his system panel flickering. When Daika finally lowered his head, he whispered, "I am willing to serve under you." The favorability score shot straight to 60 temporary submission. Even the puppet's favorability reached the same mark, forcing it to yield for the moment. Daika groaned inwardly. With his favorability forcibly pushed to 60, there was nowhere to run. Once the demon clan recovered and sent assassins, the man before him, Qing, would surely stand in their way. Qing sensed his concern but paid it no mind. "I'm interested in your puppet-making craft," he said calmly. Daika sighed, pulled a bronze scroll from his spatial ring, and offered it with both hands. "These are all my notes." Qing lifted a hand. The scroll cut through the air and landed in his palm. Golden patterns shimmered across the cover, above the title, "Puppet-Making Techniques Mythic." According to the text, with special materials one could forge puppets endowed with emotion, limitless growth, and absolute loyalty. Excellent. Yi Qing slipped the scroll into his robe, then turned to Liyue. I'm taking a trip to the Tianwan Mountains. Liyue straightened. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong here. Before her words faded, Yi Qing stepped through space and vanished without a sound. Everyone in the hall traded looks. Liyue faced Daika. You used to govern this place, didn't you? Carry on as before. Tianwan Mountain's craggy cliffs where spiritual energy surged among scattered boulders. Yi Qing emerged from the void and checked the system countdown. Exactly 5 hours until his breakthrough. In the north, the eternal snow peaks gleamed white against the sky. Though the sight stirred his heart, patience was his only option. He sat cross-legged and began refining pills. Flames roared while the scents of countless elixirs intertwined. Oddly shaped pills soon covered the stone platform. Xiaobai crouched nearby on guard. Its realm was not supreme, yet its elemental control was so precise that even a demigod could be bound for several seconds. Adventurers who chanced upon the scene took wide detours. Any beast that drew near was swiftly slain by Xiaobai, its corpse swallowed by the mountain wind. Dusk fell, painting the peaks a deep crimson. Ding system upgrade complete. A new interface appeared. The system panel would fully replace the attribute panel. New feature experience burst. New feature divine sign-in. New feature mission selection. Sign-in reward, 700 billion experience. Yi Qing was about to explore the changes when the panel shuddered. Attribute panel collapsing repairing. Unknown energy surged from within, ravaging the display. Resisting unable to withstand unknown energy complete collapse. White light exploded before his eyes, and the old panel vanished. A second later, the new panel finished assembling. Player, Yi Qing. Level, 120, 3rd rebirth peak. Effective power, 8th rebirth early stage. Classes, Mortal Sword Immortal, Xianhuang Body Sovereign, Actor. Secondary professions, Cursed Physician, Formation Grandmaster, Alchemy Grandmaster, Artificer. Talents, Power of Time and Space, Sword Heart Illumination SSSS, Primordial Sacred Body SSSS, Acting D. Strength, 428 983. Intelligence, 417 198. Agility, 406 023. Constitution, 437 693. Skills, Worldly Imperial Sword Art, Heaven-Slaying Drawblade, Phantom Deity Sword Art, Invincible Divine Domain, Xianhuang Sky-Treading Steps, Peerless Sword Intent, Martial Gold Body, Divine Sword Doppelganger, Slaughter Fist Intent, Beastmark Shadow, Death Defiance. Passive skills, Man and Sword as One, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Injury Immunity, Mortal Realm Ultimate Sword, Xianhuang Undying Body, Grand Mist Sword Dao. Special effects, One Sword freezes 19 provinces, Sword Scar, Sword Radiance, Undefeated Heart. Pet, 10-tailed Celestial Fox. Equipment, Heaven-Piercing Sword Casket housing 9 flying swords, Blood God Set, Immortal Slaying Gourd, Immortal Execution, Sword Formation Diagram, Eternal Reincarnation, Grand Mist Pearl. According to common sense, the attribute panel should disappear after reaching demigod, Yi Qing mused helplessly. In the end, the panel hadn't changed all that much. The advanced appraisal skill had disappeared, but a tiny inspect icon now sat at the bottom of the status panel. When Yi Qing tapped it, a torrent of data unfolded in an instant. The soil's pH beneath his feet, the photosynthetic efficiency of distant leaves, even the elemental density in the air, all streamed before his eyes. He glanced at Xiaobai beside him, and the pet's entire profile surfaced just as neatly. Birth time, growth curve, potential weaknesses, nothing withheld. The skill had changed names, but the system clearly offered an equal, if not superior, replacement. In only a month, Yi Qing had surged from level 85 to level 120, progress that would take most professionals a year or two. His skyrocketing stats came from 3 main sources. First, his 9 flying swords leveled up in unison and fed power back into his body. Second, each of Xiao Bei's evolutions granted him an extra boost. Third, both of his classes advanced, and when paired with the mythic Blood God set he recently equipped, his overall combat strength leapt forward. After reviewing the panel, he focused on the system's 3 new core functions. 1. EXP burst. Spend experience to gain a temporary surge in power. 100 billion EXP buys early deity strength for an hour, and the more you spend, the greater the boost. 2. Divine sign-in. Each attempt costs 10 billion EXP and guarantees at least a mythic grade reward, with no upper limit. 3. Quest selection. The system refreshes random quests. He can accept or decline them freely and claim rewards upon completion. With only 700 billion EXP in reserve, Yi Qing still felt it wasn't enough. Just then, the system shop refreshed, presenting a new exchange list. Pet Ascension card raises a pet's rank, 5 billion EXP each, remaining 1. Class Advancement card upgrades a class to SSS tier, 8 billion EXP each, remaining 1. Godslayer card instantly kills a deity, 9.9 billion EXP each, remaining 1. Origin Sword Body, Divine tier, greatly strengthens physique and potential, 20 billion EXP each, remaining 1. Skill upgrade card. Adds 1 level to any chosen skill, 100 million EXP each, remaining 5. Mystery chest. Drops a random item from the myriad realms, 50 million EXP each, remaining 10. 9-turn resurrection pill. Revives as long as the corpse is intact, 12 billion EXP each, remaining 3. Everything looks useful. Qing bought out the entire shop without hesitation. A mountain of experience vanished, leaving him with 621 billion. Next, he triggered 12 consecutive divine sign-ins. Signing in. Success. Acquired cosmic breathing technique. Success. Acquired Grand Luo sword nurturing art. Success. Acquired equipment upgrade card. Success. Acquired mysterious war body. Success. Acquired quest completion card 2. Success. Acquired mystery chest 3. Success. Acquired mysterious pet egg 2. After the 12 pulls, 501 billion EXP remained. Qing decided to save it. If he ever encountered a calamity-grade demon god, he could pour everything into EXP burst. Even if he couldn't win, he would still have a chance to resist or escape. He examined each new ability and item in turn. Cosmic breathing technique. Every breath actively draws ambient energy, steadily raising all attributes. Grand Luo sword nurturing art. Uses his body as a furnace to temper his flying swords, gradually increasing their level and grade. Mysterious war body. During combat, all attributes rise by 10% every second, simultaneously boosting attack, speed, defense, and recovery with no cap. Mysterious pet egg. No one knows what will hatch its power, could be phenomenal or completely underwhelming. Qing inherited the origin sword physique, the arcane battle physique, the Grand Luo sword nurturing art, and the cosmic breathing method. Boundless energy surged inside him. The visible aura climbed higher and higher for more than a dozen hours before it finally settled. When he raised his fist, he could tell by instinct alone that one punch would be enough to shatter the abyssal plane. A short distance away, Xiao stood guard. Qing beckoned softly. A gentle flash of white shot through the air, and Xiao landed on his shoulder. Qing took out the pet advancement card, pinched it between 2 fingers, and pressed it against the beast's forehead. White light burst forth, and Xiao Bei's aura exploded. Its rank leaped from transcendent straight to God King. Its level dropped from 100 to 85, yet its stats and skills grew more than tenfold, and its potential expanded visibly. With that done, Qing brought Xiao into the Hongmeng Pearl space. Beneath the dragon blood tree, he set the 2 pet eggs he had just received beside the one he already owned. The 3 eggs lay motionless, but the life force they released rivaled a transcendent powerhouse, continually drawing in ambient energy as the beings inside grew rapidly. Next, he entered the laboratory and began feeding 2 divine embryos with his own bloodline. Shenhan had already hatched Hamamonome and the Yamato Naroki, a palm-sized snake coiled in a glass tank, and a white fox cub with 9 tails, both only at the mythic level. By contrast, Xiao Bai had evolved 10 tails and reached the God King rank. On the opposite workbench, the genetic sample of the Mikasa mountain deity, nourished by divine blood, had developed into a bean-sized lump of living tissue. Shenhan was so absorbed in his observations that he didn't notice Qing's arrival. Qing cleared his throat. Shenhan spun around. "You're here. Heading out to level up? Tomorrow. I've got other matters today." Qing nodded and left the lab. In the peach grove, 9 flying swords burst from the Tongtian sword coffer and whirled around him, their light arcing like rainbows. He examined the coffer's stats. Tongtian sword coffer growth, all base attributes 5,000, holds 9 flying swords, rapidly repairs and automatically maintains swords at full durability, highly compatible with the Grand Luo sword nurturing art. Qing recalled the 9 swords, then tried absorbing the coffer itself. To his surprise, it worked. The coffer now floated motionless in his dantian, yet the sword's experience kept climbing. He activated the cosmic breathing method. The unique essence of the Hongmeng Pearl space streamed into him through every pore at blinding speed. Experience soared by 1,000 points per second and cycled automatically. Boosted by the Grand Luo sword nurturing art, efficiency multiplied, and the swords inside the coffer quivered in response. For Qing, it was the perfect AFK leveling system. He thought back to when he could sense the pearl's power but couldn't absorb it. Now he had found the ideal solution. Sitting beneath a peach tree, he calculated. With the Grand Luo sword nurturing art running and his pets growing automatically inside the pearl, nearly all future experience could go into himself, and his leveling rate would skyrocket. The next morning, Qing headed for the sky-severing mountains, taking Chunhun and a whole procession of pets in tow. Chunhun, now level 51, trailed behind Qing with Tongtian Ao, Shuesh Jiju, Mingue, a young 9-tailed fox, and an 8-headed hatchling snake in tow. The landscape around them was nothing like the abyss they had just left. Snow clouds churned overhead, razor-sharp winds swept ice crystals across the ground, and the terrain grew more treacherous by the step. Is this place some kind of death trap? Qin Hun muttered. Yi Qing pointed to a towering white range in the distance. That's our destination, the 10,000-year snow mountain. A spatial rift tore open there not long ago and scattered a cache of treasures. Qin Hun nodded, scanning the area. Nothing he saw was under level 100, and even a random beetle showed level 100 common monster on his interface. He whistled softly. The abyss really pulls no punches. They trudged through the drifts, and every creature that barred the way was sliced to shards of ice by a casual swing of Yi Qing's sword. Dense clusters of experience motes rained onto Qin Hun, and his level climbed visibly. The nearer they came to the mountain, the more violently the surrounding space seemed to twist and tear. Suddenly, a team of a dozen figures appeared ahead. Their leader, a stocky dwarf with a frost-rimmed beard, rested a massive hammer on his shoulder. He stared at Qin Hun in surprise. A human? Out here? Yi Qing felt no killing intent and sheathed his sword. Are humans that rare in these parts? Qin Hun asked. The dwarf nodded. Most of your kind stay in the eastern abyss. This is the far north. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He drew out a cloth pouch bulging with raw gems and tossed it at the dwarf's feet. We're headed for the snow mountain too. Join forces with us, and I'd like to pick your brain on a few things. The dwarf let out a hearty laugh and hefted the bag. A straight shooter, I like that. Name's Ami, dwarf artisan. Am hunting rare or for new gear. Happy to travel together. Their combined party crunched through the snow while Yi Qing peppered Ami with questions about human affairs. Ami recalled that 800 years ago a massive rift split open in the eastern abyss, spewing hordes of monsters. A century later, the first human demigod pushed in and built a city at the rift's edge. Over the following centuries, humans expanded, and today they hold 10 cities in the Far East. When the abyss descended, Ami added, stroking his beard, the Xia Empire was ravaged. Vast lands turned to wasteland, and they still haven't recovered. Humans are pinned in by the demon, ghost, and sea clans, each backed by god-rank warriors. Luckily, humans allied with the giants and us dwarves, and just signed a pact with the elves. That's what's keeping the line from collapsing. By now the 10,000-year snow mountain loomed overhead. Ami led his dwarves down a side path toward a mineral vein, and the two groups parted ways. The Xia's had it rough, Qin Hun sighed. 8 centuries just to get a foothold. Once we finish here, we should visit human territory. Yi Qing nodded and started up the icy slope, Qin Hun close behind. The frozen walls gleamed like mirrors, and the cold wind cut their faces like knives. Mixed feelings churned in Yi Qing's chest. Most cultivation resources and secret realms back home were monopolized by powerful clans, leaving ordinary tradespeople under their thumb despite having enough to eat. He pushed the thoughts aside just as a surge of space-time energy swept over him. The imprint he sought was somewhere inside the 10,000-year snow mountain. It was the very void dragon they had once met in the abyss, now turning up in the most unlikely of places. No wonder the air was laced with chaotic spatial currents. Had they chased it all the way back then, they would have plummeted into nothingness by now. A curtain of snow mist suddenly ripped apart as packs of snow wolves charged forward. Each beast was around level 200, yet none dared get close. The single reason was the crushing aura rolling off Yi Qing. Yi Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a whirl of multicolored petals spinning around him, the lingering trails of his flying flower sword array. The instant the array flashed, the wolves were carved into shards of ice and blood-red mist, while upgrade lights flickered over Qin Hun in rapid succession. The speed of his leveling felt nothing short of intoxicating. Amid the howling blizzard, a massive bridge of sword light solidified beneath Yi Qing's feet. Hop on, he said. We're heading to the summit of the 10,000-year snow mountain. There's an enemy up there I must finish. Qin Hun herded his legion of pets onto the gleaming platform. Runes shimmered across the barrier, sealing out the cold and bathing them in spring-like warmth. As they flew, Yi Qing casually scattered flower petal rain, reaping every monster that crossed their path. Half an hour later, the sword light halted before a colossal cavern, then faded. Yi Qing's eyes sharpened. The void dragon should be inside. With no questions asked, Qin Hun kept silent. The Qi Shao sword leapt from its scabbard. A crimson beam thundered into the cave. The mountain shook under the blast, and a deafening roar split the air. Deep in the darkness, a pair of lantern-sized scarlet eyes flared to life. The void dragon stepped out. Its obsidian scales glinted against the snow, and a half-healed gash along its back still oozed blood. The moment it recognized Yi Qing, its pupils contracted and it wheeled to flee. Run? Submit, and it'll spare your life, Yi Qing said, his tone calm but edged like a blade. A system prompt flickered before them. 1. Slay the void dragon for an extra 10 billion experience points. 2. Defeat and tame the void dragon for a max favor reward. The dragon rumbled, its blood-red gaze locked on Yi Qing. If you want my allegiance, prove your strength. Last time you relied on outside power. I refuse. As you wish. Yi Qing swept Qin Hun and every pet save Xiao by into the Hongmeng Pearl. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming force erupted. Sword Heart Enlightenment. Primordial Saint Body. Unbreakable Will. Baby, please turn around. 9 flying swords hovered behind him as Divine Sword Clone activated. Phantom God Sword Art followed, arranging 720 phantom blades in midair. Worldly Extreme Sword triggered, boosting each sword's speed, defense, and attack by 10%, stacking to a monstrous 7 to 200%. The pressure was suffocating. The Void Dragon beat its wings and took to the sky, spewing a torrent of dragon fire that warped the air and left spiderweb cracks in space itself. Yi Qing's expression never wavered. He clenched the Immortal Slaying Sword, and every phantom blade vanished in a blink. Sword Chi coiled around the gleaming edge, aimed straight at the dragon's skull. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strike after strike pierced the heavens. With Xiao Bei's buffs, the Beastmark's secret art, and eternal reincarnation, Yi Qing unleashed a blazing arc every 7/10 of a second. His mana regeneration easily outpaced the energy he spent, turning the onslaught into an endless storm of light. The Void Dragon froze in disbelief. This ultimate attack seemed to require no energy at all. Its massive body turned translucent in an instant, slipping into a phasing state that granted 20 seconds of immunity while it tried to evade the lethal barrage. Yet the first colossal blade of light shattered the dragon breath it spewed, and several more sword beams followed, striking its scales in rapid succession. Splintered scales curled back, and fresh blood spattered across the snow. The Void Dragon roared in frustration. Impossible. Yi Qing offered no reply. The radiance of sword heart illumination glimmered in his calm eyes. This state ignored every defense, allowing any technique to pierce all barriers. That was the true terror of a sword immortal. In his hand, the Zhuxian sword became a stream of light. Blades of energy locked onto their target like lightning, cutting off every escape route from every angle. The huge dragon writhed in midair, but no matter how it twisted, it couldn't dodge those chilling flashes. New wounds stacked atop the old. Rend the void. The dragon bellowed, ripping open space and plunging through the fissure, only to reappear directly before Yi Qing. Its thick tail whipped sideways, howling through the air. Your long-range strikes are fierce, but how about close combat? A faint smile tugged at Yi Qing's lips. I've been waiting. He activated the golden martial body. Golden light erupted around him, and his stature grew several meters. One fist met the tail heaton, its crimson killing intent exploding outward. The dull impact boomed like rolling thunder. The Void Dragon howled in pain and tried to retreat. But phantom swords materialized in the cracked space around them, sealing every exit. Yi Qing's right hand guided the Zhuxian sword into a whirlwind of light, while his left unleashed meteor-like punches. Fist and sword interwove in an unbroken onslaught, forcing the dragon back as shards of scale scattered. Lost in the momentum, Yi Qing released the Zhuxian sword entirely, letting it orbit behind him. His twin fists spun like fiery wheels, hammering the dragon for more than 10 minutes. When the golden glow finally faded and the martial form dispersed, he stopped. The Void Dragon lay half dead, its vast frame barely recognizable. Yi Qing clasped his hands behind his back. Well, convinced? I submit, the dragon rasped. A system prompt appeared, quest complete. Void Dragon defeated. Affection level maxed. Yi Qing produced a jade vial and poured the entire contents into the dragon's maw. Potent medicine surged, and its wounds knit together before his eyes. Dusk settled, and fat snowflakes fell. Yi Qing set up a grand array nearby, blue runes blooming into a barrier that kept the wind out. A campfire flared, and he glanced at the recovering dragon. Stop playing dead. I'm hungry, go catch a few monsters for dinner. The Void Dragon gave its wings a shake and vaulted into the night sky. Yi Qing dragged out a chair and sat down. Beyond the array, blizzard winds howled, but inside, warm currents circulated. He stroked Xiao Bei's soft fur and chuckled. That dragon's no joke. If the Zhanxian flying dagger hadn't crippled it earlier, things would have been tricky. Before long, a dark shape returned. The Void Dragon dropped 2 snow-white giant bears at the edge of the array, landing with a thud. The lingering medicine had turned its roar into a satisfied burp. The rich scent of roasting meat spread quickly, fat sizzling as it dripped into the flames. Yi Qing ate with relish, now and then carving off a piece for Xiao Bai. Eyeing the glossy rib in his hand, he muttered, "It's a pity I still have to cook for myself. I really should recruit a chef." Xiao Bai nodded obediently, 10 tails swishing and leaving trails of white light. Through the distant snowfall, blurred figures approached the same dwarf party they had met earlier that day. One dwarf craftsman spotted Yi Qing, his eyes lighting up. "There's the Ghost Clan warrior from before, let's hurry over." Yi Qing was fretting about having no cook when volunteers suddenly showed up, so he waved them over. With a casual swipe, he opened a gap in the warding array, sealing out the bitter wind as the dwarven squad filed in. Charcoal snapped and popped, driving the chill from the snowy night. The dwarf captain took a quick look around and sighed with relief. "Cozy place you've got here. What's that?" One dwarf gasped, eyes locked on the Void Dragon circling overhead, his voice trembling. "Relax. That's my new pet. Yi Qing propped a spit over the flames, tore off a hunk of meat, and took a bite. Any of you know your way around a grill? Help me roast this, and keep talking about the power blocks in the eastern abyss. The coals crackled, the aroma of meat filling the cave. As they turned iron skewers, the dwarves spilled every scrap of information they had. Night deepened. Yi Qing and the captain spoke for hours, most of his questions centering on how the human race was faring in the abyss. At dawn the dwarves set out again. Yi Qing released Chun Hun and began the daily grind. Though this time he barely had to lift a finger, the void dragon thundered ahead, the perfect enforcer. Deep in the Everfrost Mountains, snowfields glittered in the sun. Chun Hun stood at a cliff's edge, staring north at an endless ice sheet, even the sky tinted an eerie blue. What's that place? It feels like a world of pure ice. I don't know, but I can sense danger, Yi Qing said, shaking his head. Let's not barge in. You sense danger too? A god over there, maybe? Chun Hun asked, startled. Could be. Yi Qing raised a flask of warm Hoer wine. Forget it for now. The wine's perfect drink. He tilted back the bottle. The sharp liquor carried a hint of fruit. On the table, the little white beast copied him and took a sip, wine dribbling through its fur. Chun Hun grabbed another bottle, tasted it, and his eyes brightened. This is epic-grade stuff. It even boosts stats? Yi Qing nodded. After a short rest, they ground 2 more days, pushing Chun Hun to level 85. Goal met. Chun Hun returned to the Hongmeng Zhu to continue his research. Yi Qing mounted the void dragon, surveyed the city at the mountain's base, and Duff. Adventurers of every race bustled through the streets. When a dragon dropped out of the clouds, chatter rippled through the crowd. Liu stood on the city lord's rooftop, silver hair whipping in the wind. Seeing the spatial demigod dragon, her eyes widened. You tamed another demigod dragon, this one with spatial powers. Your aura's shaky. Close to breaking into demigod yourself, aren't you? Yi Qing jumped from the dragon's back. He could feel her power climbing. She drifted down behind him and nodded. Any day now. The breakthrough will cause a stir. Need you to cover me. Not a problem. Yi Qing never minded helping his own, and the stronger Liu became, the better for him. The void dragon shrank and followed it heel, less conspicuous now. They entered the mansion's front hall, and Yi Qing took a seat. Anything urgent these last few days? The devils keep sending letters, demanding to take Daika home. Nothing else, Liu reported. And in the abyss? Any major moves? Yi Qing tapped the armrest. The human situation still concerned him most. Word is the demons have mobilized, and a full war has erupted with the elves, Liu said. Yi Qing nodded. Prepare a detailed map of the abyss. Hand it over once you finish your breakthrough. Liu accepted the order and left. Only Yi Qing, the void dragon, and the flickering candles remained. Drumming his fingers on the table, Yi Qing frowned. Head lingered in the abyss long enough. Time to head back to Blue Star. Before we head back, we need to secure the Tianduan Plain and let it grow steadily under the devil's protection. In the rear courtyard of the city lord's estate, a thin mist clung to a workshop that smelled of metal and machine oil. A long workbench was cluttered with delicate gears, springs, and engraved components. Daika hunched over the plans, tweaking a mechanism, while a puppet girl handed him screws and wiped away grease with clockwork precision. Yi Qing strode in, his gaze shifting between the tabletop and Daika. Sensing the stare, Daika snapped upright, almost dropping his tools. His voice trembled with tension and awe. Isis, there's something I can do for you, sir? You've heard what the letter from the Devil Clan said. Yi Qing replied, his tone calm, but brooking no argument. Daika instinctively stepped back, color draining from his face. Are you handing me over? Of course not, Yi Qing said without a ripple. You're too valuable. I intend to give you a new identity and hide you away. But first you'll have to bleed for me, the more the better. Relief washed over Daika. He swiftly pulled a fist-sized crystal vial from his coat, bit his lip, and slit his wrist. Crimson blood poured into the bottle. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl's pocket dimension, deep blue starlight shimmered. Yi Qing handed the blood-filled vial to Chun Hun. Make me a corpse identical to its original owner. Chun Hun adjusted his goggles. It's just a lifeless model. 24 hours will do. With the instructions given, Yi Qing walked to another incubation pool. 2 divine embryos floated in a silvery solution, spines and limbs already taking shape, faint golden glimmers rippling across them. By his estimate, they would hatch within half a year. Next he inspected the blood dragon tree. 3 pet eggs hung between its thick branches, their once dull patterns now glowing with luster. The life force inside was visibly surging. They would all hatch in a matter of days. After settling everything, he left the space, calculating inwardly. Liu could ascend to demigod at any moment. 3 days later, low clouds sagged over the Tianduan Plain, a fine rain drifting down. At the center of the empty grassland, a complex magic circle turned slowly, sigils flaring and fading. Liu stood at its heart, white hair loose, robes snapping in the wind. The power around her seemed ready to tear the air apart. Even the falling rain nearby was shredded into mist. Not far away, Yi Qing watched with folded arms, eyes steady. He wondered what his own breakthrough to demigod would look like. His attribute panel had vanished, leaving only the unpredictable system interface. Even his class change quest was gone, and the road ahead remained shrouded in fog. Boom. Lightning crashed from the sky, bolt after bolt, savage columns of light hammering Liu. A vortex like a black hole appeared behind her, devouring every spark around. Liu had always cultivated the power of darkness. As the thunder was absorbed, it was refined into dark divinity. For a full day and night the storm clouds refused to disperse. At last her aura peaked. The breakthrough succeeded. Cosmic omens were about to erupt when the array beneath her flared, erecting a barrier that sealed them off. Silvery light flowed through her white hair as a pitch-black short sword solidified in her palm. Ghost god, swordsmanship complete. With its cry, the space around her fell into absolute darkness. Not a single ray of light could penetrate. Qing stared at the darkness. The system's numbers floated before his eyes. Liu's favorability toward him had reached 99.5 pure gratitude. He no longer doubted her loyalty. The gulf between a demigod and a 7th turn peak expert was vast. The key lay in divine power. Upon reaching the 8th turn, all internal energy transformed into divinity. When that divinity condensed into a godhead and underwent another metamorphosis, one became a 9th turn true god. That single step trapped most demigods for life. After the 7th turn, every minor rank was hard to surpass, let alone fight across realms. As for Qing, who once fought an 8th turn demigod while only at the 3rd turn peak, he had been cheating, plain and simple. The darkness receded, and Liu stepped steadily from the shadows to stand beside Qing, speaking in a soft voice. You went to a lot of trouble to set up such an enormous formation. Head back. Qing tossed her the Heaven Rift Plane scroll, its surface etched with ancient runes. I'm leaving for a while, and the Heavenly Rift Plane will be under your command. A blue light flickered in his palm, a spatial rift opened, and his figure faded from sight. Liu held the scroll for a long moment, eyes fixed on the spot where he disappeared. A faint smile curved her lips. With the Ghost Clan's tyrant physique and their strongest battle art, my chances of reaching true god just shot up. Staying with him may not be so bad. She turned into a streak of black light and vanished into the sky. A gentle rain fell in the rear courtyard of the city lord's manor. Under the eaves, Qing listened to the drops hitting the tiles while pulling out 5 skill upgrade cards, feeding them all into Shadow Self. Silver light flashed, and the skill maxed out. Shadow Self consumes 80 mana to create 2 clones identical to the original in every attribute. His earlier clone from the Shanghai realm still lingered, and now 2 more stood at his side, all wearing the Ghost Clan guise. With a thought he sensed them clearly, able to deploy them across worlds at will. Glancing at the Void Dragon coiled nearby, he nodded. 1 clone and 2 demigods guarding the Heavenly Rift Plane meant they could retreat safely even if the Devil Clan launched a surprise attack. Western Shanghai Realm, Moon Goddess Ruins. Shuang tipped back her head and swallowed the moon orb in one gulp. The pearl dissolved into silver radiance, churning inside her as she sat cross-legged on the altar, azure dragon power and with deity power surging together. High in an ancient tree, Qing lounged on a branch, lazily biting into a piece of fruit. At this pace she'll evolve again soon. In just a month, Shuang had reached 2nd awakening, a fitting feat for the reincarnated primordial azure dragon. Across the ruins, the twin sisters of the Moon God clan glared at Shuang. Big sister, she swallowed the clan's sacred treasure. Should we kill her and cut it out? We can't beat her. For now we follow her and wait for an opening. Qing cast them a sidelong glance, his expression calm. The Moon God clan had always been treacherous, and the pair were already plotting betrayal. He had planted hundreds of toxins in their bodies long ago. Even an 8th tier expert would be writhing in agony the instant he triggered them. Northern Abyss, Heavenly Rift Plane. A flash of black light lit the front hall of the city lord's manor as Liu appeared, only to find herself facing 2 identical Qings. The main body on the throne let the Ghost Clan disguise fade completely. This is one of my clones. Hell hold the fort, and the Void Dragon will stay as well. I'm heading out. Qing gestured. Liu looked at the ghost-clad clone and nodded solemnly. Thank you. Qing smiled, opened another spatial rift, and vanished. With Liu, the Void Dragon, and a clone stationed here, even a calamity demon god wouldn't be able to pin them down. High above the Heavenly Rift Plane, a colossal sword of light split the sky. Qing stood upon it, glancing back. These preparations might prove useful one day. Calling up the system map, he confirmed the Abyss terrain was fully recorded. First stop, the Elven lands. After that, he would pass through human territory and return to Blue Star. The Abyss was vast beyond imagination, many times larger than Blue Star. A thick, swirling darkness shrouded everything, a fog that slowly corroded both soul and flesh. Seated cross-legged on a beam of sword light 100 meters long, Qing had already exhausted his daily quota of spatial jumps. By his rough estimate, he had blundered into Phanto Beast territory. Only after pulling up the map did he realize that the elves lay southeast of Lost City and that he had been off course ever since stepping onto the sky-severing plane. Fortunately, the cosmic breathing technique was running automatically, converting the black mist into experience points, so he shut his eyes and meditated. Bored, he remembered the 13 mysterious chests still in his pack and opened 3. A bronze glow flashed. 1. Black cloak. Mantle of all life special equipment mythic, allowing him to communicate with any creature, ignoring racial barriers. 2. A wisp of deep crimson flame. Starfall fire epic, usable in both combat and forging. 3. A cold gleaming lance. Level 300 mythic weapon. Not bad. Yi Qing stashed the flame in the leaving fire furnace, fed the lance to the immortal slaying gourd, and draped the cloak over his shoulders. The gourd's restoration meter sat at 49.9, so he took out several spare items and kept feeding it. Sharper the immortal slaying flying dagger became, the better. The instant the restoration value reached 50%, a knife cry split the heavens, cleaving the black fog as a pitch-black fissure ripped open the sky. Yi Qing frowned. The weapon's advancement was actually triggering a celestial phenomenon, and his formation was still unfinished. With an advancement card still in hand, he blinked into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world, where it was safer to experiment. He pressed the card against the gourd, and the stats updated at once. Immortal Slaying Gourd Supreme Artifact. Restoration, 8100. Passive world in a bottle. Internal space vastly expanded. Living beings can survive inside. Items are auto-collected. Skill treasure, turnaround. Increases attack by 20,000 for 3,000 seconds. Cooldown 3,500 seconds. Skill Immortal Slaying Flying Dagger. Sends out a blade aura that locks onto a target, dealing 16,500 damage. 80 chance of an instant kill, 10 chance of a second strike, 1 chance of a third, cooldown 3 hours. That's some ridiculous firepower, Yi Qing muttered. Above Ultra artifacts were God King weapons, and beyond those stood Supreme artifacts. Even so, with the gourd only 80% restored, it still had room to grow. He still had a God-slaying card. Paired with the gourd, even deities might fall. As for the Immortal Execution Sword formation, the 4 swords and the formation diagram were only legendary grade, yet still more than enough to handle a peak demigod. After stowing the gourd, he headed to the lab to draw blood for the divine embryo. Once that was done, he spent the night resting in the peach grove. At dawn, the moment he stepped out of the Hongmeng Pearl, a wave of murderous intent crashed over him. In the dense fog, Phantobeast elites sealed off the area, countless eyes fixed on him. We looked all night and never found that artifact. Could this guy have taken it? What race is he? I've never seen anyone like him before. Yi Qing gazed at the beastkin, his eyes emotionless. You're blocking my path. Step aside, and I might let you live. The lead beastkin warrior threw back his head and laughed, fangs flashing. Are you stupid, or do you just not see the situation? We've brought 3 demigods in unmatched force in the abyss. The 2 demigods beside him raised their brows, mockery curling their lips. Yi Qing showed no anger. He merely said, anyone in my way dies. The moment the words fell, his aura exploded. Every buff maxed out, the boost from the Zhanxian gourd alone enough to make hearts tremble. 9 flying swords fanned out behind him, their edges quivering. The sword keys spilling from them sliced nearby soldiers and armor into glittering shreds. All 3 demigods paled, the absurd thought true god, flashing through their minds as they spun to flee. Hovering above, Yi Qing looked down on the dense beastkin army and spoke coldly. Phantom godsword art. Instantly, countless phantom blades appeared in the void, darting through the ranks and reaping lives like scythes through wheat. Even 7th turn elites were reduced to ash in the icy sword light. Overhead, the 3 demigods fled for their lives. Yi Qing flicked a finger, and 3 life-bound weapons streaked into the sky. Qishao sword. Crimson light tore the air, heat waves twisting in its wake. Cursed sword Tianqian. A pitch-black blade trailing a chilling afterimage, stirring abyssal omens. Demon sword Xiaoluo. Demonic energy billowing, blackening the heavens. The crossing beams of light burst apart, and in a single heartbeat the 3 demigods were shredded, blood misting the sky. Below, tens of thousands of beastkin fell at once, their bodies piling into mounds. Standing amid the swirling blades, Yi Qing felt the near-uncontrollable surge of power and sighed inwardly. The Zhanxian gourd is a supreme artifact. Damaged as it is, it still wields this might. If it were fully restored, yet each additional 1% now demands oceans of gear. He pushed the thought aside, commanded the gourd to swallow every piece of loot on the field, and turned to leave. A crushing aura suddenly rolled in from deep within beastkin territory, sweeping forward like a gale. A blinding flash split the air, and a figure appeared, eyes sweeping over the carnage, face darker than the abyss. You kill my people? The voice was ice cold. I did, Yi Qing replied. You must be the beastkin deity, the 10th of the 10 demon gods, the phantom demon god. Since you know, you die. Killing intent surged as the phantom demon god's body swelled, transforming into one of the abyss' fiercest monsters, the black-scaled demon wolf king. Its fanged maw gleamed, and it moved so fast only after images remained. Yi Qing stayed calm, tightening his grip on the Zhanxian gourd. Immortal slaying flying knife. A silver beam tore through the sky and locked on target. The phantom demon god froze for an instant, eyes blank. With a piercing howl, 3/4 of his vast health bar vanished, but the second strike didn't trigger. Yi Qing restrained the gourd, choosing to fight Heaton. For the first time, fear flickered in the phantom demon god's eyes as he stared at the gourd. A deity long used to supreme power now felt death close in. He roared, dumped all his divine power into tearing open space, and vanished through a twisted rift. Yi Qing didn't hesitate. He triggered every boost and slashed with the executing immortal's sword. Violet light pierced the fissure. Shards of void drifted as the phantom demon god's aura winked out, yet he still slipped into nothingness. Sheathing his blade, Yi Qing sighed. When a god truly wants to run, I can't react in time. Even time stop won't help unless I use it from the first move. Glancing toward Beastkin lands, he allowed a cold smile. They want escape. Yi Qing pivoted in midair, sending a streak of sword light toward the illusory beast clan. The blade-like radiance tore through the sky like a shooting star and vanished on the horizon almost instantly. At the clan's heart rose the imposing city of phantoms. There, the phantom demon god tumbled from a warped spatial rift, panic in his eyes. What sort of monster is that? Only peak demigod, yet he wields a supreme artifact. He raised both palms, unleashing a surge of divine power. A shield as bright as day coalesced above the city, sealing it completely. On the streets below, humans, dragons, elves, and others stopped to whisper. The phantom demon god actually triggered a divine rank formation. Did he anger another deity? The illusory beast's bully Evreonethi finally kicked the wrong iron plate. The murmurs spread. Just then, another pitch-black fissure tore open near the walls. A razor-sharp sword beam shot out, and Yi Qing strode through. The phantom demon god glared, growling. Inside this formation my power doubles. Dare you enter? Yi Qing hovered on his sword light, demon-slaying gourd in hand, and answered flatly. Formations like this burn energy fast. They'll wait here and see how long you last. The god's face darkened. What do you want? Had you not struck first, I'd have left already. Save it. Yi Qing sat cross-legged on the sword glow, looking bored. He seemed relaxed, yet the phantom demon god felt his heart bleed. This seemingly ordinary man had nearly killed him with a single blow. After a pause, Yi Qing said calmly, let's make a deal. You compensate me, and I leave. Fine. The god agreed at once. As long as his true god body stayed safe, resources could be replaced. He lifted a hand, and a beam of inky light formed a contract scroll in midair. The contract deity's pressure rippled outward, revealing the terms. After the dispute ends, the illusory beast clan will pay 1/5 of its treasury. He gestured. Press your handprint, and it's done. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. You first. Absurd. This is the contract deity's scroll, one of the abyss highest gods. There's no trap. Even so, the phantom demon god stamped his print first. Yi Qing followed, and an invisible shackle snapped into place. Breaking the pact would bring a punishment both vague and terrifying. With the contract sealed, Yi Qing followed him into the clan treasury. Treasures lay in mountainous heaps. Choosing casually yet deliberately, he took 1/5 of it all. 2 billion primal stones, hills of rare herbs and elixirs, and countless precious materials. Leaving the city of phantoms, he didn't linger. He flashed southward, performing more than 10 spatial leaps in succession. He landed on a desolate peak, where the contract's restraints quickly weakened and vanished. Being bound like that feels awful, Yi Qing muttered, recalling how the demon god and the elven queen had once been under a similar restriction until the demon god found someone to lift it. Seeing no pursuers, he checked his haul: 2 billion primal stones and a sea of medicinal herbs. Astounding gains, but this was no place to stay. After exhausting his remaining spatial jumps, his figure blurred, and he slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world. The faint sense of oppression vanished at once, and Yi Qing finally exhaled. What rank did a supreme deity occupy exactly? He made a mental note to ask the elven princess once he reached the elven forest. He was standing in a quiet grove of peach trees, pale pink petals drifting through the air, yet he had no interest in the scenery. The contract he had just forged had been more agonizing than a duel with a true god, as though iron shackles had been clamped around every meridian in his body. He had no desire to go through that again. After a brief meditation to restore his condition, Yi Qing headed to the laboratory to nurture the 2 divine embryos. The divine power inside them was gentle, seeping into his meridians like spring water without the slightest resistance. Beneath their transparent shells, faint golden lines were slowly expanding, and he estimated that once they matured they would resemble children of 7 or 8 years old. When he was done, he returned to the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. He planted every herb he had gathered along the way, and the air was immediately filled with the scent of dozens of medicinal plants. He worked until late at night. Only after the last Lingji mushroom was set firmly into the spirit soil did he wipe the sweat from his brow and let out a long breath. Beneath the dragon blood tree, several pet eggs lay inside a silver-lit array. One of them suddenly trembled, the very egg he had bought at the Lost City auction. Xiaobai was dozing beside it, tail flicking lazily as though the eggs were beneath her notice. Yi Qing stared at the trembling egg. Fine cracks raced across its surface, but what oozed out was not yolk. Instead, strands of dense black substance twined together. The egg was actually a cocoon. A pitch-black butterfly, no larger than his palm, emerged from it. Ink dark all over, its wings shimmered with dim violet ripples as it settled quietly on his shoulder. He drew a drop of blood from his fingertip and flicked it onto the butterfly's back. The blood was instantly absorbed, completing the contract, and a new pet interface appeared in his mind. Name: Nine Nether Butterfly, Divine King. Level 0. Description: born in the deepest abyss, its form is peerless. It innately wields darkness and nether power. Attribute: strength 6,300, intelligence 8,500, constitution 5,500, agility 9,300. Talents: nether power, dark radiance, abyssal ghost butterfly. Skills: dark butterfly dance, netherlight shield, shadow assault, nether phantasm, shared essence. Passives: moonless heart, dark nether sacred body, autonomous devour. Special effects: eternal avatar, dark nether avatar. To be this outrageous straight out of the cocoonut was leagues stronger than Ing Shuang had been at level 0. Remembering how Ing Shuang's potential had skyrocketed after devouring the moon god Pearland, was likely already brushing against the divine king tier, felt somewhat reassured. From now on you'll be called Little Black. He paused, realizing how lazy that sounded. Xiaobai rolled her eyes from the side, and he coughed awkwardly. Ahem, better make it Little Butterfly. With the name settled, he left the Hongming Pearl with Xiaobai and Little Butterfly and plunged into the abyss. Against the pitch-black sky, sweeping sword arcs carved blue lightning into the dark, shredding every monster that lunged at them. Little butterflies circled overhead, absorbing the scattered energy and leveling up at a manic pace. Yi Qing stood atop a colossal blade of light, pets flanking him. The occasional flick of a tail or flutter of wings gave the carnage an oddly leisurely feel. The silhouette of the lost city gradually came into view. He considered firing another world-rending cannon to keep the restive demons in check, but more pressing matters awaited him. His body elongated, features shifting into those of an elf, and he handed over a raw stone as the entry fee before slipping through the city gate. The Tower of Lost Souls loomed into the clouds, runes flowing over its surface. Yi Qing had barely taken a few steps when he noticed a large crowd of cultivators from various races gathered nearby, their voices bubbling with gossip. No way the phantom demon god was badly injured and had to cough up a mountain of resources? They say only a single human did it, and he had a fox on his shoulder. There's even a sketch 9 divine swords floating behind him. Looks like a teen. Yi Qing edged to the rim of the crowd and listened in silence, brows knitting slightly. The news was spreading far too fast. A nearby goblin called out, "Hey, elf, your pet looks a lot like the one in that portrait." Yi Qing adjusted his hood and gave a faint smile. Just a coincidence. You shouldn't throw around the names of god-tier figures. True, huh? The goblin cackled and squeezed into the crowd ahead. In the center of the plaza, a massive hide scroll snapped in the wind. Bright crimson letters proclaimed, "Supreme relic from the abyss. One demigod strike gravely wounds the phantom demon lord." The square erupted. Someone clenched his fists in excitement. That relic is unreal. Others scoffed, "Forget it. Going after that thing is suicide." Amid the racket, Yi Qing drifted to the fringes of the throng. Rumors like this hardly mattered to him. Free experience was coming to him anyway. Even if a god intervened, they still had a race to protect. Alone, he was far more flexible. He cut through the market and pushed open the stone-timber door of a corner tavern, ordering only some simple roast and a mug of ale. Behind the bar, the scaled proprietress shot him a gentle glance. She was Melina, a peaked dragon-blooded demigod who loved roaming the abyss and was now staying in Lost City. Their eyes met. She offered a polite smile and turned back to her other patrons. Sated, Yi Qing headed for the Tower of the Lost. Beneath its gate the guard, Li Sang, leaned against a pillar, staring at the sky in boredom. When he spotted Yi Qing, his pupils shrank. "What are you doing here? Aren't the elves fighting the demons right now? I know you don't want to serve the demon god. I can help." Yi Qing's calm gaze fell on the blood-red mark circling Li Sang's wrist, not a pact god seal, but the same blood contract that bound Li Yue. Li Sang shrugged. "Guard duty is easy. Betraying the demon god, that's suicide." "The demon god isn't in Lost City," Yi Qing murmured. "What if I said I've got a way out?" He opened his hand. A dark red blood bead appeared, and a light pinch shattered it. Sword intent flashed. Li Sang almost drew his blade. "You enslaved a ghost clan royal? How?" Yi Qing ignored the outrage. Runes spun in midair, forming a luminous screen. On it, Liu sat cross-legged in the heaven-severing mountains, shrouded in dark power, her demigod aura growing denser. Sensing something, she glanced up with a smile, then closed her eyes to cultivate. The system prompt jumped. Liu favorability 99.5100. Li Sang stared. My sister, she's become a demigod. I wasn't lying, Yi Qing said, dismissing the screen. Li Sang thought a moment. Name your terms. You're not doing this out of charity. Simple. Return to the ghost clan, root out the demon god's spies, and forge an alliance with humankind. The light vanished, Yi Qing's tone level. Li Sang gave a bitter laugh. I was exiled for studying forbidden arts. I can't go back. Then aid Liu, Yi Qing replied. She holds the heaven-severing plane now. Help her stabilize it, and you're free. Deal. Li Sang nodded firmly. The Zhuxian sword rose from Yi Qing's palm. Its baleful aura unraveled into black runes that coiled around Li Sang's wrist. The dark patterns clashed with the old blood contract and the contract dissolved on the spot. At that moment, on the northern edge of the Elven forest, the Elven host was locked in a brutal clash with the demon legions. Emerald vines and volleys of arrows howled through the trees, while flames and toxic mists rose from the demon ranks, the battlefield echoing with a deafening roar. Hovering above the fray, the Elven queen raised the staff of nature, its vine-like emerald runes blazing with a gentle yet boundless light. The verdant crown on her brow shone in tandem, weaving together with the life force of the entire forest. Empowered by two divine artifacts and the advantage of home ground, she matched the demon god blow for blow. Wreathed in pitch-black hellfire, for dark red wings beating up a fearsome gale, the demon god held the line until a sudden premonition blurred his focus. In that instant the Elven queen struck. The staff of nature erupted in a flood of green radiance, thousands of vine whips lashing out and carving a bone-deep gash across his chest. Agony twisted his features. Shaking off the attack, he roared, fall back. Then he beat his wings and shot toward Mishi City. Before the massive black gates of Mishi Tower, Yi Qing tossed 2 jade bottles to Li Shang. One masks your aura, the other changes your face. I'm heading for the Tianduan Plains. Thank you. Li Shang nodded. Yi Qing lifted the blood-packed mark from her skin, a system prompt flashing in his mind. Li Shang's favorability, 85, temporarily trustworthy. Watching her disappear down the street, he glanced toward the district that housed the Mishi Trading Guild and smiled. Since I'm here, I might as well make a profit. A rift of inky darkness opened behind him, and he stepped inside. Half an hour later, a rift hundreds of meters long split the sky above Mishi City. The demon god emerged, wounded and furious. Blood still seeped from the gaping wound on his chest. Li Shang's blood pact is gone. Sensing the vanished contract, his rage flared. Has another god infiltrated Mishi City? A demon demigod hurried over and bowed. My lord, weren't you battling the elves? Silence. A casual swipe sent the demigod reeling. Post a bounty. Li Shang is a traitor. Inspect every critical site and report all losses. The demigod rushed off and soon returned, face drained of color. My lord, the Mishi Trading Guild's treasury has been completely looted. Nothing remains. The demon god clenched his fists so hard that blood dripped between his fingers. No clues, no suspects, nothing chilled him more. 1,000 li southeast of Mishi City, high above the rolling dark mist, a beam of sword light cleaved the gloom. Riding the blade of light, Yi Qing checked the spoils inside the Zhanxian gourd. Billions of spirit stones, rare materials of every hue, ancient gear, and an astonishing haul of top-tier elixirs, wealth enough to rival an empire. Not bad. The Mishi Trading Guild was sitting on quite a hoard. He sealed the gourd and, without bothering to hide his aura, streaked toward Elven territory. If the demon god wants to chase me, they'll gladly test the Zhanxian gourd and the Godslayer card. The journey was eerily calm. Now and then a creature lurking in the dark mist lunged at him, only to be erased with a casual flick. The nearer he drew to Elven lands, the thinner the mist grew and the scarcer the monsters became. The tiny butterfly on his shoulder had soared in power along with its level. Though only level 17, it could now cut down a level 120 epic boss with ease. Moments ago it had turned a Ten's Hanglong black tiger into motes of light, then flashed back to Yi Qing's side to orbit him as a streak of darkness. So this is the strength of a divine king, Yi Qing mused, satisfied. Suddenly, a vast demon army appeared on the horizon, kicking up a cloud of dust over the blackened earth. At the rear of the demon host, the pursuing elves loosed a storm of gleaming arrows. Yi Qing rode a ribbon of swordlight straight into the demon ranks, thinking only of one thing, a walking bundle of XP. Xiao Dai beat crystalline wings to deflect the screaming elemental arrows, while Xiao Bai cast a psychic net that immobilized every demon near Yi Qing. 9 flying swords circled him, their energies crisscrossing as swaths of demons fell in a crimson rain. He held back his wide-area killers. The elves were allies and far too close for friendly fire. In the center of the formation, a demigod's icy gaze locked onto Yi Qing. Human, you court death. The speaker was He Yu, one of the 9 demon lords and a peak demigod who commanded the entire army. Heavy obsidian armor encased his massive frame. A crimson cape snapped in the wind, and a spear wreathed in dark energy glimmered in his hand as the demons parted to let him through. Balanced on his sword's tip, Yi Qing's eyes were as calm as still water. Here comes the mother lode of XP. Let's make this quick. Before the words faded, a system window flashed before him. Quest triggered. 1. Aid the demon faction, 20 global reputation. 2. Aid the elf faction, 20 global reputation. Yi Qing ignored it. His gaze never left Heiyu. He opened the gate of eternity, his aura surging to the peak of the demigod realm. Clear sword heart, primordial body, and unyielding soul erupted together, and the overwhelming pressure instantly smothered demon lord Heiyu. In the distance, the Elven army finally arrived. At its head stood a silver-haired elf maiden with a long spear, her graceful figure outlined by the rain of arrows as she marveled, when did the humans birth such a powerhouse? For a moment both armies fell silent, eyes lifting to the sky. Whoever won that duel would decide the war. Space warped as Heiya's spear thrust for Yi Qing's chest. Yi Qing reversed his grip and drew the immortal slaying sword, cleaving a colossal arc of light. Heiyu sneered, slipped aside, and met the blow heat-in with a torrent of demonic energy. The clash detonated with a roar, shattering the air for hundreds of meters and forcing both armies to stagger back. Heiyu skidded more than 10 meters, while Yi Qing did not move an inch, a faint smile curving at his lips. Suddenly the mist sword light looped back through a spatial rift and slammed into Heiyu's backplate. His black armor exploded, inky blood spraying as the surrounding demons recoiled in horror. Yi Qing raised his sword, and the other 8 flying blades rushed over. Together with the immortal slaying sword they fell as one. 9 differently colored beams honed to perfection locking onto Heiyu. His face twisted, the energy ignored defenses and pursued its target, leaving nowhere to run. Yet if he failed to stall Yi Qing, the demon army would crumble. With a furious roar he invoked his demon, Lord True form. His body swelled toward the clouds, demonic aura boiling around him, and the enlarged spear barely blocked 6 of the beams but the remaining 3 carved gashes clear to the bone. Blood streamed down his massive frame as Yi Qing's 9 swords flashed again, releasing 9 more arcs of light. Sword light poured forth in an endless stream. Backed by the Beastmark's secret art, by Shao Bai, Shao Dai, and the supreme artifact Eternal Reincarnation, Yi Qing recovered spiritual energy faster than he spent it, turning the battlefield into a one-sided slaughter. The mountain-sized body of the Black Prison Demon King was ripped open by countless sword beams. Black blood poured down like rain, drenching the earth. For the demon god I die without regret. The Demon King roared at the sky. His hoarse bellow, laden with berserk demonic chi, spread for hundreds of miles, crushing everything beneath its weight. In the distance, the elf demigod's expression changed. He's going to self-destruct, fall back. At once, every creature in the forests and plains bolted in panic. High above, Yi Qing stood on a sword beam a yard thick, staring down. Self-destruct? I won't allow it. He raised the slaying immortal gourd, intent on killing the Demon King before the blast. Crack. Space split open. A blood-veined hand reached through and tore the air between Yi Qing and the Demon King. The demon god stepped from the rift, placed a palm on the Demon King's shoulder, and instantly suppressed the raging aura. Pitch-black eyes locked onto Yi Qing. So you're the one behind this. His answer was the slaying immortal flying blade streaking from the gourd. At the same time, Yi Qing hefted the world-destroying cannon, its black hole muzzle aimed squarely at the demon god. Fire. Crushing pressure swept out. The demon god's gaze turned icy. That earlier blast was yours as well. With a snort, he formed a massive demonic barrier. Demon shield. The colossal shield blotted out the sky, ready to block the cannon, but the flying blade curved around first, slicing the Demon King's throat in a flash of silver. Instant kill. A system prompt rang out. Second strike triggered, select target. Boom. The cannon beam smashed into the demon shield, covering it in spiderweb cracks. Yi Qing chose immediately. Target, the demon god. The second blade tore through the air. A chill of death crawled up the demon god's spine. Dragging his damaged shield, he ripped open space and fled. The blade followed him into the rift, and the world fell silent. The sword light faded. Yi Qing landed and waited. Half an hour later, the flying blade slipped back into the gourd. He shook his head. Got away, did he? So be it. The system interface appeared. Killed Black Prison Demon King. Gained 89 billion experience. Quest over fulfilled. Elf racial favor 30. Yi Qing stored the Demon King's drops and corpse. Suddenly, a 9-colored rainbow shot across the sky and stopped before him. The light cleared, revealing the Elf Queen. A white robe traced her graceful figure, while a verdant crown and the staff of nature gleamed in her hands. Her eyes were gentle and grateful. I never imagined the one who aided us twice from the shadows was a human cultivator like you. She offered a 9-colored stone, its warm glow like a spring breeze. This is the natural divine stone, a single-use item containing my own power of nature. Activate it, and you'll wield early-stage divine strength for 10 minutes. Please accept it as the Elven race's token of thanks. Yi Qing took the stone, thinking, no wonder Xian Yuan unleashed such power last time. It must have been one of these. He studied the queen's exquisite face. Where is the human expert who helped before? The human realm has few great powers left, she answered softly. They've returned to guard their posts. You, however, seem stuck at a bottleneck and rely on external force to advance. Our elven fountain of holy spirits might help you break through. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Really? The elven queen nodded, adding that a few gifted young elves would accompany him. Very well, Yi Qing answered, flying beside the queen toward the depths of the forest. The elven army lined the edge of the woods, watching them depart. Countless eyes rested on Yi Qing, filled with both awe and admiration. Since the alliance between elves and humans, I thought human powerhouses were scarce, one elven general murmured. Now I see they're the strongest allies we could ask for. Indeed, another commander said, tightening his grip on his longbow. After this battle, his name will be sung throughout the abyss, spoken in the same breath as the gods. Farther off, the shattered demon host was in full retreat, their howls thick with fear. The demon army is finished. Let's go, I just want to go home. Deep inside the forest of nature, towering trees blotted out the sky. Sunlight, fragmented like gold dust, slipped through the leaves and danced across mossy stones and tangled vines. Treehouses perched on the massive trunks, where elven children chased one another through the air, their bell-like laughter echoing among the branches. Seeing Yi Qing walking beside the elven queen, the children's crystal wings fluttered in excitement. Compared with the desolate regions of the abyss, this place was a secluded sanctuary. At its center rose a colossal tree that shimmered like a tide of light. A clear lake embraced the trunk, its surface reflecting a soft halo. The elven queen lifted her hand. This is the tree of nature, the source of our race. While it stands, the elves will endure. The spring of the Holy Spirit lies within its heart. Yi Qing nodded, then asked, I'd like to know more about the god of contracts. What happens if someone breaks such a pact? The queen paused, her voice calm. Only beings on a divine level can forge that contract. Anyone who violates it is devoured by the god of contracts. There are ways to escape, but the price is nearly unbearable. You can read the details in our archives. With that, she closed her eyes. Natural energy spilled from her body, resonating with the tree's radiance as though she were conversing with every living thing. Yi Qing watched in silence, the cosmic breathing technique running on its own inside him. His experience bar soared 5,000 points every second. Moments later, the queen spoke again. You may stay in one of the cabins beneath the tree. The elven princess will guide you in all other matters. Finished, she turned into a streak of emerald light and rose to the tree's crown. When the light faded, Yi Qing looked over the lake at a ring of cabins. What a place, he muttered. A quick calculation told him he could gain 420 million experience points a day here. Sword light formed beneath his feet, and he glided across the water into one of the cabins. Inside, the scent of fresh wood lingered. Yi Qing opened his sign-in panel. Current experiences even 150 billion. The recent wars, the battle with the phantom beasts, and the joint assault against the demons had earned him another 250 billion. He took out a class advancement card he had saved for Chen Han, whose class had only been S rank. But Chen Han had broken through on his own. That guy really is a one-man godforge, Yi Qing thought, even more confident in Chen Han's future. His eyes drifted to his own panel. Compared with Red Dust Sword Immortal and Xianhuang Body Sovereign, the actor class looked insignificant. He made up his mind. Advanced class, actor. Light particles swirled around him, and the panel refreshed. Advancement complete. New SS rank class acquired. Movie King. All base attributes, 3,200. Talent upgrade. Portray replicate. New skill learned. Mimic replication, copy any person's talent and modify it at will. He could become anyone, perfectly copying their appearance along with their talents, memories, and skills. Yi Qing stared at the profession labeled master actor on the panel and mused. Rare as it is, this class is unbelievably powerful. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A clear voice called from outside, hello. My mother sent me to find you. Yi Qing opened the door to see Princess Ilea of the Elves standing at the threshold. Her features were delicate, her aura naturally pure, and although she resembled the Elven Queen, she carried more innocence and less majesty. Ilea froze. She was staring at a face identical to her own. Yi Qing, now in the guise of the elf barn, gave a small smile. Do you remember me? He asked. Of course, Ilea replied with a light nod. You have helped our people twice, and we are deeply grateful. Yi Qing returned to his true appearance and changed the subject. Take me to the Elven archives. I need to consult some records. All right, Ilea agreed. A pair of luminous wings unfurled behind her, and she glided over the crystal lake, her reflection rippling across the water. Yi Qing followed, standing atop a wooden sword as they wove between towering ancient trees. Ahead, a vast gray-white stone structure appeared. The sigil carved above its gate glowed faintly, like rippling water. Inside, they found an elderly elf in flowing ceremonial robes seated beside a desk. The demigod greeted Ilea with gentle warmth. "Your Highness, what would you like to consult?" he asked. "Records on the ancient gods of the abyss," Yi Qing said directly. "That's right," Ilea added. The elder pointed toward the innermost row of towering shelves. "Everything you need is there. Help yourselves." Yi Qing began searching the shelves, introductions to abyssal deities, biographies of disaster demons, and more. He pulled down a volume titled A Survey of Abyssal Gods and started to read, while Ilea opened Essential Training for Archers. As the pages turned, Yi Qing pieced together the information. They were in the upper layers of the abyss, home to over 30 gods, 10 demon lords, 3 evil gods, 3 ghost gods, the giant god, the elven queen, the fairy queen, and others. Deeper layers concealed countless unknown beings. The god of contracts had existed since the abyss was born and ranked among its mightiest entities. On the same level were the lord of the abyss, the destiny of the abyss, the will of death, the god of nothingness, the lady of samsara, and the god of order, none of whom had appeared for millennia. Even when god wars nearly tore the world apart, these beings never showed themselves. The god of contracts had no consciousness. It functioned solely as an absolute rule that not even gods could violate. The more Yi Qing read, the more astonished he became. Hundreds of deities were officially recorded, and greater powers might still be lurking in the shadows. Ilea caught his occasional murmurs and, though she did not grasp every detail, understood that the abyss was a realm few could enter safely. Yi Qing fell silent, reflecting on humanity's precarious standing. Scenes from the future flashed before him. The abyss and alien realms joining forces to invade Blue Star, countless gods pouring forth. He committed each god's name and domain to memory. When he closed the book, sunset had stained the sky, and night was falling swiftly. Ilea folded her wings and beckoned to him. "Come on, let's get something to eat. The spring of the Holy Spirit will open tomorrow." Inside the Elven settlement, warm lamplight filled a cozy wooden house. On the round table lay pupaleaf grilled fish, luminous mushroom soup, and blue crystal fruit wine, all specialties of the elves. Their delicious aroma drifted lazily through the air. Ilea and Yi Qing sat across from each other, exchanging gentle smiles. While picking up a glowing mushroom, Yi Qing gazed out the window at the scattered lights in the forest. The elven woods looked like a fallen galaxy, serene and profound. After the meal, they followed winding vines back to the cabin beneath the world tree. The roots of the sacred tree coiled around the dwelling, making it the most beneficial place to cultivate. At the door, Ilea paused and reminded him softly, "I live next door. Call me if you need anything." Yi Qing nodded. When he closed the door, a flick of his wrist lit several runes between the floorboards, weaving a double array of protection and concealment. With his usual precautions finished, he willed himself into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. In a pristine laboratory, steady lights shone on a pool of spirit fluid that cradled a divine embryo, its golden ripples glimmering. Nearby, Chen Han was logging data. Yi Qing eyed the rapidly dividing cells in the fluid. "The three-ring mountain god's genes are growing this quickly?" Chen Han adjusted his glasses. "I've been feeding it the god's blood continuously. Sharing the same source has pushed the growth rate to absurd levels. Besides, I've completed my class advancement. Every skill is several times stronger." Yi Qing considered this silently. Prolonged exposure to divine power and the Hongmeng Pearl was likely responsible. After a brief review of their progress, Yi Qing walked to the dragon blood tree. Its trunk resembled crimson iron scales. 2 pet eggs, earned through the sign-in system, rested quietly in a hollow, their shell patterns pulsing while their life force grew steadier, but they still showed no sign of hatching. Yi Qing looked up and called, "Xiaobai, Xiaodai, there shouldn't be any big battles soon. Stay here and recover." Xiaobai nodded and turned into a gentle white light that settled by the roots. Xiaodai fluttered onto a sturdy branch, absorbing the tree's vitality in silence. When everything was in order, he left the Hongmeng Pearl, sat cross-legged in the center of the cabin, and began to meditate. The runes glimmered faintly as the night slipped by. The next morning, a soft knock sounded, accompanied by Ilea's melodic greeting. "Are you awake? We're visiting the Fountain of Spirits today." Yi Qing opened his eyes and glanced at the sign-in system. His experience bar had surged by more than 200 million. He stepped outside. Morning sunlight brushed Ilea's delicate face, and he answered her quietly. Within minutes, several elven prodigies arrived on the wind, armed with emerald longbows or vine-woven staves. Then the elven queen descended slowly from the sky, surrounded by divine light, her silver hair and robes billowing. She declared, "The world tree has agreed. I shall open the Fountain of Spirits." Not far away, the young elves whispered among themselves. "The fountain opens only once every 30 years, and it hasn't even been 20 since the last time. They're making an exception for a human." Remembering yesterday's battle, they looked at Yi Qing with sincere awe. With a deep rumble, A doorway of golden-green light appeared on the trunk of the world tree, its veins pulsing like a living being. The queen's gaze softened as she raised her hand. The fountain of spirits is beyond this gate. Enter in order. Yi Qing did not rush. He watched the elven prodigies step through first, then nodded courteously to the queen and entered the portal. The queen remained beneath the tree, murmuring to herself, "No outsider has ever entered the fountain of spirits. I wonder what will happen." From deep within the trunk, a voice both youthful and ancient replied, "I can feel the extraordinary power within him. Your decision to befriend him will not disappoint you." Yi Qing gazed at the scene before him. Not far away a spring gurgled, glowing with 9 shifting colors. Thick white mist drifted over the surface, making it almost impossible to see. Alia stood beside him and offered a brief instruction, "Just go in and stay as long as you can." With that, she dove into the spring. Water splashed as her robes clung to her figure, outlining graceful curves before the fog swallowed her silhouette. Yi Qing stepped into the water. A wave of warmth wrapped around him at once. His 9 flying swords trembled with a soft hum, and the Zhuxian sword array etched on his back shimmered faintly. He opened his status panel. The numbers remained unchanged and the experience bar didn't budge, yet power kept pouring into his body. Bone and flesh felt as though they were being reforged in a furnace. Inside the spring, time itself seemed to disappear. A day later, several elves collapsed from exhaustion and were carried out by the world tree's power. Sitting beneath its trunk, they watched their levels climb from 120 to 125 in moments. On the third day, Alia was expelled as well. She gained only 1 level, reaching 121, but leapt straight to the pseudo-god king realm. The elven queen regarded her with satisfaction. "One day you may surpass me. Even after 2 baptisms I reached only the super god tier." Alia looked back at the world tree, a complicated expression on her face. Yi Qing hadn't emerged, and 3 full days had passed. The queen spoke softly, "His potential is beyond imagining. At the peak of his 3rd advancement, he could already fight a peak demigod, and that's almost unheard of even with external aids. Even if I handed you the staff of nature and the elven crown, you couldn't wield them." Alia stuck out her tongue with an embarrassed smile, though her respect only deepened. 10 more days slipped by, and Yi Qing was still within the spring. He floated on his back, asleep, while little by little die and 2 gently rocking eggs drifted beside him, the 9 swords hanging silently in the air. When he woke, he muttered, "What a place. I'm milking it dry. I hope the queen won't mind." By now he had broken through to his 4th advancement at level 121, and all 9 swords had risen from legendary to epic, matching his own tier. Little Bai and Little Dai had grown stronger, their skills enhanced, and the 2 eggs rocked constantly, clearly close to hatching. He had already siphoned off a quarter of the spring. He drew the swords back into his body, stored Little Bai, Little Dai, and the 2 eggs inside the Hongmeng pearl, and stood. A sudden dizziness hit him, and the world tree instantly transported him to the ground below. A flicker of pain crossed the elven queen's calm eyes, but she merely said, "It looks like you gained quite a lot." Yi Qing nodded. "I'm indebted to the elves for this. I'm heading back to human territory now. If you ever need me, crush one of these pills." He handed her a vial containing 2 secret elixirs that would let him sense the signal instantly. With that, swordlight flared beneath his feet, and he sped toward human lands. The eastern border of the Elven realm was Ghost Clan territory. He would have to cross it first. The Elven queen uncorked the vial and saw only 2 pills within. Carefully recapping it, she sensed a divine intuition that one day these 2 pills would prove priceless. Yi Qing shot out of the Elven forest and glanced at the map interface. The Ghost Clan's territory appeared as a dark stain on the holographic display, sprawling across a vast region. A new marker noted that their so-called first ghost deity was cultivating soul-based divine power. Yi Qing had long suspected this being of masterminding the Abyssal Society, but a later conversation with Li Yu confirmed the first ghost deity was only one of several gods working behind the scenes. Once he cleared Elven airspace, his sword aura streaked forward while a silent tide of shadowed mist rolled in. Creatures hidden inside the fog lunged at him, yet a casual wave of his hand unleashed several razor arcs of light, scattering them to ash before their momentum even reached him. At the border between ghosts and demons rose a colossal fortress city, jutting from the land like a reef. This was the stronghold ruled by the 3rd evil deity, Qulaxi. With god-tier strength, he had single-handedly halted the clan's skirmishes, turning the walls into a literal line of death. The city's largest arena was roaring with spectators. Gamblers from every race crammed the stands, their eyes fixed on a sinister splash of crimson below. Zhao Qianquan stood there, blood runes pulsing across his body and a scarlet coffin strapped to his back, his gaze locked on the demigod-class beast known as the Dark Berserker Bear. He sighed inwardly. Qulaxia's power was terrifying. One move had forced him onto this stage, and only being allowed to keep his abilities had kept him alive. Sealed inside the coffin, a blood fiend fed him a constant stream of vitality. As a blood fiend swordsman, Zhao Qianquan grew stronger the more savagely he fought. while the fiend's near-limitless regeneration ensured he never ran dry. Blood fiend, tear that bear apart. I put my life savings on you. Voices thundered from the stands, the stench of blood mingling with the clink of coins. Zhao Qianquan inhaled the metallic air, blood flames boiling around him. He turned into a savage crimson blur and slammed straight into the dark berserker bear. Claws met blood-forged blades, flesh exploded, and the arena quaked as violence and gore swallowed the scene. 2 days later, Yi Qing saw the silhouette of a city the size of a mountain Shigeway city. Once through it, he could shortcut his way to a human stronghold. When he reached the gate, dozens of guards exchanged glances and silently stepped aside. News that he had maimed 2 major demon gods had swept the abyss, and they now treated him like a newly ascended deity they dared not provoke. Inside, ghosts and demons were everywhere. Ghosts bore snow-white hair and crimson eyes, while demons wore red hair and violet iris traits that made them easy to tell apart. Human faces appeared now and then. Adventurers who had switched allegiance and earned permits that let them roam the streets. The bustling marketplace went dead silent the moment Yi Qing stepped in. The crowd parted on instinct, leaving a broad path. The abyss played by a brutal rule. The strong go wherever they please, and Yi Qing was very much a god-tier presence. Suddenly the air rippled, and a figure dropped from the sky. Qualaxiu, the third evil deity, hovered with 9 jet-black orbs drifting behind him. His face was otherworldly, etched with strange patterns. Landing a short distance away, he spoke with surprising courtesy. I haven't come to fight. I'd like to invite you as a guest. Yi Qing gave him a quick once-over. Abyssal races were too varied for him to guess what this creature was. Tilting his head, he answered coolly, is that so? What if I'd rather cut you down right now? A cold smile tugged at his lips. Qualaxius' lips twitched. The words were identical to those that old human had used not long ago. I don't want to fight you. I can take you to him, he said, spreading his hands in resignation. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. Old Zhao shouldn't be anywhere near a place like this, yet he nodded. Fine. Flying was forbidden in Devil City, but as the third evil god, Qualaxiu ignored the rule. With a beat of his wings, he carried Yi Qing into the sky and stopped above the grandest building in town. Moments later, the nearby heavens split open, a rift yawned, and Yi Qing stepped out unhurriedly. Looking down at the arena, he saw a blood-red monster ripping a demigod beast apart, gore spraying across the ring while the crowd roared. Yi Qing's brow twitched. The creature's puppet was none other than Zhao Qianquan. He was supposed to be enjoying retirement at Capital University. How did he wind up in the abyss, and in your clutches? Yi Qing muttered. Staring at the platform, Qualaxiu explained, the old man is monstrously strong, but every strike burns his life away. I decided to use the blood fiend as his charger. Yi Qing sighed at how perfectly the fiend's powers meshed with Zhao's secret art, then got to the point. I'm taking him. Name your price. Qualaxiu raised 3 fingers. First, no fighting me. Second, he's the arena's superstar 100 million primal stones. Third, sign a contract. I don't accept contracts from the god of pacts, Yi Qing said at once. Qualaxiu shrugged. A verbal promise means nothing. What if you change your mind? Yi Qing tossed out a storage ring. Exactly 100 million. Not a single stone more. With that he dove. Qualaxiu knew he couldn't win and chose to watch. The arena erupted, the spectators certain a new challenger had appeared. Zhao Qianquan turned, saw Yi Qing, and gaped. You came to the abyss too? His face darkened. This is the third evil god's turf. He'll risk contract backlash to get you out. Yi Qing smiled lightly. The third evil god? Hardly worth mentioning. He touched Zhao Qianquan, probed the contract, thankfully not the god of pacts version prepared to shatter it, but it unraveled on its own. Yi Qing glanced skyward. The evil god has some sense. We'll spare him for now. Freed, Zhao Qianquan's aura surged. At peak 7th turn, he feared no 8th turn demigod. Let's go. They'll get you out, Zhao Qianquan said, clenching his fist. Yi Qing waved a hand. Allow me. He tore space itself. The rift widened into a doorway, and the two stepped through and vanished. The crowd exploded. WHYD they run. Why didn't the evil god act? Before the questions died, Qualaxiu descended and hovered above the ring. The blood fiend has been sold. A stronger abyssal spirit will fight next. Excitement surged anew. 100 li east of Devil City, a spatial fissure opened, and Yi Qing and Zhao Qianquan emerged. Zhao exhaled. Close one. The evil god didn't chase us. How did you? He never finished. The giant coffin strapped to his back shuddered violently. Ceiling runes cracked apart, and the blood fiend strained to break free. Zhao Qianquan showed no fear. If the blood fiend had not been weakened back in Linhai, one strike could have taken it down. Killing it outright, however, was another matter. The creature was born undying, almost impossible to erase. Yi Qing lifted a fist-sized semi-divine core that glimmered in his palm. With a light stamp, the sword scar under his feet blossomed into dense runes that chained the fiend in place. Sit tight and be a battery, he said softly. An array grandmaster? Zhao Qianquan froze, eyes wide. You've reached that level? One step below a divine array master. With formations alone, you can even stall a demigod. Yi Qing nodded. Come on, let's head back to Daxia. Questions churned inside Zhao Qianquan, but he kept them to himself. Everyone has secrets, and he respected that. In the next instant, Yi Qing summoned a 100-jong blade of light. The edge split the sky, and the two of them rode it east. During the flight, Zhao Qianquan briefed him on the area. They were closing in on Sword Heart City, guarded by Xian Yuanpa. Daxia had built 10 cities in the abyss. 9 formed a ring around Abyss Heart City, the sole gateway between Daxia and this realm. The colossal blade carried them from the severed northern plain across tens of thousands of li, pausing briefly at the Well of Holy Spirits. The trip took nearly a month. Black mist rolled below, low roars echoing from its depths. Every sweep of sword light shredded lurking beasts. As they drew nearer, scattered adventurers were already clearing out stragglers. On the horizon, a city rose like a sword thrust toward the heavens. Sword Heart City. 30 li from its walls, they alighted side by side. Zhao Qianquan let out a long breath. I thought we'd never make it back. ID already prepared to die out there. Yi Qing scanned the area. Squads were heading west, a sign that the front line was quiet for now. Closer to the gate, noise swelled. Stalls lined the road, vendors shouting over one another. Many recognized Zhao Qianquan and greeted him. Old Zhao, why carry a coffin on your back? That's bad luck. Zhao Qianquan laughed and patted the coffin. A fine piece of gear. Don't underestimate it. Inside the city, shops crowded both sides of the street, and level 200+ professionals flowed past. A mage in flowing robes brushed by a sniper with a rifle slung over his shoulder. A tinkerer strolled along with a silver-gray robot in tow. A few others scrolled through their phones, thumbs flying. Yi Qing glanced over. There's cell coverage here? Had it for years, Zhao Qianquan said, waving his handset. The dwarves helped us build towers and power plants. We've got all the amenities. He fired off a message to Xian Yuanpa. Yi Qing kept watching. The robed wizard passed a warrior in powered armor. The sniper nodded to a scholar whose books floated beside him. The young man with the robot caught Yi Qing's gaze, returned it politely, and headed out of town. Moments later, Xian Yuanpa strode up, his burly frame towering over the crowd. When he spotted Yi Qing, surprise flashed across his face. He turned to Zhao Qianquan. Old Zhao, you know Yi Qing? Down here his fame rivals that of many gods. Zhao Qianquan grinned. Of course I know him. He's a student at Capital University and this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam. Don't tell me you missed that. Zhao Qianquan snapped. Xian Yuanpa's eyes stayed glued to Yi Qing, the shock almost splintering the heart of Great Xia's foremost war god. A top scorer in the college entrance exams had grown to a power on par with a deity in less than half a year. He had once dismissed the name Yi Qing as a coincidence, nothing more than someone who shared the prodigy's name. Now the truth struck him heated, leaving him at a loss for words. Noticing Xian Yuanpa's odd state, Zhao Qianquan frowned and warned him. You're out of it. Stop staring and get the teleport array ready. We need to return to Great Xia. Xian Yuanpa finally came back to himself and rattled off everything he had experienced in the abyss. Zhao Qianquan listened, brow knitting tighter by the second, then glanced at Yi Qing. Kid, how did you manage to pull me out of there? The third evil god seemed scared of me, Yi Qing said, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. Xian Yuanpa's eyes lit up. In that case, why not stay here and guard the abyss? From now on you could be Great Xia's first war god. The abyss is quiet right now, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head. If something really happens, he'll come back. Xian Yuanpa sighed. The young man's potential had barely begun to surface, and a suggestion was all he could offer. He turned and called out, the array is ready. Follow me. The three of them stopped beside an ornate building in Sword Heart City. Monster cores paved the floor in intricate patterns that glowed with power, and lights surged as the formation activated. In an instant, white radiance swallowed Yi Qing and Zhao Qianquan. Watching them vanish, Xian Yuanpa stood still, thoughtful. Yi Qing seemed wary of Great Xia's upper echelon. Had he, too, been targeted by the great clans the way Xian Yuanpa once was? Thinking of those entrenched parasites, he clenched his fist, then let it fall. Even a first war god could not uproot their foundations. The light of a teleport gate faded at the exit in Tianyuan City. Yi Qing scanned the bustling streets and layered pavilions with a deep, steady gaze. Come on, Zhao Qianquan urged. One more array, and we're out of the abyss. On the way he muttered, I know what you're thinking. The world's a mess, but someone still has to keep patching it together. Yi Qing chuckled. Maybe so. Ordinary people deserve protection. If war comes, they'll fight. A new array flared, blindingly bright. After 10 minutes of darkness, they landed in a vast canyon ringed with rune-covered pillars, where more than a dozen level 300 experts stood guard. On seeing Zhao Qianquan, a middle-aged man sneered. Old man, lucky you didn't die. Feel like duking it out somewhere else so the array stays intact? Zhao Qianquan growled. The man remembered the blood demon's reputation, fear flickering in his eyes, and fell silent. Everyone knew Zhao Qianquan was at the end of his lifespan, but getting dragged down with him was hardly worth it. Leaving the array's border, Yi Qing tilted his head. Why not kill him? You could, easily. Great Xia doesn't have many people who reach level 300, Zhao Qing coincide. Every one of them matters. Yi Qing shook his head slightly. I'm going to look around the Wanbao Cliff dungeon. Catch you later. Watching the departing sword light, Zhao Qing coincide again. Perhaps he really had grown old, the fire of his youth long gone. Then he turned into a streak of blood-red sword energy and sped toward the capital. Yi Qing sat on a massive arc of sword light, studying the map interface. This had to be southern Tibet. His eyes were razor-sharp as visions of the future flashed before him. In a little more than a decade, most clans would throw in with foreign realms and the abyss. The Nine Cauldrons Grand Formation would fall, Great Xia would fracture, and everyone would crown himself king. Those clans cared only for profit. Mercy wasn't in their vocabulary. They all deserved to die. For now, he trusted only himself and the sword in his hand. Decision made, the sword light dipped, and he landed near the entrance to the Wanbao Cliff instance. His appearance shifted in an instant, his aura vanished, and he melted into the noisy crowd. The gateway was packed, stalls running in every direction. Did you hear? Someone drew a mythic chest a few days ago and sold it for billions. Lucky devil. I haven't heard of a mythic chest in over 10 years. Vendors' shouts mingled with excited chatter. Random chest no tier. All luck were piled high on the counters and priced low. Tiered chests like legendary chests guaranteed at least a legendary item, and sometimes even an epic one, so their prices were sky high. The entire Wanbao Cliff instance was run by the Association of Professionals, and the ticket cost a steep 20 million Great Xia coins. There was no level cap inside. Zones were divided by monster level. After buying a ticket, Yi Qing stepped through the light gate. The scenery blurred, then resolved into a lush jungle. A brook murmured nearby, and a few docile beasts drank at the water's edge. A system prompt appeared. Wanbao Cliff Unique Special Instance. Monsters drop no EXP or equipment, only chests. Time limit, 3 days. You will be teleported out automatically when time expires. Interesting. Yi Qing closed the prompt, opened the map, and locked onto the deepest sector. The third zone's level was too low to bother with. Sword light flared beneath his feet and lifted him skyward. His sword trail scattered like falling petals. Every petal sliced down a monster with surgical precision. Strings of chests were dragged along by the sword light and hovered before him. Most were random chests. He cracked a few. A plain mirror, a wooden sword, straw sandals, exactly what had expected. Random mint trash. Several adventuring parties on the ground paused to stare. That's a high-level player farming lobies. And that flight skill is gorgeous. Let's move. This is a lawless zone. If he hears us gossiping and kills us, we're done for. Their voices drifted through the forest, but Yi Qing ignored them. He looked toward a distant peak. A white rock circled in the sky, locked in combat with a giant black python about level 200 territory. A tall figure stood on the rock's back. A wicked grin curved Yi Qing's lips. The sword light split the air. In a blink he was there. From several li away he swung once, and the black python exploded on the spot, dropping an epic chest. The tall woman on the white rock's back beamed and pocketed the chest at once. She had yet to notice the golden runic chains tightening around her body. The giant white-feathered bird lost its balance under the chains and plummeted like a boulder, slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash that sent dust billowing skyward. Through the gray haze stepped Yi Qing, killing intent surging around him as he barked, "Hand over the chest, or die." "Hey, you've got me trussed up like this. How am I supposed to hand it over?" The woman snapped from behind a white mask, clearly unprepared for anyone to attack her. Yi Qing raised a hand. A thread of chi clicked open the mask's hidden clasp, tearing it free with a crisp crack revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. The familiar features made his heart jolt. "You're Xiaolingsu of the Xia clan? Then let me go." Xiaolingsu shot back. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed. "All the more reason not to. I was just thinking of squeezing the Xia clan for a payout." He recalled the clan's 9 ancient cauldrons, rumored to block even a true god, and his gaze gleamed with interest. With a flip of his palm, he produced a cocoon green loyalty goo. A touch drove the subgoo into Xia Lingsu's body. The markings sank into her skin, and her proud expression instantly melted into softness. She murmured, "Master, that hurts." Yi Qing's mouth twitched. Was the personality shift really this drastic? Still, he dissolved the binding array around her. "Once we leave this instance, take me to the Xia estate. I want to see those cauldrons." "There's nothing to see. They've sat in the clan square since I was little, just a few old pots with weird patterns," she replied obediently. Yi Qing said no more, waved his hand, and swept her deeper into the Wanbao Cliff instance. At the same time, the capital's Great Xia Vocational Association headquarters blazed with light. A massive emergency meeting was in progress, attendees drawn from the nation's top ranks. "Yi Qing holds a supreme artifact and has already wounded 2 demon gods," declared an elderly man in gold-rimmed glasses, slamming the table. "He must turn it over. Great Xia will compensate him." This was Vice President Sheng Wanbo, a level 300, 7th-tier peak powerhouse. "Agreed," several leaders echoed. "He awakened less than half a year ago. A supreme artifact is too dangerous in his hands." Dispatch a team and bring him back immediately. Voices rose and fell. The atmosphere seemed solemn, yet greed flickered in every eye. Each faction wanted the artifact for itself to secure its power base, and within minutes secret calls went out to clans and demigods stationed in the abyss. Deep within the Wanbao Cliff instance, jagged cliffs and thorny brambles crowded the path. A single spinning petal flashed past, cleaving a savage beast in two and staining the cracks with blood. Xiaolingsu stooped to retrieve the dropped chest and offered it to Yi Qing with both hands. He sat cross-legged on a black boulder, chewing dried rations, his gaze distant. Another random chest. Nothing worthwhile here. No need to wait 2 more days, we can leave now. He patted the lid, voice flat. Centuries of raids had already stripped the instance clean. The result was no surprise. Xiaolingsu waited quietly at his side. Yi Qing pulled up the map interface and confirmed they stood at the deepest point, no paths ahead. He extended his soul sense. The surrounding space felt ironclad, without even a weak node, yet a faint unease lingered. Something about this place just felt off. Yi Qing fixed his eyes on Xiaolingsu, quietly marking her with a space-time sigil. Head back to the Xia clan first. They'll contact you later. Understood. With that, Xiaolingsu turned into a ribbon of pale light and vanished from the 10,000 treasure cliff instance. The road ahead ended in midair, empty and silent. Yi Qing raised a hand and tore the void apart. A pitch-black rift spread open, and he stepped through without hesitation. The abyss beneath his feet was cold and still, yet not completely dark. A searing beam of light hovered in the distance. He chained 16 spatial jumps in rapid succession, his figure flashing forward until he reached the node. On the other side, his view broadened at once. He stood on a lone precipice where gales howled up from the depths. Opposite him rose a strange mountain, neither bronze nor iron, its heavy surface glimmering with shifting colors. Yi Qing opened his system panel. Fragmented treasure cliff, secret realm in primordial mythic times. The Tao Patriarch divided treasures here. Only damaged relics remain, shaping the current instance. So it really is a relic from the ancient myths, he muttered. Swordlight flared beneath his feet, and he flew toward the mountain. Not a single blade of grass grew there, yet broken artifacts littered the slopes, splintered spears, chipped mirrors, cracked pagodas. Every fragment hummed with divine energy, enough to forge a sacred weapon. With a sweep of his sleeve, he gathered them all, already planning to smelt them into a puppet later. Dismissing the swordlight, he landed on the barren mountainside and surveyed the terrain. If I could store this entire ruin in the Chaos Pearl, that would be ideal. From the foot of the mountain to its sheer cliffs, he combed every corner, collecting each damaged treasure. The final tally came to 51 pieces, all of them incomplete. His gaze shifted to the untouched summit, and he started upward. The sky of this pocket world was dim and narrow. The closer he drew to the peak, the brighter the ambient light became. At the top, he discovered a clear pool nestled in the rock. The water lay still, yet above it floated a snow-white lotus with 12 petals, each glowing softly. Yi Qing triggered the appraisal function. 12-petaled purifying white lotus supreme relic. Condition: damaged, partial power remaining, capable of slow self-repair. Effect: all attributes 100,000. Skill: 1 lotus aegis. Defense 5,000 for 300 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Skill 2 purification. Removes all negative effects, poison, curses, etc., and converts them into buffs. A supreme relic. Light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Runes flared beneath his feet, and the lotus flew into his hand. It accepted him as its master instantly. The glow dimmed, the flower shrank to a pinpoint of light, and slipped into his body, sending his stats soaring. Only speed still lags behind. Everything else is covered, he murmured. He then activated the Chaos Pearl, trying to absorb the entire secret realm. An invisible pull spread outward. The edges of the pocket world rippled and began to drift toward the pearl. But the process was slow and would clearly take time. The primal bead's grade was still too low, yet Yi Qing soon noticed something astonishing. As a steady stream of spiritual energy from the treasure cliff's secret realm poured in, the bead's quality climbed at a pace visible to the naked eye. It had been common moments ago, and in the blink of an eye it had become rare. Yi Qing calculated that if he could swallow the entire secret realm, the bead might break through to epic or even mythic in one go. With nothing else pressing, he focused his mind and entered the bead's inner world. The aura here was richer than ever, and the herbs in the surrounding fields grew longer and greener before his eyes. Xiao Bai and Xiao Dai sat cross-legged beside the spirit spring, gentle ribbons of light swirling around them as they greedily absorbed the energy. Beneath the dragon blood tree, the 2 crimson gold eggs rocked gently. A crack appeared on one of them. Yi Qing dashed over. Was it about to hatch? Sure enough, the shell split open, white light spilling out like a curtain, and a tiny creature no more than a foot tall landed lightly on the ground. Its fur was snow-white and translucent, and mysterious patterns covered its forehead, casting a soft glow all around. Divine King by Zhe, level 0. Extraordinary wisdom. born with the ability to sense fortune and disaster, able to foresee major events and avoid harm. Strength, 3,300. Intelligence, 15,000. Constitution, 4,500. Agility, 13,000. Talents, auspice sense, master of all things, heart reader. Skills, avatar projection, flash of insight, communicate with all life, foresight, destiny peering, sharing. Passives, seek fortune, shun calamity, heavenly eye. Traits, guardian, celestial phenomena. Yi Qing met its clear eyes and couldn't help but smile. The newborn Baizé stepped onto the soft grass and walked straight to his feet, bonding with him without the slightest hesitation. Its combat skills were few, but it was a natural top-tier support. Little one, can you speak? Yi Qing asked in surprise. Master, Baizé replied, its voice childish yet composed. My mind came preloaded with a wealth of information. I know the properties of every plant and tree here. Yi Qing picked it up and gently stroked its smooth back. Don't overthink things on your first day. Rest. He glanced at the still unhatched egg beside them, anticipation stirring in his heart. One more to go. I wonder what surprise it holds. Baizé opened its mouth to explain, inside is. Yi Qing waved him off. Don't tell me. Let me enjoy the suspense. Soon drowsiness washed over Baizé, and Yi Qing settled it beneath the dragonblood tree to sleep. He then walked toward the laboratory. Chen Hun, holding his daughter Chen Shi, was busy scribbling notes. Yi Qing said nothing and went straight to feed the two divine embryos. For the next half-month, he barely left the primal bead. He refined pills, collaborated with Chen Hun on research, and checked on his three pets day after day, productive and fulfilled. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, hidden currents surged as every major faction launched a large-scale hunt for Yi Qing. At the entrance to the abyss outside Tianyuan City, the 10 war gods gathered at the pass, blocking the corridor between the abyss and Great Xia. Xian Yuanpa swept his gaze across them, his tone icy. Do you really plan to march to your deaths? Yi Qing is not someone to be trifled with. He is cold and detached. I should be asking you that, the Dragon Lord sneered. Yi Qing returned to Great Xia through your Jinshin city, yet you failed to inform us. Greed flickered in his eyes. If he could seize that supreme artifact, he would never again be stuck in second place. Xian Yuanpa had occupied the top of the divine ranking for far too long. Yi Qing spoke up as well. Relax. Yi Qing is one of us, and he won't raise a hand against me, so stay out of it. Xian Yuanpa swept the crowd with a cold gaze. Realizing that more arguing could spark a fight, he lowered his voice. Besides me, at least 2 people must stay behind to guard the abyss, one for the Sea Clan, one for the Ghost Clan, and another to oversee the Demon Clan. Be back within 7 days. Ling Yu, fourth on the divine ranking and unattached to any faction, let her loose Taiji robe snap in the black wind. She smoothed her sleeve. I never meant to leave. I'm only here for the fun. Backed by powerful clans, the other war gods exchanged greedy glances. A gray-robed elder sighed. He'll stay too. Someone has to watch the abyss. This was Xia Shenwu, 5th on Daxia's divine ranking and the Xia clan's demigod. Seeing this, the remaining demigods stepped into the teleportation array one after another. White light swirled, and they vanished into the void, leaving the abyss behind. The 3 who remained watched in silence as the last spark from the array faded. Xianyuan sighed softly. I hope Yi Qing shows restraint and doesn't start a massacre. Is Yi Qing really that strong? Ling Yu asked. Xianyuan nodded solemnly and conjured a light screen woven by the Elven Queen. It showed Yi Qing fighting alone against the demon god and the black prison demon king. The former fled badly injured, the latter died on the spot. Even without a supreme artifact, his strength is on par with mine. Ling Yu and Xia Shenwu fell silent for a moment, then flew off in different directions to patrol. Xianyuan stayed where he was, staring at the pitch-black passage to Daxia. The schemes of those clans disgusted him. He remained only for Daxia's people. After a long pause he sighed. Don't push Yi Qing so hard that he turns against us. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl space, Yi Qing was oblivious to the outside world. On a broad stone terrace he refined pills, 7-colored flames rising from his palm and filling the air with sweet medicinal scent. When the furnace opened, several translucent scarlet gold pills floated out. Mythic dragon blood pills, made from dragon blood fruit. Stats: Constitution 10,000, Strength 10,000, Agility 10,000. He fed one to each of his 3 pets, then tossed the last pill into his own mouth. A bitter, fishy flavor spread across his tongue. Terrible taste. Raising the immortal slaying gourd, he took a few swigs of monkey wine to wash it down. His gaze shifted to the Hongmeng Pearl's status panel. Since fully storing treasure dividing cliff, its attributes had changed drastically. Hongmeng Pearl Mythic, Growth Type Equipment. All base stats 200,000. Skills: Concealment, Growth, Time Travel, Lord of Hongmeng locked, Chaos Evolution locked. Time Travel allows the user to travel to a chosen moment in the past or future and return at will. 3-year cooldown. Note: the user cannot enter a timeline where they already exist. The experience generated within the pearl now matched that of the world tree. In just half a month, the Hongmeng pearl had been strengthened, and the 12th grade purifying white lotus had been obtained, giving Yi Qing another tremendous boost in power. Observing the Hongmeng pearl's newly unlocked ability, Yi Qing suddenly had an idea. With a single thought, he activated space-time traverse, setting the coordinates 1,000 years ahead, only for the system to inform him coldly. Another Yi Qing already exists in that era. Arrival denied. Unwilling to give up, he tried 10,000 years, 100,000, even a billion years into the future, yet the answer never changed. Failure messages flooded the interface, but the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a meaningful smile. Slipping out of the void and back into the laboratory, Yi Qing tossed Chen Hun a fist-sized pill that shimmered with a blood-red sheen. This is good stuff. I'll help myself. Chen Hun caught it and swallowed it in one gulp. The drug exploded inside him, twisting his features as though scorched by fire. The stat boost is insane, but the taste. He washed it down with several mouthfuls of water, his voice bitter. You can't even buy it with money, and you're still complaining? Yi Qing teased. Pushing his glasses up, Chen Hun glanced at the center of the bench. 3 petri dishes were lined up. The one on the left held the divine gene of the Sanluan mountain god, while the middle and right each cradled a pale gold divine embryo, suspended in nutrient fluid that shimmered with tiny runes of light. Something changed recently. Both the gene sample and the embryos are growing at least twice as fast, he reported. How much sooner can we finish? Yi Qing bent over and touched the cool glass with a fingertip. In 2 more months, the 2 embryos will hatch into juveniles, and the Sanluan mountain god's gene will reach embryonic form as well. Half a year of planning was finally bearing fruit. Once the embryos emerged, he would have 2 genuine god-level allies, 2 extra trump cards for the upheaval that was already on its way. A vision flashed through his mind. Little more than 2 years from now, alien legions would breach Blue Star's defenses. Deities would descend and occupy most of the planet. Monsters would pour out of instances and secret realms. Powerhouses from other worlds would arrive one after another. Without overwhelming strength, the survivors would be forced to cower inside safe zones. Even the 9 Cauldron Grand Array would barely last a few years before the gods smashed it to pieces. With that thought, he exited the Hongmeng Pearl's space and looked into the endless void, dark, icy, silent. Fortunately, the Wanbao Cliff instance was nearby. 2 spatial steps later, he slipped inside. Outside the instance, it was still a marketplace, loud and crowded. The drop rate at Wanbao Cliff went crazy yesterday. Tell me about it. The lower-tier boss dropped a legendary chest for me. Yi Qing listened, knowing it was the final feedback of Wanbao Cliff. Without the Funbao Cliff's secret realm, no mythic chests would ever spawn here again. Sooner or later, it would be no different from any ordinary dungeon. Concealing his aura and wearing an utterly forgettable face, he melted into the crowd. His hearing was sharp enough to catch even the faintest whisper. Suddenly he stopped. 2 stall owners were trading information in hushed tones. Did you hear? 7 of the 10 war gods of Daxia have left the abyss. What? Are they going to start a war with another country? That's huge. No. Word is they're looking for Yi Qing. Supposedly he's carrying a supreme artifact, and they want it handed over. How do you know something that secret? My third aunt's son's uncle's younger sister's son's older sister is a guard at the abyssal gate. Respect, brother. Drinks are on me tonight. Yi Qing listened to their exchange, his brow furrowing as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Quietly leaving the bustling market behind, Yi Qing stepped into the wilderness. The night wind whipped grit against his face and snapped at the hem of his coat, but the chill in his heart ran deeper. The powerful clans operating in Daxia's shadows had finally made their move. The highest governing body, the so-called Professionals Association, was nothing more than a cartel stitched together by those families, and Yi Qing held it in utter contempt. Anyone with talent was pressed into service. Every dungeon instance was under their monopoly, and admission cost a ransom. He clenched his fists. Then let them loose, and better to lie low than start a war tonight. With his current strength, he did not fear them. He simply had no appetite for another bloodbath. Most of the enemies he had slain were beings from other worlds or races. Inside Daxia, he had only acted against the Situ clan and a handful of Abyss Society fanatics. Remembering that, he ended his sword flight and let his boots crunch over dead grass and loose stone, heading toward the Xia estate, while casually clearing out any monsters that crossed his path. A short distance later, a python as thick as a rain barrel lunged from a thicket, its black scales gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to draw his sword. One casual palm strike burst its skull. It was a level 200 Lord-class beast, yet the experience it yielded was pitifulest than what an hour of idle grinding in the Hongmeng Pearl would bring. Shaking his head, he wiped the blood from his palm and reopened his map. The Xia estate lay only a few hundred kilometers away, a single spatial blink, or a few hours on foot. Zijing's lights burned bright, skyscrapers crowded like a forest. Yi Qing changed into plain clothes and slipped into the sea of pedestrians, neon glow washing over his calm profile. After months in the abyss where 8 circled demigods roamed, Danger had become routine. In this modern metropolis, he felt oddly out of place. Traffic roared. People hurried by. Yet every step he took followed hidden sigils, and his pace never faltered. While waiting for the light to change, he glanced at his phone. November 25th. A few headlines scrolled past. South Sea Riot Sea Beast driven back by the Dragon Lord. Daxia's 10 war gods had all withdrawn from the abyss, reason unknown. He swiped the news aside, weighing the upcoming National Destiny instance. Its inner opportunities meant little to him now. Whether he went or not required more thought. At last the Xia residence appeared. A gatehouse of black ebony exuded ancient charm, and the courtyard's layout echoed the Shanghai realm. Jagged rockeries, arched bridges, lantern-lit lakes. Sensing Xia Lingsu inside through the loyalty goo, he sent her a short message. Moments later Xia Lingsu arrived, dressed in a new training outfit cut for ease of movement. She told the guards, "He's a friend of mine. Let him in." "Yes, young mistress." The heavy iron gate swung open. Yi Qing walked beside Xia Lingsu, their shadows stretching long in the lamplight. Behind them the guards whispered, "What's the young mistress' relationship with that guy? He looks pretty ordinary, not even as handsome as I am." "Shoo, trying to get yourself fired?" They crossed a covered corridor and entered the main square. Under the moon, 9 great cauldrons stood in a perfect row, ancient bronze gleaming with solemn weight. Yi Qing's pupils narrowed. It was a complete set of transcendent artifacts. He brushed one cauldron. Cold metal pulsed with hidden thunder, yet every spark of power was locked behind mysterious seals. His fingertips traced the intricate patterns while calculations raced through his mind, but even so he couldn't decipher them. The formation that had protected Daxia throughout the Gods' War remained, for the moment, beyond his understanding. This formation was of divine rank, while Yi Qing was merely a grandmaster, still 1 tier short in his auxiliary class. He stood before the 9 cauldrons, brow knit, silently engraving every complex rune on the bronze walls into his mind. People surged through the Xia family plaza like a tide. When they saw him fixated on the cauldrons, curiosity sparked, yet with Xia Lingsu beside him, no one dared interrupt. A girl in a violet dress approached, her steps light. She was Xia Qingyue, 6th on the heaven roll. Reaching her elder sister, she asked softly, "Sis, who's he?" "A friend I met on an expedition." "He's powerful," Xia Lingsu answered succinctly. Xia Qingyue eyed them, then teased, "Don't tell me he's your boyfriend?" "Of course not. What nonsense are you thinking?" Xia Lingsu sighed. While the sisters spoke, Yi Qing finished memorizing the formation. Collecting himself, he nodded lightly. "I have matters to attend to. Farewell." He knew fully deciphering these sigils would elevate his mastery, yet he owed the Xia clan nothing and saw no reason to linger. "They'll have someone escort you," Xia Lingsu offered. Yi Qing waved her off, his gaze resting on her for a heartbeat. The loyalty Gu would fail tonight, and her memories of him would fade with it. Leaving the Xia estate, he immersed himself in his newfound insights. "Worth the trip," he muttered. Slipping into a small grove, he activated a spatial shift and vanished, heading straight for the capital. One task mattered more, slaying the demon god's true body. In the reincarnation's secret realm, that fiend had killed him countless times. He had only destroyed a projection. One Divine Slayer card remained, and he meant to finish the job in the lesser spirit realm. Deep in the wilderness lay a half-eaten corpse. Yi Qing searched it and found an ID card. Nangang Jun. The photo showed a round-faced, slightly chubby youth. Invoking his best actor skill, Yi Qing's bones and features reshaped, turning him into the pudgy teenager. The primordial bead masked his aura. Nangang Jun was a collateral member of the Nangang clan. During a wilderness trial, his team had been attacked by a powerful monster and had abandoned him. Yi Qing skimmed his memories, then performed 2 consecutive spatial jumps and vanished. He reappeared 10 li outside the capital, its ramparts faint in the night. Entering the city, he headed for the wasteland that once held the Qingshui River instance. The dungeon had dissipated, leaving the hills desolate. Sensing the lesser spirit realm's spatial node, mixed emotions washed over him. Before slaying the demon god, he would settle accounts with the Yi clan. Night deepened. A cold wind howled before the silent gates of the Yi estate. 2 flying swords streaked through the air, striking the vermilion doors with a clang. A letter, sealed with black wax, dangled from their hilts. The night guards gasped. Who dares provoke the Yi clan? They scattered to search, but not a shadow was found. One guard returned, staring at the blades, voice trembling. These are half-divine Tianyao swords." "What?" Another flipped the envelope. "A letter too?" "Fetch the clan head, bring the swords and the letter at once." Inside the main hall of the Yi family estate in the capital, Yi Qingtsang gripped a freshly opened letter so tightly that his knuckles blanched, the pressure he emitted making the very air tremble. "We've been deceived," he growled, eyes sharp as blades. Yi Qing always knew he wasn't of Yi blood. He hid behind our power to grow in secret, and now that his wings are strong, he dares to lay the truth bare. Yi Tianqing and Nangang Ye wore the same dark expressions. In a corner, Yi Ling stood with her head lowered. Silent, she had long known the truth, and once felt a trace of guilt toward Yi Qing, but she hadn't expected his meteoric rise, or that he now wielded a supreme artifact capable of threatening a true god. What do we do next? Yi Tianqing finally asked. Yi Qingkang's gaze flicked up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He's hiding somewhere in the capital. He'll seal every exit. That artifact will be mine. The words had barely left his lips before he vanished. After a brief silence, Yi Tianqing turned to Nangongya. Foretell for me once more about Yi Qing and the future of the Yi family. A mysterious light flickered in her pupils. Then she suddenly coughed up blood. Yi Ling rushed forward to catch her. Mother, what's wrong? Yi Qing is beyond prophecy now, Nangongya whispered, face chalk white. If I force another divination, the backlash will kill me. Drawing a shaky breath, she looked at Yi Tianqing. We must not make Yi Qing our enemy. From the start, we only meant to recruit him. Yi Tianxing's brow tightened as he took in her pallor. It may be too late. Great-grandfather is intent on that supreme artifact, and no one knows how far he'll go to flush Yi Qing out. Nangongya could only sigh as the color drained further from her cheeks. At Capital University, heavy clouds pressed low. Yi Qing hovered in midair, and behind him 2 figures, Ningong Ro and Lu Hezwade from Chains. The campus loudspeakers crackled like rolling thunder. Yi Qing, I know you're close. If you want your friends to live, show yourself and hand over the supreme artifact. The other war gods are rounding up everyone you know. Soon they'll all be here. Before the broadcast ended, Zhao Qianquan strode through the sky, glaring at Yi Qing. A war god of Daxia, resorting to such disgraceful tactics? Release them, old man, Yi Qing said, aiming a black spear at him. You're almost dead already, yet you still meddle? Leave now and I might spare you. A wave of oppressive power rolled outward. The entire capital felt it. Zhao Qianquan sighed, eyes turning icy as a blood-red coffin snapped open behind him. Then we'll settle this in battle. In the next instant he became a blood-colored behemoth, hurling himself at Yi Qing with brutal force. Every strike was lethal, and he matched the demigod blow for blow. Yi Qing sneered, dark light surging along his spear. Everyone knows your technique burns your lifespan, old man. How long can you last? Their clash tore the black sky apart with successive explosions, shockwaves rattling the entire capital. Skyscraper windows shattered, and teachers and students poured out of Capital University, staring upward. What's happening? The old dean is actually fighting war god Yi. And Luke's not falling behind at all. To shield civilians from the battle's fallout, the defensive arrays inside Capital University flared to life. Layers of translucent barriers rose like ripples, sealing the entire campus in an instant. As the shields converged, a pitch-black fissure rent the air. Chu Tian, ranked 10th on the Grand Xia Divine list, strode through the rift with a burly man slung over his shoulder. A rare dimensional mage, Chu Tian could slip through space at will, though his close-quarters skills were lacking. He tossed the burly man, Lin Kuei, aside and muttered, so the kid's connections really are that simple. Wait, why are you already fighting? Before the words had faded, he flashed into the fray. Zhao Qianquan now fought alone against Yi Qing and Chu Tian. Though a peak 7th-tier cultivator, he was no match for 2 8th-tier demigods and was steadily forced back. Sword light and spear flares crisscrossed the sky, bursting into showers of brilliance. Suddenly, a new rift split open on an ancient pagoda tree near the battlefield, and Yi Qing stepped out of the darkness. His gaze swept the crowd, stopping on the bound Lin Kuei. Murderous intent boiled over, no longer concealed. Who gave you the nerve? He said softly. The 9 ancient swords hovering behind him hummed and shot forward like a tidal wave. A frigid aura swept the field, making even Yi Qing and Chu Tian's hearts jolt. Instinctively they dodged. 9 sword beams carved through the sky, locking onto the pair. Sensing mortal danger, they retreated at top speed. As the blades closed in, the restraints on Lin Kuei, Lu He, and Nangong Ro shattered in a single stroke. Sorry I dragged you into this, Yi Qing said quietly. Lin Kuei laughed heartily. Dragged in? If that's all a demigod can do, I really mistook them for Xia's guardian deities. Lu He brushed dust from his sleeves and smiled. Don't worry, I saw through those clans' ugliness long ago. Nangong Ro remained silent. She gave Yi Qing a single glance, then backed away a dozen steps and slipped into the crowd. Yi Qing watched her calmly, unsurprised everyone had their loyalties, and she had chosen her family's side. Elsewhere, the blood-red monstrosity finally dissipated. Zhao Qianquan staggered to the ground not far from Yi Qing, looking older than before. He met Yi Qing's eyes, his voice hoarse and sincere. Please don't kill them. If we lose 2 demigods at once, the Abyss front will be under far more pressure. Yi Qing did not answer. His gaze stayed on the 9 pursuing blades. Chu Tian roared skyward, desperate to widen the gap. Yi Qing, a touch slower, saw a massive sword sweep toward him. He thrust his spear in a blinding arc, diverting the blade, yet his right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying through the air. 8 sword beams remained. With one arm gone, he could no longer defend. He bellowed, still watching? Get out here. Before he finished, a nine-clawed golden dragon tore through the sky, its lord standing upon its head. The dragon bellowed, torrents of golden light surging to block a sword beam. Yet the blade ignored all resistance, piercing straight through the dragon's belly. Its agonized roar split the heavens. The beast crashed to the ground, blood flooding the square. Its master turned ashen and hurried to heal it. On the ground, Yi Qing watched coldly. "Weren't you after the supreme artifact? Can't even stop a few sword strikes?" he said. An immortal slaying gourd appeared in his palm, raised in silent challenge. "The supreme artifact is right here, come take it." With a flick of his wrist, the remaining sword beams dissolved. The plaza of Capital University fell into absolute silence as everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Everyone's minds churned like a storm-tossed sea. How could Yi Qing be this strong? Yi Qingtsong dropped from midair, clutching a blood-soaked severed arm. The instant his toes brushed the plaza, he staggered, yet his eyes never left Yi Qing, their depths unreadable. Sunset bathed his face in red. In his gaze burned equal parts greed and dread, the rabid desire for the Zhanxian gourd resting in Yi Qing's palm. "I never imagined that artifact could raise your strength to such heights," he rasped. Yi Qing's expression stayed placid, his voice as calm as if discussing someone else. "What if I told you?" he said. "I haven't used it at all." Only then did the crowd realize the lightning-fast onslaught they had just witnessed came solely from Yi Qing himself. The clarity of his sword heart, a primordial saintly body, an undefeated will. He hadn't even bothered to draw the Hongqian extreme sword, let alone unleash the gourd's true power. In little more than half a month his attributes had skyrocketed, utterly eclipsing the self who once struggled in the abyss. A tear split the air. Chu Tian staggered out, disbelief written across his face. "How can you be this strong? It's impossible." Yi Qing offered no explanation, only a faint smile. He flicked a finger. The gourd's auxiliary state flared, and a crystalline petal shot toward Chu Tian. Before the petal arrived, its pressure weighed like a mountain. Space cracked around it, leaving Chu Tian nowhere to escape. He closed his eyes, convinced death was upon him. At the last instant the petal veered, slicing off his entire arm instead. Blood spurted. Clutching the stump, Chu Tian turned ashen. "I believe you." Yi Qingtsong stared in horror, his voice hoarse. "All of this is my fault. From the beginning I plotted against you. The prophet said you would ascend to godhood. Knowing I never could, I tried to steal your chance he never finished." From the dark sky several streaks of rainbow light shot down. The other demigods had arrived. Their eyes locked onto the gourd at first sight, greed almost tangible. Each produced a special artifact, intent on seizing it. Chu Tian tried to stop them, but was too late. Boom. Behind Yi Qing, flying swords aligned, their light exploding outward. Multiple sword beams lashed out together. In an instant, every demigod lost an arm. One beam continued into the clouds and cleaved the towering headquarters of the Adventurers Association in two, sending rubble, rebar, and terrified professionals tumbling everywhere. Crawling from the ruins, Zhao Qianquan looked up at Yi Qing, his eyes pleading. Yi Qing swept his gaze over him and the remaining demigods, his tone ice cold. "Get back to the abyss. I spare you this once, next time you die." The abyss still needed guardians. He had no desire to sit there himself. With a flip of the wrist, he tossed a stack of tokens, more than a dozen, stuffing them into Lin Kuei's arms. "Each one holds a blow at my full power. If anyone tries to take you, throw one." Grinning, Lin Kuei bared his teeth and shot Chu Tian a vicious glare. "So you thought being a demigod gave you the right to nab me?" Yi Qing turned to Chu Tian. "You stay. Let my brother blow off some steam. We won't kill you." Chu Tian, already planning to slip away, broke into a cold sweat. "I have something urgent. I should be going." He raised his hand to tear open space, but no matter how much power he poured in, the fabric refused to budge. What's going on?" Yi Qing lifted a finger. A golden chain materialized, wound itself around Chu Tian, and with a tug dragged him forward. The other demigods fled in panic. Yi Qing did not pursue. Lin Kuei moved closer, staring at the immobilized Chu Tian, half worried, half excited. "Yezi, he won't start anything, right?" Yi Qing replied calmly. "Relax. He won't be able to move for at least half an hour." Lin Kuei let out a sly chuckle, threw Chu Tian over his shoulder, and strode into a nearby copse. The dense shadows swallowed them whole, and before long a series of eerie cackles echoed through the darkness. Zhao Qianquan stepped forward, raising his voice to the faculty and students of Capital University. "All right, move along. Nothing to see here." Still shaken by the sight of Yi Qing single-handedly subduing the 7 war gods and severing one of their arms, the spectators felt as if they'd been granted amnesty and scattered in hushed clusters. Moments later, only Zhao Qianquan, Lu He, and Yi Qing remained on the empty drill field, while unsettling laughter drifted intermittently from the grove. Zhao Qianquan glanced toward the direction in which the 7 war gods had fled and sighed. They were at fault, but they guarded the abyss for years and earned great merit for great Xia. "I appreciate your restraint." "It was nothing," Yi Qing replied lightly. "I planted space-time markers on them. If they leave the abyss, Their locations will light up on the map, so they won't stir up much trouble. I only wanted to draw out Yi Qing and settle some old scores. I didn't expect those war gods to pop up as well. Roughly 10 minutes later, Lin Kuei emerged from the grove with Chu Tian still slung over his shoulder, beaming from ear to ear. Chu Tian's face twitched in a mix of frustration and amusement. With a casual wave, Yi Qing reattached Chu Tian's severed arm and slipped a healing pill between his lips. The medicine dissolved instantly, erasing every wound and restraint. Chu Tian cast Lin Kuei and Yi Qing a complicated look, then bolted off, disappearing in seconds. I'm heading back to the military academy, Lin Kuei said, pounding his chest. At least there's no backroom scheming there. Yi Qing turned to Zhao Qianquan. Old Zhao, I have other matters to handle. Lin Kuei's in your hands. Leave him to me, Zhao Qianquan replied. I like his attitude, and I've been planning to put him through some proper training. Suit yourself. Gathering his 9 flying swords, Yi Qing blurred into the distance. Only Lin Kuei and Zhao Qianquan remained on the field. Lin Kuei took a wary half-step back. What are you up to, old man? I'm Yi Qing's best buddy. Hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Qianquan smiled. Relax. You're about to start my hellish boot camp. 3 months from now, I'll hand you back safe and sound. Deep inside he thought, as long as I keep Lin Kuei close, Yi Qing won't turn against Great Xia. That resolve only hardened his determination to train the young man. A sharp wind tore through the night as Yi Qing hovered above the capital, gazing down at a sea of lights. In the distance, he spotted Lin Kuei scrambling madly while Zhao Qianquan chased him around. Yi Qing nodded. Lin Kuei's fundamentals were poor. Old Zhao was the right person to drill him. Since returning from the abyss, Yi Qing had been virtually unstoppable on Blue Star, yet he knew that in just over a year the alien armies would break through the gate, ushering in an age when gods roamed the land. He still wasn't strong enough. Time was running short. He landed atop a barren mountain peak and unfolded his map. The demigods' head marked were racing back toward the abyss. Once he confirmed their positions, he tore open a spatial rift and stepped into the endless void. In the pitch-black expanse, he locked onto the node of the minor spirit realm not far from Blue Star, then began traversing space. Beside the Clearwater River, reality cracked open. Yi Qing stepped out of the fissure and surveyed his surroundings. The once bustling town lay deserted. Broken walls and skeletal rooftops poked through wild grass waving in the breeze. It's only been half a year, where is everyone? Yi Qing studied the system prompt. It read, Shaoling Realm, large instance, recommended level 200. Lingjie Tianzuan forged this realm to seal the Shuyan demon god. Within it, no cultivator exceeds 5th turn peak. Level 200, anyone who touches that limit ascends to the supersized world Lingjie. A note added that the ruins of Qingshui town had stood empty for half a year, ever since Daoist Qingshu had led the inhabitants elsewhere. Shuyan demon god, Yi Qing murmured, rifling through his memories. The name belonged to the Abyss former 3rd demon god, missing for tens of millennia and already supplanted in the rankings. He had seen it mentioned in Elven chronicles as the entity destined to end his life. Why would an abyssal demon god surface in the Shaoling realm? The question nagged at him, but he set it aside for now. A sharp sword light formed beneath his feet, and Yi Qing shot skyward. When he was weak, the Shaoling realm had seemed boundless. After traversing the abyss, it now felt cramped. Mountains and rivers streamed past below, ancient cities hugged the hillsides, and most residents were mere mortals. They glanced up at the flash of sword light with practiced indifference. During the last few days they had watched more than a dozen immortals fly overhead, and were convinced that rare treasures must be about to appear. High above, a slow-moving strand of green light came into view. Yi Qing veered over and cut it off. The glow dissolved into a bamboo leaf artifact bearing a young man and woman. Clad in matching robes and clearly well-bred, they still eyed him warily. Sword cultivators were notorious for their killing power. The girl was first to speak. Senior, why block our path? Yi Qing assessed them without emotion. Both were early second-turn cultivators who needed the bamboo leaf to stay aloft. Do you know Qingshu? He asked. He is an old friend of mine. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads. We do not. But the Ascension Assembly is about to begin. If he is strong, he will likely attend. I don't know the way, Yi Qing said. You will guide me. His tone allowed no argument. The pressure rolling off him made their chests tighten. They bowed. We will lead the way, senior. The youth-looking swordsman might well be an ancient monster hiding behind a young face. You're too slow. Put away the artifact. They'll carry you. Swordlight flared, and the 3 of them streaked across the sky in a blazing white arc. The beam split the heavens until the sun dipped below the horizon. At last the swordlight landed at a mountain's foot, where a bustling makeshift market had sprung up. Hawkers shouted over one another, yet every customer was a cultivator. The weakest were around level 15, the strongest about level 85. As for true powerhouses, Yi Qing had not seen any yet. Seated on a bench off to the side, Yi Qing lifted the Zhanxian gourd and took a long pull of wine. The cool liquor burned pleasantly as it slid down his throat, while the chatter of passing cultivators swirled around him. It's been decades since anyone successfully ascended. Does Master Xuanji really stand a chance this time? Who can say? I hear the void between realms is riddled with dangers. If I had power enough to pierce the heavens, I'd just rule this little spirit realm. Why bother risking it all on ascension? No ambition, if you ask me. Amid the clamor, Yi Qing sat straight-backed in his white robes, the gourd still cradled in one hand. A faint killing intent seeped from the sleeve of his free arm, its razor-sharp aura drawing curious glances from every corner of the hall. He ignored them. They were too weak. Wiping them out would grant less experience than letting his avatar idle inside the Hongmeng Pearl. From the scattered conversations, he caught the one detail that mattered. Tomorrow, a cultivator who had reached the realm's level cap 200 would attempt ascension. This was only a lesser spirit realm. The ceiling was fixed at 200, and no one could break past it. What lay beyond? Yi Qing guessed it would resemble the Mountain Sea realm. Hidden god-tier beings, opening worlds on a whim, worlds created solely to imprison the blood-flame demon lord. Night settled in, bringing a chill breeze, yet the marketplace at the mountain's foot grew even livelier. Cultivators from every quarter thronged the stalls, eager for a glimpse of the coming ascension. Yi Qing strolled among them, bought a handful of herbs, and picked up a map of the lesser spirit realm. When the map fused with his system display, the seal that held the blood-flame demon lord appeared right at the realm's center only a few hundred li away. He didn't rush toward the seal. There were other plans to set in motion first. Blending into the crowd, he turned his gaze to the mountain peak where a white-haired Taoist stood, eyes fixed on the sky. It was Master Xuanji. The old man's shoulders trembled before he sighed aloud. Time had worn him down, and if he delayed much longer, even this last burst of courage would desert him. Several gray-beard elders at the foot of the mountain looked up, worry clouding their eyes. Ascension is too perilous. The void is dark, directionless. One of them spoke quietly. He had once attempted it himself, but retreated almost at once. The way forward had vanished in the darkness. By his reckoning, Master Xuanji would meet the same fate. A sudden wind swept the summit. Master Xuanji flicked his sleeve, sending his horsetail whisk snapping through the air. The sky split, revealing a deep rift in space, and he stepped into the crack. The elders below called after him in unison, "Xuanji, if it turns ugly, pull back. Your life is what matters." The void swallowed all light, its pressure crushing as a mountain. Teeth clenched, Master Xuanji fumbled for bearings until a burst of sword light flared ahead like a lighthouse piercing the dark. Atop that sword light sat Yi Qing, robes billowing around him. The void here posed no real threat, and he narrowed his eyes, seeking the direction of the true spirit realm. Let Xuanji scout first. Bathed in that glow, the weight on Master Xuanji's body lifted. He sped toward the light, meeting no resistance, and finally slipped into an unknown world. Yi Qing watched him disappear without following, having planted a spatio-temporal mark inside the Taoist. Once the bloodflame demon lord was dead, if Xuanji still lived, Yi Qing would investigate that world. Turning away, Yi Qing stepped onto his sword light and headed back the way he came. It was time to slay the bloodflame demon lord. On the mountain peak, the crowd watched with anxious eyes. 3 days passed without any sign of Xuanji, and their unease deepened. Perhaps ascension required more caution. The foot of the mountain, once bustling, was now nearly deserted. The lively scene had long since emptied out. A dark red rift silently split open among the branches of an ancient tree. Yi Qing stepped through, swept his gaze around, and saw Taoist Qingshu standing alone beneath the tree, grief etched on his face. "Who is Taoist Xuanji to you?" Yi Qing asked bluntly. "He is my mentor." Yu Qingshu turned, shock written all over his face. "How did you appear here?" "It's only the lesser spirit realm. I can come and go as I please." "Any problem with that?" Yi Qing's tone was calm, as if he had strolled down a familiar path rather than crossed worlds. "Relax. I left a mark on Taoist Xuanji. His life isn't in danger." "Really?" Kings's sorrow eased a little, but confusion lingered. "Strange before, I could track your movements, but now I can't read you at all." Yi Qing's current realm was clearly beyond his expectations. Yi Qing let the matter drop and asked, "What about the people of Qingshui town? I visited once and found it in ruins. I moved them to a better place. They are living well." Qingshu replied with an awkward smile. In truth, the townsfolk tainted by demonic miasma had been abandoned on a remote island to fend for themselves. Only Suihuahua had been purified and installed as the saintess of Mount Tai. After a few more words of small talk, swordlight flared beneath Yi Qing's feet, and he shot toward the ancient secret realm. The closer he drew to the secret realm, the sparser the signs of life became. For dozens of miles there was not a single settlement, only a blood-tinged mist drifting through valleys and across barren fields. The damp, acrid air carried shrill wails that made his scalp tingle. Yi Qing frowned. The seal has been weak for some time, so why hasn't the blood-flame demon god broken free? The fog thickened, its metallic stench growing stronger. He lifted his eyes to the lesser spirit realm map. Red dots filled the screen, monsters lurking in the haze. Yi Qing dismissed the sword light and landed. A red gleam flared in his palm, and the Qishao sword shrieked into being. Scree! With a piercing cry, a horde of blood-red humanoids burst from the fog, their flesh flayed as if stripped from the bone. Each one was a level 200 elite, the ceiling of this realm. Sword light poured out like molten silver. Several sweeping strikes felled them in droves, system notifications flashing like a rainstorm. Yet dim shapes still packed the mist, as if the slaughter would never end. While cutting his way forward, Yi Qing scanned the entire map. His gaze turned increasingly odd. The lay of the mountains and rivers clearly formed an array pattern. The secret realm was only the first layer of sealing. The whole lesser spirit realm was a second, grander seal. As for the lives here, the spirit realm sovereign simply didn't care, or perhaps no humans had ever been meant to live in the lesser spirit realm at all. A handful had stumbled in by accident, and over tens of thousands of years their descendants had grown into the population that existed now. Yi Qing pieced the events together in his mind, swinging his sword again and again as Xiaobai appeared on his shoulder. Scalding sword aura carved through the murky fog, shredding countless blood cadavers and the mist around them. The air reeked of iron and vaporized decay. What a perfect place, he thought. If only the killing could go on forever. A surge of exhilaration rose in his chest. In his hands, the Zhan Tian's sword-drawing art moved like an extension of his will, costing him nothing. Each strike poured tens of millions of experience points into his stats. Within minutes, the total sword passed 1 billion, the interface flashing as if cheering on his slaughter. Meanwhile, a storm was already sweeping across Daxia. The fight at Jingdu University a few days earlier had leaked despite the professional association's attempts at a blackout, spreading worldwide like a burst dam. On that night 4 days ago, Yi Qing had fought 7 war gods alone and hacked off one arm from each of them. In Jingdu, the professional association headquarters had rebuilt its war-scarred main building, and a brightly lit conference room now sat in dead silence. Delegates traded glances, their faces lined with regret and dread. If we'd known he was this strong, would never have provoked him. The whole world is laughing at us, and the abyss is starting to stir. Someone slapped a fresh report onto the table. A massive battle had erupted deep in the abyss, its shockwaves spreading across every front, and the 7 war gods were still wounded, leaving the line ready to collapse at any moment. Blinded by the lure of a supreme artifact, they had lost everything and gained nothing. At last, the silver-haired elder in the center spoke in a low voice. We have no choice but to bring out the Renju sword and the Tianzi sword. These 2 divine blades were the association's deepest trump cards. In a demigod's hands, either could rival a true god. All hope now rested on them. Elsewhere in the same city, a dim oil lamp flickered in an underground chamber. Before a circular stone wall, a dozen black-robed figures in grotesque beast masks let their eyes gleam in the shadows. The professional association has made a blunder for the ages. Even the demon god and the dark prison overlord were beaten, one badly wounded, the other dead, yet the great clans still chased petty profit. The association is powerful, but its factions are a tangled mess. Next, the Abyss Society should stir things up and give the ghost deity some fuel. What if Yi Qing shows up? Don't touch him or his friends. He's too strong. Only the ghost deity might match him. I've contacted the alien god cult. The foreign deities are ready to join us. Low, chilling laughter echoed through the darkness, mingling with the lamp's crackle. On the abyssal front, tides of seafolk troops poured from the rift while demon and ghost legions massed to the thunder of war drums. Atop Jinshin City's wall, Shen Yuanpa gripped the parapet, his face so dark it seemed to drip ink. One small incident, and it's come to this. Outside the 9 cities, professionals from every corner of the land gathered. After learning the backstory, they were speechless. Those clans truly were blinded by greed. But when their eyes fell on the distant, black tide of abyssal armies, battle fire lit their gazes. They tightened their gear in silence, ready to die if they must. And at that moment, Yi Qing was still busily carving his way through the blood corpses. Yi Qing was having the time of his life. In just one day, he had rocketed from level 121 to 126. A few more days of non-stop killing, and he could hit 150 with ease. The secret realm was an absolute leveling paradise. With a sweet wild fruit clenched between his teeth, he crunched away while the little creature on his shoulder, Xiaobai, let out an impatient chirp. All right, I know you're hungry. Yi Qing chuckled, rubbing its head. He produced a beast spirit pellet for spirit pets and held it to its mouth. Xiaobai squinted in delight, swallowed it in one gulp, and contentedly licked its paws. The bloody mist around them had thinned until it was almost transparent, its deep crimson hue fading away. The bloodhowl monsters stopped respawning, and the remaining vapor drew together, condensing in the blink of an eye into a millstone-sized dark red orb that howled as it hurtled toward Yi Qing. He raised his hand, drew his sword, and a flash of scarlet light split the orb cleanly in two. As the mist dispersed, a figure emerged nearly identical to the demon god avatar he had slain earlier, though clearly weaker. Clad in blood-red armor and wielding a crimson spear, the red-haired warrior fixed Yi Qing with an icy stare. Not bad, you'll make a fine blood slave. The figure's deep voice was thick with mockery. Wait, you carry my aura. You've met another avatar? I haven't, I killed him. Yi Qing leveled his sword. This time I'm here to send your true body packing. The avatar laughed madly. Ridiculous. I'm eternal. As long as a single avatar exists, I can resurrect. And you think you can stop me? Is that so? Then I'll just reinforce your seal for another 10,000 years. Yi Qing's tone was calm, though inwardly he felt the pinch. He held a Godslayer card, yet the Bloodflame Demon God was notorious for his countless avatars. Destroy only another copy, and the problem might grow. A cold light flashed in the avatar's eyes. Then die. The spear shot forward, icy killing intent trailing behind it, the tip bursting with blinding blood-colored light as it reached Yi Qing's face in an instant. Yi Qing swung his sword, scarlet light erupted, and the spear along with the avatar holding it was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed in all directions. No challenge at all. He glanced at the system prompt. Avatar of the Demon God slain, only 200 million experience, not even a single drop. The blood mist dispersed completely, revealing a barren landscape devoid of life. Orienting himself, Yi Qing sprinted another 100 li and reached the true entrance to the ancient secret realm. Blackened energy coiled there ominously, and the surrounding stone was covered in colorful runes, most of them faded or shattered. From within the seal came a demonic, hypnotic voice. You dare break my runes for killing one measly avatar? Release me now, and I'll spare your life. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Aren't you an abyssal demon god? How did you end up in the spirit realm, sealed away like this? The voice paused, then sneered. You know of the abyss? So you're not native to this realm either. Those spirit realm fools will never let you go. Break the seal, and I'll share the divine king inheritance with you, eternal youth, undeath, true immortality. I'll even throw in a few supreme artifacts. The persuasion continued, but Yi Qing remained motionless, studying the runes intently. After a moment, the blood-flame demon god grew irritable. What's so fascinating about those broken scribbles? Destroy them already. Yi Qing was already lost in his research. The lines were divine-grade formation scripts of immense value to him. After studying the 9 cauldrons at the Xia clan estate, his mastery of arrays was already bordering on the god level. As Yi Qing studied the runes, his secondary profession as a formation master advanced at a breathtaking pace. The blood-flame demon god hovered deep inside the array, babbling non-stop, its shrill voice echoing through the sealed space. Yet Yi Qing stayed focused. A half-divine core rested in his left hand, while his right traced formation lines in midair. Suddenly, a once-broken sigil lit up as he restored it, light rippling along the revived pattern. The demon's pupils contracted. These glyphs had bound him for tens of thousands of years, and if Yi Qing repaired them, no one could guess how much longer the prison would last. From a fissure in the seal, demonic energy surged. A blood-red giant hand formed, dyeing the sky crimson as it crashed toward Yi Qing with a tearing storm. The overwhelming pressure reminded Yi Qing of the calamity fiend he had faced in the heaven-severing mountains, though the attributes differed completely. In the next instant, the phantom of a 12th grade white lotus blossomed before him, and 9 flying swords arrayed themselves behind him. Interlaced sword light forced the bloody hand to a halt. I wanted some peace to study, but you're too noisy, Yi Qing said calmly, fingers forming a sword seal. Turn around, my treasure, peerless sword intent. The landscape dissolved into countless phantom blades. His aura erupted like a volcano, cracking the blood-red sky. With a gentle tap, the sea of swords swept forward, shredding the giant hand to dust and scattering it as a rain of scarlet. A wretched scream came from within the seal. If not for the seal, I would kill you. Seal or no seal, you and I are mortal enemies. Yi Qing's gaze was icy. The endless phantom swords, bolstered by every buff and by the mortal dust ultimate sword, blasted into the array's depths, strong enough to kill a newly ascended true god. Yet silence fell. Even the blood-flame demon god went quiet. Sword scars appeared behind Yi Qing, then transformed into fresh formation lines that flew off to plug the breach. He resumed studying the seal. Once his formation mastery reached the divine level, the immortal slaying sword array, any array he formed would multiply in power. Inside the seal, the demon's face darkened. Fine cuts covered his arm, but they healed in moments. If Yi Qing fully restored the array, centuries of planning would be ruined, and with only 30% of his peak strength, a direct fight was impossible. A sudden idea struck him. He drew out an object, shattered Yi Qing's newly patched runes with a sweep, and hurled the item beyond the seal. Yi Qing watched the object drift in midair. It looked like an ancient stone tome, and he wondered what scheme the demon was plotting. Boy, that is a God King inheritance, the blood-flame demon said, his low voice laced with temptation. Accept it, and you will gain immortality and are destined to become a God King. Perhaps you don't know 9 revolutions make a true god, the 10th a celestial god, and above that stands the God King. Achieve that realm, and your lifespan breaks free of heaven and earth. Even in the abyss, you will stand supreme. The voice carried an allure that seemed to seep into one's heart. Yet Yi Qing believed none of it. He opened his system interface and used the probing function to inspect the item's properties. The system panel displayed a detailed readout of the item. Lines of cold text appeared. Unknown tome damaged, sovereign grade. The Bloodflame Demon God was once a mediocre demon foot soldier, but this book catapulted him into the top 10 demon gods, where he now ranks third. Hidden inside the stone pages lurks a power so sinister it erodes sanity, inflames demonic impulses, and twists its bearer's nature. Note: the item is bound to the Bloodflame Demon God. Anyone else who contacts it with their consciousness will be annihilated on the spot. Yi Qing finished scanning the stats, and a spark lit his eyes. I can't use it, but it's definitely valuable. He patted the gourd at his waist, new ideas forming. If I feed it to the Immortal slashing gourd, it might speed up the repairs. Sensing Yi Qing's smile through the seal, the Bloodflame Demon God grew uneasy and bellowed. What are you scheming? Link your mind to the stone book now. The God King's legacy is right there. Yi Qing ignored him. Uncorking the gourd, he flipped his wrist and tossed the stone-skinned book toward its mouth. Anything that can't be controlled is better off destroyed, he muttered. The gourd hummed. Pale gold runes raced across its surface. Repair progress shot up 81-82 all the way to 95, then stopped. Though not fully restored, its aura surged to a new level. What have you done? The Bloodflame Demon God's voice warped. You destroyed the God King's legacy. The massive seal trembled. From a crack burst a savage shadow. A demon god's avatar pounded at the barrier, frantic to break free. Yi Qing tightened his grip on the gourd, his expression frosty. Two birds with one stone. Immortal slaying flying dagger. A hair-thin beam of gold shot from the gourd, twisting around the shadow like chains. The avatar froze. In the blink of an eye, the beam gathered into a dagger that flashed forward, carving a clean arc across the demon's neck. Through the head rolled, dissolving into black flames. System prompt: one-shot kill. Avatar of the Bloodflame Demon God slain. 30 billion experience gained. Pillars of light flared around Yi Qing as his level soared from 126 to 129. Only an avatar. With the seal intact, his real body isn't going anywhere. He glanced at the gourd's updated stats. Immortal slaying flying dagger upgraded. New trait: Lock 1 emits binding light that immobilizes locked targets. Repairs still lack 5. A few more high-tier items should finish the job. Satisfied, he sat once more at the edge of the magic circle and resumed studying the runes. His auxiliary class proficiency climbed steadily. Within the seal, silence reigned. 3 days later, at the deepest level of the abyss, 3 battlefields erupted in savage combat. 1. Chu Tian wielded the Heaven's Sun sword, locked in a duel with a Sea Tribe deity. Sword light clashed with tidal force. Though outmatched, he refused to fall. 2. Elsewhere, the Dragon Lord stood on a 9-clawed golden dragon's back, brandishing the human sovereign sword against the 5th demon god. The demon god's aura was mountainous, forcing the Dragon Lord to retreat again and again. 3. At the center, Xian Yuanpa, drenched in blood, clutched the stone of nature in one hand and a long sword in the other while battling the first ghost god. Sword ki burst in every direction, yet could not stem the eerie glow leaking from the ghost god's black robes. Wounds kept tearing open across Xian Yuanpo's body, staining his clothes crimson. Hovering above, the ghost god sneered, humans truly are divided. The other fronts have artifact support, and here you stand alone with nothing but the elf queen's aid. How pitiful. Murderous intent churned through the abyss, and the fights teetered on the knife edge of life and death. So what? As long as I'm still breathing, you won't advance another inch. Xian Yuanpo was drenched in blood, his shattered armor exposing bone-deep wounds. Yet his eyes remained as resolute as winter stars. A frigid gleam coursed through D. E. Gishin's ghostly aura. Murderous intent surged as he raised a hand and blurred into a streak of black shadow, closing the distance in an instant. Huh! Xian Yuanpo roared, his true energy erupting like a peerless sword from its sheath, blade light piercing the sky. He knew this strike would never be enough. His resolve to die was already set. A blood-red phantom swept in from the flank. Zhao Qianquan arrived with a crimson monstrosity at his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xian Yuanpo, but one palm from D. Eguation sent them both tumbling, a wall of force hurling them away. Suddenly the heavens cracked apart. From the fissure burst a pitch-black dragon with membranous wings. 3 members of the ghost clan stood upon its back. Yi Qing's avatar, violet-eyed and ashen-skinned, flanked by Li Yu and Li Shang. Surveying the field, Yi Qing called down coldly, "Old relic, the Elven Queen is tearing your lair apart. Shouldn't you be running home?" The calm on D. E. Gishin's face twitched almost imperceptibly. "You are Ghost Clan. Why betray me? Not leaving?" Yi Qing arched a brow and patted the dragon's scales. "Then don't blame me for what happens next." Power flared from him, Li Yu, and Li Shang, and cracks webbed through the void. At once, Zhao Qianquan and Xianyuan dove back into the fray. Streams of azure, crimson, and black energy intertwined with De Gishan's overwhelming Yin aura, wind and thunder howling at their clash. True killing intent finally surfaced. Blood markings glowed across De Gishan's skin. His twisted presence alone made every vein shudder. Yi Qing felt a stab of urgency. This avatar carried none of his supreme treasures: the Zhuxian sword array, the Hongmeng pearl, the 12-petaled purifying white lotus. Not even the slaying immortal flying daguerreau, a direct fight, was hopeless. Spotting Lin Kuei battling minor demons at the edge of the field, he glanced at Li Yu. Protect that man. Li Yu streaked away in a shaft of black light. In a blink, dozens of wooden plaques flew from Lin Kuei, shooting toward Yi Qing. Zhao Qianquan stared at Yi Qing, recognition dawning, yet he said nothing. The feeling of déjà vu was now confirmed. This was indeed Yi Qing. The plaques hovered behind Yi Qing. Forming a seal, he snapped them open. For Sacred Beast's sword array. Blinding sword lights split the heavens, coalescing into 4 colossal beasts. The vermilion bird beat wings of flame. The white tiger roared through slicing gales. The black tortoise churned dark waters with its shell, and the azure dragon coiled amid crackling lightning. Together they hurtled at De Gishan. For the first time, De Gishan's expression turned grave. Crossing his arms, he met the charge heat-in. Impressive, but still insufficient. Swords screamed and ghosts wailed as void fragments rained like ash. Yi Qing only chuckled. I just need to stall you. The elves are already invading the ghost realm from the other side. The words had barely landed when De Gishan's face changed. Eyes flashing with malice, he abandoned the melee, tore open a shadow vortex, and vanished into the void. With the enemy gone, the sword array spiraled back, condensing into a formation disc that dropped into Yi Qing's palm. He tossed it casually to Zhao Qianquan. An instant later, Li Yu returned with Lin Kuei. Yi Qing, Li Yu, Li Shang, and Lin Kuei guided the void dragon into a spatial fissure and disappeared as well. Zhao Qianquan held the disc for a long moment before sighing. Come on, let's reinforce the other fronts. This line should hold. Xianyuan pressed. You know that ghost? Why did he help us? Don't ask. We quell the battlefield first. Zhao Qianquan became a streak of light racing toward the demon lines, and Xianyuan shot after him. On a distant front, the Dragon Lord was locked in combat with the 5th demon god and was barely holding on. Blades of swordkey clashed with demonic fire, shattering whole slabs of rock beneath their feet. Scales on the Dragon Lord's chest cracked, blood seeped out, yet he still stood firm at the battle line. Just as his strength was about to give way, Zhao Qianquan and Xianyuan tore through the sky and landed beside him one after the other. Reinforcements have arrived, the Dragon Lord rasped, a hint of relief in his voice. The 5th demon god was about to press the attack when a shout rose from behind him. A demon clansman swooped down. My lord, bad news. Legions of dwarves and giants have struck from our rear. Amid rolling dust, giant war hammers and dwarf cannons ripped through the demon defenses. The 5th demon god's expression darkened. After a moment, he snapped, fall back. In an instant, the black clouds folded inward, and he withdrew at speed with the remnants of his army. On the final battlefield, Chu Tian was being overwhelmed by a seafolk deity. His face was ashen, protective truchee had ruptured in several places, and he was nearly ground into the deity's tide-like power. At the critical moment, the Dragon Lord arrived wielding the Lord of Men's sword. Xianyuan lifted the stone of nature, green light surging. Zhao Qianquan unfurled the 4-spirit sword array, phantoms of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roaring in unison. 3 relics capable of brief god-level bursts ignited at once. The heavens shook, divine radiance tore through the storm clouds, and the crushing pressure was ripped apart. The seafolk deity was forced back dozens of li, shrieked, then dissolved into light and fled. Only then did the battle end. None of the 10 war gods of Daxiao escaped unscathed. Everyone was wounded, armor ruined, blood soaking the sun-baked sand. Abyss, on the back of the void dragon amid churning black mist. Lin Kuei was lashed between the dragon's scales and couldn't help asking, why have you captured me? I'm just a nobody. Yi Qing dropped her disguise, revealing her true face, and smiled. A quick tour of the abyss, then I'll send you home. Yezi, what are you doing in a place like this? Aren't we in danger? Lin Kuei gaped. Relax. Treat it like a trial instance. Think of the levels you'll gain, Yi Qing said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The void dragon spread its wings, slicing through the mist, and racing toward the broken sky plane. Center of the lesser spirit realm. Yi Qing's true body sat cross-legged, faint gold light glowing at her brow as she controlled the avatar elsewhere. The future's course had veered sharply because of the recent war, and she kept running simulations. System notifications drifted into view. Formation Master Proficiency 100, 100, 80. The flow of experience began to taper off. Yi Qing looked at the grand array before her. If she triggered it prematurely, the Bloodflame Demon God could pin her avatar while the real body escaped. Her plan was simply repair the array and seal both herself and the demon inside. With near-good level mastery of formations plus the power of time and space, the array could not hold her, but it would lock the demon down permanently. Time slipped by. Day 1, formation mastery skyrocketed. Day 2, the numbers slowed. Day 3, it plateaued at formation grandmaster, perfected. Yi Qing rose and flexed her numb fingers. God level isn't so easy after all. She issued commands to the system. Start a check-in for materials to repair the array. Start a check-in for items that let a formation master break through. The personal panel read, current experience reserve, 658.1 billion. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and poured in 31 billion. System messages rolled across the interface. Check-in successful, acquired ancient formation master manuscripts. Check-in successful, acquired special material sealing stones. A thick stack of manuscripts landed in her arms, several boldly stamped God level. Yi Qing secluded herself to study. Symbols that had once been obscure now turned crystal clear, even the runes on the 9 cauldrons standing out like ink on paper. A new prompt appeared. Subprofession, Formation Master advanced to God level. Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction, drew out the sealing stones and other materials, and began the final repairs. After a long silence, the blood flame demon god suddenly laughed coldly. So you've become a God level Formation Master, it seems one of us must die. A blood shadow shot out, hammering against the array walls, trying to break free. Yi Qing ignored him. Fingers danced across the array, every crack sealed in an instant. With materials abundant and her mind razor-sharp, she finished the restoration in just 3 hours. He stepped straight into the formation. The stench of blood is overpowering, sticky mists of crimson hanging in the air. The ground is so red it looks like cloth soaked again and again in dye. Yi Qing frowns, for immortal slaying swords humming around him, while the phantom of a 12th grade white lotus turns slowly above his head. He tightens his grip on the god-reaping gourd and moves forward one cautious step at a time, eyes alert. A blood flame demon god clad in dark crimson armor lunges out of the bloody mist. The moment it crosses the immortal slaying sword array, a downpour of sword aura tears it to pieces. It does not last even a second. Yi Qing's heart tightens. Another clone. The array covers only a few li, yet the blood-stained air is so thick it feels like a swamp. Visibility reduced to inches. Fortunately, with Xiaobai, Beastmark arts, and eternal reincarnation supporting him, his health and mana regenerate in a flash. Attrition is not a concern. The mist boils ahead, and another blood flame demon god appears, its icy gaze seemingly able to freeze the air. You repaired the formation and still dare to intrude? Even killing you 10,000 times would not ease my hatred. The system panel flashes a notice, still a clone, yet as imposing as a proper deity. Spare me the monologue. This time you die, Yi Qing says, drawing the Qishao sword. Behind him, in addition to the 4 immortal slaying swords, several flying swords form up and streak toward the demon. Blood flames surge around the demon, a river of fire-stirred blood ready to clash heat in. Yi Qing remains calm. He fears the enemy hiding, not charging. Peerless sword intent. The immortal slaying array closes in, countless illusory blades merging with it. The demon grunts, snarling, detonate. Its body explodes into blood mist, a ring of scarlet light rising to block the blades. The next instant, a wail echoes. Impossible. You shattered my blood god incarnation. Sorry, my talent ignores all defenses. Yi Qing replies, watching the mist erased by sword light. Blood flame demon god clone slain. 3 trillion experience gained. Back during the Situ clan incident, Yi Qing had already dissected the demon's moves. Fighting it now is effortless. Then he was a nobody struggling before a demigod, but his power has since soared. The sealing array amplifies him, and a god-slaying card waits in reserve. He heads deeper, casually scattering the mist with a single slash, carving a straight corridor. Along the way, clones of every kind rush him, some strong, some weak, yet he cuts down more than a dozen. His level shoots from 120 to 144. In the final stretch, no more clones appear. In the center of an open space stands the blood flame demon god, the real body at last. Yi Qing raises an eyebrow. What? No more copies? The demon speaks in a low voice. You are different. I have been sealed for ages, and you are the only one who charged and determined to kill me from the start. Tell me, what grudge lies between us? The immortal slaying array rises again while Yi Qing locks the demon with the god-reaping gourd and a space-time sigil, grumbling inwardly. In my previous life, I was just some nameless passerby you swatted to death. Not even worth remembering, and inside the reincarnation secret realm, you crushed me countless times as well. Yi Qing did not hesitate this time. The immortal slaying flying dagger sliced through the air, and a flash of icy light bloomed in an instant. The blood flame demon god had only raised his hand before his body was locked in place, unable to move. The blade swept lightly across his neck, as casual as a passing breeze, yet it was lethal. System messages flooded the screen. You have slain the blood flame demon god. Experience gained, 1 trillion. A tidal wave of experience surged through Yi Qing's body, pushing his level up again and again until it hit the cap of 150. All surplus experience flowed automatically into the sign-in system, and the bar at the bottom of the panel rocketed upward. Sign-in system 1, 0000013, 200, 0000000, instantly adding more than 10 trillion experience. Yi Qing simply stared at the corpse on the ground. An enemy who once made him feel as insignificant as an ant had been erased in a single stroke without causing him the slightest stress. He let out a soft sigh, and his state of mind became clear. Ding, the Primeval Sword Dao has taken shape. Primeval Sword Dao, a self-derived sword path that can embrace every law of the universe. Sword type skills deal 8,760 damage and carry the Primeval Purple Chi effect. Primeval Purple Chi allows you to acquire another's talents and buffs and keep them permanently. His stat panel was utterly outrageous. The Qishao sword in his hand trembled, and countless cracks split the surrounding space. If not for the divine grade formation, those fissures would have spread for dozens of miles. After storing the Zhuxian sword formation and the rest of his flying swords, he glanced around and found that the Bloodflame Demon God had even dropped loot. 4 items lay on the ground. 1. Bloodred Armor, Bloodflame Demon God Armor, bound to the owner, unusable by others. 2. Bloodred Spear, Blood God Demon Spear, exclusive weapon, unusable by others. 3. A cluster of dark crimson fire, and extinguishable Blood God Flame, greatly boosts regeneration and can be used to create clones. 4. A dark red divinity shard, Blood Flame Divinity, can be forged into equipment or used to ascend directly to godhood at the cost of never advancing again. Yi Qing stowed the inextinguishable Blood God Flame and the Blood Flame Divinity, then produced the Immortal Slaying Gourd and fed it the armor and spear. The repair progress shot up crazily, 95.1, 96, 97, finally stopping at 99.9. When all was done, he opened the sign-in system and set the target item to equipment. Sign-in successful, Saint Demon Staff obtained. Sign-in successful, Autumn Leaf Blade obtained. Every piece of gear he collected was thrown into the Immortal Slaying Gourd, and after spending 50 billion experience, the gourd was fully restored. A celestial phenomenon flared overhead. Blinding light burst from the gourd, yet the divine grade formation contained it completely. Yi Qing lowered his head to inspect the gourd's stats, and his pupils dilated. Immortal Slaying Gourd Supreme Ruler Tier Artifact. 1. Heaven in a Bottle. Infinite internal space that can store living beings, forms its own world, and automatically collects nearby items. 2. Treasure Turnaround. When activated, increases the user's attack power by 100,000 for 30,000 seconds. Cooldown 31,000 seconds. 3. Immortal Slaying Flying Dagger. Launches a blade of light that forcibly locks and binds the target, dealing 180,000 of the user's attack. 100 chance to kill in one strike, 50 chance to swing a second time, 30 for a third, 15 for a fourth, 5 for a fifth, cooldown 2 hours. These stats are ridiculous. If I switch on the Zhanxian Gourd's special mode, even a true god probably couldn't block a single strike. Yi Qing hovered in midair, tapped the void, and an attribute panel filled his view with numbers. His attack stats crushed anyone at his level, but the defense column flashed in warning red. Thinking of the coming war of the gods, he frowned. A fence was covered, but a paper-thin shield would never do. He sat cross-legged in the sky and decided his next priority was to restore the 12-petal world purifying White Lotus. Once that supreme defensive treasure was complete, and paired with his spatial blink, he could stroll through any battlefield of blades and swords as if he owned it. His gaze dropped to the ground. The divine grand array that blanketed the entire minor spirit realm was still running, its chains of runes crossing like locks and flashing with flowing light. What a waste to leave it here, he murmured. This was the same sealing cage that had pinned the Bloodflame Demon God for tens of thousands of years. If he refined it into a portable array disc, he could unleash it at a critical moment, and even a true god might be trapped. With that thought, Yi Qing took a single step. Tens of thousands of formation sigils flared behind him like falling stars, linking one after another. Amid a deep rumble, the whole array shrank at high speed until it collapsed into a palm-sized, pitch-black disc that landed in his hand, its lines subdued yet hiding power enough to seal mountains. He tucked the disc into his sleeve. Sword light burst beneath his feet, its intent soaring into the clouds. With the sound of shattering air, he shot upward, surveying the land below. Blood mist evaporated under the sun, exposing scorched, barren earth. The spirit realm's most fearsome danger zone had just been wiped off the map. A streak of sword light flashed across the sky and vanished into the endless cloud. Yi Qing was gone. Deep within the ruined foundation of the original sealing array, a wisp of dark red bloodlight slipped free like a venomous snake. A hoarse, low voice echoed. I paid such a steep price, and have only a remnant soul left to recover. I'll have to throw myself into reincarnation. The bloodlight trembled with unwilling rage. With the experience of attaining godhood once, ill return. Spirit realm heavenly venerable, and that nameless brat, just you wait. A crack of pitch-black reincarnation opened behind the bloodlight. It rushed inside without hesitation and disappeared. Yi Qing knew nothing of this. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. The blood-flame demon god was now no more than a fragile ghost. Should it reforge divinity in the next life, Yi Qing could flick it away just as easily. On the spirit realm's central sky peak, wine-tainted wind howled across a vast stone platform. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard leaned against an empty wine jar, clothes in tatters, dead drunk. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, two beams of light stabbing the heavens. So the fiend who slaughtered half the spirit realm has broken free? His gravelly voice dripped with killing intent. Time to visit that little world. He raised a hand, tore open a black rift, stepped through, and the tear sealed behind him. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, limpid starlight flowed like water. Two fist-sized divine embryos floated in silence, faint blood patterns pulsating on their surfaces. Yi Qing stood before the incubation platform, flipped his wrist, sliced a fingertip, and let a thread of blood drip into a groove. The liquid seeped along the channels, was instantly absorbed, and the embryos quivered as though fed to fullness before they settled again. Beside him, Chun Hun, pale-faced, rubbed a fresh scab on his arm and eyed the embryos with envy. The embryos of the three-wheel mountain gods are finally taking shape, but every feeding costs me half my blood. Don't worry. Yi Qing laughed and wiped his hand clean. They'll brew a few furnaces of blood-replenishing pills. A couple of those, and you'll be fine. Chun Hun pulled a bittersweet smile, then couldn't hide his excitement. I finished my class change quest. My level cap just opened straight to 120. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Primordial Hongmeng Qi poured from the pearl, spiraled around Chun Hun, and only a thin stream managed to enter his body. Yi Qing knew the man had followed him faithfully all this time. Their bond had maxed at 100. He lifted a finger, and a sphere of light drilled into Chun Hun's mind. That's the cosmic breathing technique. Take your time learning it. With this, you can level even while you sleep. Scanning the skill, Chun Hun yelped. The proficiency requirement is insane. Thank goodness it runs on its own. No big deal. Yi Qing waved, and casually tossed a massive charred corpse onto the floor. Burned divine bones still gave off faint blood flame demon god's shell. Another god down. Take your time dissecting it. Maybe you'll find something useful. Chun Hun's mouth twitched hard. Watching Yi Qing's retreating figure, his heart pounded faster. This guy, he seems even scarier than the last time. Yi Qing stood beneath the dragonblood tree, gazing at the last remaining egg. The branches were a deep, blood-red hue, and a faint metallic sweetness hung in the air. Nestled in the shadowy leaves, the unhatched egg gleamed with a muted, otherworldly light. Its oppressive aura alone proved that something extraordinary was brewing inside. Beside him, Bizet had already grown noticeably larger. Its snowy coat was sleek, and two solid bumps jutted from its back, as if wings might burst forth at any moment. Yi Qing stroked its warm forehead and laughed. You've only been alive a few days, no need to map out your future yet. The words were casual, but he was secretly calculating. A potential super enforcer could prove invaluable down the line. During that fleeting touch, he used Hongmeng's sword Dao to brush Bizet's spirit, copying its three gifts: seek fortune and avoid calamity, comprehend all things, and read the human heart. They didn't boost raw combat power, yet in an unfamiliar world their worth was immeasurable. The system panel flashed. Talents copied through Hongmeng's sword Dao will be retained permanently. A soft flutter signaled the arrival of Jiu Yuming Dai. Its black wings shimmered with a cold starlight as it settled on his shoulder. Yi Qing tapped it as well, storing away its abilities. The panel confirmed. Copy complete. All talents permanently acquired. Once everything was done, he exited the space within the Hongmeng Pearl and returned to the Shaoling realm. In one of the realm's bustling capitals, cobbled streets teemed with people. Yi Qing, robed in immaculate white, moved as though a natural distance separated him from the crowd. He stepped into a tavern, tossed down a silver ingot, and murmured, "Wine and food." The waiter scrambled, soon delivering local specialties whose aroma blended spirit beast meat with rare spices. Yi Qing sampled the dishes while listening to the conversations around him. The blood mist around the first forbidden zone disappeared overnight, every trace of it. Impossible. That place is sealed off. Unless someone from the higher realms descended. Speculation swirled, yet no one had answers. Suddenly, an old beggar shuffled in. His hair and beard were snow white, his clothes in tatters, and holes gaped in his alms sack, prompting diners to wrinkle their noses. The proprietor moved to evict him, but the beggar laughed, pulled a gold bar from his sleeve, and tossed it onto a table. "I've got money. Why can't I eat here? Bring me the best of everything." The dull thud of gold silenced the room, and patrons exchanged uneasy glances. Yi Qing glanced over, and the system panel instantly appeared. Name: Jiuqin Tianzuan. Realm: early heavenly deity. Profile: one of the Ling realm's strongest beings, who sealed the blood flame demon god 10 millennia ago, drawn here by fluctuations in the seal. Yi Qing was startled. Who would imagine a figure beyond godhood disguised as a beggar? Without the panel, he never would have guessed. He planned to finish his meal and leave without getting involved. But Jiao Chun Tianzuan had already locked eyes on him and ambled over with a grin. Young man, your wine smells different. Mind sparing me a few cups? The tone was half jest, half rogue. Yi Qing sighed and pushed the jug across. It's all yours, just stop pestering me. Jiao Chun Tianzuan laughed and drained it in one gulp. After eating, Yi Qing left the tavern, exited the city, and paused in a nearby forest. Dappled shadows danced overhead as he gazed at the sky. Any realm capable of nurturing a heavenly deity was far from simple. He was at the peak of 4th advancement, and his original status screen had been replaced by the system panel, leaving him without a class advancement quest. To reach 5th advancement quickly, he needed to venture into a grander world. Staying on Blue Star would slow him down severely. The thought had barely formed when a new prompt lit up on the system panel. 1. Travel to the Abyss and receive a class advancement card up to SS rank. 2. Travel to the Shanghai realm and receive 3 creation pills. 3. Remain in the Ling realm and receive an equipment advancement card. Yi Qing stared at the system panel, hesitating. A single creation pill would give him 3 levels. 3 pills meant 9. The class advancement card was useless for now, but he badly needed an equipment advancement card. After a moment's thought, he had a flash of inspiration. Why not pick everything at once and see what happened? The prompt popped up. Choice confirmed. Proceed to the spirit realm. Rewards will be issued upon arrival. Yi Qing shrugged. As expected, no shortcut, but it hardly mattered, still had trillions of experience points banked in the system. Signing in a few more times would eventually net him all these items. He closed the panel, stepped onto his sword light, and shot toward the peak where Daoist Xuanji had ascended. No sooner had the sword light risen than a blinding beam erupted from the city behind him. Lord Jiochin appeared, blocking his path. I misjudged you. Young friendy, you're extraordinary after all, Jiochin said with a smile. Yi Qing's hand slipped to the immortal slaying gourd, killing intent surging. Jiochin waved him off. Because of that fine wine you gave me, I'll do you a favor. Really? Then take me to the spirit realm. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. The suppression here is too heavy. A trivial request. Jiochin nodded. I can open a safe passage, but I have other matters to investigate, or I'd accompany you myself. With that, he pointed to the sky. A deep hum rang out as the laws of heaven and earth were pried open. A vast portal tore through the air, visible only to cultivators at the peak of the 5th cycle or higher. Every top expert in the world felt their hearts tremble. The way forward had appeared. Figures soared from remote forests. Venerable elders rose from mountaintops, turning into streaks of light that vanished into the gate. Watching it, Yi Qing was shaken. This was a god's power changing heaven and earth with a single thought. He cupped his fists in thanks and tossed over a few wine jars. Much obliged, Lord Jiochin. See you in the spirit realm. Jiochin caught the wine and casually flipped him a token. The map of the spirit realm is inside. If you run into trouble, seek help from one of the major factions. Yi Qing rode his sword straight into the portal. Suspended in midair, Jiochin watched his departing figure and muttered, interesting kid. A supreme treasure is shielding his aura. Well, everyone has their own destiny. I'd better track down the blood flame demon lord. Inside the void passage, Yi Qing sat cross-legged on his sword light, examining the token. Its simple material felt heavier than most divine artifacts. As he sped along, he suddenly remembered. He had blasted Daoist Xuanji away with a single strike, yet the direction hadn't matched the spirit realm. Sensing through the time-space mark, he found the old man not only alive but more vigorous than ever. They'll have to visit that world someday, he mused. If Xuanji can thrive there, so can I. Without pause, he flew on for a full day. High above a lush, birdsong-filled forest in the spirit realm, the air twisted, and a spatial rift slowly opened. Yi Qing glanced over his shoulder. The corridor was indeed safe, completely shielding him from spatial turbulence, and even pointing the way forward. He calculated that, with his current peak 5th turn speed, it would still take several months on wings alone to reach the spirit realm. At that very moment, the system panel popped up. You have arrived in the spirit realm. Equipment upgrade card obtained. A crystalline card glowed softly in his palm. He hesitated, should he use it on the Jingshi by Lian or the Hongmingzhu. After a brief pause, he pressed the card against the 12th-grade Jingshi by Lian. The 12th-grade Jingshi by Lian is evolving. Pale gold characters flickered before his eyes. A few breaths later, evolution successful. Information surged in. 12th-grade Jingshi by Lian divine king weapon. All attributes 200,000. Skill 1. White Lotus Shield increases personal defense by 10,000 for 1,000 seconds. Cooldown 1,500 seconds. Skill 2. Purification removes all negative effects, poison, curses, etc., and converts them into double bonuses. Clutching the radiant new lotus, Yi Qing could clearly feel it drawing out and amplifying his spiritual power. The system panel surfaced again. Spirit Realm, an extra-large world steeped in legends of ascension. Rumor claims the secret to becoming immortal lies within 9 perilous lands. For generations, powerhouses have ventured there, yet few return alive. He unfolded the Spirit Realm map. Power markers dotted it like stars, the brightest belonging to several sanctuaries guarded by god-rank experts. Dark vortices marked the 9 danger zones, places even gods avoided. The nearest danger zone was the Immortal Graveyard. Qing decided to investigate. A burst of sword light flared beneath his feet, and he shot off like a rainbow toward the Immortal Graveyard. The Spirit Realm was vast. One region dwarfed the entire Lesser Spirit Realm and eclipsed Blue Star beyond measure. To save time, he kept activating spatial jumps. Soon, a majestic city loomed on the horizon. Towering walls pierced clouds and mist, with armored guards stationed every few steps. Qing dismissed the sword light and landed outside the gate. The massive plaque overhead read Inyang Sacred City. He planned to rest here for 2 days. Pedestrians thronged the streets, and even several demigods mingled quietly among them, yet order prevailed. From their chatter, he learned the city was backed by Inyang Sacred Land, one of humanity's strongest factions. The gate guards included 2 8th-turn demigods and more than a dozen peaked 7th-turn experts. At the payment desk, a clerk pointed to glittering spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone allows a month of cultivation inside the city. Qing spread his hands. I don't have spirit stones, but I do have this. He produced the token Wine Dust Venerable had given him. The 2 demigods shot to their feet, faces alight with excitement. A Land Immortals token. Please come in. Qing pocketed the token and strode through the gate. Several guards exchanged bewildered looks. One finally murmured, "Boss, what did he show you that got you so worked up?" The 8th-turn demigod replied solemnly, "Wine Dust Venerable's token. That venerable is comparable to a land immortal and has been in seclusion for years. Judging by the youth's age, he's likely a disciple of a true immortal." What? The rest of the guards stared in shock. Even the passers-by looked astonished. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qing walked along the bluestone avenue of Inyang Holy City. On either side, twisted exotic trees stood tall, their clustered blossoms releasing a light fragrance that drifted on the breeze. His experience bar was rising at 1200 points per second, several times slower than inside the Hongmeng Pearl. Yet in the outside world, this already qualified as a cultivation paradise. Clad in white, his aura was restrained yet razor-sharp. Even in the densest part of the crowd, he parted the flow of people like a cliff-splitting rapids. Pedestrians unconsciously made way for him. Superior's spirit-guiding talisman sown for 1,000-year, 5-element herb. High-grade pills, 1 bottle for a single supreme spirit stone. The market buzzed with vendors' shouts. Qing's gaze settled on several medicinal plants missing from the Hongmeng Pearl, and he casually traded spirit stones or materials for them. As for pills, he was only a step away from becoming a divine-rank alchemist himself and wasn't interested. Once past the lively crossroads, the next street was noticeably quieter and lined with standalone shops. He chose a loft-style pavilion and, paying with herbs, rented a small courtyard near the border of the Inyang Holy Land. By dusk, he was seated on a stone chair in the yard, gazing at the sky. Though he had stepped into yet another unfamiliar world, he found it rather entertaining. A flash of light appeared behind him. Xiao Bai leaped onto the table, curled up, and lay quietly. Xiao Dai twirled through the air, excited by the new surroundings. Bai Ze's eyes shone as its power to seek fortune and avoid calamity activated on its own. Fixing on the pillar of good luck soaring above Qing's head, it said, "You'll soon stumble upon a great opportunity." I also saw a few future threads that go like this. Boom. Thunder cracked and the clouds burst apart. Bai Ze shivered and fell silent. Every world has different rules, so watch what you say, Qing reminded calmly. The Zhuxian sword appeared behind him, a beam of light lancing into the sky and dispersing the thunderclouds. Bai Ze nodded hurriedly. Though born with knowledge, it was only a few days old and still immature. The table was already laden with dishes, and Qing feasted with his 3 pets. As dusk deepened and the sunset stretched the colonnade shadows, he stroked Xiao Bei's soft fur, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Continuous battles had left his nerves taut. A few days of calm were another form of preparation for the coming wars of the gods and the descent of myth. With the blood-flame demon god, his greatest threat, now slain, he felt far more at ease. When night fell, he returned to the Hongmeng Pearl with his pets and went straight to the laboratory. After feeding 2 god embryos, Qing stood aside, watching Chen Hun work. "What? You want to extract genes from this god too?" Chen Hun forced a smile. "Unless you feed the embryos with your own blood, I'm about to be drained dry." Not interested, Qing shook his head. "Killing gods is easy now. These 2 embryos are enough. More would be pointless." With that, he bit into a piece of fruit, making the little ghost girl Chen Shi giggle. Chen Hun sighed in resignation. Qing's growth rate had already surpassed the entire god creation project. Some half-gods trained for 10,000 years without touching the divine realm. yet he could slay a god with a wave of his hand. At dawn the next day, Yi Qing left the Hongmeng Pearl with only Xiao Bai in tow. Bai Zhe and Xiao Dai were still weaker and needed more time cultivating inside. Stepping out of the courtyard, he found the street already in an uproar. Hurry, the Inyang Holy Land's outer sect tournament is today. There's a real spectacle to see. I hear the new disciples this year are all peerless prodigies, talents at the very top even by spirit realm standards. The crowd surged in one direction. Listening to their chatter, Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and he followed along. At the heart of Inyang's sacred city, a sea of people roiled, their clamor unending. Standing at the rear, Yi Qing let his gaze sweep over the packed crowd to the massive platform at the center. Several youths were locked in fierce combat on the stage. One of them was gaunt, his wooden sword gleaming with a chilling light. A demon mask covered his face, and he had already cut down several opponents in succession. Are they really allowed to kill each other here? These are supposed to be elite disciples. Someone in the crowd cried in disbelief. If they die, they weren't elite after all. The Inyang Sanctuary is a demonic sect. Why would they intervene? Another jeered. Yi Qing kept his eyes on the masked youth. Suddenly, an odd glow flashed around the boy, and a new entry appeared on Yi Qing's system panel. Jian Chen Mythic Grade, Growth Potential, Second Evolution Peak. Child of Destiny, born under hardship, chosen by the spirit realm's heavenly Tao. His future knows no bounds. Yi Qing closed the panel and smiled faintly. Interesting, but still too weak. No sooner had he spoken than a corpse on the stage pulsed with a sinister light. A shadow darted out and burrowed into Jian Chen's back. He spat a mouthful of blood as black markings spread across his wrist, his peak cultivation collapsing. Staggering, he left the arena. On the highest seat at the center, a youth in fine clothes lounged arrogantly, a sultry girl nestled in his arms. Jian Chen has been hit by the Inyang death curse. He wants see tomorrow, the youth said with a cold smile, raising his cup. Thank you, young master, for avenging me. The girl purred, clinging to him while sending a venomous glare after Jian Chen. Cradling a small fox, Yi Qing lazily watched the next bout when a system prompt suddenly popped up. Quest triggered. Help Jian Chen and receive half of his future growth experience. Decline for no reward. Without another glance, he slipped silently out of the crowd. 10 miles outside the city, deep in the forest, stood a wooden shack. Jian Chen's mask had fallen off. He lay on the floor, vomiting blood tainted with dark mist, his face deathly pale. He had a rough idea who the culprit was, yet revenge was beyond him. Blood soaked the sword-shaped pendant on his chest and set it glowing. But just as power was about to surge forth, a rune rose from the ground and sealed it. The door was kicked open and a middle-aged man in a gray robe staggered inside. Reeking of alcohol and carrying a wooden sword, it was Yi Qing in disguise. Didn't expect anyone here. I just wanted a place to sleep, he slurred, belching as he looked down at Jian Chen. Kid, you're in bad shape. Need a hand? Jian Chen coughed up another mouthful of black blood, skeptical of the drunk's medical skills. Looking down on me. Yi Qing snorted and slapped his palm against Jian Chen's back. The black curse sigil was forcibly ripped out and dropped into his hand. He then shoved a pill into Jian Chen's mouth. Inyang Death Curse Epic Grade. Clings to its target, devours cultivation and blood essence, and spreads endless death aura. Yi Qing pocketed the curse, activated the purifying white lotus, and redirected the curse's power into himself, doubling its potency. Not bad at all. Yi Qing lounged in a chair, wine gourd in hand, eyes half closed. Cicadas chirped on and off in the courtyard, and his slow, steady breathing betrayed just how drunk he was. After 10 odd minutes, Jian Chen, who had been sprawled on the ground, struggled upright. The grayness drained from his face, color returned, and life stirred in his chest. Though his cultivation had slipped from the peak of second rank to its early stage, he was still overjoyed. So long as he lived, he could reclaim what had lost. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Jian Chen gazed at Yi Qing, unable to hide his awe. This seemingly tipsy young man carried a fathomless aura, like a master who viewed the world as a game. Jian Chen crawled forward and fell to his knees. Yi Qing cracked an eye, took a swig, and spoke through the burn of the liquor. Repay me? No thanks. Too dull. I'm off. He staggered away, steps wobbly yet somehow jaunty. A line blinked across Yi Qing's system panel. Half of Jian Chen's future gains would flow to him. Yi Qing smirked. Far too easy. Yet the kid was so weak he might not even handle level 50 beasts. With a casual step, Yi Qing traced dozens of hair-thin sword marks that spread like runes and sank into the earth. By the time Jian Chen looked up, Yi Qing had vanished. Jian Chen silently vowed to repay the debt. Unnoticed, transparent runes surfaced beneath his feet and slipped between robe and skin. A pendant at his chest flashed gold, and an ancient, resonant voice rang out. Young one, I did not expect you to awaken me. I am the sword spirit of the first divine sword of the spirit realm. In a secluded courtyard of Inyang's sacred city, Yi Qing reclined on a bamboo lounger, basking in the sun. Little White curled beside him, tail swishing. He tipped the immortal slaying gourd for a sip. The wine no longer carried bonuses, but its flavor remained superb. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, fruit trees thrived. He mused that he should brew his own spirit wine soon. Little White chirped a soft response, as if seconding the idea. 2 days slipped by. Daytime found Yi Qing wandering the city, sampling tea and scenery. At night he retreated to the Hongmeng Pearl's pocket realm and fully relaxed. At dawn, Yi Qing left Yinyang Sacred City. Sword light flared beneath his feet, turning him into a streak headed for the immortal burial grounds. Midway, a gale tore through the sky as a column of exotic beasts thundered in, scales flashing and wings beating. Dozens of cultivators rode them, their momentum so fierce that nearby monsters fled. Clear the way. We're off to attack Yinyang Sacred City. An old man barked. He's coming from the city, must be one of theirs, another said coldly. Kill him. Yi Qing had planned to detour, but the murderous words lit a chill in his eyes. He unleashed his full strength at once. A crushing aura shot skyward, ripping 10 li of sky with razor-edged tears. An earthly immortal. Faces drained of color, such beings were the true pillars of any sacred land, able to roam the spirit realm unhindered. From the rear, a white-robed woman burst forward, phoenix mask gleaming, gold cloak fluttering, her aura condensed and heavy. Her voice stayed level. We were at fault. Let's both back off. Yi Qing had no patience for debate. With a turn of his wrist, the Qishao sword appeared, its edge blazing with icy light. He raised his arm and catoned decisive slash. The golden-robed woman's expression changed in an instant. A gilded longsword appeared in her hand, turning into the phantom of a 3-legged golden crow, its blistering radiance warping the air. Yi Qing's Qishao sword light cleaved straight toward her, and the two sword intents collided like thunder, ripping the sky apart. At the same time, the cultivators who had spoken rudely moments ago suffered a violent backlash of blood and chi. They toppled dead before a single scream escaped. Sword light whirled into a rainbow. The Qishao sword shrank into a crimson streak and sank back into Yi Qing's body. The severed golden crow phantom shattered into countless gold motes, drifting away on the wind. Behind her mask, the woman snapped 2 words, take a detour. The vast column of troops obeyed. Rerouting the moment, she flicked her sleeve. Yi Qing watched the Format Iona main force from Taichu Holy Land marching to assault Yinyang Sacred City and weighed his options. Fresh to this realm, he did not own a single local spirit coin. Perhaps it was time to pick up some spoils. The thought barely formed before both man and swordlight vanished. On the ramparts of Yinyang Sacred City, an elder in an ash-gray robe gazed into the sky, his aura climbing with each breath. Taichu Holy Land has mobilized their entire sect, he muttered. Beside him, a middle-aged man asked uneasily, Patriarch, should we return that immortal artifact? The elder snorted. Ridiculous. This is Yinyang Sacred City. No matter how many experts they bring, they can't break the city array. A black and white streak crashed down. The protective screen shattered at once. The elder's face went dark, his boast had been slapped away. An immortal-grade formation breaker talisman, they really spent one. Gold light gathered at the breach. The golden-robed woman strode through the air, sword across her chest, the 3-legged golden crow flapping behind her, waves of heat melting stone blocks to slag. Yinyang Patriarch, return the Tianshu divine sword that belongs to our holy land. Yin and Yang Qi spiraled around the elder, splitting the heavens into black and white. If it's battle you want, then battle it is, spare me the chatter. 2 towering currents of power erupted, and war consumed the skies above and below the walls. High outside the city, Yi Qing hovered among the clouds, silently observing. These cultivators drew on the world's energies, utterly unlike the body-forging brutes of the abyss, he noted. As the battlefield descended into chaos, he suppressed his presence and slipped toward the city. After a brief sweep, he located the treasury. 8 8th-rank guards stood before a massive golden gate. A cold flash pinned them in place as though time had frozen. Yi Qing stepped forward and tapped the array. It came apart like wet paper. Inside, space rings lay in heaps, their overlapping glows cascading like a waterfall. At the center crouched a blackened skeleton, seated like an ancient monk keeping vigil. Suddenly the bones exploded. 9th-rank power surged, and a blur lunged at him, the shockwave webbing cracks across the walls. A white lotus phantom blossomed around Yi Qing, turning the blow aside. His golden martial body rose like a cliff, and one hammering fist reduced the skeleton to drifting bone dust. With a sweep of his sleeve, rows of storage rings disappeared. Just as he turned to leave, 2 terrifying auras locked onto the vault, one on par with the former Jiao Chun heavenly venerati, in other words, deity level. Unwilling to tangle, Yi Qing shivered once, space rippled like disturbed water, and he slipped through the void, fleeing far away. After all, he bore no grudge against Yinyang Sacred City. He had only come to profit from the turmoil. 2 elderly figures materialized and stared at the shattered pile of bones on the ground, their pupils contracting in shock. That heap had once been a puppet forged by a terrestrial true immortal, Yet now it was pulverized into weathered dust, clearly crushed by a being of far greater power. The two men exchanged glances, each alarmed by the same thought. Anyone strong enough to destroy that puppet would never covet the spirit stones stored in the treasury. Who can say? One of them muttered with a bitter smile, kicking aside the fragments. The treasury's losses are minor, but repairing this puppet will cost a fortune. Yi Qing strolled leisurely down a street in Inyang Holy City, looking nothing like his former self. He now wore a middle-aged face, let his aura ripple openly, and kept a bulging pouch of freshly stolen spirit stones at his waist enough to spend lavishly for quite a while. Scanning the area, he muttered, "Where's the herb garden? In a sanctuary this large, I can't miss any transcendent-grade medicine." While he pondered, several city disciples swept in and surrounded him. "You're no disciple of this city," the leader barked. "Breaking in here is courting death." He struck without warning, but Yi Qing didn't even bother to look up. With a flick of his wrist, a volley of runes shot out, converging in midair into a disc-shaped array that exploded with a thunderous boom. The disciples crumpled to the ground unconscious, unable to utter a sound. Yi Qing grasped one of their wrists, and his actor's gift flared to life. His features, build, and even the patterns on his robe morphed in plain sight until he looked like an ordinary disciple of the city. At the same time, he rifled through the man's memories of the herb garden. Eyes gleaming, he set off like the wind toward his new target. Deep inside the garden, only a handful of 8th-turn guards were on patrol, not a single 9th-turn true god among them. Fragrant medicinal qi filled the air, and Yi Qing instantly locked onto more than a dozen mythical herbs, as well as the flower in the center, its petals alternating black and white. The Yin-Yang miraculous blossom transcendent grade, he rejoiced. He severed its roots with a gentle motion, channeled spiritual power into the bloom, and streams of black and white energy poured into his storage ring. The blossom could be refined into several potent pills, or swallowed whole to unleash Yin-Yang phenomena in battle and send one's combat power soaring. Within moments, the miraculous blossom and every nearby mythical herb were safely stowed away. Just as he prepared to leave, he sensed two familiar, formidable auras speeding toward him. "They're on my tail again. Time to go." He took one step, space folded, and his figure vanished. Outside Inyang Holy City, beside a secluded wooden hut, a white-clad girl plummeted from the sky, her snowy dress soaked in blood. The hut's door creaked open, and Jianshan rushed out, panic in his eyes. "What do we do?" "Save her." Obviously, an aged voice rasped from the sword-shaped pendant at his waist. "Her physique is extraordinary. Her future potential is immense." Jian Chun carried the girl inside and tended to her wounds with extreme care. On a branch 100 meters away, Yi Qing stood silently. The Baize markings on his palm glimmered as he peered into a thread of possible futures. Jian Chun would leave the city with the girl, journey to the primordial Holy Land, seize chance after chance, and rise like a comet. The turning point of destiny, he murmured with a smile. His body grew translucent, then vanished entirely, heading toward the land of fallen immortals. 2 days later, on the outer rim of that desolate realm, a ruined city stood alone amid lifeless soil. Only a few wandering spirits drifted within its crumbling walls, and nothing but barren ground stretched outside. Yi Qing landed on a gray-white peak and gazed over the dead landscape, a chill creeping across his skin even from the perimeter. The place radiated terrifying danger. Suddenly, an old figure streaked through the sky and plunged straight into the depths of the land of fallen immortals without hesitation. What happened next left Yi Qing speechless. The moment the old man stepped into the Xinzong realm, he vanished without a trace. Yi Qing frowned. He had sensed no spatial ripple at all and wondered where the man could have gone. Seconds later, he pulled up the system panel and ordered a scan of the Xinzong realm. Cold lines of text appeared. Xinzong realm's supreme deity tier, a terrifying being from endless ages past, still lurks within. Its power is nearly exhausted, yet it clings to life. Note: with your current strength, you are utterly outmatched at your own risk. Yi Qing's eyelid twitched. Nearly exhausted, and it was still supreme deity tier? Beyond a true god lies a celestial god, then a god king, and only after that do the few supreme deity tiers exist. How powerful had this being been at its peak? He considered retreating to another forbidden zone, but the system map showed the closest one was still far away. Even with spatial travel, it would take more than 10 days to reach. At that thought, he remembered his trump card, the Bummy Shueshan flame. A crimson glow flared in his palm, and a flame the color of fresh blood floated up. He tossed it into the air, where it swelled into a humanoid avatar with features resembling his own, though its aura was much weaker. Imbue a shred of consciousness. With that, Yi Qing sank his mind into the avatar, while his true body slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner space. Controlling the substitute felt awkward and frail, but he sneered, "It's only for recon." A blade of sword light formed beneath his feet, and the avatar streaked toward the Xinzong realm. The instant he crossed the boundary, a strange force tugged at him. In a blink, the barren desert was gone. Birds sang, flowers scented the air, and the scene looked like an immortal paradise. Not far ahead, the old man who had gone in first stood frozen, muttering, "No one has ever left this forbidden land alive, yet the inside looks like this." Yi Qing walked over and said evenly, "Your lifespan is almost gone, isn't it?" The old man gave a wry smile. "Yes, a month at most. I'm gambling on a breakthrough to extend my life. I am Li Han, third elder of Taichu Holy Land." Yi Qing, unaffiliated. He pointed to himself. "This is only a duplicate." Li Han stiffened. "If a duplicate dies, the true body perishes with it. Many tried before you, none survived. Thanks for the warning, but I'll keep going." Yi Qing sounded calm, certain that the Hongmeng Pearl severed all causal ties. If the avatar died, his true body would remain unharmed. He headed into the dense forest. Suddenly, a brilliantly plumed peacock swooped down, landed, and flashed with light, turning into a young woman in rainbow robes. Her face was stunning, yet her aura was icy and her eyes dull. Five-colored radiance surged around her as she struck without a word. "She doesn't even speak?" Yi Qing sighed. Her strength matched that of an average god. She was almost certainly a puppet. He activated every buff at once. 9 flying swords rose behind him, the sword shadows born of the divine sword avatar skill. Though only projections, they still carried both his Hongmeng sword Dao and mortal extreme sword intent. The clash of sword light and multicolored radiance left the two evenly matched. In that frantic exchange, an aged, astonished voice echoed from the void. "Those 4 immortal swords impossible, they're only phantoms." Yi Qing was completely focused on the fight against the girl in multicolored robes, only to discover how strange her attacks were. A flash of 5-colored light erased the dozen phantom swords he had formed, as if they had never existed. Luckily, he had already copied the celestial fox form with the beastmark technique, so both his health and mana were still abundant. Behind the battle zone, Li Han suffered a far grimmer fate. Facing the same rainbow-clad girl with only peak demigod cultivation and a dwindling lifespan, he lasted mere minutes before a beam of 5-colored light pierced him and turned him to dust. The next instant, 2 identical rainbow-robed girls appeared and closed in on Yi Qing. Under the sudden pressure, he unveiled his trump card. Peerless sword intent erupted, and his golden martial body clamped around him like forged iron. Spectral blades spiraled through the air. The mortal dust extreme sword merged with his intent, and in only 2 strokes he cut the divine puppet's back into nothingness. Yet the 5-colored glow spread again, wiping out every phantom blade in a blink. Yi Qing gave a wry smile. Even his true body would struggle without the immortal slaying flying dagger, so he might as well abandon this avatar. Unexpectedly, the radiance did not harm him. Instead, it whisked him away to a dreamlike palace. The hall was magnificent, shrouded in drifting clouds. On a high dais sat an elder, so ancient his features were barely human. His gaze lingered on the 4 flying swords behind Yi Qing, as though lost in memories that stretched back ages. The chamber was utterly silent. Yi Qing said nothing, simply observing the elder and his surroundings. Though the old man's aura seemed ordinary, it carried an unfathomable depth that could draw one in at a glance. After a long silence, a hoarse voice echoed through the hall. "The time is almost here. In a few decades the world will change, and I will awaken fully. For the sake of those 4 immortal swords behind you, I will spare your life." With a flicker in the old man's eyes, Yi Qing's avatar was sent out of the immortal burial domain. Yi Qing cast a deep look back at the forbidden land but did not linger. He stepped onto his sword light and tore through the sky. Questions churned in his mind. Who was that man? He recalled that in 30 years the mythic age would descend when the great Xia heavenly court and underworld, the western heaven and hell, and every ancient pantheon would manifest, and concluded the elder's warning pointed to that moment. Memories of his previous life stung him. At the dawn of that age, the blood-flame demon god had killed him with a single palm. After the avatar sped thousands of miles and dissolved into the horizon, Yi Qing's true body opened its eyes inside the Hongmeng Pearl, reclaiming the avatar. Peach blossoms filled the air, waves of pink rippled across the flower sea, yet urgency gripped his heart. His own cultivation remained mediocre. He had relied on treasures like the Hongmeng Pearl, the immortal slaying gourd, and the world-purifying white lotus for safety. If he failed to advance quickly, he would never survive the coming upheaval. He set a clear goal: reach the demigod realm before the invasion from beyond. Over the next 2 days he stayed inside the Hongmeng Pearl, planting Yingyang miracle blossoms and countless mythic herbs, nurturing divine embryos, and refining elixirs without wasting a single moment. When everything was ready, he left the Pearl's inner world and returned to the sacred city of Yingyang. The fighting there had ceased, though he had no idea who had prevailed. On a side street, he unexpectedly spotted Jiuchen Tianzuan, drinking alone in a corner. Jiuchen Tianzan's eyes lit up the moment he spotted Yi Qing. "Got any more of that good wine? Hurry, give me a few more jars," he demanded, rolling up his sleeves in impatience. Yi Qing sat down cross-legged beside him and casually produced 2 jars of monkey wine. Weren't you off hunting that demon? Back in the spirit realm already? Don't mention it. Jochin tucked the jars under his arm, tipped one back, and took a long pull. The strong aroma of liquor spread through the air. Somebody beat me to the punch and killed the fiend outright. I only caught a scrap of its soul and chased it all the way to some place called the Netherworld. The moment I got there, a bunch of powerhouses were milling around, and the first one I met blasted me right back out. Yi Qing listened in silence, frowning when he heard that the blood-flamed demon god might not be entirely gone. The existence of the Netherworld didn't surprise him, so he pressed on. What happened to that last wisp of soul? They said it entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, Jochin replied, shaking the empty jar before popping open the second. Supposedly the fiend will be reborn with no memory of its past life. TCH, I never imagined places like that actually existed. People streamed past in the street, but no one dared approach the 2 cultivators. Jochin drank until he was pleasantly buzzed, his voice trailing off. Sensing the man's mood fading, Yi Qing rose and brushed the dust from his robe. The blood-flame demon god was no longer a threat. His own breakthrough now took priority. He glanced at his profession panel, still a gap between Grandmaster Alchemist and Divine Rank Alchemist. More than a dozen pill recipes could help him push through. Rather than risk other spirit realm forbidden zones, a closed-door alchemy session seemed safer. After a quick word of farewell to Jochin, Yi Qing shot toward the city gates. Through bleary eyes, Jochin watched him go. Everyone else is still on the roadhouse, that kid so fast. Ah, whatever. More wine. Outside the city, a lush forest stretched below. Jianchen was long gone. Skimming the treetops on his sword, Yi Qing opened his map. Jianchen had reached the primordial sanctuary and was doing well. Other spirit realm danger zones, North Sea Trench, Nether Grotto, ancient ruins were all far away. Only Destiny Tower lay nearby, a note he stored for later. He ripped open the void and stepped into a storm of endless darkness, locking onto another spatial mark, the world where Taoist Xuanji resided. Though Xuanji was merely 5th rank, his power was climbing fast. That realm clearly held hidden opportunities. My breakthrough might be there, Yi Qing mused. He shifted course, sword light bending toward the imprint. With no urgent threats, he took his time, traveling for several hours until he exhausted every available spatial jump, then sheathed his sword and slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl. In the spacious lab, steady warm light bathed 2 incubation tanks. Yi Qing entered, checked the nutrient levels, and injected fresh blood. The divine embryos absorbed it instantly. Their skeletal markings were crisp, their bodies already the size of 3- or 4-year-old children. Chen Hun stood nearby, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Your blood is ridiculously potent. Given the peculiarity of this world, they'll be out of those tanks in a month. Sensing a gentle energy stirring within the embryos, Yi Qing asked, any sign of their affinities? Chen Hun shook his head. Nothing yet. Then we'll wait till they wake. Yi Qing left the lab for the empty drill yard, laid down a formation, and began adding ingredients, controlling the flame, drawing the pill. True essence flowed around the furnace as medicinal fragrance thickened. The alchemy process ended success. For 3 straight days, Yi Qing either rode the void or refined pills inside the primal chaos pearl. At last he reached the rim of his destination, sliced a crack in space with one finger, and stepped through. The far side opened onto a primordial mountain chain, peaks linked like emerald waves. Waterfalls thundered down sheer cliffs, and rare beasts roamed the mist without a hint of malice, an earthly paradise. As Yi Qing emerged, a flood of heavenly data poured into his mind. Here, his cosmic breathing method would earn 300 million experience points per day, barely less than inside the pearl. He pulled up his system panel. Great Wilderness Realm Sovereign Class. Environment. Identical to the primordial era. Note. Several supreme sovereigns slumber. Hurrito, not disturb them. Creatures are normally non-aggressive, but senseless slaughter will summon a sovereign. Yi Qing frowned. The place looked serene, yet was more perilous than the immortal burial grounds. From the fog hopped a palm-sized beast, an ape-like body draped in crimson fur, a single snow-white tuft between its brows, bright eyes fixed on Yi Qing, one paw poking his boot. Appraisal displayed. Zhu Yin God King. Level 300. Talents. Crimson Eye, 3 heads 6 arms, innate shape-shifting. Nature. Indomitable, born to battle heaven and earth, extremely mischievous. Yi Qing sighed. Every random creature here was remarkable. He stroked the little beast's back and handed it 2 spirit fruits. Zhu Yin chirped happily, bounded 10 meters, and vanished into the woods. He released 3 pets. Xiaobai crouched on his shoulder, blue eyes gleaming. Xiaodai hovered overhead, wings scattering starlight. Bei scanned the surroundings, shock in her pupils. An environment like this shouldn't exist today unless a supreme being carved it out. Yi Qing nodded. You seem to know it well. I'll stay a few days. He summoned Chen Han. With several pets and his sister Chen Shi, Chen Han explored, exclaiming, amazing, exactly like a freshly spawned dungeon. Pretty much, Yi Qing laughed. The creatures won't strike first. Let's make camp. Night fell. 2 tents flanked a roaring fire. and the scent of roasting meat drifted on the wind. Yi Qing and Chun Hun sat drinking straight from a jar, tossing scraps to the pets. Suddenly the ground shuddered. Deep in the forest, thunderous impacts boomed. Two colossal shadows grappled. One was the Zhu Yin they'd met earlier, now mountain tall, 3 heads howling, 6 arms flailing. Its foe, wrapped in crackling lightning, was a thunder beast. Chun Hun set down his wine. They're tougher than most demigods. Yi Qing took a swig. Didn't know the little monkey could fight like that. This'll end fast. Inside the battle zone, the thunder beast barely super god class was hammered back by Zhu Yan's onslaught, then fled, lightning aura in tatters. Zhu Yan didn't pursue. It shrank to a crimson streak, shot toward the campfire, and locked its red eyes on Yi Qing's wine jar. Yi Qing beckoned. Come here. Landing by the fire, Zhu Yan wordlessly inhaled the remaining food, patted its round belly, and sprawled on a branch. Yi Qing unfolded a scarlet cloak in the firelight. The cloak of all beings, allowing its wearer to converse with every creature. Once he put it on, he'd understand every word Zhu Yan spoke. These foods are delicious. I've never tasted anything like them. Zhu Yan patted his swollen belly and sprawled lazily along a thick branch, his voice full of satisfaction. Yi Qing, wrapped in the mantle of 10,000 spirits, heard every word as the cloak translated the beast tongue into the familiar Daxia common speech. Yi Qing looked up at him and asked calmly, "How long have you lived here?" Realizing the human could understand him, Zhu Yan flipped off the branch, circled Yi Qing twice, and sat down in surprise. "A very long time. I've roamed these parts since the day I was born. I've tried to venture farther, but I'm always stopped by a powerful anemia giant bird so fast I can't even touch it." Perched on Yi Qing's shoulder, Xiaobai spoke in a gentle girl's voice. "I feel so comfortable here. I can even sense others of my kind." Yi Qing stroked her soft fur and murmured, "I'll help you look for them. We might find something unexpected." Xiaobai nodded quietly. "All right." Chun Hun, who had been observing from the side, frowned. "You can actually talk to spirit beasts? I picked up a special item a while ago and finally got to use it." Yi Qing replied evenly. As night fell, Chun Hun insisted on returning to his Labanli. There did he feel safe. Yi Qing obliged, sending Chun Hun, Chun Shi, and several pets back into the Hongmeng Pearl. A cool breeze drifted through the camp as Yi Qing sat alone outside his tent, gazing at the sky. The stars looked like gems set into black velvet, radiating an unfamiliar energy. While practicing the cosmic breathing technique, he noticed the flow of true qi within him quicken. Xiaobai slept beside him, silver moonlight trickling into her body. Her fur glowed softly as her aura rose. Under the same moon, Xiaodai danced gracefully, drawing in lunar essence, while Bei stood solemnly at Yi Qing's side. "This place is remarkable," he said in his boyish voice. "Just living here makes you stronger. In that other world of yours, power comes quickly too, but it's too wild and takes ages to digest. Here the power is much gentler." Yi Qing nodded and ruffled Bei's head. "Go on, soak up the moonlight." As he watched the beast only a few days old, he mused that someday he would have a formidable strategist at his side. Next, he took out various poisons and swallowed them. His unique physique converted each toxin into a permanent boon. The damage that should have drained his life now became continuous regeneration. Nearby, Zhu Yin snored beneath a root. Yi Qing activated Hongmeng's sword Dao and copied the beast's gifts: defy heaven and earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, and body as tall as the sky, each one a massive boost to his combat power. At dawn, the enormous sun leapt above the horizon. The 3 pets woke one after another, all having leveled up. Yi Qing announced, "Today we're heading north to explore. I want fight. They'll support you with formations." "No problem," Xiaobai replied gently, her voice sweet and clear. "Sounds great." Xiaodai chimed in, her childish tone bright and cheerful. Yi Qing packed up the tent and set off northward with the 3 pets. Their pace was brisk but unhurried. Passing through one dense forest after another, he casually gathered spirit herbs along the way. Red sun blossom. This is key for crafting yin-yang pills. Put it away. Although Yi Qing was out gathering herbs, he always left a few roots behind to plant later in the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. Deep in the forest, branches swayed with a loud rustle. A gray blur flashed through the canopy. It was Zhu Yan. Bounding from limb to limb, he called down, "Hey, I'm coming with you. There's a huge bird up north, and I've been dying to see what's on the other side." Yi Qing looked up and nodded. "All right." Thrilled, Zhu Yan thumped his chest. "Let's go? I've wanted to clobber that thing for ages, but I can never land a hit." The group headed north. Yi Qing opened the map function. On the screen, a mountain towered straight into the clouds like a colossal wall. Along the way, he continued harvesting herbs, leaving the roots as usual, while Zhu Yan bounced energetically among the treetops. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out from the distant peak, and a golden bird streaked across the sky. Its crimson eyes fixed on Zhu Yan. "You dare return in with backup?" it roared. Yi Qing pulled up the observation panel. Xian Niao talent, transcendent, realm, early 8th turn, traits, auspicious omen, extreme speed, roams freely between heaven and earth, currently incubating eggs. Before the words vanished, Zhu Yin had already transformed into a three-headed, six-armed giant ape and lunged. But Xian Niao moved like lightning, and every punch missed. In the next instant, Xiaobai leapt from Yi Qing's shoulder, eyes blazing, and froze the bird in midair. Zhu Yin seized the opening, hammering 3 heavy blows into its chest and abdomen. Xian Niao coughed blood and crashed at the mountain's base. Yi Qing approached. 2 new lines hovered beside the fallen bird: talent divine communion, talent vitality mastery. As Xian Niao struggled, glowing runes rose from the ground and sealed it tight. Yi Qing sat cross-legged, ran the Hongmeng sword Dao, and copied the vitality mastery talent. Then he spoke calmly. Easy. We won't hurt you. The array will dissolve in half an hour. Zhu Yin shrank back to normal size and perched on a branch. Panting, Xian Niao eyed Yi Qing. You may leave, but Zhu Yin cannot. If he appears in the outside world, disaster will follow. Zhu Yin scratched his head and hopped down. What disaster? I'm not planning anything. Xian Niao closed its eyes, and brilliant light erupted, shooting a pillar into the sky. Yi Qing did nothing. He wanted to see which deity the divine communion would summon. Moments later, a 7-colored arc flashed across the heavens and descended. When the radiance faded, a barefoot girl in purple hovered in midair, her presence ethereal and flawless. She looked down, voice clear and gentle. You cannot take Zhu Yin away. Once he emerges, war will break out. Yi Qing's gaze sharpened, and a new panel appeared. Xiao Fairy Transcendent, Realm, Early 9th Turn, Status, one of Shi Wangmas maids, Specialty, Non-combatant. He glanced at the forlorn Zhu Yin. So there are humans in this world? Xiao nodded lightly. Of course. Beyond this range lies a human tribe. She scrutinized Yi Qing but found nothing amiss. Zhu Yin squeaked anxiously. Even Yi Qing couldn't decipher it. The girl's link to a sovereign-class master made the situation thorny, yet he raised his head and said firmly, and if I insist on taking Zhu Yin with me? Fairy Xiao showed no anger and spoke calmly. Then this is the fate of humankind, and I won't stop you. However, if your actions truly spark a war, I must report it to my master, she added, before dissolving into a streak of azure light that vanished across the sky. Zhu Yin leapt in front of Yi Qing, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Relax, they'll take responsibility for whatever happens, Yi Qing said, patting the beast's head as he watched the light fade, then lifted the seal from the Xian bird. The Xian bird's wings quivered. Its old wounds had healed, yet its tone was still resentful. Be grateful I'm not trying to stop you, and now you want me to be your mount? You will, Yi Qing replied with a smile, flipping a few lustrous pills into his palm. They're made for spirit beasts and will speed up your growth. Enticed by the scent, the Xian bird hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded and swallowed the pills, allowing Yi Qing, his 3 pets, and Zhu Yin to climb onto its broad back. An instant later it burst through the clouds, leaving a sapphire trail in the sky. Above the clouds, Yi Qing examined Zhu Yin carefully. The fierce beast displayed no talent or skill that could bring war. Strange, he muttered. Baize's voice sounded at his ear. An invisible aura of calamity clings to it. A seal will suffice. Reassured, Yi Qing used his finger as a brush and quickly etched runes on Zhu Yan's fur. Moments later he asked, how much remains? Very little, hardly worth mentioning. Yi Qing added several more patterns, then looked down at the jagged mountain range below. A sudden sight caught his eye. In the forest, a brawny man clad in animal hides sprinted like the wind, holding aloft a colossal beast the size of a small hill. People in this world are unbelievably tough, Yi Qing exclaimed. The Xian bird explained. His name is Shi Xian, the strongest warrior of the nearby tribes. Rumor says he once bathed in true dragon's blood, granting him boundless strength. I often protect these tribes, so I know quite a bit about him. While it spoke, the Xian bird landed in a flat clearing. Yi Qing dismounted with his pets and watched the bird spread its wings and depart. Human tribes hear this is getting more interesting, he thought, tempted to stay longer. The ground shook. Shi Xian strode over, carrying the boar-like monster with rocky armor on its back, laughing heartily. Brother, you're not from any tribe around here, are you? Never seen you before. Come visit ours. Yi Qing smiled slightly. All right. Silently, he opened a status panel. Shi Xian, Ultra Divine, Growth Potential, 7th Turn Peak. Note, Future Human Emperor, Bearer of Destiny, destined to unite all tribes. A fur-clad hero who will become the human emperor, Yi Qing mused, yet he followed Shi Xian into the settlement. Beside a bonfire the tribe gathered at once. Seeing the stone-hide beast, young and old cried out together. A beast this big will feed us for months. I bet brother Shi Xian killed it with one punch. I just saw the Xian bird fly over our tribal totem. Today is truly blessed. Shi Xian dropped the gigantic carcass casually, while the crowd kept talking about the Xian bird. A white-haired elder said in a trembling voice, the Xian bird has guarded this land for thousands of years. It is our deity. Yi Qing found it amusing. If Shi Xian broke through right now, He could probably defeat that so-called guardian with ease. Shi Xian introduced Yi Qing. He's from a nearby tribe, he said. I invited him to visit. Several elders studied Yi Qing and the pets behind him. Was he a skilled beast tamer? He looked like a promising young man. The rough bonfire cast light over their muscles, so solid they seemed ready to burst. In this tribe, forging the body was everything, and all else was illusion. On Blue Star, any one of these old men could have worked as a bodybuilding coach. One of the elders stepped forward, his voice booming. Come with me. We'll find you a place to stay. Yi Qing followed with his pets, moving through a passage of beast bones and timber until they stopped before a ramshackle cabin. Several boards were missing from the roof, and the door hung crookedly, yet he paid it no mind. By night, he would rest in the Hongmeng Pearl space anyway. The elder reminded him, "He'll fetch you when dinner's ready," then left. Only a battered wooden chair remained inside. Yi Qing sat, fingers tapping the backrest as thoughts churned. This world had no map, and everything would have to be discovered by chance. Xiaobai swished its snowy tail and leaned against him. I can sense others of my kind. Shall we go there next? Sure, he answered, stroking its fluffy fur while peering through a gap in the door at the tribe outside. About 2 hours later, Shi Xian pushed the door open, stirring up dust. He glanced around and apologized. Most of us live in huts like this. I'm afraid you'll have to make do. This is fine, Yi Qing replied calmly. Shi Xian grinned. They're butchering a stonehide beast outside. Come eat with us. Yi Qing watched his departing back, eyes flashing as his talent, insight into hearts, activated. The man was hiding something. Baize whispered, destined ruler, future emperor, I think he wants to recruit you. Maybe, Yi Qing said, let's wait and see. Just before nightfall, Yi Qing, his 3 pets, and Zhu Yan reached the center of the tribe. A huge bonfire crackled while slabs of stonehide beast dripped fat into the flames, filling the air with the scent of roasting meat. Clansmen sat in circles and chatted as the setting sun stained half the sky blood-red. Perched on a stone stool, Yi Qing gazed at the horizon. Since entering this realm, he had sensed a vague chance to break through, yet the land was vast, and the opportunity elusive. Suddenly the ground shook violently. At the camp's edge, dozens of enormous demon wolves bared icy fangs, surrounding the settlement. Riders wearing bone masks sat astride them, eyes cold. The leader raised a bone spear and spoke in a frosty voice. The last tribe in the Xian bird territory is here. Conquest begins now. Shi Xian strode past the defenses, calling in disbelief. Songlong tribe? How did you get here? Did you skirt Tianyu Mountain? In the distant darkness, Xian bird and Song wolf forces were already locked in fierce combat, their roars shaking the sky. The masked leader stepped forward and lifted his stone spear. I hear you are the strongest in Xian bird territory. I, Song Yi, challenge you today. If I lose, that Song wolf tribe will withdraw immediately and never attack this land again. The riders behind him fell silent, clearly convinced of their leader's authority. Yi Qing stood a short distance away, watching the scene with interest. Zhu Yan stood to the side, suddenly questioning himself, was this battle really my fault? If I'd known, I never would have left my territory. Yi Qing reached over and ruffled the creature's shaggy head, his tone calm and certain. Relax. None of this is on you. It's Shi Xian's destiny. He's meant to unite every tribe. Baize nodded lightly. Exactly. Across the clearing, Shi Xian and Song Yi had already crossed blows. Both were peak 7th turn cultivators, yet the difference was night and day. A phantom dragon rose behind Shi Xian, its roar rippling through the air. He punched once, and the illusory claw shattered the stone spear in Song Yi's hand. Shards exploded outward. Song Yi was hurled more than 10 meters, crashing into a massive ancient tree. The trunk quivered, but his bones held. He staggered on landing, chest heaving. Shi Xian walked forward, his presence as heavy as a mountain. He gave a dismissive smile. You're too weak. I can't even be bothered to kill you. Leave while you still can. Song Yi stared in disbelief and bellowed, impossible. We're in the same realm. A piercing cry sliced through the night. The Suanio dove, its talons clutching the unconscious Song Lang, and landed at the edge of the fight. Seeing his old companion's battered state, Song Yi's eyes hardened. He dropped to one knee. I will follow you. Shi Xian helped him up and swept an arm around. Good. We'll start with the Suanio and Songlong tribes and build something great. He turned to look for Yi Qing, only to find the man's presence already gone. High above the endless mountains, moonlight poured like water while a vast beam of sword light tore through the wind. Yi Qing stood upon it, tilting back a gourd of fiery liquor. Its aroma drifted on the breeze. So this is the human emperor's fate, he muttered. Enemies becoming allies on their own. That odd aura of Shi Xian's quietly bends others' wills. Baize floated beside him and nodded. The human emperor is heaven's chosen. Such traits are only natural. Zhu Yan reached for the gourd, curious, and Yi Qing slapped his hand away. A chill stirred in Yi Qing's heart. It felt as though some unseen force gripped this world, pulling every life like a puppet on strings. The culprits could only be those sovereign-level beings behind the scenes. He pushed the sword light faster, ripping open spatial rifts and tracing a silver arc toward a particular mountain. Deep in the forest, mist curled, humid with the scent of earth and leaves. Yi Qing landed on a stone platform among the trees, and the cosmic breathing technique inside him suddenly doubled in speed 800 million experience points per day. Looking down, he saw natural ravines and spirit lines woven into a grand formation shaped by the land itself. Xiao Bei's ears perked, and he gave a soft yip. This is the place. I can sense my kin. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and activated the system scan. A panel appeared. Qingqiu God King level region. A hidden realm within the great wilderness, sealed off by an array. Untainted by the mundane world, home of the nine-tailed Sky Fox clan. Strongest resident, God King tier. Before the words faded, the heart moon bell on Xiao Bei's neck chimed, clear and bright. The surrounding shadows swayed as leaves rustled softly. Dozens of nine-tailed foxes leapt from the undergrowth, plume-like tails glimmering silver-white in the moonlight. They lined up on either side, silently opening a path. At the far end of the corridor, a veil of white gauze billowed. A woman in diaphanous robes approached, each step seeming to tread on moonlight graceful, yet unmistakably regal. Snow-pale skin flickered beneath the gossamer cloth, stirring the heart. Her gaze settled on Xiao Bai, gentle yet assessing. She stopped and spoke, her voice like wind brushing a bell. Guided by me, you have finally arrived a little fox with extraordinary potential. The mere sound of her voice sent everything around them quivering trees and mist alike shuddered in its wake. Yi Qing, however, remained perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the stunning woman half veiled by fog. This was Tianji, mistress of Qingqiu, strongest of the great wilderness fox clan, cultivator at the Divine King realm. With a casual sweep of her dark hair, she radiated a beguiling charm, and when her lips parted, the forest fell silent, leaving only her spellbinding voice. May I take this little fox to cultivate in Qingqiu for a while? Her progress lags far behind her talent. Yi Qing turned to the white-furred Xiao Bai on his shoulder. You decide. Nestled against him, the little fox glanced at Tianji and gently shook her head. Though soft, the gesture sliced through the hush like a blade through water. Yi Qing raised a hand. A black-gold immortal slaying gourd appeared, its killing intent locked onto Tianji. The sudden brush with death chilled her to the marrow. She lifted her hands, voice lowering. I mean no harm and won't force her. Her gifts are extraordinary. A Qingqiu baptism would push her much further. Yi Qing drank from his wine gourd and wiped the rim with his thumb. How long? I can't be sure, Tianji admitted. The greater the talent, the longer the baptism. When the murderous aura faded, she exhaled silently. Had she held even a shred of malice, she would already be dead. This human strength was utterly unfathomable. Yi Qing stroked Xiao Bei's ear. Go with her. They'll camp nearby. Tianji gave him a long look, swept her sleeve, and vanished into the mist with Xiao Bai. Yi Qing's eyes darkened. The moment their contract sensed danger to her, he would raze Qingqiu to the ground. He set up camp, lit a fire, and soon heard fox maidens gossiping nearby. I can't believe the clan chief actually backed down. Did you see how fast she left? That human must be terrifyingly strong. Their chatter barely started before Zhuyan burst from behind a tree, startling them into beams of light as they reverted to nimble foxes and scattered. Whooping, the monkey gave chase. Yi Qing laughed softly. The little rascal was as mischievous as ever. He unfolded a table and chairs and beckoned to Baze. Looks like we'll be here a few days. The qi is dense perfect for training. Baze hopped onto the tabletop and settled into meditation. For the next 2 days, Yi Qing focused on alchemy, preparing for what lay ahead. A single divine blood pill raised a cultivator 3 levels, a creation pill 1. Up to 10 of each could be taken. The furnace glowed, and rich medicinal aromas filled the air. Baze lay beside the cauldron, its level climbing swiftly until it soon broke through to 90. At noon on the 3rd day, sunlight filtered through the canopy, and a breeze ruffled the grass. An elder with the bearing of an immortal drifted into Qingqiu, horsetail whisk in hand. Stroking his beard, he mused, somewhere among these little foxes hides the future empress of the human emperor. Which one could it be? The scent of pills drew his gaze. In the distance, Yi Qing was finishing a batch. The old man flickered over, landing lightly nearby to watch without a word. Moments later, the pills were done. Yi Qing collected 2 and turned to face the elderly newcomer. The elderly man chuckled softly. It seems you and Tianji know each other quite well. Otherwise, she'd never let you cultivate here. Yi Qing quietly activated his probe, and a line of data flashed before his eyes. Xian Shangren, celestial deity rank. Once oversaw the unification of the human realm. Now acts on a sovereign's orders to seek the human emperor's future empress in Qingqiu. I'm not that familiar with you, Yi Qing said, looking up, but you do appear to know the ruler of Qingqiu. Xian Shangren nodded heartily. I'm here for one Riazanto, find a young fox fated to become the human emperor's queen. Searching alone is too slow, why not team up? You'll be well rewarded once we succeed. Yi Qing happened to be refining pills, and was a bit bored. In his eyes, so-called heavenly destiny was just a game set up by a few sovereigns. Fine, he said. Describe the fox first. She's otherworldly, impossible to miss. One look and you'll know she's extraordinary. Her eyes can enchant every living thing. Xianhe Shangren studied Yi Qing, finding him harder to read by the second. Convinced the youth was a peerless powerhouse, he rose on the wind and began circling the skies above Qingqiu. Yi Qing glanced up. With tens of thousands of foxes hiding in their dens, the old man could be searching forever. He put 2 fingers to his lips and let out a crisp whistle. A red blur bounded through the ancient trees. In a heartbeat, Zhu Yan landed before Yi Qing, head tilted. What's up? Trouble? Nothing serious. You've been tearing around Qingqiu for 2 days and know the place best. Take a walk with me. Yi Qing smiled. All right, Zhu Yan replied, distracted. You seem absent-minded. What happened? I think I've fallen in love. She's just too pretty. Zhu Yan's small head bobbed nonstop. Yi Qing laughed. A monkey in love with a fox? That's cross-species romance. Let me meet her. Let's go? Zhu Yan shot off as a streak of red light. Cradling by Zhe and with little Dai on his shoulder, Yi Qing followed at an unhurried pace. Moments later they reached a cave entrance drenched in floral scent. Blossoms covered the stone walls, filling the air with perfume. Zhu Yan squatted at the mouth of the cave, love-struck, eyes gleaming crimson. At least it's clean, Yi Qing noted, glancing around. Zhu Yan chattered back so quickly that even Yi Qing caught only half of it. Just then, a girl stepped out of the cave. She looked 13 or 14, yet was so alluring it was almost painful to look at her hair cascading like a waterfall, skin like snow, every movement steeped in seduction. She threw Zhu Yan a glance, lips curving into a sweet, sultry smile. Little monkey, I told you to keep your distance. Her voice was soft, but carried a soul-snaring power. Zhu Yan hurried aside, hearts practically popping from his eyes. Yi Qing remained calm. After countless reincarnations his heart was steel, beauty could not shake it. His probing lights swept over the girl. Luo Xian, Divine King, peak of the 5th cycle. The sacred maiden of the Fox clan possessed boundless potential, a brilliant future, and a mission she dared not voice. Luo Xian stepped out of the cave, offered Yi Qing a faint smile, and walked into the distance. Watching her slender figure retreat, Yi Qing felt almost certain. This girl would become the empress of the future human emperor, Shi Xian. The emperor was only beginning to rise, far from his peak, yet he was destined to share his life with Luo Xian. High above, the immortal crane elder drifted in on clouds, robes fluttering. His gaze settled on Luo Xian, and he sighed. That little fox's beauty is astounding, even I was momentarily dazed. Raising his hand, he condensed 5-colored light into a stalk of spirit herb, the millennium Purging grass. Am grateful for your help that day. Please accept this as thanks. Yi Qing accepted the herb, secretly delighted. At last he had every ingredient for the yin yang pill, though his current alchemy rank was still too low to refine it. The immortal crane elder spread his wings, cupped his fists to Yi Qing, and said, Friend, I have urgent matters to discuss with the celestial consort. Do as you please. With that, he became a white arc of light and flew toward the heart of Qingqiu. Yi Qing stored the herb, placed by Zhe and little Dai inside the Hongmeng pearl, and vanished. Deep within Qingqiu, a solitary peak thrust up through a sea of clouds. Palaces crowned the summit, their golden tiles and jade pillars bathed in rosy light. The immortal crane elder landed before the main hall and called, Celestial consort, I come on imperial order to discuss important business. The doors swung open. The aloof, stunning ruler of Qingqiu sat on the throne, her gaze ice cold. I've already heard. You want to take our clan's sacred maiden? The immortal crane elder shook his head calmly. The time isn't right. We need a few more years. When it comes, your clan will earn humanity's fortune, which may help you ascend further. In a shadowed corner, Yi Qing listened silently, wondering where the consort had hidden Xiaobai. Talk of grand schemes meant little to him. In a few days he would leave this realm. After 2 full hours, the immortal crane elder departed in a beam of light. The Qingqiu ruler watched him go, eyes deep and unreadable, then laughed softly. One sacred maiden isn't enough to trade for humanity's fortune. Our clan has another with even greater potential. After the baptism, she'll be utterly loyal to me. That night, she left the hall and reached a mist-shrouded lake. At its center hovered a tin-tailed white fox, radiant tails fanning out, eyes closed. Emerald light shot from the ruler's eyes into the fox's body. The fox transformed into a white-robed girl, skin like fine jade, gaze clear and pure, devoid of customary fox allure. Yet behind that purity lay rending pain. Her features twisted, and she whimpered. The ruler chuckled. Who would have thought you'd be so devoted to that human man? Indeed. I watched Xiaobai grow up. The voice came from behind, laden with killing intent. Yi Qing stepped forward. The immortal slaying gourd hovered in his palm, and without hesitation, he unleashed the immortal slaying flying blade tore through the air. The celestial consort froze in terror, pinned by the blade's light. She shrieked, Kill me, and you'll regret it. I've already pledged myself to Shi Wangmami. Fate is not yet to die. Yi Qing's eyes turned frosty as the immortal severing flying dagger shot forward. The sky split with a deafening roar, and from the depths of the rift an ancient mirror bathed in divine radiance swept across the void, bluntly parrying the dagger's edge. Everyone saw it clearly. The mirror was on the same level as the dagger, both peerless dominatorial artifacts. Its brilliance smothered the dagger's momentum, and the Lord of Qingqiu exhaled in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness you intervened." A cold gleam flickered in Yi Qing's pupils. He fixed on the mirror and recognized it at once, the Kunlun mirror. Without spare time for anything else, he swept little Bei's unconscious body into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. The gap between his strength and the Lord of Qingqius was far too great. Abandoning any thought of lingering, he prepared to trigger time pause when a clear woman's voice issued from the Kunlun mirror. "You may kill Tianji, but not now. She still has her uses." Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, called back the dagger, and cupped his fists lightly. "Farewell." He tore open the void with one palm and stepped inside. Then he chained time pause again and again, using spatial shift 30 times in a row until he reached the safety of the Hongmeng Pearl. On the wind-scoured summit of Mount Qingqiu, Tianji knelt before the hovering mirror, her face bloodless and still slick with cold sweat. "Master, you're just letting him go?" The woman within the mirror replied in an even, icy tone. "Several great figures are entangled with his fate. Killing him now would only invite trouble." With that, the Kunlun mirror sliced a black fissure in space and vanished. Tianji dug her nails into her palms, venom flashing in her eyes. "He'll remember this debt. I refuse to feel that fear of instant death ever again." Deep in the desolate realm lay an isolated dimension filled with peach trees, their blossoms painting the ground crimson. Under a rain of petals stood the transcendent Queen Mother of the West, watching as the mirror's afterimage faded. Sensing how much of her essence had been burned away, she whispered, "The myriad worlds are on the verge of awakening. At least I made it in time." Her divine sense spanned billions of miles, searching for the dagger's aura, yet found nothing. A pristine immortal severing flying dagger, which old acquaintance could it belong to? As the last petals fell, she sank back into slumber. Heaven and earth grew silent once more. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, spiritual energy hung thick as mist. Seated on a stone platform, Yi Qing examined little Bei's wounded soul. Finding the injuries non-fatal, he fed her a pill. As the medicine's light seeped into her body, he let out a long sigh. "Had I known, I'd never have lingered in the desolate realm. I can't fight dominator-level beings yet, and even my trump cards were blocked." He resolved to return to Blue Star for a time there. The field was barren of rivals, and he could build his strength while waiting for the coming upheaval. Since he was in no rush to leave, he set up a furnace in the Pearl and began refining pills. Flames roared, medicinal fragrance thickened into substance, and his alchemy skills soared toward the divine tier. Moments later, little Bei's complexion improved. Yi Qing fed her a few more pills, and when the tension eased from her brow, he finally relaxed. Forming a seal with one hand, he reviewed the day's defeat. His heart-scrying talent had failed against the Lord of Qingqiu because of the gulf in cultivation. He was only level 150, peak 4th ascension, while the other was already a divine, king several major realms apart. "My cultivation is too low, and I rely too much on external tools," he reflected silently. At last the medicine stabilized. Little Bei's lashes quivered, and in her human form, she slowly opened her eyes. In a soft, fragile voice, she called out, "Master." Yi Qing gazed at Xiao Bei's delicate, innocent face. "Feeling any better? I never should have trusted the ruler of Qingqiu this time." "It's all right," Xiao Bei replied softly. A gentle white light enveloped her, and in the next instant she became a palm-sized snow-white fox, crouching by the table to lick her paws. For the next 2 days, Yi Qing hardly left the alchemy chamber. Whenever he lacked an ingredient, he signed in and replenished it. Jade boxes, spirit herbs, and demon cores piled up in every corner, ready for the furnace. At dawn on the 3rd day, his expression was graver than ever. This batch of pills was a matter of life and death. Beneath the cauldron, Nanming fire roared, crimson gold tongues licking the bronze walls. Yi Qing tossed in the final stalk of Xianming grass, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly torn apart. A first-turn golden pill, transcendent grade. Swallow it and you'll jump straight to deity, but you can never advance again. Or I can refine it into a mountain of experience points. He drew a deep breath. This furnace would decide whether he became a divine rank alchemist. Every fire-controlling seal was timed to a single breath, flawless in its precision. As the process neared completion, time seemed to crawl. Half an hour later, the cauldron shuddered, a wisp of fragrance drifted out, a flash of gold. Bang! A fist-sized golden pill shot from the spout and landed squarely in his palm. Alchemist rank upgraded. Current rank, divine. The system prompt had barely faded when he swept his sleeve and fired up the furnace again. This time he aimed to craft a yin-yang pill, transcendent grade. The formula was already etched in his mind, making the work far easier. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cauldron boomed again, and and two black and white pills hovered in midair, swirling around each other. Yin pill grants massive experience, plus 50,000 to all base attributes, and attacks gain the dual yin phenomenon. After weighing his options, Qing placed the pills in a jade box. 80% certainty is still low. If I wait for the real breakthrough, I can push it to 99. Once the box was stored away, Xiaobai leapt lightly onto his shoulder. At the same time, the last pet egg in the corner began to tremble. Qing's eyes lit up, and he strode toward the dragon blood tree. Under the tree, Baizé was already waiting, while little Dai flitted carefree among the leaves. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shell, a faint golden halo seeped out, and spiritual energy surged around it. After more than 10 minutes, the shell collapsed with a rustle, and a strange little creature rolled out. It resembled a lump of flesh, 6 stubby legs sprouting from its back, for translucent wings fluttering, no face, not even ears. Qing instantly pulled up its status panel. Name, Lord of Chaos Level 0. Description, one of the 4 ferocious beasts of creation, wielding unparalleled offense and defense, capable of emitting a terrifying aura in battle. Talents, Power of Chaos, Primordial Unity. Strength, 95,000 Intelligence, 5,000 Constitution, 125,000 Agility, 83,000. Skills, Perception, Possession, Killing Intent, Slaughter, Rift, Sharing. Passives, Primordial Shield, Chaos Godslayer, Ferocity. Specials, Battle the Heavens, Avatar. Qing raised an eyebrow. A pure combat pet? I'm usually the one charging in. What I need now is support. But when he noticed possession and sharing, he nodded. Augmenting through possession good enough. The little chaos creature stood motionless, oblivious to the world, its aura so dense that even the air seemed shut out. Qing stepped closer, but an invisible barrier repelled his hand. He glanced over at Baizé in the distance and asked, "How do I get this little thing to acknowledge a master?" It's completely sealed itself off. Baizé stepped forward exactly as he had before. Qing nodded slightly. With a flick of his fingertip, a bead of crimson blood landed on the young Hun Dun's brow and vanished. The moment their mental link formed, he sensed the cub was almost closed off, able to perceive the world, yet refusing to communicate, a sharp contrast to the talkative Baizé. He gave the simplest command. Draw in the aura of the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm. Hun Dun obeyed instantly. Pale light misted from its nose and mouth, and in seconds its level climbed past 1 and kept rising. Merge with me. A flash of brilliance erupted, and the creature became a stream of light that clung to Qing's skin. When he clenched his fist, power surged through him, no weaker than an ultra-divine artifact. Smiling wryly, he set the cub beneath the dragon blood tree to absorb the primordial energy at its own pace. Qing then copied Hun Dun's 2 talents and explosive rise in combat power and doubled defense, both cost-free and without cooldown. He dragged a chair over, sat, and watched the motionless creature. Baizé was unfazed. Beasts of this strain are born sullen, he said. Give it time, and it will open up. I hope so, Qing murmured, turning toward the laboratory. Shen Hun's status window filled his vision level 120. The growth rate was astonishing. You've been leveling this fast lately? Shen Hun nodded. Random class quests are a cakewalk, and the cosmic breathing technique piles on experience. It's harder to slow down than to speed up. Qing glanced helplessly at the attribute tab his own system had pushed off screen. His class quests were gone. The bottleneck remained, and only a special opportunity could break it. While tending 2 embryonic gods, one suddenly blinked. A gentle white light wrapped around him, erasing the lingering dread left by that ruler of the great wilderness. The breakthrough was at hand. Qing swallowed 2 pills and burst from the lab. A vast aura detonated, reducing every drifting petal to dust. Level 151, 5th advancement. He stared at the panel, baffled yet overjoyed, then turned to the culture tank. That little fellow packs a punch. It actually pushed me forward. Leaving the Hongmeng Pearl's space, he faced the cold, empty void. Gazing toward the great wilderness, he wondered how much stronger Daoist Xuanji had grown and where he might be. Tilting back his gourd, he took a long drink. The Pathfinder of old was now apparently thriving in the great wilderness, unless he was simply too weak to catch a ruler's eye. A colossal blade of light rose beneath him, and he sat cross-legged upon it. His heart skipped a beat. Had forgotten something. The little monkey. Zhu Yan was still in Qingqiu. Qing took another swig and steered the sword straight toward the great wilderness. Great wilderness, somewhere in Qingqiu. Zhu Yan stood frozen, staring unblinking at Luo Xian. She was gathering herbs, every movement and smile irresistibly captivating. A rift split the air, and a massive hand formed of golden runes reached through, yanking Zhu Yan inside without effort. Seeing the monkey's eyes glaze over, Qing slapped him several times. The sharp cracks echoed in the fissure. Clarity returned to Zhu Yan's gaze, yet he remained resolute. I'm staying here. I won't go back to my old territory. Then will you leave this world with me? Qing pressed. He had expected the ruler of Qingqiu to trouble Zhu Yan, so the monkey's safety surprised him. Zhu Yin shook his head, calm yet stubborn. I still feel there's something left for me to do. I'm not ready to go. Yi Qing raised his wrist, and a beast-patterned incantation flared to life. The Bai emblem glowed, projecting Zhu Yan's future into the void. The vision showed that this devoted follower would leave Qingqiu with Luo Xian, rise to become Shi Xian's foremost war general, and prove vital to humanity's rise in the Dahuang. Little fatal danger awaited him, yet he was fated to remain at Luo Xian's side like a loyal guard monkey. What Yi Qing saw, the ruler of Qingqiu had foreseen as well. That was why she spared him. The dominions had charted this destiny long ago, and no outsider could alter it. Gazing at the small monkey, Yi Qing sighed inwardly. He stood outside the dominion's grasp, but Zhu Yan could not escape their invisible net. He relayed the entire prediction to Zhu Yan, wanting to see what choice the monkey would make. After a long silence, Zhu Yan looked up. I understand, but I won't let you risk yourself for me. I still have to pursue Luo Xian. I truly love her. Yi Qing nodded. Radiance flared around Zhu Yan. Countless runes surfaced on his skin, the divine matrix that had once concealed his tribulation aura. With a swipe of Yi Qing's finger, the array shifted from concealment to defense. Perhaps we'll meet again. Think of this as a gift. With that, he swept his sleeve and cast Zhu Yan out of the rift. Qingqiu, beside a quiet pool. Time passed. Dry leaves drifted down. Zhu Yan's eyes were clearer now, yet he still watched Luo Xian, then lifted his gaze to the sky, as though pondering an uncertain future. Deep in the void, Yi Qing rode threads of light and reached the minor spirit realm 2 days later. The ruins that had once sealed the Scarlet Flame demon god now showed signs of life. Looking up, he mused, Netherworld, 6 paths of reincarnation. Where will that demon be reborn? Swordlight bloomed beneath his feet and carried him toward the clear water river. At the sight of the old instance, he tore open space and stepped through. On a barren mountain outside the capital, withered trees and dead grass swayed in the wind. Low gray clouds hung overhead, snowflakes drifted down, and the chill cut to the bone. In the distance, neon lights gleamed atop skyscrapers, a stark contrast to the brutal Dahuang. Yi Qing sighed to himself. The abyss is terrifying enough. The supreme level is its pinnacle, and Dominion-class beings are almost unknown, yet the Dahuang realm holds more than one. With a thought, his battle robe shifted into everyday blue star clothing. Leaving the deserted hill, he stepped onto a bustling street of traffic and bright lights. Passers-by glanced at him and instinctively showed respect. This was a man stronger than the 10 war gods of Great Xia. Deeper in the commercial district, a sign reading Shuntian Auction House swung in the breeze. Yi Qing walked in. Behind the appraisal counter, a white-browed elder sorted scrolls. The moment he looked up and saw Yi Qing, his pupils contracted violently, and he sprang to his feet. Old Lu regarded Yi Qing with undisguised awe. In barely 6 months, the former exam champion had risen to a height everyone admired. Lowering his voice, Lu asked, What can the Shuntian Auction House do for you, sir? Find me a place to live, preferably an estate. The larger, the better. Yi Qing slid 2 obsidian black credit cards, several softly glowing vials, and a piece of shimmering mythic gear across the counter. These will cover the deposit. Understood. Lu bowed. It may take a few days, but I'll handle it at once. Yi Qing nodded and left. Only when the door closed did Lu look at the item's data. The words mythic grade potion and mythic equipment blazed across the panel. He drew a long breath, cradled the treasure, and hurried straight to the auction house's top floor. Yi Qing headed to the city's most luxurious hotel. The manager, recognizing him, nearly bent double. All expenses can be waived for you. No need. Charge me the full rate. Yi Qing tapped the card against his fingers. Give me your largest suite. At once, sir. He sank into a silk sofa while crystal chandeliers scattered prismatic light. Connecting a long and used phone to the charger, he watched the screen flood with notifications. 1. Global instance countdown begins. Prodigies emerge worldwide. Rumor. America has birthed a mythic class, the Angel. 2. A special dungeon has appeared in the western no man's land. Human elites entered 3 days ago. 3. Level 250 epic monster detected in the South Sea. Life profession personnel barred from the coast. 4. Abyss society terrorists strike again in Magic City, leaving 65 crafters dead. Below these lay a stream of messages from Murong, Schweb, bits of daily life, and notes on unexplored dungeons. There was still nothing from Lin Kuei, Lu Ha, or Zhao Qianquan, who remained in the abyss. Just as Yi Qing closed the phone, a soft knock sounded. Hotel staff wheeled in a lavish dinner, each server strikingly attractive, their eyes half-hooked with invitation. Yet the peerless beauty of the heavenly fox Tianji, Luo Xian, and the newly manifested little Bai had long numbed him to mortal charms. After eating, Yi Qing set up a warding array, slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm, and began cultivating. At dawn, the phone buzzed. Old Liu's voice came through. Mr. Yi, the estate is secured. Could you come to the Shuntian auction house? On my way. Yi Qing left the hotel and headed straight there. Besides Liu, 2 men waited in the lobby. One, a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman, offered a slight nod. Mr. Yi, I am Nangong Yuan, owner of the estate. A car is ready outside. Yi Qing studied him. You're from the Nangong family? I am. Nangong Yuan answered politely, though tension edged his smile. The three left the building, stepped into a top-tier luxury car, and raced down the capital's Grand Avenue. After 2 or 3 hours, they reached the outer boundary of the city's great protective array. An enormous estate stretched across several miles, enclosed by high walls. The outer decor was nothing special, yet rows of buildings towered in the distance, grand enough to rival the mansions of the city's old noble families. Behind the wheel, Nangong Yuan briefed Yi Qing in the passenger seat. We're right on the edge of the city protecting formation, so weak monsters sometimes sneak in and cause trouble, which is why we didn't pour money into appearances. What we do have is space aside from the top-tier clans. This is one of the largest estates in the capital. There are more than a dozen cars in the underground garage, and they're all yours. Yi Qing glanced out the window and immediately spotted the barren hill that linked to the lesser spirit realm. Perfect location. He stepped out decisively. This place is fine. I'm satisfied. Nangong Yuan gave a quick honk and drove away, leaving Yi Qing to stride into the estate. Although Yi Qing possessed the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world, he still needed a foothold in the real one. He walked the perimeter first, carving sigils into the mortar and grass. As a divine rank array master, he needed only moments to finish a defensive formation, one so strong that even 10 heavenly war gods together couldn't shake it, far sturdier than the city's main barrier. With the formation in place, Yi Qing summoned Chun Hun from the Hongmeng Pearl. Chun Hun looked around in amazement. Is this the capital? Home from now on, Yi Qing replied, tossing him a black card. A few 100 million are on it, spend freely. Chun Hun nodded, then remembered his concern. How do I get back to the lab? Yi Qing pointed at a nearby array base, glowing pale blue. Step on that teleport array, and you'll be back in your old lab. With that, he walked into the central villa, collapsed on the sofa, and switched on the television. Chun Hun headed to the underground garage, chose a brand new silver sports car, and roared off. Yi Qing noticed, but didn't mind. After years buried in research, Chun Hun deserved a break. Besides, Yi Qing had covered him in protective sigils and dozens of sword intents, enough to let him retreat safely even from a 10th circle heavenly god. The television flashed with non-stop coverage of the National Destiny instance. Yi Qing absent-mindedly stroked Xiao Bei's soft fur. A little over a year of peace remained, and then calm would shatter. The instance hadn't officially begun, yet Xiaoyao had already fought multiple battles against the Sakura Nation's professionals. Yi Qing weighed his own strength. Entering the instance now would feel like bullying. Honestly couldn't think of any reward that still tempted him. Far to the south, a lone island in the open sea was buzzing with life. Professionals from around the world had gathered, and fights and bloodshed broke out every day. On the rocky eastern shore, Xiaoyao faced 2 Sakura Nation professionals alone. A dozen puppets glowing violet shot from his fingers, forcing the pair back until they staggered at the water's edge. Xiaoyao's gaze cut like a blade. If the rules didn't stop me, I'd kill you right here. Before the words faded, one of the Sakura fighters pressed his palms together and growled, "O mighty Susanoo, grant me your blessing, crush the enemy before me." The sea wind died. A colossal phantom descended from the sky, armored, wreathed in lightning, sword in hand, its divine presence suffocating. Xiaoyao felt the crushing power and spat, "Cowards, calling on a god's power." His voice hardened, his aura erupting. "It won't save you. Today I'll show you how to slay a god-human immortal battle body." A colossal phantom appeared behind Xiaoyao as well, and to everyone's surprise, it looked exactly like him. The instant the apparition took shape, he crashed it into the specter conjured by Susanoo no Mikoto. Though his aura was a touch weaker, he did not fall. Fists, kicks, and sword-light clashed, shockwaves detonating across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yi Qing lounged on the sofa watching the live stream, eyes half closed. "Seems I need to visit Takamagara and thin out those shameless gods," he muttered. Beside him, Xiaobai already felt queasy and nodded hastily. "I can't stand it here. Send me back to that dimension." After the previous lesson, she was desperate to grow stronger. With a thought, Yi Qing placed her inside the Hongmeng Pearl and left the manor. Stepping into the bone-ash, sword-grave dungeon, he raised a hand and summoned the Qishao sword. A flash of cold light, and every sword puppet shattered, his experience bar surging. He bent to gather the loot strewn across the ground. Yen, who stood by a stone pillar, expression mixed. "I can't believe how much stronger you've gotten. Your sword path is fully formed now, and absurdly powerful." Yi Qing twirled his wrist, the blade tip touching the floor. "Relax. They'll suppress my strength so we can spar properly." Their auras intertwined in the narrow corridor, sharp enough to slice space itself. Yen Hu's voice sank. "This body is merely a puppet. My true form is elsewhere. Follow me." He smashed the floor with a palm, revealing a pitch-black fissure, and leapt in. Yi Qing followed without pause. Beneath the surface shimmered a subterranean world. At its center stood a palace wrought entirely of crystal. the words Lingjian Palace gleaming in gold atop its roof. As the gates opened, a weather-worn young man appeared identical to the puppet, but radiating 8-turn peak power, half a step from becoming a 9-turn true god. The puppet froze, lifeless. Yin Hu's true body stared at Yi Qing, eyes blazing. I meant to use my fight with Xianyuan Po to break through, but it seems you are my chance at divinity. Yi Qing arched a brow and grinned. I knew you were special. Your real body is even more impressive. The system displayed Yin Hu's profile. Super divine, 8-turn peak, a pure heart, devoted to one woman, waiting 1,000 years for her return. Yin Hu raised a crystal longsword, glowing crimson. Let's fight in the void. I don't want to shatter this small world. He sliced open space, the rift black as ink. Yi Qing stepped in after him, landing steadily in the darkness, while suppressing most of his cultivation to avoid one-shotting his foe. Endless void, silent and dim. The two faced off, sword intent raging as if to tear the cosmos apart. Yi Qing unleashed the Hongmeng sword Dao, his blade singing like a dragon, and quietly copied Yin Hu's talent, the childlike sword heart. Yin Hu moved first. His crystal sword carved a blazing arc that split the void. Qi Xiao swept up to block, the impact booming like a supernova, ripples twisting the darkness. They traded blows 1, 10, 100 cracks spreading through the void. Fine fractures spiderwebbed across Chixio's surface. Even an epic weapon could not withstand such fury. Without hesitation, Yi Qing dismissed Qi Xiao and drew the Juetian sword. Its renewed edge doubled the pressure, Yin Hu's chest tightening until he nearly lost his grip. He forced himself steady, but the crushing aura sent cold sweat rolling down his back. In the pitch-black void, two blinding streams of sword light slammed into each other at breakneck speed. Each clash tore open space itself, shockwaves grinding nearby asteroids into dust, while distant void beasts scattered in terror. Yin Hu's momentum kept soaring, flames of divine radiance coiling around him. Yet opposite him, Yi Qing stayed unruffled, forcing Yin Hu back every single time. The duel raged on until Yin Hu's aura suddenly peaked, and a divine core burst to life. He had become a god in the middle of battle. The instant he crossed that threshold, all his sword intent converged into a single point and hacked toward Yi Qing with terrifying force. Yi Qing raised a hand. 10,000 petals formed a shield in front of him, gentle yet unbreakable. In the next breath, 9 flying swords materialized behind him like silver dragons and lunged straight at Yin Hu. Yin Hu poured every drop of fresh divinity into defense, but managed to parry only one sword. The other 8 still hung poised as his radiance dimmed and his momentum collapsed. He let out a long, weary sigh. I've lost. Even as a god, I'm still no match for you. The 9 swords dissolved into light and re-entered Yi Qing's body. He studied Yin Hu calmly. Among 9-turn gods, you're already near the top, but unfortunately for you, in the one you met today. Go home. Yin Hu clasped his fists, gratitude in his voice. Thank you for honing my blade. Without this fight, I might never have reached the 9th turn. With that, the two of them tore open the void and descended into the underground crystal palace hidden deep inside the skeletal sword tomb. The palace was deathly cold, white bone reliefs carved into its greenstone steps. Yin Hu almost rushed straight to the center. Yi Qing, curious, followed close behind. There, a crystal coffin stood gleaming. Inside lay a woman in crimson, eyes closed, skin pale as snow, her beauty undimmed. Tang Mingwu. Yin Hu's expression softened. He brushed the coffin lid with his fingers. Mingwu, after 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, I finally became a god. As he spoke, he began channeling his newborn divine power into the coffin. Yi Qing shook his head. She isn't dead, only a wisp of her soul remains. Your divine power is steeped in sword intent too sharp. It will tear her apart. Yin Hu yanked his power back and collapsed, despairing. Why? They told me once I became a god I could save her. If your path were soul, life, nature, or light, shed awaken. Sword Dao won't work. A system panel flickered before Yi Qing's eyes. Yin Hu's favorability had climbed to 96. His gaze returned to the woman. Tang Mingwu, super divine realm, dying, innate talent, Dao heart breeds devils. She had sacrificed her soul for Yin Hu. Work for me 50 years, and I might be able to save her. Yi Qing dismissed the panel and leaned back on a crystal chair. Really? But you're a sword cultivator too. Yin Hu's voice was hoarse. Who said swordplay is all I know? I'm also a god-tier alchemist. 2 pills appeared in Yi Qing's palm, their fragrance filling the hall. A 9-turn soul return pill and a heaven-restoring pill. Give her these, and she can hold on for now. Deal? I've been trapped here 1,000 years. 50 more? Yin Hu agreed at once. Yi Qing tossed him the pills and stepped outside, settling cross-legged on a dark green reef. Gazing at the starless vault above, he weighed his thoughts. Yin Hu may be newly divine, but once he stabilizes hell rival seasoned gods. Besides, when I first grasped the embryonic Hongmeng sword Dao, it was thanks to his guidance. Today I've repaid that debt. Time slipped by, yet the palace stayed silent. Yi Qing frowned. The pill should have worked instantly, and after a millennium of waiting, Yin who ought to be overwhelmed with joy. Puzzled, he rose and walked back into the depths of the crystal hall. In the center of the crystal palace, Yin Hu and Tang Mingwu sat silently, leaning into each other. Tang Mingwu, once no more than a lingering soul, had kept her consciousness. After a millennium of waiting, her wish had finally taken root, leaving no regrets. Yi Qing spared them a glance before turning away, granting the pair perfect quiet. Outside the palace, he propped himself against a jagged, icy reef, tilted back his head, and gulped strong liquor. Fragments of his former life surfaced if nothing changed. Yin Hu would never ascend, and Xian Yuanpa would disappear shortly after becoming a god. Moments later, Yin Hu led Tang Mingwu out of the hall. Dropping to one knee, he spoke with iron resolve. You helped me reach godhood and returned Mingwu to life. My service is yours, for as long as I live. Yi Qing glanced at the screen. Yin Hu's favorability had jumped to 100, tagged absolute loyalty. He pulled him upright. Come, you need to get used to the outside world. Tang Mingwu's divine power had dissipated, yet her transcendent potential remained. Favorability at 95. Yi Qing understood the rule anything above 30 meant no betrayal. A pale gold gleam spread from Yin Hu's palm, and the entire crystal palace folded into his sleeve. We're ready. Yi Qing tore a rift above his manor, and the three of them stepped out. The courtyard lay beneath ancient trees, buildings scattered among the shade. Tossing a wad of great xia bills to Yin Hu, Yi Qing said, pick a room and change clothes. This is the local currency. Yin Hu weighed the money, eyes roaming the grounds. What do you require? Battle? Where's the enemy? First, learn the terrain, Yi Qing replied, smiling as he pushed open the door to the main house. Left alone, Yin Hu gazed at the distant forest of skyscrapers, curiosity dancing in his brow. An interesting world, but thin on powerhouses. His pupils tightened when he noticed the divine great array encircling the manor. A luxury car roared up and halted outside the gate. Chen Hun stepped out with a polite smile. And you two are? Yi Qing's people, Yin Hu answered honestly. We're not from this realm. He could feel the same origin of power in Chen Hun that Yi Qing possessed. Chen Hun nodded. Let me show you the city. Hop in. Inside, Yi Qing lounged on the sofa, watching the car depart through a wall of glass. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Let's hope Chen Hun doesn't play the third wheel. The live broadcast suddenly blared. Xiao Yao lay gravely wounded, while professionals from Sakura Kingdom jeered and turned their sights on Jun Qian, number 2 on the heavenly ranking. Yi Qing's brow twitched. The national fate instance had become unavoidable. His figure flickered out of sight. He first appeared at Capital University's library, grabbed several tomes on Great Xia mythology, then tore another spatial fissure and shot toward the South Sea. On the lonely island hosting the national fate instance, gray-black reefs rose in jagged layers. Waves smashed the shore, carrying diluted blood back to sea. Xiao Yao, drenched in crimson, slumped against a knife-edged rock, gasping for air. In the distance, Jun Qian, commanding a towering shadow giant, traded blows with the spectral form of Susanoo while thunder split the sky. Xiao Yao's hand trembled, fury blazing in his eyes. You really are shameless. Dirty tricks are all you know, aren't they? Although Sakura Nation crossed a line this time, they did help us remove a powerful rival. True, those top-ranked fighters from Great Xia don't look that impressive after all, someone muttered. From the front row, a graceful young woman suddenly burst forward. Her name was Jiangxi. The longbow in her hands was carved with ancient runes. When the string twanged, 9 arrows flew out at once. In midair, they turned into 9 blazing suns that smashed into the violet-black shadow of Susanoo. Jiangxi darted to her friend Jun Qian and whispered, so this is Sakura Nation's deity? Let's wipe him out together. Jun Qian sighed. Your arrows only pushed the projection back. They didn't hurt it. Jiangxi frowned and loosed another dozen arrows. Each shaft morphed into a beast soaring serpents, fire wolves, and lunged at the shadow of Susanoo alongside the giant of darkness. Just when everyone thought the stalemate would drag on, the shadow behind Jiangxi twisted. A petite assassin sprang out, short blade aimed at her spine. In that split second, a spatial rift tore through the night. Golden array sigils shrieked forth and clamped around the assassin with a metallic snap. The spectators gaped. A spatial-type professional? Yi Qing stepped out of the rift. His face was cold, his gaze like ice. Behind him, a sword arc ripped through the air towards Susanoo's projection. Before anyone could react, the image was sliced in two and scattered into stardust. Yi Qing landed. Joy lit Zhang Zai's face. Shock filled Jun Qian's eyes. No one had expected Yi Qing, enemy of the Professionals Association, to appear, but with him here, no one could contend. He shifted aside, lifted the unconscious Xiao Yao, and slipped a pill into his mouth. Then his eyes swept the crowd. 2 Sakura Nation professionals edged backward. Trying to run? Yi Qing snorted. Golden runes lashed out like ropes, slammed the pair to the ground, and dragged them to his feet. Terrified, they cried, this is a neutral zone. You can't kill us. That's right, you can't. Yi Qing's eyes chilled. He shoved 2 dark pills between their teeth, then released the runes. Get lost. Corroding heart pills, epic tear. All poisons devour the heart. Death follows in agony within 3 days. Hearing this, the two turned ashen and scrambled away, abandoning their captured comrades. Jiangxi faced the bound assassin and slapped her. You dared ambush me. The girl sneered, hatred in her eyes. You'll all die terribly. Our god has already descended. Black blood bubbled from her lips, and she collapsed. Jiangxi blinked. She killed herself, it wasn't me. Yi Qing stepped up behind her and said calmly, relax, she won't die. He uncorked a vial and sprayed a white mist. When it cleared, the girl's eyes snapped open. Sorry, you're alive again. Finish your story before you die. Coughing blood, the girl glared at him. Speak, which deity has arrived? Yi Qing asked, his gaze deep enough to pierce a soul. The girl from the Sakura nation never uttered a single word. Yi Qing didn't care in the slightest. With his gift for reading minds, he was sure an avatar of Susanoo was hiding among the Sakura squad. She's yours to deal with, I've got other business. He tossed the line to Jiangxi and Junqian, then turned and walked away. Jiangxi watched his figure grow smaller, confusion filling her head. Seriously? We didn't learn a thing. But when her eyes returned to the quiet girl, a mischievous grin appeared. Prey was right in front of her. Not far away, atop a jagged reef, the unconscious Xiao Yao jolted awake and checked himself over unharmed. Those damned Sakura professionals dared to ambush me. Spotting Junqian and Jiangxi, he asked weakly, did you two save me? Junqian shook her head. Yi Qing did. He came, patched you up, and left. Around the battlefield, foreign professionals gradually dispersed, each lost in thought. A blonde, blue-eyed girl let out a soft sigh. That Eastern guy is absurdly strong. I thought the media was exaggerating. She was the West's hidden prodigy class, Angel. Meanwhile, Yi Qing sat alone on a barren cliff, waves crashing below. An open copy of the Myths of Great Xia lay in his hands, pages rustling in the breeze. Five-colored peacock Kong Xian, firstborn of the phoenix, wielder of the five-colored divine light that sweeps in all things, eventually joining the Western Order. Reading this, he reasoned that the supreme deity buried in the spirit realm's celestial necropolis was likely Kong Xuan, a primordial being who had survived since mythic times. He kept flipping until he found the fragmentary entry on the Queen Mother of the West, innate Rin water, the immortal peach root, and the supreme treasure, the Kunlun mirror. So one of the great wilderness realm's rulers is actually her. Closing the book, he pondered the rest. If even Kong Xian was far from his peak and needed decades to fully awaken, then Yi Qing had time to surpass these legends when the day came. That battle would be fascinating. The setting sun painted the sea gold and crimson. Yi Qing rose, his gaze calm. You've watched long enough. Come out. From the forest stepped a tall, blonde youth with blue eyes. His fluent Xiatong carried on the wind. I thought Great Xia hyped you up, 7 demigods backing one genius, but it seems the praise was well-deserved. That's all you came to say? If you're done, move. You're blocking my view. Yi Qing's tone was flat. The youth Bruce, the Eagle Nation's top prodigy, tightened his fists, then relaxed. In the end, he didn't dare attack, and had to leave in frustration. Yi Qing watched him disappear, then stepped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world. Footage from that day sent shockwaves around the globe. Great Xia's Yi Qing had shattered the Sakura Nation's divine apparition with a single strike. Please, it was just a Sakura deity looked weak to me, someone boasted on the forums. The real show starts tomorrow when they enter the dungeon. Exactly. Killing is off limits on the island, but once you're inside a dungeon, anything goes. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl's private space, 2 translucent incubation pods floated in silence. Yi Qing stood before the first pod, his gaze gentle. The divine embryo inside was now fully formed. Black hair draped over her shoulders, her features those of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, bathed in a milky radiance that made her look both innocent and sacred. Suddenly the little girl flashed him a playful wink. Yi Qing pressed his palm against the cold glass. The child's tiny hand met his, and holy light poured through the barrier into his body, coursing like warm tides. A system panel appeared. Blessing of the Goddess of Hope. Experience gain 1000. 5 chance to bypass bottlenecks and advance directly. Duration, 24 hours. An embryo can already trigger skills? Yi Qing marveled. And a 10-fold EXP boost on top of that. The girl's bright smile faded. Fatigue was obvious. Yi Qing spoke softly. You're not fully formed yet. Save your strength and rest. She nodded obediently and closed her eyes. He took 2 drops of fresh blood and let one fall into each pod. The second embryo was still asleep, occasionally rolling over. Yi Qing's lips curved into a smile. At this rate, you'll both be born soon. Leaving the lab, he fired up the alchemy furnace. Flames roared, and 100 beast spirit pills rolled out in succession, rations for his spirit pets, meant to speed their growth and grant extra experience. The fire had barely died when a beam of white light flared outside the lab, revealing Chen Han. Yi Qing stepped forward. How is showing Yen Hu around? He's easygoing enough, but he and the girl are inseparable. I felt like the third wheel, Chen Han said with a shrug. Yi Qing chuckled. Yin Hus my strongest fighter now, a 9-turn true god. He tossed Chun Hun a vial of blood-restoring pills and walked away. Catching the bottle, Chun Hun didn't look surprised. True gods. You've already killed a few. He entered the lab and stared at his own pod. Anticipation shining in his eyes. His divine embryo was nearly complete as well. Outside, roots of the dragon blood tree coiled across the ground, its branches thick and ancient. Xiaobai, Xiaodai, and Beis romped beneath it. Yi Qing divided the beast spirit pills among them, then turned to Chaos. The odd beast had no mouth. Beis explained, Chaos is different. Just set the pills nearby, and ITLL absorb them on its own. Yi Qing stroked the soft fur on Chaos' back and placed several pills beside it. He then returned to the peach grove, crawled into his tent, and fell into a deep sleep. The cosmic breathing technique ran on its own, several times faster than usual. At dawn he checked his panel. 2 whole levels gained overnight, now level 153. Thinking of the even greater boosts awaiting him once the embryos matured, his heart burned with excitement. On a small island in the South Sea, a plaza buzzed with activity. Professional fighters from every nation stood ready as lights swirled over the central teleportation array. The National Destiny Dungeon was about to open. On one side of the crowd, the Great Xia team stood in formation. A short distance away, Xiaoyao looked up at the glowing array. Had ventured into National Destiny dungeons many times, yet the brutality inside still made his nerves tighten. Personal rewards were modest, but the outcome determined how many hidden or SS rank classes would appear in next year's National Awakening ceremony, so no one dared slack off. Brilliant white light erupted, the teleportation gate fully opened. Fighters from all countries surged forward and disappeared. In moments the plaza emptied. The Great Xia squad stepped through, and only Xiaoyao remained. He glanced around. Where was Yi Qing? Was he really going to skip this run into the National Destiny dungeon? Seeing the formation about to seal itself, Xiaoyao sighed and walked straight into it. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was still inside the Hongmeng Pearl's pocket realm. Before him sat 2 neat rows of pills, 1 bottle of creation pills and 1 bottle of divine blood pills, 10 in each. Swallowing them all would instantly grant him 40 levels. The cosmic breathing technique roared through his body. He had barely digested half of the power from his first-turn golden core when a new tide of medicinal force surged in. Layer upon layer of light flared across his skin, and his level shot upward. Faced with the measly 5% ignore bottleneck chance, Yi Qing clenched his teeth, downed both bottles at once, and rocketed to level 200. His attribute panel did climb, yet compared with the absurd bonuses from the Hongmeng Pearl and the purifying White Lotus, it was still a drop in the bucket. As his level skyrocketed, the 9 flying swords within him erupted in blinding brilliance, and the diagram of the Immortal slaying sword array on his back blazed to life. All 9 swords in the array diagram leapt from epic to demigod tier. The peak 5th turn bottleneck wavered under the drug-fueled onslaught, but refused to break. A 5% chance was simply too low. Yi Qing wasn't disappointed, though. What thrilled him more was the array's complete upgrade. Immortal slaying sword array diagram, demigod, growth item. All base attributes 80,000. Immortal slaying sword. Attributes 540, skill power 180. Absolute slaying sword. Attributes 540, skill power 180. Trap slaying sword. Attributes 540, skill power 180. Massacre slaying sword. Attributes 540, skill power 180. Skill immortal slaying sword array. Deploy the 4 swords to unleash endless murderous sword key, striking 9,999,999 times per second. Unless the target's attributes exceed the user's by 100-fold, the array cannot be broken. Cooldown, 2 hours. Staring at those terrifying numbers, Yi Qing sighed in awe. If he could ever restore the full diagram and all 4 swords, their power would easily outshine the immortal decapitating flying blade. Unfortunately, repairing them would take 5 advancement cards, 1 for each piece, something he simply couldn't afford right now. Collecting his thoughts, he left the Hongmeng Pearl. Inside the National Fate instance, every country owned an initial stronghold and had to expand, seizing as much territory as possible. The more land a nation held, the richer its fate rewards. Outside the strongholds, anything went. Players had to watch out for monsters and, just as importantly, enemy countries. A global live stream was already up, and viewers everywhere were glued to the real-time feeds of their own teams. In the Barada camp, a bare-chested middle-aged man stood before a statue, palms pressed together in devout prayer. The statue depicted one of Barada's deities, Shiva. A moment later, pale golden light spilled from the idol, bathing the man, Aquino, in its glow. The surrounding Barada players burst into cheers. Shiva had manifested and granted divine power. Our stronghold is closest to Daxia. Let's raid them tonight. Excited voices overlapped as everyone buzzed with anticipation. Inside the Sakura Kingdom encampment, a man stood unhurried at the center of the crowd. He was the avatar of Susanoo, his long black hair lifting on the breeze while the gilded tracery of his armor flashed coldly in the firelight. In a ringing voice he declared, "This time, the battleground of national destiny will end with Sakura Kingdom laughing last. Send scouts to reconnoiter the neighboring camps and strike when the moment is ripe." At his words, dozens of shinobi in iron masks and onmyoji in wide-sleeved robes dropped to one knee, eyes blazing with zeal. "At your command, Divine One," they chorused. At the headquarters of Daxia's Professionals Association, senior officials watched the live feed on a massive screen. One man frowned. Did Yi Qing fail to enter the National Destiny instance? That could be trouble. An elderly figure sipped his tea and replied calmly, "Relax. I stuffed every family heirloom we own into our youngsters' kits. They'll live." Even so, he glanced up at the screen and added gravely, "But remember, the other nations have managed to harness the power of their own gods. We can't underestimate them." Around the table, participants exchanged looks, each calculating his private gain. Outwardly, they spoke of guarding the nation. Inwardly, they were already plotting how to stay on top, no matter how Daxia fared. High above the instance, a pitch-black fissure tore open the sky. Yi Qing stepped into the light, his appearance completely altered, then vanished into the Daxia camp. Outwardly, the camp seemed orderly, yet it had already split in two. 1. The clan blocktions of great families, lavishly supplied, but largely disengaged. 2. The military and free alliance headed by Xiaoyao and Jun Qian, backed by officers such as Xianyuan Pi and Ling Yu. When threats loomed, the clan heirs stayed silent, save for Jiang Zai's token effort. Some had even thrown in with the Abyssal Society. Yi Qing ignored the factional bickering, concealed his identity, and slipped in among the independents around Xiaoyao. The highest-level combatant on site was Liu Yaohua, deputy commander of the Southern War Zone, a level 300 gunlancer. His barked orders sent soldiers scattering to their posts, yet the clan heirs paid him no mind, leaving him powerless to enforce discipline. Assigned to a desolate hill, Yi Qing found jagged rocks, venomous insects, and violet miasma drifting on the wind. He lounged against a crooked old tree, thinking, no one will bother attacking a wasteland like this. Activating the cosmic breathing art, he drew the miasma into his body, instantly converting it into experience. A wisp of released aura killed the surrounding vermin outright. He uncorked a small gourd, swallowed a pill, and chased it with a swig of fiery liquor, perfectly at ease. At Camp Center, Xiaoyao fixed his gaze on the clan representatives Long Tu, Shang Wanfang, and several other well-dressed men, each stalled at level 250. He muttered, "Parasites. Every national destiny instance, they do nothing but freeload." Zhang Yaohua clapped him on the shoulder with a wry smile. "What can we do? The clan's roots run deeper than anything we civilians or the army can match." Together they rallied soldiers and independents and hurried to the front line, directly opposite the Sakura Kingdom camp, where tension was mounting fast. Time flowed differently here. In the blink of an eye, the sun slipped behind the ridge, and night fell like a drawn curtain. Probing skirmishes began. Bharat Kingdom sent a squad of low-level professionals swaggering along the border. A young Daxiao fighter, flaming with anger, was about to draw his blade when Xiaoyao grabbed his arm. His eyes skipped past the youth to the ground ahead where a steaming mound of monster dung reeked in the cold night air. Xiaoyao stared at the massive heap of droppings, a curious light flickering in his eyes. Professionals from the Indian faction never follow the usual playbook, and this time their tactics were downright disgusting. Hidden in the middle of an enormous, reeking pile of dung was a seemingly frail combatant. The moment anyone got too close, the whole stinking heap would explode. Xiaoyao surveyed the battlefield and smiled. "Relax," he said. "Leave it to me." Bringing 2 fingers together, he whispered an incantation. True flame. With a hiss, a searing jet of fire shot through the air, heading straight for the manure. Boom. Before the flames could land, a burly figure burst from the pile. Filthy from head to toe and wielding a massive sword, the man blocked the fire heat. Slurry dripped from his square jaw. He wiped it off, even dipped a finger to taste, and muttered, "Such a flawless disguise, yet they still found me. Something's off." The great Xia fighters gagged in unison. "This is insane. What kind of sick idea is that?" And he tasted it tough. The entire scene was streamed live around the world. Viewers on the other side of the screen roared with laughter. India's brain circuits are wild. I can almost smell the video. I need something to settle my stomach. The Indian warrior felt no shame. Sword raised, he charged Xiaoyao with brutal force, almost ignoring Xiaoweo's golden puppet armor. Elsewhere, Liu Yaohua drew an exquisitely crafted pistol. Bang! The shot rang out. Suddenly, a shirtless man leapt between him and the bullet, his body blazing with radiant light. Liu Yaohua's brow tightened. "Divine power? You're not even half god. This is a blessing straight from a deity." "It is Lord Shiva's blessing," the man replied calmly. "Your nation's destiny will be ours today." His name was Aquino, and the light around him solidified into a short blade. Bang! 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 Liu Yaohua fired a dozen shots, then vanish gun kata unleashed. In a flash he was in Aquino's face, pistol in one hand, dagger in the other, laughing loudly. "So weak. What good is divine power? Bullet after bullet struck Aquino, leaving no mark. Aquino sneered. Are you sure about that? His short blade flashed and came down hard. Clang. The dagger snapped in an instant, and the blade hovered at Lu Yaohua's chest, life or death in a split second. Just then, a single flower petal drifted from above. It looked weightless, yet it stopped the blade cold, then sliced through Aquino's chest as if the divine shield were nothing. An opening appeared. Lu Yaohua squeezed the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen bullets tore into the same wound, flesh and blood erupting. Aquino grunted but stayed on his feet and barked, fall back. The dung-smeared swordsman immediately disengaged from Xiaoyao and bolted. Seeing the enemy retreat, Xiaoyao and Lu Yaohua exchanged a glance and chose not to pursue. Xiaoyao touched down beside him. You all right? He asked. No problem, Lu Yaohua said. Someone seemed to block that strike for me. Probably Yi Qing, Xiaoyao guessed. He's in the field, just keeping a low profile. On another front, Yi Qing sat on a tall branch, the breeze tugging at his coat. Half-lidded eyes studied several sneaking figures in the distance, spies from Sakura Nation, perhaps. He held his fire, choosing instead to eavesdrop on their conversation. Moonlight sifted through the branches while several Sakura Kingdom scouts whispered in the shadows. Should we call Lord Susanoo? The Xia Empire's rear is wide open. The Hindustani Federation has been repelled, and their top fighter is badly wounded. We could absorb their camp first. Excellent idea. The words had barely left their lips when razor-sharp petals sliced through the air. A flash of cold light harvested every life, splattering beads of blood across trembling blades of grass. Perched in the tree, Yi Qing withdrew his fingers, dropped to the ground, and frowned. The Xia Empire is a mess, clans, foreign spies, abyss society agents. No wonder it falls apart in the future, he thought. This national fate dungeon matched almost perfectly with his previous life. 1. The three strongest fighters were a Hindustani warrior wielding Shiva's power, an avatar of Susanoo, and an avatar of the Western Archangel Gabriel. 2. On the Xia side, the legendary Xianyuan sword barely held the lines. Victory was neither won nor lost. His plan was simple: behead the three powerhouses, then stand aside. Night sank low, heavy with killing intent. The avatar of Susanoo led a squad of Sakura Kingdom professionals in a silent raid on the Hindustani camp. Every strike was swift and vicious. The Hindustani lines collapsed. Even Aquino, armed with Shiva's power, could not hold out while wounded and was finally captured. Divine power is nothing beside an avatar, Susanoo sneered, crushing Aquino's skull so red and white spatter soaked the mud. Suddenly a sword light fell from the sky, turning the night to daylight. Yi Qing strode forward, murderous aura towering. So you're the one who slew Orochi and the Mount Miwa god? Susanoo's avatar said calmly. I acknowledge your strength. Yi Qing didn't bother to answer. One stroke took the avatar at the waist, erasing body and soul. Your approval from a petty god only disgusts me, he said, sheathing his blade. A distant, ethereal voice rumbled through the void. Arrogant wretch. If you dare, face me in Takamagara. Yi Qing looked up, amusement in his eyes. Since you insist on dying, I'll oblige. The livestream exploded. Yi Qing of Xia just felled a Sakura Kingdom deity's avatar in a single blow. How strong is he? I thought the hype was just propaganda after 7 war gods died, but it's real. So what? Our holy angel Gabriel is unbeatable. Does Yi Qing dare challenge him? At the Xia Professional Association headquarters, staff stared at the monitors, voices hushed in excitement. With Sakura and Hindustan now minus their champions, it's the perfect time to go on the offensive. This national fate dungeon we might actually win. Meanwhile, deep inside the Xia camp, in the central, supposedly safest tent, a few clan heirs lounged drunk with voluptuous female professionals, their laughter lewd and loud. Outside the flap, an old man gripped a small sword etched with mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. He cast a disdainful glance at the scene, then sighed softly. With the divine power of Sakura and Hindustan gone, it seems I won't need to make a move this time. He was Ji Huan, Grand Elder of the Ji clan. Sliding the Xianyuan's sword back into its sheath, he let the night wind lift his robes. The ring of steel echoed through the valley as he turned and walked into the darkness, his figure swallowed bit by the night. Yi Qing tore through the sky, heading straight for one of the camps. She could sense a divine presence there. At the very center of the American Federation's camp stood a temporary altar, gleaming with golden light. Before it, a striking man reclined on a throne, eyes lifted to the night. A soft halo spread behind him, and calm confidence shone in his pale gold eyes. It seems our enemy has arrived, he murmured. He was Gabriel's avatar, power stalled at the peak of demigod. Beside the throne, a blonde girl bowed her head and asked respectfully, My lord, can you handle him? Gabriel's lips curved in a gentle, yet unarguable smile. The Lord says, light is eternal. As the words fell, night fled as though noon had dropped from the sky. 6 snowy wings unfurled from his back, their edges traced with gold, and he shot into the air, holy radiance wrapping him in both majesty and sanctity. All around the camp, countless combatants fell to their knees in prayer, the military fortress turning in an instant into a makeshift cathedral. High above, Yi Qing hovered at the cloud line, eyes narrowed at the blazing light. A domain of light. Interesting. I wonder if you can take a stroke from my sword. Gabriel smiled as he approached. The Lord says, you are guilty, and you must die. In the next heartbeat, crystal feathers spilled from the white vault overhead, each one detonating into a blinding fireball the moment it touched air. Thunder rolled together into a single roar, waves of light sweeping in every direction, the brilliance almost blotting out the stars. On screens around the world, viewers held their breath. This is a Western deity, looks incredible. Yeah, that strike might seriously injure Yi Qing. Nonsense. Lord Gabriel is invincible. That heretic Yi Qing is dead for sure. When the blast cloud cleared, Yi Qing still stood exactly where he had been, untouched, not a speck of dust on his clothes. That's all. It barely tickled. Now it's your turn. Flying petal moon-chasing sword array. The heavens flipped. Darkness reclaimed the sky, and an enormous bright moon rose overhead. Multicolored petals drifted like rain, spiraling on the wind. Between moonlight and falling blossoms, a dazzling sword light gathered and flashed so fast Gabriel had no gap in which to dodge. The blade swept past. In midair, the Western deity Gabriel was beheaded. Shock froze the watching fighters. Around the globe, every screen fell silent. Petals whirled. Blood rained. Holy light shattered in that breathtaking beauty. Yi Qing fell to God with one stroke. Within Great Xia, tens of thousands roared. That's Yi Qing, our nation's sword immortal. New Itone soared to suppress 7 gods. From now on, he's my idol. Far north in Great Xia, on a lonely snow-capped peak, Mu Rongxue stood at a cliff's edge, white robes outshining the snow. The stream from her phone lit her flawless profile. Seeing the scene, she paused, then shook her head with a faint sigh. I'm falling farther and farther behind you. Her words were still hanging in the air when the live feed jolted over the sky of the National Destiny instance. A rift 100 miles long split open, pillars of holy light piercing the clouds. A colossal hand, carved with sacred sigils, reached through, its overwhelming aura rolling across the realm. Around it, the faithful prayed even more fervently. The Lord has descended. Please help us slay Yi Qing. This man's sins are countless. Only God may judge him. Yi Qing hovered in midair, eyes calm as he measured the new threat. That pressure and avatar already at true God level? A spark of excitement curled at his lips. Now things are getting interesting. Light flickered in his palm, and the god-slaying gourd appeared. Turn around, my treasure. The immortal severing flying blade. A beam of light enveloped everything, and even the viewers of the stream were momentarily entranced. The immortal slaying flying dagger streaked out, shredding the instance's spatial barrier and locking onto God Yelin's Avid era single flash of steel, an instant kill. The avatar burst into countless specks of light that were swallowed by the void like a receding tide. At the same time, Yi Qing's final bottleneck cracked open, and a torrent of experience poured in. Level up, now 201. Level up, now 202. Each notification landed like a hammer, stirring violent shockwaves through the instance. His surging aura almost shattered the entire dungeon. Holy petals filled the sky as he waved his hand, crushing the devout believers and blinking away amid the falling blood and light. The audience finally snapped out of it. The chat flooded with what just happened? And why is that gourd glowing? The last thing they saw was the dazzling gourd in Yi Qing's hand before their screens went black. Someone cried out. Was that the legendary supreme artifact? Kyoto, in a secluded manner. Space split open and Yi Qing stepped through, his brow tightly knit. Where did it go wrong? Yolanda of Heaven never showed up in my previous life. The tidal force of his chi and blood settled at level 239. Back in his room, he lounged on the sofa and kept watching the stream. The Great Xia faction had swept aside most resistance and was poised to seize nearly the entire map. Outside, thick snowflakes drifted soundlessly. In the pavilion, Yen Hu and Tang Mingwu sat shoulder to shoulder, the whiteness rendering their figures unusually serene. Yi Qing looked away, silently mulling over the fact that the future had taken a turn and the myths were surfacing ahead of schedule. Over the next few days, he hid inside the Hongmeng Pearl's inner space, refining pills and leveling AFK, climbing 2 more levels to 241. The National Destiny instance ended, but the outcome differed slightly from expectations. Great Xia had conquered most of the territory, but was stalled in one area. The Scylla faction had summoned a Phantom of Poseidon, while Great Xia countered with the Xianyuan sword wielded by the Ji clan's Grand Elder. Yet, at only level 300, he could not unleash its full power, leaving both sides locked in a dead stalemate for days. When the instance closed, Great Xia's members noticed widespread physical changes. Crafters felt brimming with vitality, and combatants jumped several levels outright. Yi Qing stared at the settlement screen, his heart sinking again. Another anomaly. The cosmic breathing technique was autonomously running. granting him 20 experience points per second in what had once been a barren environment on Blue Star. Interesting. Next year's awakening ceremony is probably going to change everything. Yenhu pushed the door open and gazed at the sky. The once empty heaven and earth are actually getting a bit suitable for cultivation. He shook his head. I'm bored out of my mind. Since my 9th rebirth, I haven't had a proper fight. Yi Qing chuckled. How about a bout in the void? Yenhu waved both hands. Forget it. Call me when something comes up. With that, he strode toward the side room. Watching him leave, Yi Qing muttered to himself. His aura has changed a lot. The old aloof chill has faded. Meanwhile, on the northern grasslands of Great Xia, the world shuddered violently as space split into countless fissures. In the next instant, a sky-piercing tower materialized, its spire vanishing into the clouds, its number of floors unknown. While grinding nearby, Murong Shui stared in astonishment. The charcoal gray spire pierced the clouds, its body twisting as it bled into the cliffs and forest, as if a game dungeon were forcing its way into reality. Her heart skipped a beat. Another instance merging with the real world. She sheathed her weapon, stepped onto the rocks, and walked through the tower gate without hesitation. Yi Qing didn't hear about it until the next morning. Fresh from washing up, he caught a news crawl on TV. The Infinite Tower has arrived a month early. Holding a cup of water, he couldn't hide his shock. In his previous life, the tower had drawn countless top-tier professionals. The death rate was low, but the rewards were lavish. It would appear somewhere on Blue Star every month, the first time inside the Americas Federation. Landing in Daxiao this time, he guessed, had to be linked to the early activation of the National Fate instance. On the couch, Yenhu cracked sunflower seeds with a crisp crunch. Yi Qing turned his head. Weren't you looking for a worthy opponent? Above the 50th floor, the Infinite Tower is packed with 9th-turn powerhouses. Want to team up? Seriously? Yenhu's eyes flared like flame. The top record in the last life was floor 56, and that was Xian Yuan Pai after he became a god. Yeah. Yi Qing set the cup down. Yenhu thought of Tang Mingwu and hesitated. Relax, Yi Qing said quietly. As long as she stays inside the manor, not even a god king can touch her. Yenhu nodded, went to his room to give a few instructions, then shot into the sky with Yi Qing. Over the capital, 2 dazzling sword beams burst upward, trailing long tails of light as they streaked north. The Infinite Tower stood on the northern frontier's wasteland, a temporary cordon encircling its base. Soldiers and members of the Professionals Association had arrived first, scattered detectors blinking red. Li Chaojue, director of Daxia's northern military district, waited outside the entrance. Burly and bearded, he declared in a low voice, the northern district is taking over. The association is late. A gaunt middle-aged man, Shangwan Bo, strolled up with a smile. Late is late, he said. Double the northern district's budget next year, and we'll run this place together. Deal? Li Chaoju's eyes lit up. Deal. Don't forget to pay up. Suddenly 2 streaks of sword light split the clouds and landed before the crowd. Yi Qing put away his flying sword and looked up at the tower, nearly 100 meters across. Truly extraordinary. Arms folded, Yenhu grinned, battle spirit surging. Remarkable indeed. The soldiers and association members on guard recognized Yi Qing and stepped aside. Side by side, the 2 men crossed the threshold and vanished into the dim curtain of light. At the same time, a surge of energy rippled at the gate, and 3 level 150 elite professionals staggered out. Still catching their breath, they reported to Li Chaojue. The NPCs and there are monsters, one man said wryly. I had to beat a level 50 legend just to reach the 2nd floor, then got one shot. The other 2 nodded vigorously. When you die, you're teleported out immediately, no real danger. Li Chaojue and Shangwan Bo exchanged a glance, eyes blazing with desire. A low hum rang out. A pale gold screen appeared on the tower's wall, displaying a real-time leaderboard. First place, Murong Shui floor 6. Shangwan Bo's eyes darkened. So the SS rank who betrayed the Shangwan clan really did find the tower first. Inside the Infinite Tower, an elegantly furnished room sat in silence. Wooden tables and chairs gleamed softly, while crystal lamps in the corners cast circular halos of light. Leaning back, Yi Qing swiped a finger and summoned the system panel. The Infinite Tower Dominion, Divine Grade. It appears at random across the myriad worlds, and no one knows its summit. Each adventurer who enters leaves behind a phantom that will challenge the higher floors. Every victory comes with a reward. The tougher the opponent, the richer the prize, and their phantom remains behind for future challengers. Yi Qing stood outside the Infinity Tower, expression indifferent, knew the rules by heart. Without hesitation, he sent in his projection. First floor. A vast arena spread out beneath him as his projection landed. He instantly checked his status. Apart from his equipment, he retained only base attributes. All bonus skills were sealed, yet his overall combat strength was almost identical to his true body. Across from him, a blank-faced young man leveled a sniper rifle and fired. The muzzle flashed, and the bullet ripped through the air. A data panel flickered level 50 legendary boss. Yi Qing raised his hand, flower petals drifting silently around him. One petal deflected the bullet, slipped into a hair-thin spatial crack, and the next instant he appeared behind the youth, ending the fight with casual ease. A prompt appeared. First floor cleared. Choose your reward. Level 50 legendary weapon, Infinity, roulette 1 spin. Yi Qing took the second option. The roulette was pure luck, but a top-tier pull would eclipse any fixed reward. A colossal wheel appeared, crammed with tens of thousands of slots. The light cursor darted across them. Yi Qing's sharp eyes caught a tiny slot labeled Godslayer Spear Fragment, and his pupils tightened. Had read about this supreme artifact in Daxiao myth just days ago. The cursor stopped elsewhere. Legendary Strength Potion. Description: 350 strength on use. Ineffective above level 300. Yi Qing put the potion away with a sign inside the Hongmeng Pearl's space. Even random herbs granted a bigger boost. Second floor. A knight in lavish armor rode in on a unicorn. Lance gleaming level 55 legendary boss. He attacked first. Lance like a rainbow as the unicorn charged. Petals rose again, slicing the air with icy light and cleaving man and beast in two. Yi Qing spun the roulette once more, marveling at the Onion Tensofthason's odds. The cursor landed on a longbow level 50 epic weapon. He tossed it into his pack, already planning to sell it and refurbish his estate. Third floor. Another instant kill, another spin. 49th floor. At the far end stood a burly man, muscles knotted, unarmed yet radiating terrifying power peak demigod. The Godslayer Spear Fragment still hadn't shown. With a trace of resignation, Yi Qing drew the Qishao sword and felled his foe in one stroke. When the roulette appeared again, he noticed the Godslayer Spear Fragment had vanished. It had been claimed by someone else. Very few people could even enter the Infinity Tower, which made him frown. He stopped climbing and left his phantom on the 49th floor, ready to resume there next time. His true body hurried to the tower's entrance and melted into the shadows. Hidden by the gate, Yi Qing resolved to search everyone who emerged. The Godslayer Spear would be his. Yi Qing crouched beside the main gate, perfectly still. With the skills of a divine grade array master, the Hongmeng Pearl, and the power of spacetime at his disposal, he was virtually undetectable. Even a sovereign-class powerhouse would pass by without sensing him unless he chose to act. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor of the Infinite Tower, Murong Shui stood alone on a pitch-black stone platform. The creature before her, as massive as a steel mountain, was the equivalent of a level 120 mythic boss. She checked the reward she had just drawn, Godslayer Spear Fragment, a damaged common-grade weapon. A helpless smile crossed her face. With luck this poor, a frontal assault would be suicide. She triggered her teleport and withdrew immediately. A flash of white light marked her arrival at the tower's entrance, and in the next heartbeat, she was surrounded. Shangwan Bo stepped forward with a sneer. I knew it was you. After betraying the Shangwan clan, you still think you can live? The cold wind tugged at her white robes. A sapphire staff condensed in her palm, and the phantom of an ice snow goddess rose behind her, spreading chill through the air. If I'd stayed in that decaying family, you'd have married me off to that wastrel sooner or later. Shangwan Bo's gaze darkened. Becoming the wife of a Shangwan son is an honor. Since you refuse, you die here. Attack. 3 level 200 archers drew their bows, and 2 level 200 mages raised their staffs. Arrows and streams of magic poured down. An ice crystal shield formed around Murong Shui, blocking the first barrage, but it shattered in a web of cracks. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Qing took everything in. How had she been cornered like this? Murong Shui pulled out a jade vial containing 97 sword chi pills. She had already used 3 in previous life and death escapes. Gritting her teeth, she crushed 5 pills. A deep hum resounded. Blades of sword light pierced the sky and, in an instant, cut down all 5 attackers. Shangwan Bo's eyelid twitched. So you were hiding an item with that kind of power? From a distance, Li Chaojue muttered. That sword light, I've seen it before. Murong Shui's eyes flicked between Shangwan Bo and Li Chaojue. Didn't the Shangwan clan join the Abyssal Society long ago? I'm amazed you can still hold a senior post in the Adventurers Guild. Lies. Shangwan Bo roared. A black crescent shadow rose behind him as he lunged forward. Murong Shui tightened her grip on a dozen more sword chi pills, her knuckles whitening. Suddenly, petals drifted across the sky, mingling with the swirling snow to paint a breathtaking scene. The black crescent shattered on the spot. Yi Qing stepped out of the whirl of flowers and mist, his voice calm. Did the infinite roulette happen to give you the Godslayer spear? Murong Shui blinked, then nodded. It's just a damaged common weapon. If you want it, take it. In the snow, a blood-red spear slowly floated into view. Sinister patterns wound along its shaft. To anyone else, they looked like ordinary carvings, but Yi Qing saw within them boundless void and primordial chaos. He put the god-slaying spear away, looked at Murong Shui, and said, that's the one. Thanks. The last petals hanging in the air shattered, turning into fine golden threads that coiled around Shangwan Bo's limbs like chains. Yi Qing glanced at Murong Shui and said quietly, he's yours now. Kill him, or spare him your call. When the golden shower finally vanished, only a cutting wind and swirling snow remained. A trace of regret flickered in Murong Shui's eyes, but she still turned to face Shangguan Bo's sapphire light surged from her palm, encasing him in solid ice. An instant later the glacier exploded. Shards, blood, and flesh scattered everywhere. His body was blown apart. Li Chaojue, vice president of the Grand Xia Professionals Association and commander of the Northern Military District, forced himself forward, his complexion pale. An on-the-spot execution, isn't that against protocol? He's with the Abyssal Society, Morong Shui replied firmly. The entire Shangguan clan has been compromised. Yi Qing stood to the side, expression unreadable, clearly backing her without reservation. Whether it's the Abyssal Society or the Professionals Association, neither of you are saints. Li Chaojue could only step back. He had neither grounds nor strength to oppose Yi Qing. Inwardly he sighed. With Shangguan Bo dead, next year's doubled military budget is as good as gone. Bloody ice fragments thudded to the ground, a final punctuation mark on Shangguan Bo's life. Sword light flared beneath Yi Qing's feet, carrying him and Murong Shui into the sky while the snowstorm roiled below. Planning to train alone after this? He asked. I have a territory in the abyss. You can train there. What? Murong Shui's eyes widened. Yi Qing had already broken into Blue Star's most dangerous instance and even claimed land there. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not strong enough yet. They'll go once I reach level 200. The high-altitude wind howled, yet for the first time she felt utterly safe at Yi Qing's side. Still, her stubbornness remained. She refused to be a burden. Yi Qing didn't press the issue. He produced several sword chi pills, a wooden token covered in array runes, a few sets of fine gear, and a dozen or so remaining longevity and creation pills. These upgraded sword chi pills can cut down a peak demigod with a single arc. The token houses a divine grade formation and my strongest sword strike. It can seriously wound a true god. Morong Shui waved her hands. That's far too valuable. Yi Qing chuckled. Relax. The god-slaying spear is worth far more than all of this. You're the one getting shortchanged. Really? She studied him doubtfully. When he nodded, she carefully stowed everything away. All right, he'll take them. But I'm leaving now. The sword light landed at the foot of a snowy mountain. With her back to Yi Qing, Morong Shui waved. If I need you later, he'll head to the capital manor or to the broken sky plains in the abyss. Right? Right. Yi Qing watched her figure recede and sighed inwardly. Stubborn girl. With my help, she'll grow much faster this time around. When she was out of sight, he drew the god-slaying spear and called up its status screen. God-slaying spear, pale remnant of baleful weapon. It was badly damaged in ages past. After the world was remade, its spirit fell dormant. It can devour equipment to repair itself. Skills. 1. Heaven cleaving, Dao slaying damaged, unusable. 2. Domain of carnage damaged, unusable. 3. Devil heart devours the heavens damaged, unusable. Every icon was dim, none of the abilities could be activated. Yi Qing first bound the spear to himself, then opened the sign-in system and began rolling for gear. The Godslayer's spear dissolved into a streak of black light and vanished from his hand. A moment later, a black tattoo, sharp as a steel brand, surfaced on Yi Qing's left arm, the spear's dormant form. He opened the sign-in panel, locked onto the equipment slot, and launched a grueling yet thrilling 1000-draw spree, 1000 pulls that burned through 1 billion experience points. Lines of loot scrolled down the holographic screen. Obtained, Nethershade battle armor. Obtained, Fiery Chillin boots. Obtained, Sacred Deity staff. Final tally. 2 supreme artifacts and 121 pieces of mythic gear, all secured. Both the Nethershade battle armor and Fiery Chillin boots were level 300 supreme artifacts. Yi Qing chose to store them for now and swap them in once the transition period passed, replacing his aging blood god set. Next, he fed every newly acquired mythic and epic item to the Godslayer spear. The repair gauge shot up, 0.1, 1.2, 3.6, 5. After devouring so much gear, the spear finally advanced from epic to mythic grade. The weapon materialized again. Yi Qing flicked his wrist. The jet black tip made a casual jab at the sky, instantly tearing open a spatial rift more than 10 kilometers long. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly circulated his laws and stitched the wound shut. That was a casual test. Any further repairs could have disastrous consequences. He steadied himself and examined the spear's 3 core skills, a flickering in his eyes. 1. Heaven Reaving Annihilation. Enter a special state for 10 seconds. During this time, the user is absolutely invincible, and combat power increases tenfold every second under the spear's blessing. Any damage dealt cannot be healed by any means. 2. Domain of Slaughter. Every enemy killed within the domain becomes nourishment, directly converted into the user's growth, while all injuries are instantly restored. 3. Demon Heart Rampage. Enter a demon heart state and lose all rationality. The less reason remains, the greater the power. Like the Immortal Severing Gourd, every skill is geared toward pure offense. Heaven Reaving Annihilation is especially terrifying. Power 10 on the first second, 10 again on the second. By the 10th second, the numbers are unimaginable. And the spear is only mythic tier for now. Its ceiling obviously surpasses that of the gourd. Yi Qing decided to halt the upgrades. If he pushed the spear straight to Supreme Artifact, its murderous aura might turn the surroundings into a death zone, and the ensuing celestial anomalies could alert the entire world. He feared no trouble, but he didn't want to cause extra headaches for Xia. He would finish the repairs inside the Hongmeng Pearl's dimension instead. Riding the wind, he headed toward the nearby Infinite Tower. Outside the tower, he glanced at the leaderboard. Yen, who had reached the 55th floor and held first place, an impressive feat for someone who had just become a deity. Yi Qing's own avatar hovered on the 49th floor. He chose the challenge for floor 50 without hesitation. The opponent here was a genuine early-stage true Goda-tall woman in a billowing mage's robe, clearly not a native of Blue Star. Elemental currents raged around her. Ice and fire converged into a forbidden spell vortex that surged toward him. Yi Qing's gaze remained calm, and he made no move to defend. The vortex struck him without even ruffling his sleeve. In the next instant, the Scarlet Dawn sword was in his hand. With a casual swing so fast it defied sight, the woman, despite her ninefold cultivation, had no time to react. Surprise flickered across her face before she was cleaved into motes of light. Battle over. A system prompt appeared. After floor 50, the infinite roulette has refreshed. The Godslayer's spear dissolved into a streak of black light and vanished from his hand. He was offered 3 choices. 1. A random, 9-turn mythic weapon. 2. A single spin of the infinite roulette. 3. A random set of true god cultivation insights. Yi Qing barely hesitated and let the pointer fall on infinite roulette. Again, he wanted to see what would appear this time. The glowing dot at the center danced frenetically as the wheel slots shrank from tens of thousands to mere thousands, every one now marked with at least a mythic-grade treasure. Clearly, the divine-slaying spear he had drawn last time had been an extraordinary fluke. The wheel whirled, the light streaked across the segments, and finally stopped. Tier of Liberty Supreme Necklace Relic, Necklace. A brief description surfaced. Activate its power to travel anywhere, unbound by any constraint. Freedom is priceless, treasure every second. The relic required neither level nor acknowledgement of ownership. Yi Qing lifted the drop-shaped necklace glowing with golden light and fastened it around his neck. He nodded with quiet satisfaction. Nice piece. Immediately, he chose to challenge the next floor, the 52nd. When the brilliance faded, a middle-aged man holding a long sword appeared opposite him. Robes fluttered, a bamboo hat shaded his brow. Well, someone finally came to challenge me, the man laughed. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. A projection that can talk? Or do you have special privileges? Projections at the 9-turn tier can speak, the stranger replied. I thought this was the 51st floor, perhaps I'm mistaken. Only then did Yi Qing recall that he had swung too quickly on the 50th floor. The opponent hadn't even spoken before falling, so the tower had sent him straight to the 52nd. Qi Xiao left its scabbard in a burst of golden light. You talk too much. Time to go, Yi Qing said, stepping forward. The swordsman's gaze sharpened. What a blade. You've forged your own sword path. If you ever reach the spirit realm, look me up. Me name is Qing Mu. 2 sword lights collided in an instant. One emerald, full of springtime vitality, the other blazing gold, sharp as the midday sun. The green light lasted a heartbeat before the gold tore it apart. Qing Mu's body split at the waist, dissolving into drifting motes. What a terrifying sword path. Watching the sparks fade, Yi Qing mused. So the infinite tower has appeared in the spirit realm too. I wonder if old wine dust projection is here that one's at true god level. The 3 rewards appeared again, and this time he picked cultivation insights. Before him materialized a time-worn book, True God-grade Insights into the Way of Flame. Perfect for alchemy fire control, he thought, and used it at once. Boom. A torrent of fiery comprehension flooded his mind. His level jumped from 239 to 241. A furnace of separation manifested in his palm, and Southbright leaving fire formed a crimson gold phoenix that circled him once before diving back into the cauldron. True God Insights really deliver, Yi Qing exclaimed, finally understanding why countless powerhouses had coveted them in his previous life. Pity that each person can claim a reward only once per floor. He stepped onto the 53rd floor. Black mist churned as a towering figure took shape, the 10th demon god of the abyss, the phantom demon god. Their eyes met, and the demon's expression twisted. This was the man who had once extorted half of the Phantom Beast clan's resources. The phantom demon god let out a vicious laugh. This is the infinite tower. Your supreme relics are off-limits. I may not be able to kill you, but your projection will die in endless torment. Yi Qing was speechless. The 10th demon god, the phantom demon god, had appeared, which meant that every godly projection from the abyss was inside the infinite tower. Powerhouses from foreign realms and other great worlds had also been copied to serve as gatekeepers on each floor. The Scarlet Dawn sword flashed as Yi Qing swung it casually. The blade tore through the air with an ear-splitting boom, and the phantom demon god never even reacted. Its vast, smoke-like form was cleaved apart on the spot. How is this possible? It hasn't been that long. How could you have grown this strong? The phantom demon god roared, its voice echoing through the hollow floor before it dissolved completely. Yi Qing sheathed his sword and gazed at the teleportation portal that was about to open. Instead of tension, he felt a spark of curiosity. Who would be waiting on the next level? The reward panel surfaced, and he once again picked True God Cultivation Experience. Light flickered, but what landed in his hand was a divine-grade illusion technique handbook. After skimming a few pages and finding little use for it, he tucked it away to give shall by later. The teleportation glow faded, and the new floor solidified in an instant. Opposite him stood a white-haired man, proud, aloof, and so indifferent it seemed he had set the entire world aside. Around him, dust motes, light, and even energy flows had frozen, as though an unseen clock had stopped everything. A true god of the time Dao, stuck on the 54th floor? Yi Qing wondered, but the man's name escaped him. Radiance of years, the white-haired man said calmly. Behind him, the phantom of a towering sacred mountain rose, pouring out multicolored rays that flooded the whole level with blinding light. Time slammed to a halt. All motion ceased except for that dazzling beam lancing toward Yi Qing. Space-time power swirled around Yi Qing, forming a distorted halo of protection. Staring at the phantom mountain, he chuckled. The mountain of years, so you're its master. I see why you stalled here without the mountain's true body. Your strength plummets. For the first time, the mountain's master showed a ripple of emotion. His voice turned low. How do you know the mountain of years? No one like you exists in the Shanghai realm. Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to explain. He raised his hand and unleashed a genuine heaven-severing sword art. A sword light dozens of meters long ripped through the air, shredding the radiance of years and slicing both the phantom mountain and the white-haired man clean in two. Blood mist and glittering fragments hung motionless in the frozen time, then burst apart another instant kill. As he sheathed his sword, Yi Qing sighed. With my current power, the entire Shanghai realm can't stop me. Even its world will is helpless. When I have a chance, they'll visit and bringing Shuang back. The reward panel reappeared. He drew again, and a golden light sphere burst open Dao of time. True God Cultivation Experience. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he merged with it on the spot. Insights flooded his mind, and his space-time power surged. His time's top domain doubled from 5 minutes to 10, and time reversal stretched from 30 seconds to a full minute. Not bad, he said with satisfaction, stepping into the portal to the next floor. Outside the Infinite Tower, a growing crowd of adventurers clustered beneath the leaderboard, chattering nonstop. Gulp. Yi Qing's already cleared 55 floors. How scary is he? He's still not first. Yanhu is on floor 59 right now. This tower is nuts. The first floor throws a level 50 legendary boss at you solo. No kidding. Out there would need a full party to whittle down a boss like that. In the midst of the commotion, Yanhu slipped into a corner beneath his black cloak, his face dark. He had just been one-shot by the projection on floor 59, unable to fight back. Looking up, he saw Yi Qing's floor count rising at a terrifying pace. The floor counter was climbing almost every few minutes, which meant the opponents were being one-shotted, and only the rewards election screens were slowing him down. From the spectators' gallery, Yanhu let out a silent sigh. Back when Yi Qing helped him reach the 9th revolution, Yi Qing had deliberately suppressed his own strength to keep the realm stable. Now, with 9 peerless swords at his disposal, Yi Qing had revealed only one and was already unstoppable. At this moment, Yi Qing was on the 59th floor of the Infinite Tower. In just 3 floors he had felled powerful enemies one after another, earning 2 Sword Dao True God Experience notes and 1 Martial Dao God Experience note. He absorbed them on the spot, rocketing to level 247 only a hair's breadth from the peak of the 6th revolution. His Hongmeng Sword Dao grew ever deeper, and he could vaguely sense the threshold of a second sword path. Standing opposite him on the floor's arena was the Abyss First Demon God, the Calamity Demon God. Years ago, in the Heavenbreak Mountains, Yi Qing had glimpsed a trace of this being's aura and never forgotten it. The demon's projection studied him as well, surprise etched between its brows. Why so many challengers today? I just sent off 1 swordsman, and here comes another. Yi Qing thought, could Yanhu have been eliminated? In all of Daxia, only Yanhu and I have ever climbed this high. He answered loudly, First Demon God of the Abyss. Once I clear the tower, they'll come for your true body. Ridiculous. The Calamity Demon God laughed in fury. Even the wisp I left here 10,000 years ago has the power of a celestial. My true body now stands half a step from God King, and you still dare threaten me. Before the last word faded, a tide of black fog rolled from the demon, writhing like living things and filling the arena with oppressive darkness. The walls vibrated under the impact. Anywhere but the Infinite Tower, such force would have leveled northern Daxia. Yi Qing's expression steadied. 8 flying swords appeared behind him, their razor aura slamming Hedon into the black fog with thunderous blasts. He held nothing back, igniting every talent in his body. Zhu Yin Bloodline. Heaven Form. 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiaobai Bloodline. 10-tailed Destiny. Chaos Bloodline. Chaotic Power, Primal Qi. Yanhu Bloodline and his own innate gifts. augmented by the martial Tao golden body. His golden form swelled, 6 fists tearing the air as they crashed toward the demon. Shock filled the calamity demon god's eyes. Moments ago they were evenly matched, yet the power now released utterly crushed him. A ruthless idea flashed: if he could not win, he would self-detonate and drag Yi Qing down with him. The thought had barely formed when Yi Qing's punch pierced the core of the black fog. The projection shattered before it could explode, dissolving into scattered mist. With the kill complete, Yi Qing withdrew his fists and shrank to normal size. By his own reckoning, his full burst equaled a celestial at mid-tier. With the immortal slaying gourd and the god-slaying spear, he might challenge a god king. The reward panel unfolded. He chose the poisoned Tao True God experience note. As it merged into his sea of consciousness, his auxiliary profession of evil physician advanced instantly to poison god. Countless toxic methods flooded his mind, including recipes capable of killing a god king. The materials were rare, but the sign-in system would supply them over time. Yi Qing straightened his robes and stepped onto the 60th floor. The moment he set foot on the platform, a wholly different pressure swept over him. Across the arena stood an imposing blond man with a trident. Though he merely stood still, the space around him churned like a boundless sea. Yi Qing's pupils narrowed. This man had appeared in the National Fate instance just a few days ago. Within the myths of Shira, the sea god Poseidon stared down at Yi Qing with haughty eyes, as if regarding an ant. A mere human dares challenge a god's authority? His voice rolled across the arena like thunder. In the next instant his aura detonated God King domain. The entire platform vanished beneath a roaring tide, waves stacking 1,000 layers deep, while a cobalt curtain of water twisted in the sky. He swelled into a 100-meter titan, raised a trident, and leveled it at Yi Qing. A blinding blue beam speared out, and a kilometer-high wall of water came crashing behind it. A sort of condensed light formed under Yi Qing's feet, lifting him smoothly. The edge of his eyes flashed with sword light. You're only a projection. See God or not, he'll take you down. He flipped every buff he had to maximum, his aura soared. Before the tide could fall, Yi Qing unleashed his supreme sword and 10 times stopped. The raging sea froze mid-motion, crests suspended in midair, then shattered into countless phantom blades that locked Poseidon inside a shrinking ring. Each blade quietly amplified Yi Qing's power. He expanded to Poseidon's height. 8 shadowy arms spun like fiery wheels, hammering the sea god with thunderous blows. At the same time, 9 flying swords lined up, their light cascading like a waterfall as they hacked away. The storm lasted a full 10 minutes. When time resumed, the phantom blades vanished. Sweat dotted Yi Qing's brow. His breathing stayed even but tired. Poseidon, however, was flayed to ribbons, divine blood spraying gold-blue fountains. The moment the world moved again, Poseidon's wounds knit at visible speed. He threw back his head and laughed. You froze me in time, impressive. But you're too weak. You can hurt me, never kill me. Yi Qing laughed as well. Really? He eyed Poseidon. Trillions of temporal seals lay stacked on the god's skin. Now explode. Poseidon's laughter died, terror flooding his eyes. Impasse, his body detonated, scattering into light. Yi Qing sheathed his sword with a slight smile. Sorry, god kings can die too. A pool of seawater spread across the floor, the liquid world, and Poseidon reformed. You've pushed me far, but I am an immortal god. Yi Qing stayed calm. Oh, time rewind. Again, countless space-time seals branded Poseidon, and he exploded a second time. This time the projection did not return. From the void came a resentful roar, defeated by an insect. When my power returns, it'll drown Daxia and judge you all. On the platform, Yi Qing shrugged. Don't worry, it'll settle you long before that. The system's reward screen appeared. Yi Qing drew true god cultivation experience once more, this time, that of the god of space. Radiant power flooded his body as the pathways of spatial law etched themselves into his mind. His mastery of space-time evolved again. Daily spatial jumps doubled from 30 to 60. Their range vastly expanded. His level rose to now 250, the peak of 6th rebirth. With a single thought, he could appear anywhere on Blue Star. Yi Qing stood at the exit of the 60th floor of the Infinite Tower, staring at the blinking next floor option on the panel, but in the end, he didn't step forward. He knew the 60th floor corresponded to the God King realm. He had used every ounce of strength to defeat Poseidon, and the projections above could only be more terrifying. Instead of forcing his way up, he decided to grow stronger first. He carved a space-time marker into the tower wall, ensuring he could lock on to this colossal tower from anywhere in the future. Outside, clusters of professionals gathered around the rankings, whispering. Seriously? Yi Qing stopped at the 60th floor? If even he won't go to 61, how strong must the enemy be? The best of us are level 300 at most, and we can barely reach the 31st floor. Hearing their chatter, Yi Qing slipped away like drifting smoke. A few li away, icy wind howled over a mountain ridge where Yin Hu stood alone. Yi Qing appeared beside him. Relax. If we lose, we can always fight again. Yin Hu shook his head, eyes sharp as blades. I just broke through to ninth rotation and still cut down a peak ninth rotation projection. That shadow was clearly a higher realm. When I truly step into it, one sword will kill him. Yi Qing smiled, tore open a spatial rift, and the two stepped through. An instant later, they were in the Kyoto estate. Tang Mingwu was in the garden, gazing at the sky, worried about Yin Hu. The rift opened, and she flung herself into his arms. Seeing the two locked together, Yi Qing chuckled, shook his head, and headed straight to his room. He entered the world inside the Hongmeng Pearl. Mist curled over herb beds where poisonous plants swayed gently. Since taking the secondary profession of poison god, he had wanted to craft a toxin capable of slaying deities. After a while, the ghostly green flame in the cauldron went out. Refinement, complete phantom heart, demon toxin supreme. Traps true gods in illusions, their strength draining rapidly until death. Yi Qing stored the jade vial and walked to the dragon blood tree. A beam of white light landed on his shoulder as Xiaobai appeared. You're still too weak. Let me help you grow. Yi Qing produced the illusory god training notes and the phantom heart demon toxin. Xiaobai nodded, leapt down, and took the form of a girl in a white dress, pure and serene. She accepted the items, a faint smile on a face so lovely it could topple kingdoms. The moment she opened the notes, divine radiance surged around her. Yi Qing crushed more than a dozen pills, their gentle medicinal power flowing into her body as streams of light. Her aura climbed. Early 5th rotation peak, 5th rotation, 6th rotation in, it was still rising. Yi Qing sat cross-legged. Baizhe approached, golden eyes flickering. Seems her potential is still climbing. Yi Qing exhaled softly. Your progress is still too slow. From now on, take any spirit herb you need, but leave the roots. Baizhe nodded solemnly. Though inwardly, he was shocked raising someone from early 5th rotation to peak 6th rotation in mere breaths was nothing short of astounding. Just then the ground beneath the laboratory trembled, followed by Chun Hun's hearty laugh. It's done. Yi Qing walked toward the laboratory, watching Chun Hun cradle a small boy in his arms. Cold fluorescent lights bathed the child's delicate face, where crimson, azure, and violet glimmers phoenix, water, and thunder played across his skin. 3 strands of divine power coursed through his flesh like hidden streams. Newborn though he was, the boy already commanded the terrifying strength of the early 9th turn. Raw potential churned inside him, ready to explode at any moment. Behind the equipment, a little Oni girl named Chun, she clutched the hem of her dress, half hidden behind the metal casing, her curious yet wary eyes peeking out. So the god embryo matured this fast? Yi Qing stopped in front of Chen Han, drawing his gaze away from the boy. Chen Han nodded, his lowered voice unable to mask its heat. I've had both the matching god corpse and god blood from the start. I just broke through to level 151, so the catalysis naturally sped up. What's next? Another embryo? Yi Qing pressed. Chen Han tightened his hold on the child, looking at him as though he were a priceless treasure. Yes, the next one uses the blood flame demon god's genes. With a matching corpse and blood, it won't take long. He lowered his head and announced solemnly, from now on, your name is Chun Lun. Understand? The boy could not yet speak, but his tiny hand instinctively gripped Chen Hun's collar. A thread of lightning fire danced in his palm, as if he had known since birth that power belonged to him. Yi Qing moved to the other side of the lab, where the first 2 transparent incubation pods were mounted side by side. Thick, pale gold fluid filled each vessel, and within it 2 embryos floated silently, their bones and meridians already visible, their breaths faint as spider silk. Bending low, Yi Qing fed a single drop of fresh blood into each pod. The crimson dissolved instantly, and the embryo's sheen grew brighter. Chen Hun approached with Chun Lun and tapped the glass. In 10 more days, these 2 embryos will be fully formed. Yi Qing nodded slightly, feeling a subtle tremor of shared bloodline in his palm, and a small smile lifted the corner of his mouth. At last our hard work is paying off. He turned to Chen Hun, voice low and firm. Next, we build a god army absolutely loyal to us. When the time is right, we'll sweep through the abyss and the other worlds and conquer every realm under heaven. Fire blazed in Chen Hun's eyes, and he laughed heartily. Ambitious, I like it. But we've got a long road ahead. After a short exchange about techniques and resources, the 2 men left the laboratory. At the corridor's end, Xiaobai stood beside the door, a massive spirit fox phantom looming behind her, its 10 tails etched with ancient patterns of shifting light. As Yi Qing approached, the vision snapped back, and the fox shrank to a palm-sized snow-white kit that bounded onto his shoulder. Yi Qing stroked her soft fur with a fingertip, then glanced at his 3 other contracted beasts nearby. He activated the sign-in system. Targeted sign-in 1,000 times. Cost 50 billion experience. Points of light erupted in rapid succession. Obtained Beast Soul Pill. Obtained 7-color Ethereal Dragon Pill. Every one of the 1,000 rewards was a rare treasure meant to boost a pet's power and potential. Without hesitation, Yi Qing placed the pills into the mouths of his 4 companions. As the medicine surged, All of them slipped into slumber, spirit patterns blooming across their bodies while their auras rose step by step. Each one's potential broke into the sovereign tier, and Xiaobai's chaotic talent leapt straight to the peak of sovereign, a breath away from an even higher realm. His work done, Yi Qing willed himself out of the Hongmeng Pearl space. In the manor's living room on the outskirts of Kyoto, the television looped international news. Footage from the Destiny instance showed Yi Qing annihilating Gabriel and Susanoo with a single strike, making him the focus of the world. Foreign leaders who once played petty games now rushed to curry favor. Their schemes dissolved in an instant before the might of Daxia. Soon after, Yi Qing appeared on the campus of Kyoto University. Early winter wind ruffled his coat as he walked the avenue toward the entrance of the Cloud Sea instance. Ordinarily, this instance opened only during the college entrance season. With 6 months to go before the next exam, he planned to use it as a shortcut into the Mountain Sea realm. Beside the array, the teachers on duty leapt to their feet when they saw him, deference plain on their faces. Yi Qing stepped into the center of the formation and raised a hand without turning. Activate the array. I'm going in again. Understood. The teleportation array flared to life, and Yi Qing disappeared on the spot. A professor from Kyoto University stared at the shimmering glyphs, perplexed. With Yi Qing's current strength, why would he choose that instance? He muttered, shaking his head. Whatever, I'd better report this to the higher-ups. A sea of clouds and mist covered everything but a solitary building, the old tavern of Nightmare Town. Inside were only 3 people, Zhang Xingtian, the Lord of Nightmares, and their son, Zhang Fan. The flagstones in the rear courtyard were slick with moisture. Seated cross-legged, Zhang Xingtian personally coached Zhang Fan, teaching him to harden his body and guide his qi. The Lord of Nightmares leaned against the doorframe, eyes gentle and a carefree smile on her lips. Happiness radiated from her. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared atop the high courtyard wall, sleeves snapping in the wind. Yi Qing had arrived. Zhang Xingtian's head jerked up, vigilance flashing in his eyes. When he recognized the newcomer, his face darkened. In a blur, he landed below the wall. Remembering how Yi Qing had once tricked him, he spoke coldly. What are you doing here? Yi Qing swept his gaze around and felt a flicker of surprise. Zhang Xingtian was already at the peak of the demigod realm, on par with Xinyuan Pe, yet still blocked by the divine bottleneck. I'm heading for the Shanhai realm and happened to pass by, Yi Qing said calmly. Zhang Xingtian gave a curt nod, then barked over his shoulder. No peeking, keep training. The curious Zhang Fan quickly looked away and resumed his punches. The Lord of Nightmares stepped forward and spoke in a soft voice. Thank you. Without you, he never would have found me. Zhang Xingtian pulled a wry face. For you and little Fan, I've given up quite a bit. If I hadn't learned you'd born our child, I'd probably still be wasting my days in the brothels. Yi Qing flicked a jade vial into the air. A small gift for Zhang Fan. It should raise his potential a little. Zhang Xingtian caught it and clasped his fists in thanks. Much appreciated. Then his expression brightened. I still have to design next year's trial. Word is this place will serve as Kyoto University's Intransism instance. That should be fun. Yi Qing smiled, tore open a pitch-black rift, and stepped into the void. Zhang Xingtian watched the fissure close, a heavy look in his eyes. That kid used to be weaker than I was, he sighed at last. Now his depth is unfathomable. The Lord of Nightmares nestled against him and murmured. He reunited us and has shown no malice. If I hadn't been stuck at this bottleneck, I'd have refined Cloud Sea Grotto long ago and carried you away so no one could trouble us. Zhang Xingtian patted her shoulder. It's all right. Life is good as it is. In the Shanhai realm, deep within the primeval jungle of the 100,000 mountains south of the Qing kingdom, layers of foliage blotted out the sky while mist rolled over the forest floor. Yi Qing's form materialized beneath a towering tree. A pale blue map, hovering in the air. Cloud Sea Grotto was located here. He looked south toward the sea, where the mountain of time pierced the clouds. Gales suddenly howled and thunder cracked, the sky darkening in an instant. The world will descended, locking onto Yi Qing with crushing intent. Yi Qing remained impassive. One hand held the immortal slaying gourd. The other gripped the god-reaving spear, its tip wreathed in dark red, baleful qi. World will, you wouldn't want me to blow you apart and collapse this realm, would you? The immortal slaying flying dagger hummed, aimed at the heavens, its killing aura distorting the clouds. Moments later, every anomaly vanished. Radiance flooded the sky, and golden lotuses blossomed from the ground. A pillar of pure white light descended before Yi Qing, bearing a message. As long as he did not destroy the Shanhai realm, everything else was permitted. Yi Qing absorbed the information, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The god-reaving spears slay the heavens, annihilate the Tao erupted forth, its tip poised to pierce the firmament. With a single strike, the world will shattered and dissolved. Yi Qing snorted, withdrawing the Shirshan spear and the Zhanxian gourd as their afterimages faded. That blow settles the score for the last time you banished me. Now get lost. At his words, the skywide omens vanished like fireworks snuffed out. The world will had no time even for a parting threat before it fled in embarrassment. Obstacle gone. Yi Qing stepped onto a streak of sword light and shot toward Mount Suiwe. Of the 10 divine peaks in the Mountain Sea realm, this mountain of time ranked near the top. Its very rock carried temporal laws, able to speed up or slow down time at will. Around its base, swarms of peak 7th turn fiend insects shivered beneath Yi Qing's aura, their wings clamped tight, yet he did not spare them a glance. In a single flicker, he pierced the swarm and rose straight up the mountain. Clouds boiled over the summit as the Lord of Time appeared, his face darker than the mountain wind. All he had done was utter a few polite lines in the infinite tower, and now this man had hunted him to his doorstep. Humiliation ignited into rage. Beside him the giant of time rumbled. Master, who is he? Someone stronger than you? A very powerful man. The Lord of Time replied, rare gravity in his voice. A sword light ripped open the sky before he finished. Yi Qing landed on the peak and gave a frosty once-over. Nice mountain, he said. I'm taking it. The Lord of Time shook with fury. Big words. Careful they don't choke you. Even before he finished, dazzling light erupted from the entire mountain and poured into his body, sending his cultivation from mid-true god to early heavenly god. Yi Qing watched the change calmly. Sorry, still too weak. He unleashed both the heaven and earth form and the martial Tao golden body, every talent blazing, yet he restrained the power so the mountain would not be destroyed. A sky-spanning palm, heavy as a mountain range, slammed downward. Under that crushing weight, the Lord of Time felt utter helplessness. He summoned the shield of time eternal instant, flooding the sky with radiance, hoping to stand against Yi Qing. The shield shattered beneath a single blow, and the Lord of Time was seized in Yi Qing's palm. Hand over control of Mount Suiwe, and he'll spare your life. The tone was level, yet it sounded like a verdict. The Lord of Time struggled desperately, but against absolute strength, it was useless. At last his expression sagged. Fine, I'll yield. Blood spurted as he forcibly severed his bond with the mountain. Yi Qing flicked his hand, flinging the man toward the blue southern sea like a shooting star. He released the heaven and earth form and the martial Tao golden body, returning to normal size. A downpour of petaled light rained from the sky, each petal a blade that swept the summit and slaughtered the Lord's remaining followers. Staring toward the South Sea, Yi Qing muttered coldly, Godslayer poison is eating you alive. I'll collect your corpse another day. He then stood atop the peak, eyes closed, sensing the strange temporal power roiling through the mountain capable of hastening or delaying time. With a tap of his finger he stored the entire Mount Suiwe inside the Hongmeng Pearl. The pearl quivered, its grade rising from mythic to transcendent. Its attributes and auxiliary skills strengthened again, and the Hongmeng energy within grew even richer. The cooldown for traversing time and space shortened from 3 years to 2. The key was that the Mountain of Time was still sealed inside the Primal Chaos Pearl, so the power of time continued to function. As a result, the flow of time inside and outside the pearl diverged dramatically. Gazing at the iridescent sphere in his palm, Yi Qing suddenly thought, there are 9 other divine mountains. If I draw them all into the pearl, what new wonders might unfold? With that thought, swordlight flared beneath his feet. He became a streak of icy brilliance and shot toward the far south of the Shanhai realm. At that moment, the Lord of Time lay on a wasteland shrouded in foul purple miasma. Every blade of grass had withered, every beast had perished, and only he still struggled to breathe. Yi Qing, you're merciless, he rasped. Swordlight descended. Yi Qing appeared, his voice calm, yet glacial. Merciless. When I first entered the Mountain of Time, you colluded with the world's will and let its creatures besiege me while forbidding me to fight back. After a single exchange with the Titan of Time, that same will banished me into chaotic space. Were none of those things you're doing? He ended flatly. You deserve this. A twisted smile tugged at the Lord of Time's lips. I should have killed you then. I never imagined you'd grow this strong in a few short months. He tried to self-destruct, only to find the Godslayer toxin eating through every trace of his power. Yi Qing watched in silence until the toxin shredded the last sliver of life from its host. The purple threads withdrew into his palm. He stored the corpse, planning to deliver it to Qinhun later. A pillar of sword light rose once more, and he tore through the heavens, following the pull of his avatar. Great Qin had split into north and south. In the north, the martial king had declared himself ruler of the new Wu kingdom and was devouring the barbarian tribes with iron-blooded force. In a lavish courtyard at the capital, the martial king sat in informal dress, every gesture heavy with dominance. That wretch dares ally with the heaven-defying league and challenge me openly. Have our people set out? An 8th tier and more than a dozen peak 7th tier cultivators are already on their way to the league's headquarters. If the league knows what's good for it, it will hand her over, an armored man reported. Keep me informed of any change. The king waved him away, then narrowed his eyes and muttered, soon once I consume all of Great Qin's fate, I will break through the 9th tier and stand unrivaled. Far to the south of Qin, on a hillside outside a small city, Yi Qing stood in snow-white robes, the wind tugging at his sleeves as he studied the gate. Why has Shuang come here? The guards, cowed by his presence, let him pass without a word. Inside, he slipped into a quiet alley and dismissed his avatar, instantly sorting through recent events. Shuang had joined the Heaven-defying League and publicly vowed to seek justice from the martial king. Enraged, the king had sent assassins, and the League was debating whether to surrender her. In a secluded courtyard among the mountains behind the city, Shuang sat cross-legged, an azure dragon phantom coiling behind her. Footsteps sounded in the distance. Her eyes brightened, and she turned directly toward the approach. Big brother, I always knew you were there, protecting me. Shuang lifted her head to find Yi Qing standing nearby. Her eyes curved like slender moons, laughter dancing on her brows. Yi Qing looked her over. The frail girl in his memory was gone. In her place stood a poised young warrior. A pale blue dress traced her long frame, and her features were striking. A keen aura wrapped around her peak fourth stage, with God King potential. Only one thing had not changed, her affection for him. The system panel still showed a clear 100 dependence. Yi Qing ruffled her hair and said in a low voice, "You rushed in too hard. With your current strength, you're still far from the martial king." The martial king? A chill flashed in Shuang's eyes. Since that man learned she was alive, killers had come for her without poisoned darts and traps in secret, a public bounty for all to see. The whole realm now knew her name, though the ambushes had lessened. Yi Qing nodded. His avatar's memories were vivid. Each time danger closed in, he had intervened unseen, pulling her back from the brink. "This is your affair," he said gently. "Even if I killed the martial king, the knot in your heart would stay." "Don't worry," she answered, clenching her fist. "I found a fast way to grow. That man'll deal with him myself." She took Yi Qing's hand and pushed open the wooden door. Firelight flickered in the hearth, filling the room with warm cedar scent. While she gathered her thoughts, she recounted life after leaving the great Qing capital, breaking into moon god ruins and escaping lethal traps, stumbling upon a map of Dragon Deity Mountain, joining the Heaven-defying League to dodge pursuit, and, by sheer talent, rising quickly through its ranks. Yi Qing listened in silence. Though his avatar had witnessed it all, he gave her his full attention. At 13, she had weathered storms that few her age could imagine and gained power none could match. "You know you're the reincarnation of the primordial azure dragon, right? He'll go to Dragon Deity Mountain with you." "Okay." Her eyes shone like stars. Before the words faded, the mountains rumbled. High above, two eighth-stage auras collided. An armored man, scarlet cape snapping, wielded a halberdone of the martial king's loyal hounds. Opposite him hovered the League Master in black robes, sword in hand. One probing clash tore the clouds apart. "Hand over the girl, and he'll leave at once." The armored man thundered. The League Master's gaze darkened. "Could you give me a moment to?" "No time." The halberd pointed like a spear of fate. "By the martial king's decree, bring her out and execute her now, or fight me to the death." The air froze. Then a man and a girl rose into the sky. Yi Qing stood with hands behind his back, and Shuang at his side. A crushing pressure rolled outward. The two half-gods could not lift their heads. Yi Qing spoke mildly. "Exactly whom do you plan to fight to the death?" Cold sweat streamed down the armored man's face. The weight felt like heaven itself. A single refusal meant instant death. Yet he gritted out, "It is the martial king's order. I cannot betray him." Freed from the pressure, the League Master exhaled in secret. Seeing Shuang beside Yi Qing, he dared not ask questions. Yi Qing's eyes remained calm. "Tell the martial king that 1 year from today, Shuang will challenge him herself for a duel of life and death." A single word followed, sharp as a blade. "Leave." Grateful for his life, the armored man fled into the clouds. When the wind finally stilled, emotion swirled in Shuang's eyes. Big brother is truly this strong. His aura alone pinned an 8th-stage warrior in place. Yi Qing stroked Shuang's small head and smiled faintly. "One day you'll be able to do the same." Beside him, the Nition Alliance leader was sweating, scarcely daring to breathe. Yi Qing turned to him. "I'm taking Shuang with me. Any objections?" "I wouldn't dare," the leader said, waving his hands. "With you, her future is boundless." Swordlight erupted beneath Yi Qing's feet like a great wheel, carrying the two of them into the sky. Wind howled past as Shuang glanced at the sheepskin scroll in her master's Handan intricate map of Dragon God Mountain, whose marked destination lay deep in the Eastern Sea. "Are you ready? In a year you'll challenge your father." "I've already issued the challenge." "He's unworthy of the title father," she replied, her eyes resolute. "I will win." Yi Qing pressed a palm to her slender back, golden patterns spreading across her skin. The binding array was rewritten, the raging azure dragon power calmed, and she absorbed it willingly. In an instant, her aura jumped from 4th turn peak to the 5th turn realm. "Excellent." Shuang clenched her fists, delight shining in her eyes. "The power is tame now, and it's growing faster than ever." Yi Qing only nodded, steering the sword higher. Below them, snow-buried mountains and river valleys raced past, and entire cities flashed by like insects trapped in amber. At their blistering speed, they reached a small town on the eastern coast, in less than half a day. The boundless blue sea stretched to the horizon, waves pounding the shore. It was Shuang's first sight of the ocean, and she stared in awe. Wow, it's magnificent, is this the sea? Qing chuckled. Yes, let's take a closer look. The swordlight faded, and they landed. A northern wind drove snow through the streets, sending townsfolk hurrying by with collars pulled high. Clad in fine robes and fortified by their inner strength, Qing and Shuang felt no chill. Curious eyes followed them. Yet dusk was falling fast, and people quickened their steps. Winter daylight is brief, and once the sun set, the streets sank into grayness. Feeling a faint oppressive aura, Shuang surveyed the surroundings. Qing spoke calmly. Sea beasts must come ashore often. If we meet one, we'll handle it. First, let's find an inn. They stepped into a nearby tavern. Behind the counter, an elderly man with grizzled hair dozed beside an oil lamp. Qing tapped the wood. The man jolted awake, relaxing when he saw their faces. Looking for rooms? Qing tossed a gold coin onto the counter. 2 top suites. Right away. The old man nodded quickly, then lowered his voice. Don't go outside tonight. Sea monsters slip into town when the fog rolls in. They've taken several people already. What do they look like? Shuang asked. Who dares get a close look? The old man gave a bitter smile. On those nights you can't see your own hand, and the fog is thick as soup. Upstairs, they chose a room by the window. Shuang tugged Qing's sleeve. Big brother, I want to investigate. Those creatures are eating people. I can't just sit here. Qing settled into a chair and nodded. Go. They'll be waiting for you. Shuang let out a delighted shout and vaulted straight through the window. The night wind, spattered with snow, rushed against her face. In the blink of an eye, her figure, as fleeting as smoke, melted into the endless darkness. Inside, the lone candle flickered. Qing pinched his fingers together, and the flame abruptly died, plunging the room into hushed gloom. With a single thought, he vanished, slipping into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world. Shuang's strength far exceeded others of her realm, and, protected by a divine-grade ward, she required no supervision. The Hongmeng Pearl space stretched silent and vast. Several spirit pets were adjusting to their recent evolution. Hundun still stood in its customary days, yet its gains dwarfed the rest. Every attribute and skill had surged, like a slumbering behemoth. The patterns on Xiao Dai's wings had grown intricate and mysterious. She danced above Qing's head, scattering iridescent light, her aura boundless and exuberant. Baize's eyes shimmered with intellect as though he were deducing the laws of heaven, glimpsing the threads of the future. Xiaobai had turned into a pure young maiden in a white dress. She stood quietly at his side and greeted him in a soft, melodious voice. Master. Qing smiled and nodded. You've all made solid progress. Take some time to master your new power. Hand in hand with Xiaobai, he entered the laboratory. On a cold metal table, 2 divine embryos floated in silver-blue nutrient fluid. He fed them refined energy. One embryo remained motionless, while the other broke into a foolish grin, displaying the faintest spark of awareness. Nearby, Chun Hun was hunched over a microscope, parsing the blood flame devil's gene sequence. His eyes shone, and he muttered under his breath, incredible near immortal properties. Qing patted his shoulder, then flipped his palm. Take a look at this, the true god of temporal cultivation, the Lord of Ages. A bronze-hued divine corpse thudded to the floor. Like a starving wolf on treasure, Chun Hun instantly harvested blood, plucked a strand of divine hair, and was too absorbed to reply. Seeing him lost in his work, Qing chuckled and left the lab. He turned to Xiaobai. Come on, they'll show you around the Shanghai realm. That realm posed no threat to him now. Even its world could be erased, though doing so would wipe out the entire Planian option he preferred to avoid. Xiaobai could not stay human for long. A flash of white light, and she reverted to a small snow-furred beast that curled on his shoulder. Exiting the Hongmeng Pearl space, Qing returned to the inn's guest room. Snow drifted outside, and a mournful wind whistled through the cracks. From the far end of town came intermittent, tortured screams. At the same moment, in front of a dilapidated shack across the town, Shuang studied the creature before her. It was man-sized, covered in black scales, its eyes crimson and devoid of reason, exactly how she herself had once looked. Doubt churned inside her. A cyan dragon phantom rose behind her. A single swipe of its claws knocked the monster unconscious, and she hoisted it by the nape, melting back into the night. Moments later, the window of Qing's room slid open. Shuang vaulted in and dropped the unconscious creature on the floor. Qing closed his book, his gaze settling on the black-scaled body. Dragon Thrall, level 50. Information surfaced in his mind. A common fisherman corrupted by the dragon power from Dragon God Mountain, mindless, a walking corpse. Shuang frowned. Big brother, he seems just like I used to be. Is he a dragonkin too? Qing shook his head. No, merely a mortal tainted by a twisted dragon force. I suspect Dragon God Mountain is in serious trouble. He ran a finger over the black scales, his brows knitting. The current master of Dragon God Mountain is the Black Dragon King. Shuang rubbed her temples, instinctively repelled by that power. It feels awful. Yi Qing patted her shoulder, his tone gentle. Forget it for now. Get some rest. At dawn, Yi Qing and Ying Shuang streaked toward the eastern sea. A razor-sharp wind whipped at their robes, carrying stray snowflakes. Only a few dozen miles out, the sea suddenly heaved and a massive shadow surfaced. An instant later, a reedy giant fish burst from the waves, its inky scales gleaming coldly as its gaping maw lunged straight at Yi Qing. Strangely, the creature ignored his suppressive aura and attacked of its own accord. Yi Qing arched a brow, a flash of sword light flared behind him, and a brilliant arc split the monster in two. Blood dyed the blue water, the stench drawing swarms of fish and shrimp that tore at the corpse, churning the sea crimson. Without pausing, Yi Qing sped on toward Longshan Mountain. Not long after, he landed on a lonely island beach at the map's coordinates. The fine sand was icy, waves thundered, yet there was no sign of an array or barrier. Yi Qing frowned. The map marks this spot. Could Longshan Mountain be underwater? Ying Shuang focused and nodded. Very likely. Something in the water feels wrong to me. Yi Qing produced a blue water spirit pearl, tossed it to her, and pulled her into the sea. Freezing water swallowed them. The pearl glowed softly, shielding them from pressure as they plunged deeper. Light faded to pitch black. Now and then grotesque fish and crustaceans, fangs bared, darted in to attack, but sword trails fanned out behind Yi Qing, weaving a formation that shredded them instantly. After roughly 10 minutes, he sensed faint ripples from a spell formation and drew Ying Shuang into a spatial shift. The murky depths vanished, replaced by a gray-yellow wasteland. No grass grew. Shattered buildings lay tilted, rubble littering the ground. In the distance, a mountain range coiled like a living dragon. Longshan Mountain itself. Ying Shuang clutched her head, face ashen. Yi Qing swiftly fed her a pill. As the medicine took hold, her mind steadied, yet sorrow flooded her eyes. To think it's been destroyed like this, what has the Black Dragon King done all these years? Yi Qing's doubts deepened. It seemed Ying Shuang's past life memories were awakening or merging. His gaze shifted to the summit. We'll know once we reach the top. He's up there. A presence as powerful as a god pulsed from the peak. Before he finished, black mist boiled over the summit and a dragon hundreds of zhang long surged skyward, wreathed in dark light. The ruins trembled under its might. The dragon's eyes were bottomless pits. It swooped forward, transforming midair into a middle-aged man in a black robe patterned with dragons. Spotting Ying Shuang, he burst into mad laughter. So you've finally returned. Submit, and let me devour you. Perhaps you'll die faster. I sent that map to you myself. Once you had it, it would guide you here step by step and sooner than I expected. Pain welled in Ying Shuang's eyes. You devoured every other dragon of Longshan Mountain. The Black Dragon King snorted. Becoming my nourishment is their honor. Now it's your turn. Black light condensed into a massive claw that swept toward her. The air split open as a sword beam of zhang thick hacked down, severing the claw outright. The shockwave tore the ground, flinging shards of stone and dust. Yi Qing flipped his hand, sheathing the sword, a faint smile playing at his lips. Longshan Mountain looks nice. I think I'll take it. The moment Yi Qing unleashed his power, the Black Dragon King leveled a grave stare at Ying Shuang. No wonder you're so bold, you brought in help, it growled. So he's at the divine rank. He'll kill him first, then swallow you. Dragon God Mountain roared in resonance, funneling boundless power into the Black Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its true form, a vast obsidian dragon that blotted out the sky, its aura crashing down like a tidal wave. Yi Qing's expression remained indifferent. Little mudfish, your bloodline is barely acceptable, he said coldly. Perfect for harvesting genes and forging a mount. With that, he activated every innate ability he possessed. A golden titan rose behind him, propping up the heavens. The Black Dragon King thundered, a mere human dares match bodies with me? We dragons possess the greatest flesh in all creation. It hurtled toward the golden avatar. Fists boomed like thunder. Yi Qing hammered blow after blow, dragon blood falling in sheets and dyeing the earth crimson. Moments later, he seized the Black Dragon King in one hand. The great beast writhed like a captured eel, utterly powerless. Ying Shuang stared in disbelief. Even at her peak in a past life, she could never have overcome this dragon, yet Yi Qing had reduced it to a broken husk with casual ease. Leaving the creature barely alive, Yi Qing tossed the massive body aside. The golden avatar and martial golden body faded as he returned to normal size. Brushing off his hands, he murmured, "That was disappointing, I was only warming up," while noting inwardly that his Godslayer's spear, Immortal severing gourd, and world-purging white flame were still unused. A single strand of sword intent would have been enough to finish the dragon. Blood dripped from the Black Dragon King's mouth as it glared at Ying Shuang. Your hired hand is indeed formidable. I've lost today, but don't gloat. He'll be back. A pitch-black dragon soul burst from its corpse and shot away like dark lightning, only to slam into a golden barrier with a wail. Yi Qing chuckled. Sorry. From the moment I entered, a divine grade trapping array was in place. Producing a jade vial etched with sigils, he pulled the dragon's soul inside. A heavenly god-tier dragon soul makes excellent alchemy material. Shuang looked at him. May I speak to it for a moment? Seeing that her primary consciousness was intact despite her awakened memories, Qing set the bottle on the ground. Go ahead. Shuang gazed at the imprisoned soul. After devouring the entire dragon clan, do you feel any regret? The Black Dragon King snorted. Spare me the sermon. If I were stronger than you, I'd have shown no mercy either. Back then, your soft heart let me strike. Her brow tightened. Where's my dragon pearl? You couldn't digest it. Silence. Qing gave the vial a gentle shake, his voice icy. Answer. I have soul-eating powder and spirit-erasing poison right here. Racked with agony, the dragon finally whispered. At the summit of Dragon God Mountain, indict quickly no more torture. Qing pocketed the vial and stored the corpse, then met Shuang's eyes. Let's go. To the mountain peak. The higher they climbed, the thicker the stench of blood became, mingled with distant screams and howls. The dragons that had perished here had become vengeful WYRMs that lunged at the two of them. A flash of spiritual light bloomed in Qing's palm, ready to shatter the wraith with a single strike, but Shuang called out urgently. No, they're innocent. Qing withdrew his power. The silver light in Little Bei's eyes, perched on his shoulder, flared and froze the vengeful dragon in midair. Along the way, more dragon spirits burst from the rolling black mist, so many they almost blotted out the sky. Each time one was subdued, tears gathered in Shuang's eyes. She murmured, what did the Black Dragon King do to them to leave behind such hatred? When they reached the summit, an opulent palace stood in silence. Jade and gold columns gleamed. A gilded dome was carved with ancient draconic patterns, and treasures were piled like mountains in the rear hall. The most striking piece was a dragon pearl the size of a millstone. It floated up on its own, shone with a gentle emerald light, then streaked toward Shuang like a shooting star and vanished into her chest. The radiant surge set the curtains snapping in the wind. With a sweep of his sleeve, Qing stored the remaining treasures away. At the same time, torrents of energy roared around Shuang, her cultivation soaring until it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7th turn. She found no bottleneck and absorbed every shred of azure dragon power locked inside the pearl. With her dragon's soul awakened and the pearl fused into her body, the ancient azure dragon's legacy and skills merged within her. She suddenly knelt before Qing, her voice urgent. Do whatever you wish with Dragon God Mountain, just cleanse the resentment from every dragon soul here. Qing nodded and pulled her to her feet. That's a trivial matter. What will you do next? Challenged the martial king. Still brimming with goodwill, Shuang answered firmly. The great Qing was secretly propped up by the Black Dragon King. Now the realm is split, and the people suffer in war. He'll defeat the martial king, reunite Qing, and refresh the royal bloodline. Qing calculated on his fingers and said quietly, the god-tier rebirth array will take 3 days to set up. Watch them ascend in 3 days, then head out. Over the next 3 days, Qing carved dense runes across Dragon God Mountain. Clearing away every ruin had no intention of bringing rubble into the Hongmeng Pearl. On the 3rd night, the lines lit up like flowing constellations. The miasma of resentment was visibly torn apart and vaporized, replaced by thunderous dragon roars. At that same moment, omens swept the eastern sea. Coastal dwellers looked up to see countless azure gold phantoms shooting skyward, a myriad dragons ascending. When the array's glow faded above a lonely island, Dragon God Mountain had been drawn entirely into the Hongmeng Pearl. The aura inside churned. It had not yet advanced, but it was clearly a step closer. Tears still wet on her cheeks, Shuang bowed deeply to Qing. Thank you, brother Yi. Just then, the worlds will whispered to him. Qing raised an eyebrow. So the Black Dragon King is this world's final boss? He shrugged, smiled, and waved farewell to Shuang. Brother Yi, once I've fulfilled my wish, he'll come find you. With that, she transformed into a 1,000-zong azure dragon and pierced the clouds. Qing stood in the sea breeze for a long time, watching until the last dragon omen vanished, then returned to the Hongmeng Pearl's inner space. Outside the lab, Chen Hun stared at the Black Dragon King's corpse, piled like a small mountain, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. It's enormous, just looking at it is awe-inspiring. Qing patted his shoulder. Once the Divine Legion is assembled, they can ride black dragons into battle. You'll have your hands full. With a faint smile, he turned and walked into the laboratory. Qing stood before 2 incubation pods. The tiny beings inside were already awake, waving their plump hands at him. Their clear, oversized eyes sparkled with curiosity as they looked around, irresistibly endearing. He let 5 drops of his own blood fall into each pod. The crimson beads vanished into the nutrient solution, and the infants drifted into satisfied sleep. Once they were safely resting, he and Chen Hun dismantled the Black Dragon King, sorted every piece, and sealed them away for study. After a full day's work, Qing exited the Hongmeng Pearl's inner realm and appeared on the storm-lashed shore of the East Sea. A salty wind slapped his face. Gazing at the surging waves, he murmured, "Pills alone won't carry me past the 7th turn. I need enlightenment, true insight into myself." Even as he spoke, his white robe faded to coarse burlap, and his sharp aura withdrew, leaving the look of a simple fisher boy. He headed toward the nearby city, East Sea City, one of the few great hubs in eastern Great Qing. Though untouched by war, the city was crippled by soaring taxes. Levies had tripled, and many commoners were hollow-cheeked. Whenever Yi Qing met someone in dire straits, he quietly slipped them a silver ingot. At the gate, a dozen soldiers blocked his path. "Stop. What business do you have in East Sea City?" Yi Qing offered a shy smile. "I'm hoping to learn a trade and earn a meal." As he spoke, he handed over a small pouch of coppers. "It's not much, but it's all I own." The captain rolled the coins between his fingers and snorted. "Smart move. Go on in. Old Zhang's pharmacy still needs apprentices." Inside, the streets looked busy, yet every face was etched with worry. King Wu's rebellion up north is bleeding us dry. No kidding. Disasters every year, and now the taxes rise again. Quiet. If they hear you, we're finished. Blending into the crowd, Yi Qing's actor's instinct kicked in, and he became invisible in plain sight. The street grew desolate as shops closed one after another. He picked an unremarkable storefront with a clear view of the road, rented it, and opened for business without a word. For the next few days he sat behind the counter, silently watching the endless parade of human drama. When night fell, he returned to the Hongmeng Pearl. On the 10th night, he stood again before the incubation pots. The glass erupted in blinding light, and primordial energy rushed in as if drawn by an unseen maw. When the glow faded, two girls of about 3 or 4 stood side by side, the lingering radiance weaving itself into delicate dresses around them. The girl on the left flashed a gentle smile and leapt into his arms. "Father." Bloodline resonance flooded his heart. These were the artificial deities born from his own blood. The other girl walked up quietly and spoke in a soft voice. "Father." Holding one child in each arm, he addressed the lively girl in white first. "From now on, you are Yi Lingxian." Then he turned to the serene one. "And you are Yi Lingxue. I have a name." Lingxian cheered, waving her tiny hands. Lingxue merely nodded. Yi Qing pulled up their status screens. Yi Lingxian, innately sacred, celestial class. Description: possesses the divine powers of hope, miracle, fortune, time, and space. Her potential is limitless. She is lively, outgoing, and fascinated by new things. Yi Lingxue was born divine. She commands the 5 sacred forces of void, might, ruin, time, and space, and her potential appears boundless. Quiet and reserved, she prefers to drift off in her own thoughts. Yi Qing moved his eyes from the status screen to the 2 newborns before him, stunned by the sight each girl had entered the world as a full-fledged deity. Even more astonishing, both wielded the same 5 powers, yet their temperaments could not be more different. Yi Lingxian was lively and outgoing, while Yi Lingxue was calm and introverted. A fresh prompt floated across the interface. Yi Lingxian has bestowed divine blessing during the next 240 hours. Experience gains are multiplied by 100. The chance to break through a bottleneck rises to 80, and there is a 30 chance to enter an enlightened state. Another line flashed immediately after. Yi Lingxue has bestowed divine blessing during the next 240 hours. Combat strength increases 1,000-fold. The outrageous numbers left Yi Qing speechless. These effects felt nothing short of miraculous. Cold instruments crowded the laboratory, every sheet of metal reflecting a pale glare. Yi Qing turned away, scooped up the 2 little girls, and stepped out of the testing zone toward the heart of the peach grove. He had carved this sanctuary out himself. New wooden cabins stood by a winding stream. Fresh-cut bamboo hung beneath the eaves, and a cool fragrance of sap and soil filled the air. His boots brushed a carpet of fallen petals just as Chun Han hurried over. Watching the 2 toddlers play beneath the trees, Chun Han murmured, "They truly are extraordinary. I started with the genes of the despair archfiend and the fear archfiend, assuming it was only a trial. Yet something about this pocket real mirror, perhaps your bloodline pushed them far beyond our projections." Yi Qing offered a small smile. Chun Han went on, "By the original calculations, a divine embryo maxed out at early 9th turn. The first one was born already at that level, with plenty of room to grow. Now these 2 arrive as true celestials, a scenario that never appeared in the plan." Yi Qing nodded, his gaze drifting to the faint spiritual mist hovering above the grove. "The Hongmeng Pearl's realm has evolved several times already. It will only grow stronger." Realization flickered in Chun Han's eyes. "That explains why my experience gains feel faster again." He looked at Yi Qing's retreating back. The once icy aura seemed far gentler now. Chun Han had given himself over to Yi Qing completely. His dreams were coming true. On Blue Star he now held inexhaustible wealth and respect, and he had advanced to an SS steer profession. Everything lay within reach. Just then, Chun-Chi emerged from a corner, holding Chun-Lun. She trembled slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can't bring myself to look at Yi Lingxue. The power inside her is too fierce." Chun Han patted her shoulder kindly. "Still so timid." She won't hurt you. Let's head back to the Kyoto estate. Created with Liyue blood, Shunshi had inherited not dark combat prowess, but an acute sensory gift. Battle was never her strength. With that, Chun Hun's figure blurred and vanished. Shunshi hugged Chun Luan tighter, stepped into the void, and followed him toward Kyoto. Silence settled over the peach grove. Petals drifted onto Yi Qing's shoulders. Seeing the two girls dozing against a tree root, he lifted them gently, slid open a bamboo door, laid them on a soft fur bed, and tucked the blankets around them. His tasks complete, Yi Qing willed himself out of the Hongmeng Pearl's realm and returned to his shop in Donghai City. Dawn had just broken, and under the gray-blue sky the streets were already lively. Hooves rang through the morning haze as a soldier rode through the gate, shouting, "By order of the new emperor, 3 years of tax exemption." The single sentence ignited the street like oil to flame. Vendors and townsfolk erupted in cheers. Sitting at the shop entrance, Yi Qing watched their joyous faces and thought, "It seems Ing Shuang has reshaped the great Qing court. I wonder how her battle with King Wu ended." At that moment, a sudden intuition stirred within him. His figure vanished at the shop entrance and slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world. In the next instant, the power he had stored up finally erupted, pushing his cultivation from the peak of the 6th revolution to the early 7th. The cosmic breathing technique roared ahead, level 251, 252, 253, leaping 3 levels in a row. Every shackle inside him snapped. 7th revolution power flooded his meridians, and the feeling was sheer exhilaration. A system panel unfolded. Embryonic comprehension of the red dust sword intent. Red dust sword intent. Sword type damage 676. Trait. Each additional strand of sword chi raises overall strength by 10, with no cap. An instant release delivers incomparable power. Yi Qing skimmed the notice, closed the window, and silently gauged the terrifying potential of his new sword intent. Leaving the Hongmeng Pearl, he found East Sea City truly buzzing. Voices filled every alley. 2 men in wanderer's garb whispered in the crowd, "That fight changed everything. The splintered Qing kingdom will reunify soon. They shook the mountains a few days ago. Just thinking about it is scary." Yi Qing heard and smiled. Clearly, Ing Shuang had cleaned up the mess. At noon the shop bell chimed, and Ing Shuang stepped inside. Dressed for action and brimming with energy, she spotted Yi Qing daydreaming behind the counter and offered a familiar smile. "Brother Yi." Yi Qing looked up, unsurprised that she had found him. Ing Shuang spoke directly. "It's done. I'm leaving East Sea City. Will you come with me? Wait until Great Qing is fully restored, then come find me." Ing Shuang chuckled, producing 2 bronze sheepskin scrolls. Maps of the 5-element Divine Mountain and the Zhongling Grotto Heaven. "I took them from the Martial King." Yi Qing studied the markings, then met her gaze. "They'll explore these 2 places first. When I return, we'll meet again in East Sea City. Deal?" "Deal." Ing Shuang nodded, sat down, and vividly recounted how she had fought the Martial King and purged the Qing royal clan. While listening, Yi Qing quietly assessed her. After swallowing the dragon pearl, her aura had reached the peak of the half-deity realm. If she restored the full power of the ancient azure dragon, she would stand at the summit of true deities. Outside the old monsters hidden in grotto heavens and divine mountains, only the Martial King had held a region, but with his defeat, Ing Shuang was now the world's strongest in the open. Not until sunset stained the sky crimson did Ing Shuang reluctantly rise. "Brother Yi, remember East Sea City?" She turned into a streak of azure light and vanished over the horizon. Yi Qing stored the maps and fed them into the system's map function. Once he secured the 5-element Divine Mountain and Zhongling Grotto Heaven inside the Hongmeng Pearl, its grade could rise again. Night fell, yet he did not set out. Instead, he returned to the Hongmeng Pearl and spent the night playing with the 2 little girls. With the Spirit Immortal blessing still active, he reached level 255 overnight. Even more gratifying was how quickly and precisely his daughters advanced. The foreign invasion was still mild, so they weren't needed yet. When the mythic era truly arrived, they would shine. At dawn, Yi Qing left the Hongmeng Pearl and re-entered the Mountain Sea realm. Outside East Sea City's gates, a sword light formed beneath his feet, and the system's map interface opened before his eyes. He intended to visit Zhongling Grotto Heaven first, a paradise hidden within the southern 100,000 mountains. Yunhai Grotto Heaven lay at the range's eastern tip, while Zhongling sat at the far west. Beyond that western frontier stretched the boundary where the 5-element sacred peaks met the Desert of Death, one of the Shanhai realm's 9 forbidden zones. A forbidden zone, sacred mountains, and grotto heavens clustered together only sharpened Yi Qing's curiosity about the secrets this world concealed. From high above, he saw endless emerald ridges and forest waves rolling beneath him. Tiger roars and ape cries echoing in turn. Wisps of violet miasma drifted over summits and valleys, enough to deter ordinary cultivators. Cross-legged on a streak of sword light, Yi Qing let the runes swirling before him erase any miasma that ventured too close. Skimming the treetops, he dove whenever he spotted a rare herb, plucked it, and shot back into the clouds in a heartbeat. Several days later, he reached a region utterly unlike the land around it. No miasma lingered. Despite deep winter, springtime flourished, the scent of flowers mingling with birdsong in the warm air. A settlement of timber and stone stood at its heart, complete with bonfires, rough huts, and watchtowers. When the clansfolk looked up and saw the brilliant sword light in the sky, cries of alarm broke out. Someone is riding a sword toward us. Stay alert, are we under attack? Yi Qing landed soundlessly before the stockade gate. Spiritual energy saturated the air, flowing toward a single point clearly, the aura leaking from the grotto heaven that kept the area in perpetual spring. On his system map, the marker for Wanling Grotto Heaven's entrance was moving as though lodged inside an objector, perhaps inside a person. The sand suddenly churned. A dense tide of goo insects surged out like a black flood, surrounding Yi Qing at once. Each insect bared its fangs, its shell glinting like metal. From a watchtower, an elder in coarse hemp clothing shouted, "Outsider, halt. You are not welcome here. Leave at once, or we will strike." A faint smile crossed Yi Qing's lips as the Zhuxian sword within him released a thread of chilling aura. He stepped toward the gate. The killing intent swept over the goo, forcing them flat against the ground, trembling and unmoving, a suffocating sight. "Relax, I have no wish to harm anyone. Once I find what I'm looking for, I'll leave." His tone remained calm. The elder's eye twitched. Even the tribe's mightiest Goo King was shaking. The visitor's strength was unfathomable. If he chose to slaughter, none would survive. After weighing the odds, the elder lowered his voice. "I will prepare lodging for you at once." He signaled for the gates to open. Yi Qing's expression stayed neutral. A peaceful solution would be best. Once he obtained Wanling Grotto Heaven, he would depart without bloodshed. Some tribespeople backed away, others peeked at him, some fearful, some curious. Yi Qing's gaze swept over each of them, hoping to find the Grotto Heaven's entrance hidden in their bodies, but he found nothing. The red dot on his system map still drifted calmly, proving the entrance was still on the move. "Honored guest, your quarters are ready. Please follow me." The elder bowed and led the way. Yi Qing nodded and asked casually, "Is everyone in the tribe here?" "Apart from some children and women, all able-bodied men are present," the elder replied truthfully. Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully, following him through the crowd to a riverside cabin. Once the elder left, he opened the map again, eyes fixed on the roaming light. Interest curled his lips. How curious, a moving entrance. Things are getting interesting. In the next instant, runes flared across his body and spread like ripples, cloaking him from sight. Yi Qing vanished completely. Inside the tribe, people clustered in twos and threes, all talking at once. "That man is unbelievably strong." My life-bound Gu just glanced at him and started shaking. A young man whispered, still unable to hide his shock. "Exactly." His companion nodded hard. "We've scoured every nearby city and never seen anyone like him. He said he's here to look for something, maybe the strongest Gu worm, maybe some other treasure, but we don't have anything that valuable." Around the bend, a skinny, dirt-streaked child squatted by a fence, ears pricked. The moment he caught their words, his eyes sparked and he sprang out, spreading his arms to block them. "Is he really that powerful? Stronger than the chief?" "You again, Jinx." The first man snarled, shoving him aside. "You killed your parents, want to curse us too? Beat it. Don't foul our sight. Scram, or I'll make you." Another man threatened, fist cocked. Face white, the boy turned and ran, vanishing into the shadows behind an earthen wall. The men watched him go, disgust etched on their faces. "Gentlemen, could we talk about that child?" A mild voice sounded behind them. They stiffened. Yi Qing had appeared without a sound. Remembering the lord they'd just discussed, the men bowed their heads, awe and fear mingling. "Ask whatever you wish, sir." "It's no secret," one man began, licking dry lips. "The day he was born, 2 bolts of lightning split the sky and burned his parents to cinders." "Right. If heaven strikes your parents dead, what omen could be worse?" Another chimed in. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed. "Your tribe only gained this fertile land after he was born, didn't it? A dozen surrounding peaks hold stronger tribes, yet none enjoy soil this rich." The men traded uneasy looks, but stayed silent. Yi Qing had his answer. He turned and followed the path the boy had taken. Once he was out of earshot, one man muttered, "Why does that lord care about that cursed brat?" "Forget it, just go home," another said. In a secluded corner of the tribe stood a shabby wooden hut, spotless despite the decay. Yi Qing paused at the door, touched the frame, and let his spirit commune with the world's will. "So that's how it is," he murmured as images unfolded in his mind. The child's strange constitution had drawn the lightning. His parents shielded him and died. Fortune followed him ever since. He gained a celestial Gu, was accepted by the Wanling Grotto Heaven, and though he shows only third-rank cultivation, his true strength is far higher, carefully hidden. Another child of destiny, like Jin Shun, Yi Qing muttered in wonder. He pushed the door open. The hinges creaked. Inside, the boy gnawed on a rock-hard crust, eyes wary. "How did you find me? What do you want?" Yi Qing didn't answer. A system panel appeared. Name, Jiang Ming. Rating, Transcendent. Realm, Peak 3rd rank. Summary. Blessed by heaven, hounded by fate. That Songling Grotto heaven is on you, isn't it? Yi Qing asked bluntly. He'll trade something of equal value. Jiang Ming backed up, shoulders taut. He felt Yi Qing's unfathomable aura, yet still shook his head. It's bound to my bloodline. Unless I die, no one can take it. A glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Golden runes shot out, coiling around Jiang Ming and pinning him in place. In the next instant, his divine sense forced its way into the Songling Grotto heaven. Inside, jade peaks and clear springs shimmered, rich with spiritual energy, yet it bled away fast, like air escaping a slashed pouch. A damaged grotto heaven. It wouldn't do much for the Hongmeng Pearl's next advancement. A rift in space opened behind him as he left the Songling Grotto heaven. Jiang Ming stared at Yi Qing, wide-eyed with shock. You actually entered the grotto heaven. How did you manage that? Yi Qing glanced at him indifferently. It's only a ruined grotto heaven. The leaking spiritual qi may turn the tribe into a blessed land, but it's useless to me. With that, he lifted his hand, dispelling the bindings on Jiang Ming's cultivation, and strode toward the door. Night lay quiet and deep. Stars scattered across the sky, and cool moonlight flowed over the ground like water, pushing back the darkness. Yi Qing stood atop his sword, ready to streak away in a trail of light, when hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Jiang Ming rushed out from beneath the eaves, his gaze resolute. I want to leave this place, but I have no idea what the outside world is like, so. Yi Qing turned and produced a letter out of thin air. If you've truly made up your mind, go to the imperial capital of Great Qing and give this to Princess Yudi. The envelope felt warm in Jiang Ming's palm. He froze. An instant later, a flash of sword light split the night like a falling star and vanished. Yi Qing was gone. Clutching the letter, Jiang Ming felt both puzzled and grateful, and silently vowed to step beyond the tribe at dawn. High above, Yi Qing looked down on the tribe, his eyes dark. Leaving won't be easy. The entire tribe bathes in the qi of the Songling Grotto heaven. They'll all stand in his way. With that thought, he returned to the Hongmeng Pearl and stood atop the divine mountain of time. Bitter wind cut across the peak. He drew the god-slaying spear and let it devour the equipment he had purchased with nearly 100 billion experience points, barely enough for a single percent of repair. 6% 7-8. The spear's restoration climbed visibly. Experience drained from the interface at a staggering rate. Yet Yi Qing felt no pain in spending it. Killing the Lord of Time and the Black Dragon King had earned him 2 trillion points, and together with the trillion heads saved earlier, everything now went into repairing the spear. The spear's murderous aura surged like a storm. In the outside world, it would have triggered a cosmic phenomenon, but inside the Hongmeng Pearl the space remained utterly still. Time flashed by. A month passed in a breath. The god-slaying spear was fully restored, its attributes pushed to the limit. Yi Qing gripped the cold metal, sensing the endless killing intent coiled within. God-slaying spear sacred, now permanently bound to Yi Qing, never to betray. All attributes 10 million. Heaven-severing annihilation. Lasts 1,000 seconds. Absolute invulnerability for the first 10 seconds. Then combat power multiplies 100-fold every second. Damage dealt cannot be healed by any means. Domain of slaughter. Every living being within the domain becomes nourishment. Any wounds suffered heal instantly. Demonic heart ascended. Enter demonic heart state, at will, while retaining full reason. Yi Qing loved the weapon, yet still felt his defense was lacking. If he could repair the Jingshi White Lotus, he could storm the Great Desolation Realm. When Shi Wangmu descended in her true form, he would be able to fight. With that in mind, he stowed the spear away. The weapon melted into dark lines that twined around his arm. Lifting his eyes to the river of time above the mountain, he smiled. A month had passed here, yet only a single day had gone by outside. But he couldn't rely on it all the time. This activation alone had consumed nearly 1/10th of the primordial qi stored in the Hongmeng Pearl's inner space, and it would take several days to replenish. Yi Qing lifted his eyes to check his level. During the first 10 days of the past month, he had been under the blessing of the gods, raking in experience at 100-fold rate. The cosmic breathing technique had been running automatically within him, tempering his body and soul like an endless tide, and his level had climbed to 279. At this pace, the peak of the 7th turn was only days away, after which he would focus on breaching the 8th turn and becoming a demigod. Unfortunately, the experience the system had in reserve was almost gone. He reminded himself to find time to hunt a few god-tier opponents and restock. Leaving the Mountain of Time, he stepped into the simple wooden hut nestled in the peach grove. Lingxian bounded to his side and asked in a childlike voice, "Daddy, why didn't I see you yesterday?" Yi Qing noticed that the blessing timer had refreshed another 10 days of 100-fold experience. He gently patted his daughter's head. "Want to hear a story? Let's go find Bai Zhe." "Sure." Ling Xue, who had been daydreaming, brightened at the word story and hurried after them. Carrying one little one in each arm, Yi Qing walked over the soft fallen blossoms toward the dragon blood tree. Under the tree, Bai Zhe lay on the ground, absorbing primordial qi. Sensing their approach, the beast opened its golden eyes. It had already guessed their purpose. Swishing its tail, it motioned for the two girls to sit. Today I'll tell you a myth about the ancient celestial court. Back then, Yi Qing sat quietly to one side and listened. Compared with the official annals of Great Xia, Baizhe clearly knew far more secrets, and many hidden details left him silently amazed. At dawn the next day, Yi Qing slipped out of the Hongmeng Pearl space. A system map flashed across his retina, pinpointing the coordinates of the Desert of Death. Turning into a streak of light, he crossed 1,000 li of mountains and rivers until yellow sand filled the horizon and not a blade of grass could be seen. One of the 9 forbidden zones of the Shanghai realm. For dozens of li around the edge, hardly anyone was in sight, though a few rogue cultivators still scoured the outskirts for treasure. No sooner had he entered than he noticed a dark blot rolling in the dunes ahead. Dense swarms of sand scorpions clustered together, surging like a tide, as if fleeing for their lives. Farther away, a black gale rose, lifting a sand wall hundreds of zhang high, and within it lurked a blurry yet colossal silhouette. In a blink, the storm swallowed the scorpions. The next second, heaven and earth fell silent, every scorpion gone without a trace. Yi Qing's heart tightened. This was only the outer rim, yet a creature at the peak of the 7th turn was already lurking here. A red dot lit up on the map the location of the 5-element divine mountain, deep in the heart of the Desert of Death. Without hesitation, he sped toward it. The deeper he went, the louder the sand sea roared, and the airborne grit turned the sky a murky ochre. 2 eyes large enough to blot out the heavens emerged from the swirling clouds, and twin beams of gray-gold light shot toward him. Zzz. Golden runes formed a barrier in front of him, blocking the strike. At the same time, a sword scar flashed behind him. Hundreds of sword marks converged into a towering greatsword that cleaved the sky. A shrill, piercing scream shook the clouds as a massive creature fell. It resembled a python, its body as large as a mountain, scales bristling, its belly pierced through by the sword, blood gushing. Glowering at Yi Qing, it bellowed, "Without the master's command, no one may enter the depths of the Desert of Death." Yi Qing's expression stayed calm. "If I'm not mistaken, your master is trying to refine the 5-element divine mountain. It sounds like something has gone wrong." He glanced at the system map. The desert's depths held only one dim light. Its owner possessed god-level power, yet the glow was dangerously weak. Golden chains etched with runes bound the giant python, and Yi Qing rode a streak of sword light, dragging the beast behind him as he flew deeper into the Desert of Death. Dangling helplessly, the serpent swayed in midair, still reeling from the capture. It soon understood that resistance was futile and quaked inwardly. "This man's power is unfathomable. I am not even worthy to struggle." At the far edge of the pitch-black sea of sand, a solitary, unremarkable mountain jutted skyward. At its foot, a gray-robed elder sat cross-legged on a charred boulder. His eyes, once shut, snapped open and narrowed in alarm. "Not good. The earth python has been subdued. That man must be after the 5-element divine mountain." He recalled the backlash he had suffered days ago when he tried to force the mountain's refinement, shattered meridians, and chaotic true essence that now left him nearly powerless. A heartbeat later, a streak of sword light howled across the sky. Golden chains trailed the python, bright enough to split the dark dunes like a crack in the heavens. Yi Qing halted in midair, tossed the earth python at the mountain's base, and the chains clanged on the rocks. "Behave," he said calmly, his gaze settling on the mountain. The array concealing the 5-element divine mountain shattered beneath his divine sense. Mist dispersed, revealing a peak that pierced the clouds, its surface streaming with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth radiance save for a jagged scar on the southwest face, as though someone had sheared away a chunk. Within Yi Qing, the power of the 5 elements surged. The brand left by the 5-element Pilso the mountain felt no rejection toward him. He glanced at the gray-robed elder and laid bare the man's plight. "You tried to ascend through the Tao of Earth, failed to refine the 5-element mountain, and meant to steal only the earth segment. The mountain bit back, ruined your meridians, and crippled you." The elder's face darkened, yet he forced a whirlwind of earth-element energy around him. "Since you see through me, why not split the mountain? I want only the earth portion. You can barely stand, and you still dare bargain?" Yi Qing snorted. Boom. More golden rune chains burst from the ground and bound the elder tight. Yi Qing kicked him onto the python, leaving the pair tangled and immobile. He looked up at the divine mountain and shook his head with a hint of regret. A flawless mountain, spoiled by a missing piece. Then he reached out to the Hongmeng Pearl. In the next instant, the entire 5-element divine mountain turned into a 5-colored arc and vanished into the pearl's inner world. The space within the treasure quaked, the artifact's spirit sang with joy, and the pearl leapt from a super divine weapon to a divine king artifact. Yi Qing's lips curved in satisfaction. "Worth the trip." He raised a hand, tore open a spatial rift, and stepped through. The gray-robed elder collapsed beside the python, staring in despair at the spot where the mountain had disappeared. "I guarded it for centuries and failed." He took it with a wave of his hand. "Even at my peak, I would not have matched him." With a long sigh, He leaned on the python and staggered away. Enough. They'll search for another divine mountain or hidden realm. Space twisted, and Yi Qing appeared in the imperial capital of Great Qing, landing in the small courtyard he had once called home. The eaves were repaired, the plaster fresh. The former ruin now looked brand new. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Ing Shuang's handiwork. Leaving the gate, he entered a nearby tavern. The place was packed, the din nearly lifting the roof. Have you heard? The half-year turmoil is ending. The martial king surrendered and even came to the capital to plead for mercy. Bigger news. The new ruler ascends tomorrow and she's a woman. Whatever happens, peace is best. May the empress give the people a better life. The chatter reached Yi Qing's ears, and he arched a brow. The great Qing royal line all carried the black dragon's blood. How had Ing Shuang settled this? Light footsteps sounded at the stairwell. A woman in a jade-green dress, followed by a young maid, approached his table. Her dark hair flowed like a waterfall, her features delicate as a painting, and a gentle smile curved her lips. Long time no see, she said. Yi Qing nodded, and a shimmering barrier rose around them, blotting out every trace of noise. He studied the young woman before him, once Princess Yudi, now carrying the air of a sovereign. It really has been a long time. Unless something unexpected happens, you'll be the next empress of Great Qing. Princess Yudi dipped her head, her gaze complex. You're still the same, as if everything sits in the palm of your hand. My coronation is tomorrow. I should be drowning in preparations, yet I still wanted to see you. This isn't a good place to talk, Yi Qing said, taking a sip of wine. Let's move. A barely perceptible ripple flashed, and he whisked the princess and her maid Xiaoyu away, reappearing in a secluded courtyard. The gate creaked open and Ing Shuang entered, her expression layered. At the sight of Yi Qing, her eyes brightened. So you already finished exploring both the grotto heaven and the divine mountain? Yi Qing sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree and gave a slight nod. Princess Yudi instinctively stepped back when she saw Ing Shuang, fear clouding her face. On that snowy night, Ing Shuang had single-handedly butchered the Qin royal clan, killing even the old ancestors and the reigning emperor. Then she seized the reins of power and pushed the gilded cage princess toward the throne. Ing Shuang sat opposite Yi Qing and spoke softly. I thought you'd be gone for months. The kingdom's only just steadied, and I can't leave yet. It doesn't matter, Yi Qing replied. After the coronation tomorrow, they'll depart and return for you later. A flash of joy crossed Ing Shuang's eyes. Good. She mentioned Prince Wu. She had meant to end him with one strike, but her brother and mother had begged for mercy. She merely crippled his cultivation and confined him to the Prince Wu estate outside the capital. After a few more words, Ing Shuang led the princess and Xiaoyu back to the palace to finalize the ceremony. Watching them leave, Yi Qing thought, this is better. In the original fate, Ing Shuang would have needed more than 10 years to defeat the Black Dragon King, reclaim the Dragon Pearl, and pacify the realm. Who knew the Black Dragon King would crumble after a single punch? He lifted the gourd, drained the last drop of wine, and his form wavered as he slipped into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner world. At dawn the next day, snow blanketed the capital. The wind cut like a blade, yet crowds surged toward the central plaza, eager to witness the first empress in Qin history ascend the throne. The empress is benevolent. She's already canceled 3 years of taxes before even taking power. A blessing for common folk. Exactly. After all the bloodshed in Prince Wu's rebellion, we finally see a glimmer of peace. Voices rose and fell through the streets. Amid the snow walked Yi Qing in a plain white robe, leaving no footprints behind. His effortless aura parted the crowd wherever he went. He scanned the area, ensured no one planned mischief, and stood still, eyes fixed on the dais. On the platform, Princess Yudi performed the rites to heaven. Silently, Yi Qing communed with the world's will. For decades to come, Qin will know no great turmoil, and its fortune will flourish, though certain hidden ancients will emerge one by one, eager to feed on that destiny for their own cultivation. The Qin imperial line is still too thin to stand on its own. For now, everything rests on Ing Shuang. If she leaves, the realm will slide back into chaos. Yi Qing stood at the rim of the altar. Golden runes suddenly blossomed beneath his boots, writhing like living creatures as they slipped between the flagstones and vanished. In the center of the platform, Princess Yudi lowered her head in prayer. High above, the clouds churned, and a dragon of destiny as broad as a mountain ridge burst from the sky. Its roar shook the heavens, flinging snow in every direction. The startled spectators forgot the cold, dropped to their knees in the snow, and chanted in reverent excitement. While the crowd gaped, Yi Qing melted into the shadows, slipped through a side door, and leapt onto a nearby tower. From beneath the eaves he watched Ing Shuang standing alone in the falling snow. Every flake that touched her shoulders melted before it could settle. His heart stirred. The dragon's roar had doubled Qin's fortune, all from the lightest push of his hand. I have to go, he murmured across the distance. Your mother and brother are here. Stay with them and live in peace. They'll come back. A thin black fissure opened behind him like a yawning abyss. He stepped into it, was swallowed by the darkness, and the crack sealed, leaving no trace. In the endless void, two strange beams of light were hauled by the surging will of the Shanghai realm, dragging long tails as they pierced the barrier of a new world. Shanghai realm, day of the enthronement ceremony. The festivities were in full swing. At the rear of the crowd, a young man in coarse linen suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed, and his companions caught him in a panic. What's wrong? Caught a chill? The dazed youth blinked at the unfamiliar palace and the people in archaic dress. Holy crap, he muttered, I just transmigrated. Your brain's frozen, that's all. Transmigrated? Come on, let's get you to a physician. At the same moment, clear across the realm, in a lavish residence in Donghai City, the lamps of a birthing room blazed through the night as a newborn's cry cut the darkness. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, beside a wooden house, Yi Qing leaned against the railing, watching Xiaobai chase two little girls in a game of tag. Xiao Dai, now thumbs-eyed, danced through the air before alighting gracefully on Lingxian's shoulder. Yi Qing pushed open the lab door. Shen Han was bent over a microscope screen, his cosmic breathing technique running automatically beneath his lab coat, spiritual energy surging like the tide. Blessed by Lingxian, his level had shot to 182. Every breath made his blood boil. In the adjacent incubators, two clusters of light divine embryos formed from the corpses of the Lord of Time, and the black dragon King pulsed steadily, growing fast enough to see. After a while, Chun Han rolled his stiff shoulders. Now we just wait for the embryos to finish forming, he said. With these two bodies feeding them, the early stage will fly by. Later batches won't be so simple. With a 100-fold experience boost, you'll hit demigod in no time, Yi Qing replied. Count on it. Chun Han laughed, peeled off his lab coat, and called to Chun Shi and Chun Luan. Come on you two, amusement park now? Blue Star, a secluded estate outside the Daxia capital. Several streaks of light flashed as Yi Qing and the others materialized. Chen Han drove off with the children. Yi Qing wasn't worried Chen Lun was now god tier, and within Daxia only Xian Yuan Pu, guardian of the abyss, could stand against a true god. Alone in the living room, Yi Qing switched on the television to see what had happened while he was away. His repeated meddling had shaken the timeline beyond recognition. Even he no longer knew which way the future might turn. The screen lit up. The anchor was covering the Infinity Tower incident and cut to a live feed. Something else in that broadcast caught Yi Qing's attention. Susanu's true form had awakened in Sakura Nation, and he had already provoked the Great Xia coastline several times. Across the ocean, the American Federation was suddenly plunged into civil strife. The Dark Church and the Light Church were slaughtering each other in the streets, while the portal to the other world spewed an ever-thickening aura of dread, something the embattled Federation could no longer contain. At the same time, the cult of the foreign gods swallowed up one small country after another, running rampant across the globe. Yi Qing stared at his data terminal. Line after line of calamity reports scrolled past, words as cold as ice. The other world was showing clear signs of invasion, and the cult of the foreign gods was on the rise. He remembered his previous life all too well. A little over a year from now, the other world would advance on every front. Any nation without the protection of miracles would become a vassal. The abyssal line would collapse, civil war would erupt inside Great Xia, and the rest of Blue Star would do nothing but watch while abyssal and otherworldly gods tore into each other day after day. Back then he had been helpless. Now things were different. He possessed the complete god-slaying spear and the immortal severing gourd. Even if a supreme deity stepped out of the abyss, he could fight back. The ground in the capital gave a sudden tremor. Yi Qing sprang from the sofa and rushed outside. Over the East Sea, space ripped apart like torn silk, seawater roaring as it poured into the rift. Naval fleets from Great Xia and several neighboring nations locked onto the coordinates at once. A moment later, an enormous creature wrenched itself free of the tear. Fish-like in shape, yet land-massive in size, its broad back studded with strange buildings. The Leviathan hovered in midair, releasing a deep, resonant call. Its body blotted out half the sky, casting a vast shadow across the water before it drifted slowly northward. Commanders in the eastern military region pulled up its profile. Kuan Spirit Behemoth Celestial Tier will circle Blue Star once over the course of a year, ascend to the heavens on the final day, then repeat the cycle. Sky City God King Tier. Opportunities within are beyond imagination. Vacant structures may hide divine inheritances. Occupied ones are extremely dangerous. Just then, several Sakura Nation warships raced beneath the creature. On their decks, a handful of professionals activated flight skills and shot toward Sky City. In the Eastern Command Center, an elder's face darkened. Lock on. Blow them out of the sky. Cannons roared, shells arcing upward only to be stopped by a suddenly blooming barrier of light. Inside the shield, Susanu's figure appeared, eyes gleaming with greed as he gazed at the floating city. What a remarkable place. Naturally, it belongs to Sakura Nation. If Great Xia dares interfere, I won't be polite. The command room went silent and cold. Several high-ranking officers looked grim. The war gods of Great Xia were all guarding the abyss. Otherwise, Susanoo would never dare be so arrogant. Even if their strongest general, Xianyuan Pu, rushed back, he might not be able to suppress Susanoo. The foreign deity feared only one man, Qing. At that instant, a crimson sword light streaked across the sky, hurtling straight towards Susanoo. Susanoo's eyes flared with a razor-sharp light. So Great Xia really does have a god tier being. Perhaps they're not as helpless as I thought. Tatsuka's sword. A crimson blade beam burst apart, and Yin Hu raised his crystal sword, its aura surging like a furious tide as he met Susanoo Hiden. When the two god-level powers collided, the sea for thousands of kilometers split open, revealing a yawning black void, and tsunamis nearly a kilometer high slammed toward the surrounding nations. Susanoo's expression changed dramatically. He abandoned any thought of continuing the fight and shot toward the Sakura kingdom in a streak of light. This world can't withstand a clash of gods. Even a little force will break it, he muttered through clenched teeth. Yenhu stayed calm. Sword ki laced the air, shredding every Sakura kingdom combatant who had accompanied Susanoo, their bodies tumbling into the depths. Meanwhile, the Eastern Theater command reeled. No one had imagined that a single exchange between god tiers could wreak such devastation. Emergency orders flew, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers and officers bound themselves with runic restraints, forming a human wall. Faced with the towering waves, not one person retreated. They had already accepted death. Just as the tidal wall loomed overhead, a dazzling streak of sword light tore across the sky like a meteor, cleaving several kilometers of water in an instant. Sheets of seawater cascaded down. Without losing momentum, the sword light locked onto the fleeing Susanoo and closed the gap in mere heartbeats. At the brink of death, a mirror-like shield formed behind Susanoo no Kagami, one of the Sakura Kingdom's 3 divine artifacts. The barrier lasted less than a second before the sword light shattered it into glittering dust. Susanoo's voice cracked with terror. Impossible. The Yata mirror was cut in two. Ignoring the tsunami barreling toward the Sakura Kingdom, he tore open a spatial corridor with every last ounce of strength and fled in disgrace to Takamagara. High in the air, no one knew when Yi Qing had appeared. He studied the fading rift and said coolly, "You dare run when you're marked by spacetime?" Then he frowned. The sword light had been forcibly halted. "Never mind. After I finish exploring Sky City, I'll head to Takamagara and take your life myself." Inside Takamagara, half of Susanoo's body had been cleaved away. He lay in a pool of blood, barely alive. Amaterasu and Tsukuyami exchanged horrified looks. Who unleashed that strike? Its power is terrifying. The two gods met each other's gaze and whispered a decision. "Seal Takamagara. We must not provoke that person." Above the East Sea, Yenhu glanced at Yi Qing. "Feels like you've grown stronger again." "It's not just a feeling. I have," Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. Yenhu sighed. "With growth like yours, I'll never catch up in this lifetime." In the distant sky, a figure raced toward them. Chen Hun, carrying a young boy, shouted, "That fish is enormous." "Let's go take a look," Yi Qing said. He shot upward toward Sky City in the clouds, Yenhu and Chen Hun close behind. Along Great Xia's coast, countless eyes tracked the sky. "That's Yi Qing. And the one with the crystal sword is incredibly strong too," someone murmured. The first sword beam had to be his, and the second, the one that split the wave, was Yi Qing's. "We're lucky they were here." Several officers of the Eastern Theater Command let out a collective sigh, then hurriedly dispatched teams toward Sky City. Inside Sky City, Yi Qing took in the view. The floor, white as polished jade, stretched beneath his feet, and the staggered buildings around him glowed faintly like a colossal palace suspended in the heavens. The ambient spiritual energy was hundreds of times denser than on Blue Star. Any ordinary cultivator would feel power roaring through their body. To Yi Qing, however, it was still thin, worse than some grotto heavens in the Shanghai realm, and far below the great wilderness realm. Even so, merely standing there made his bones hum and his meridians loosen. The streets were deserted, utterly lifeless. Every door was shut, seemingly uninhabited, yet a few structures glowed red on Yi Qing's map, marking unknown presences. He exchanged a glance with Chen Hun and Yenhu. "This place isn't large. Shall we split up?" "Works for me," they answered with matching nods. They each chose a side street. Yi Qing wasn't worried about his teammates' safety. Yenhu's combat power rivaled the celestial deities. Chen Hun, though primarily a researcher with modest fighting skills, had a first-tier god, Chen Lin, guarding him, carried a divine-grade defensive array, and wore at his waist a wooden token that could withstand Yi Qing's full-powered sword strike enough to keep him alive in an emergency. Yi Qing approached the nearest 2-story stone house. Its barrier dissolved like paper. Inside were only a table and a bed. He tapped the tabletop millennialed spirit wood, worth a fortune on Blue Star. Pure extravagance. With a wave he stored both pieces in his ring. After checking the floor tiles for hidden chambers and finding none, he moved on. The second house yielded just as easily. A faint mustiness greeted him. In the center, on a spirit jade bed, sat an elderly man, hair and beard snow white. The old man's eyes snapped open, bloodshot, and flicked over Yi Qing's unfamiliar clothes. Tell me, what year is it? Yi Qing didn't answer. He could tell the man's life flame was almost out. Does it matter? You're about to die? The old man let out a hoarse, bitter laugh. True. I became an immortal and should have entered the celestial court, but a great calamity forced me to seal myself here. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow at the doorway. What calamity? Indescribable. Terror filled the old man's gaze. A dark age. All spiritual energy vanished overnight. The higher one's cultivation, the faster it drained away. We watched our realms collapse until we were weaker than mortals. Supreme artifacts and celestial elixirs lost their power and crumbled to dust. He gave a final howl of frustration. With the last wisp of qi, his body disintegrated into ash. Yi Qing stood in silence, collecting the scattered relics, mostly shattered gear, nothing special. He pondered. Once, the world had been stripped of spiritual power. Now it was recovering. When the energy fully returned, the celestial court and other mythic forces would surely arrive. Shaking off the thought, he headed toward the heart of Sky City. Along the way, he saw more people, professionals from design entering in waves to explore. The dungeon's description claimed this city led straight to the heavens, and excitement burned in their eyes. Aside from Yi Qing's team, we're among the first. Search fast, someone whispered. Every sensor on Earth will pick up a disturbance like this. Elsewhere in Sky City, Chen Hun stood inside another building. Staring at the middle-aged man before him, Chen Hun saw someone clad in a Taoist robe, devoid of any life, yet remarkably uncorrupted. He crouched down, probed with spiritual power, and was just about to take the pristine corpse back for study when the man's eyelids suddenly twitched and his eyes snapped open. Heaven and earth are about to undergo a massive upheaval. Sadly, I won't live to see it. I must abandon this body, enter the cycle of reincarnation, and gamble on my next life. As his voice faded, his body dissolved into countless motes of starlight that scattered upwind, leaving not even a trace of ash. Chen Hun was baffled. What was that about? He sighed. A shame I didn't get the corpse, but there's still plenty of good loot. They'll find Yi Qing later, and well divvy it up. Stuffing the remaining shards of magical artifacts into his storage pouch, he turned and left. In a secluded corner of Sky City, Yinhu was locked in a silent battle of wills with a frigid, malevolent presence. His eyes flashed coldly as his mental power condensed into a foot-long sword that pierced the black mist in an instant. What are you? Trying to seize my body? Go scatter into nothing. The mist disintegrated. Yinhu swept up every intact manual and instrument in the room, pushed the door open, and headed straight for the city center. At that moment, Chen Hun, Yinhu, and Yi Qing were all closing in on the same target from different directions. On a jade-paved street, Yi Qing walked swiftly, his fingertip gliding across a holographic map. A red dot showed that a powerful being was still sealed in the city's core, estimated at least divine king level. Sealed for countless years, and still that strong monster, he muttered. Ruined houses flanked him, dust deep enough to swallow his boots. Once glorious divine weapons and materials lay corroded, their luster drained by the land's depleted spiritual energy. Yi Qing shoved open a rusted bronze door. Inside, a handsome youth in white sat cross-legged on a wooden bed, vitality surging through him. The boy's eyes flew open, lightning dancing in his pupils. So the great change is close, he said, locking on to Yi Qing. Did you wake me? Impossible, how can you be this strong? Runes flared on the floor. Chains shot up and bound him tight. Yi Qing studied him with interest. Your life force is intact. You must be hiding something valuable. Character, Deng Tianhua, transcendent demigod. Born under great fortune, once a candidate for the celestial court's heavenly soldiers. Forced into self-sealing when the world's spiritual energy collapsed. As the seal weakened, 3 items floated free: a storage bracelet, a smooth pearl, and a crimson gold feather. System prompt. Storage bracelet, common divine artifact. Eternal youth pearl, transcendent artifact, soulbound. Phoenix feather, transcendent. Primordial phoenix feather containing trace nirvana flame. Grants boundless vitality and rapid healing. Yi Qing snatched the feather. Sorry, this one's mine. His face remained calm. If you don't want to die, start talking about your era. Deng Tianhua snorted. Kill me if you want. I'm not afraid. Yi Qing's lips curled. Let's see how long that lasts. A milky mist poured from behind him, wriggling into Deng Tianhua's body. The youth's features, twisted teeth, clenched one moment, manic laughter the next. Moments later his eyes went blank, his voice trembling. They'll talk, just lift the poison. See, that wasn't so hard. Yi Qing flicked a finger, the mist streamed back and vanished. Hands clasped behind his back, his eyes grew distant. He could read minds and even glimpse the future, yet the past remained hidden, and that only made Yi Qing all the more curious. Deng Tianhua took a moment to catch his breath. What do you want to know? Ask away. Yi Qing looked up, his voice steady. Where's the celestial court? What happened before the spiritual energy collapsed? He sat to one side, fingers interlaced, waiting patiently for the answer. Deng exhaled slowly, tapping the tabletop with a fingertip. The celestial court used to reside on the 30th heaven, but now no one can say for sure. His Adam's apple bobbed, and fear flickered in his eyes. As for what happened before the collapse, I do know a little. The demonic path struck back at heaven, he recalled in a hushed tone, his words coming faster. Then the Buddha himself fell to darkness, and war engulfed the heavenly, mortal, and earthly realms. Nearly half of creation perished. After that, Hongjun, the Tao of heaven, stepped in to suppress the demons, and in the end, Yi Qing pressed, and in the end, the demonic path self-destructed, tearing open a rift large enough to rend the Tao itself. The world shattered into countless fragments, its spiritual essence drained, and cultivation became almost impossible. A few ancient deities used unparalleled arts to take their own domains, sacred lands, and followers with them. The surviving powerhouses were either forced into mortality to suffer birth, aging, illness, and death, or sealed away to await the world's revival. Yi Qing nodded silently. So the myriad worlds adrift in the void were only shards of one broken cosmos. But questions remained: where had the class system and status screens come from? And why were they unique to Blue Star? He leaned back in his chair, thinking for a long while. The room so quiet only their breathing could be heard. Deng Tianhua dared not make a sound, afraid of angering the man before him. At last Yi Qing stood, opened the door, and left. The door closed behind him, and Deng hurried to lay down seals, determined to go into seclusion until the spiritual energy fully returned. Yi Qing strode down the corridor toward the heart of Sky City. Suddenly a streak of violet light shot from the central plaza and landed in front of him. When it faded, a woman of ethereal beauty appeared, white feathered robes fluttering without wind, bare feet suspended in the air, looking down on him. She spoke coldly. Among all these people, you are the strongest. Yi Qing's eyes flashed as he pulled up her information. Jiu Tianxuanu, Divine Queen. An ancient goddess, once served Shi Wangmu, and helped the Yellow Emperor win the Battle of Zhuolu. Currently stationed in the Celestial Court, her power is fading fast. Say what you came to say, Yi Qing said, stopping in place. The core of Sky City must be sealed. No one may approach, or before she could finish, a crushing aura swept toward him. Yi Qing's expression did not change. His own energy erupted like crackling thunder, slamming back. Jiu Tianxuan's face darkened. The spiritual energy has only just returned, yet an outsider as strong as you has already appeared? Hesitation flickered in her eyes, and she finally withdrew her pressure. Let's compromise. I can grant you a piece of land in the center of Sky City. Yi Qing let out a cold laugh. He raised the immortal severing gourd. The dark gold mouth spun like a vortex, locking onto her. I want control of Sky City and half of the core zone. Were it not for his absolute advantage, her aura would have pushed him back moments ago. That she was an ancient deity of the Xia meant nothing to him. If it came to a fight, Yi Qing would not hesitate to kill her. Jiu Tianxuan's eyes twitched when she saw the immortal slaying gourd. That supreme weapon is actually in your hands, so I can accept your terms. However, she added, you must seal off the area where I stay. Not a single strand of spiritual energy may escape. With that, she pointed a finger. A fist-sized orb of light formed in silence and drifted to Yi Qing. He caught it, and the orb dissolved into countless filaments that poured into his eyes. In a blink, every movement inside Sky City was laid bare to him. Practitioners of Great Xia were working together to force open the doors, while powerhouses from other nations were arriving one after another. With a thought, he expelled all foreign practitioners from the city. Come on, take me to the core, he said coolly to Jiu Tianxuanu. She nodded, her voice no longer icy, as if she now viewed him as an equal. They entered the core zone. 7 ancient halls rose before them, each aglow with gentle white light. The aura here was dozens of times denser than outside, thin mist coiling like a fairyland. Golden runes burst beneath Yi Qing's feet, spreading to seal the entire area, so not the slightest energy could leak out. Jiu Tianxuanu smiled, then turned into a beam of clear light and slipped into one of the halls. The doors closed tight, sealing her inside. If she did not isolate herself quickly, her cultivation would only keep sliding. Yi Qing glanced around. Besides the hall Xuanu had taken, 3 others gave off faint life auras, all at the celestial god level. The remaining 3 stood empty. A thought summoned Chen Han and Yen Hu to his side. Chen Han took a deep breath. The aura is incredible. My universe breathing technique is running several times faster. Yen Hu nodded. Sky City's core lives up to its name. Yi Qing pointed at 2 empty halls. Pick one each. You'll probably find something worthwhile inside. They exchanged glances and went in. Yi Qing headed for the last empty hall, guessing someone had once lived here but left for some reason. He pushed the door open and saw a robed old man's projection inside. The old man bowed slightly with an apologetic smile. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. There's nothing here. Yi Qing didn't mind. I only want to know why you chose to leave Sky City's seal. As he spoke, information surfaced in his mind. Name, Tai Bai Jingxing. Form, projection. Realm, demigod. Tai Bai Jingxing sighed. Years ago, Sky City was sealed in the chaotic void, but some terrifying being found it. Yu Lao, Lu Dongbin, and I had to wake up and lure that monster away, leaving 3 halls empty. Helplessness filled his face as he looked at the door. Are you still alive? Yi Qing produced a jar of wine and tossed it over. The projection caught it easily, his smile widening. Of course, if my true body died, this projection would vanish. Right now, we're trapped in some unknown place. He raised the jar, eyes bright. Since fate brought us together, I'm counting on you to rescue my true body. Yi Qing rubbed his forehead and sighed inwardly. This old man sure makes himself at home fast. At that moment, a notification flashed across the system interface. Task triggered. Rescue Tai by Jinxing, Yuelao, and Lu Dongbin. Reward, equipment upgrade card 10. Decline, no penalty or reward. Failure, no penalty or reward. Yi Qing froze for a beat, and the Phantom of Tai by Jinxing hurriedly urged him, don't be so quick to refuse. Give it a few years. Once the Celestial Court returns, I can secure an official post for you. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, his expression amused. An official post? You mean being bound by the investiture of the gods, or grooming someone else's horse? Your mishaps are clearly recorded in the classics. Awelai Tai by Jinxing stammered, embarrassed. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Watching the deities' shifting expressions, Yi Qing suddenly laughed. They'll take the job, but on one condition: tell me everything about your era and everything that happened before, with nothing left out. Ding. Task accepted. No problem. Tai by Jinxing threw back a mouthful of wine and began his tale. From the great calamity that split heaven and earth to the collapse of spiritual energy and the onset of the Age of Decline, he omitted nothing. The story lasted 10 days and 10 nights. During that time, 2 young girls appeared beside Yi Qing out of thin air: Ling Xian and Ling Shui. The sisters sat quietly, their eyes growing ever brighter as they listened. Meanwhile, in another palace, Chun Hun listened intently while Yuelao expounded on the Tao, calculations racing through his mind. If I fuse these principles with genetics and heredity, could an entirely new system emerge? He focused completely, not daring to drift for a moment. In yet another palace, Yen Hu, her fiery red hair streaming, crossed swords with Lu Dongbin. Though the Immortal's projection retained only half divine power, his exquisite swordwork kept Yen Hu firmly suppressed. Your swordsmanship has barely touched the surface, he chided. You need deeper insight. Frustration only drove Yen Hu higher. Her sword aura climbed visibly. After 10 days, Tai by Jinxing finally fell silent. Yi Qing was still engrossed, and the 2 young girls at his side were equally absorbed. The rest is up to you, Tai by Jinxing said solemnly. Yi Qing nodded and flipped 2 spirit fruits into Ling Xian and Ling Shui's hands. All right, but give me the details. Where is your true body now? It's trapped with Yuelao and Lu Dongbin by a fearsome beast called Jormungand, Tai by Jinxing replied gravely. We lured it away from Sky City, but with the world's spiritual energy collapsing, our strength fell to a 10th. After 3 battles we were defeated and imprisoned in a stretch of void known as the Sea of Darkness. Yi Qing listened quietly, his gaze drifting to Ling Xian and Ling Shui. Story time's over. You two should rest. Okay, Ling Xian replied sweetly. Ling Shui's eyes, however, burned with fighting spirit. I want to fight that monster. Yi Qing ruffled her hair, indulgence in his eyes. When you're a little older, he'll take you into battle. After sending the 2 young girls back into the Hongmeng Pearl, Yi Qing faced the Phantom of Tai by Jinxing. He'll handle your request, he said, but you'll have to give me some time. Tai by Jinxing's image smiled faintly. I have waited countless years already. A few more won't matter. Bidding the Phantom farewell, Yi Qing stepped out of the hall. His gaze swept over the 2 equally magnificent palaces to either side. Chun Hun and Yen Hu were still in closed-door cultivation within. Far away, the conspirate behemoth had entered Daxia's skies, its vast body blotting out half the heavens as it followed the agreed route westward. It would take a full year to circle Blue Star, and when it returned to its starting point, the gate to the celestial realm would open. Yi Qing could have taken direct control of the creature, yet he chose not to. He wanted to walk into the celestial court himself a year from now and see what it had become. Before leaving, he left a brief message at each palace door, then tore open a spatial rift and crossed through. The rift ended above the snow-capped summit of Sakura Divine Mountain. Hovering high in the air, Yi Qing made a quick decision. He would raid Takamagara, kill a few deities for experience, and top up the sign-in system's reserves. He sent out waves of space-time power, yet detected not the slightest ripple. Takamagara had concealed itself completely, and even the trace of Susanu's space-time mark had vanished. Clearly, someone there possessed a supreme artifact that masked both causality and space. Peering down at Sakura Divine Mountain, he let runes fall from his back like a waterfall, sinking them deep into the peak. His thunderous voice split the clouds. Play any more tricks on Daxiao, and he'll blow Sakura Divine Mountain to pieces. At the mountain's foot, worshippers knelt before a smoke-wreathed shrine, hatred and resentment flickering in their eyes. The idol within gave no response. Then great feathery snowflakes drifted from the sky. Each flake carried a life of its own, and wherever one touched flesh it sliced a throat. In the blink of an eye, white snow ran red. With the new year approaching, streets and alleys were bright with lanterns and brimming with joy. In a secluded manor outside the capital, Tang Mingwu stood on the roof ridge, watching a faintly trembling tear in the gray-blue sky. Yi Qing stepped through, and she rushed to meet him. Where's Yen Hu? Wasn't he with you? Relax, Yi Qing replied. He's receiving guidance from an ancient sword immortal, an opportunity you just can't plan for. That's a relief. Tang Mingwu let out the breath she'd been holding. Yi Qing said no more and headed to his room, where he switched on the television. Every channel ran stories about the recent Infinite Tower and the newly appeared Sky City. Nations everywhere were racing to negotiate with Daxia for a chance to explore them, and the Adventurers Association had seized the moment to demand sky-high fees in exchange for entry, bringing in a mountain of resources. Yi Qing had foreseen all of it and watched the reports calmly. His character panel showed he had already reached level 281. With Lingxian's blessing, a few idle days inside the Hongmeng Pearl would push him past 300. He intended to lock himself away, refine pills, and grind levels at full speed. Meanwhile, the four great clans of the capital had long since learned where Yi Qing was staying. 3 days before the new year, luxury cars formed a long queue outside the once remote manor, their headlights and shadows overlapping like a sea of light. Long Zhan, Nangong Ro, Shengwan Hong, and Yi Ling stood shoulder to shoulder at the gate, complicated emotions written on their faces. Half a year ago they had fought alongside Yi Qing in the college entrance exam instance. In just 6 months he had risen to become Daxia's strongest, surpassing even Xianyuan Pa. They, on the other hand, were still only level 85, perched at the peak of their second advancement. Outstanding among their peers though they were, today they could only come as representatives of their families. Just then, a glowing rune flew out from within the manor. Yi Qing's voice drifted from the glowing rune. No visitors. Go home. When we meet in the capital, stay out of my way. Outside the courtyard, Long Zhan, Shengwan Hong, Yi Ling, Nangong Ro, and the others exchanged uneasy glances. The air still carried a faint whiff of scorched sulfur. The normally defiant Long Zhan sighed, waved his followers back, and muttered, "Forget it, let's go." He turned and marched off, heavy steps fading until he vanished beyond the estate's corner. Half the crowd dispersed, yet the scene remained tense. Shengwan Hong stood tall at the gate, eyes calculating. She spoke for the Shengwan family and for the Abyss Society. Unlike Long Zhan, she stayed, quietly plotting a private meeting with Yi Qing. Yi Ling and Nangong Ro were conflicted looks. Old friendship lay buried beneath layers of misunderstanding. After several false starts, they accepted Yi Qing would not appear and left in frustration. Only Shengwan Hong remained at the gate. Wind lifted her hair as she lowered her voice toward the closed doors. The First Wraith Lord wants to work with you. Inside the Infinity Tower, he acknowledged your strength. The words were barely out when agony ripped through her skull. Blood trickled from her ears. She screamed, staggered back, and glared into the manor's depths. Yi Qing, the day the First Wraith Lord descends will be the day you die. She kept the curse locked in her heart, too afraid to shout it aloud. Upstairs in his study, Yi Qing rested a fingertip on the window ledge, observing everything. So the Shengwan clan has turned into the Abyss Society's headquarters, he mused. No wonder the First Wraith Lord is a master of the soul. Intervene? Not interested. The Great Xia was splintered among powerful families. An awakened being with even an SSS talent was either recruited or hunted. Morong Shui was proof enough. Cutting down the old order will only spill more blood, he murmured. Better to nudge the wheel at the right moment and let the underclass upend the table themselves. Maybe that buys Xia a few decades of peace. After the myths arrive, who knows? He tried to peer ahead, but Blue Star was wrapped in fog. Every prophecy blurred to nothing. The spirit realm allowed vague glimpses of the future, yet Blue Star was too unique. He glanced at his status panel. Level 300, peak 7th rotation. So how do I step into demigod? He closed the panel. Yen Hu should be back soon. They'll ask him. At dawn on the second day of the new year, a blazing white sword light split the sky and slammed into the manor. Yen Hu landed brimming with vigor. His aura was several times denser than before, now at early peak 9th rotation. He could hardly wait to rush to the guest room for time alone with Tang Mingwu. Close behind, Chun Hun returned and dove straight into the Hongmeng Pearl's inner space to tackle a new project. In the courtyard, Yi Qing raised a hand to block Yen Hu's path, smiling. Easy, Tang Mingwu isn't going anywhere. I need a word. Yen Hu blinked. Make it quick, I'm in a hurry. I'm at the peak of 7th rotation. How do I break into the 8th? Yen Hu froze. I could never see through your cultivation. I thought you were already a celestial or even a god king. To think you're only 7th rotation with that kind of power, he managed a rueful grin. To reach the 8th, you must grasp the seed of your own Tao. Mine is pure swordsmanship. The more Taoists you pursue, the harder the breakthrough and the stronger you'll be. How you find that Tao is up to you. With that, he bolted toward the guest room. His figure flashed beneath the eaves, leaving only the soft thud of a door swinging shut. Yi Qing remained where he was, thinking for a long time before letting out a soft sigh, realizing just how difficult this would be. Night settled in as a sweeping snowstorm covered the capital, turning every skyscraper into a pale silhouette that glowed softly beneath the neon lights. When the bells tolled at midnight, fireworks erupted in rapid succession, showering the sky with sparks that illuminated the entire city. Snow on the manor roof had already reached ankle-deep. Yi Qing held the two little girls, Ling Xian and Ling Shui, pulling their collars tight against the cold. Several pets lay nearby, ears pricked, watching the fireworks without blinking. Baize sniffed the air and remarked, "The spiritual energy here feels denser, and it's climbing fast." Yi Qing nodded. "In another year," he said, "foreign deities and abyssal gods will pour into Blue Star, and the aura then will be far richer than it is now. But so will the turmoil." Not far away, Yanhu wrapped an arm around Tang Mingwu, a thin layer of snow settling on their shoulders as they savored the brief quiet. Chen Han had just returned from Sky City, only to vanish straight into the Hongmeng Pearl to run experiments, and no one knew what he was tinkering with. After finishing his own errands, Yi Qing brought the two girls and the pets into the Hongmeng Pearl as well. For the next few days, he actually had time to relax strolling through peach groves and herb fields, or simply napping outside the cabin while breathing in faint wisps of primordial mist. On his system panel, his personal experience had hit a cap, so he kept banking it. Within a few short days, another 68 million points rolled in, pushing the total past 1 trillion. Petals drifted through the air as Yi Qing lay on the steps, hands behind his head, gaze following each falling blossom with unusual concentration. Ling Xian initially wanted to pull him off to play, but seeing him like that, she tiptoed away, unwilling to disturb him. He stayed in that meditative state for 3 full days and nights before finally opening his eyes and exhaling lightly. "I can almost touch the threshold, but something's still missing, so this is enlightenment." Off in the distance, Baize and Little White were helping the two children practice walking. Their talents were extraordinary. They mastered anything the first time they tried it. Yet they rejected Blue Star's environment and preferred to stay here. The Hongmeng Pearl's inner world had changed beyond recognition. Thousands of miles of forest and medicinal fields stretched endlessly, ancient spirit trees and herbs tens of thousands of years old perfuming the air, their fragrance blending with the primordial mist so that just walking among them felt like being bathed in warm water, silently boosting one's power. Yi Qing donned the nether armor, slipped on the Tear of Liberty and the Fire-Chilin boots, and the combined aura of the 3 super artifacts felt denser than ever. Next stop, the Abyss, he thought. It's time to wrap up at the Tianwan Plain and expand my territory. Lin Kuei is still down there. He hasn't been home for the new year, so his family must be worried. Exiting the Hongmeng Pearl, Yi Qing found Yan Hu and Tang Mingwu already headed to Sky City to cultivate the aura there far surpassed that of the capital, and without attribute panels they had no choice but to train the hard way. Yi Qing sliced open a spatial rift, stepped through, and in an instant left the capital, entering the Abyss for the second time. With his current strength, he no longer needed to tread carefully. In the entire Abyss, only a supreme deity could hope to match him. The walls of Swordheart City, one of the abyssal human race's 10 great cities, rose before him. Adventurers in the streets halted in their tracks, a written on every face. Ignoring the onlookers, Yi Qing walked straight into the city lord's residence. Inside the city lord's residence, Zhao Qianquan and Xianyuan Pai sat facing one another beneath a massive screen. The display showed a rotating 3D model of Sky City and the Infinity Tower, their silver and dark blue lights intertwining. Zhao Qianquan sipped hot tea, smiling. "If you want to go explore it, they'll guard the city for you." Xianyuan Pai shook his head. "Better not. The war just ended and the alien races are growing restless. I can't leave right now." Before he finished, the door swung open. Yi Qing walked in uninvited, half reclining on the sofa as he surveyed the room. Not a bad setup. Zhao Qianquan chuckled. "Naturally. I plan to spend my final years right here." Xianyuan Pai turned to Yi Qing, offering a formal thanks. "At the East Sea, we survived only because you split the tsunami and, together with Senior Yan Hu, drove back Sisanu." Doubt flickered in his eyes. Since their parting at the Withered Bone Sword Grave, Yan Hu had helped him glimpse the path of the sword, a debt he still remembered. Yi Qing understood and spoke calmly. "Yan Hu has become a god. Go seek his guidance, tour the Infinity Tower and Sky City, keep those foreign professionals in line, and let me act as city lord for a few days." Delight flashed across Xianyuan Pai's face. "Truly? Perfect." He turned. "Elder Zhao, please hand city affairs over to Yi Qing." With plans settled, Xianyuan Pai hurried out of the Abyss and returned to Blue Star. Only 2 people remained. Zhao Qianquan studied Yi Qing, his gaze steady. "The Ghost Clan youth who turned the tide in the war, that was you, wasn't it?" Yi Qing nodded. "Yes. I also had Lin Kuei taken away. Beyond the great families and the professional association, I don't trust anyone in Daxi, especially those Abyss Council traitors." Zhao Qianquan sighed. "The future will improve, and Daxiao will grow stronger." Memories surfaced. In his youth, abyssal races had ravaged Daxia until united forces repelled them and took a foothold in the abyss. Yi Qing's eyes were deep, his tone calm. I'm heading alone into the abyss depths. He'll leave a clone to guard the city. He activated his shadow projection. An exact double appeared, sharing his aura. Zhao Qingquan nodded. That works. Yi Qing handed him a jade vial. Healing pills if you still have a breath. These will bring you back to full strength. A flash of sword light shot skyward, and he vanished. Standing in the residence, Zhao Qianquan weighed the vial, then looked at the clone, already sensing busy days ahead. The clone smiled. Speak freely. My main body and I share one mind. I can handle both tasks. Then let me brief you on Sword Heart City, Zhao Qianquan said, setting courtesy aside as he outlined every detail of city affairs. Deep in the abyss, Yi Qing's sword light streaked toward the heavenly rift plane, many times faster than before. He flew past the spired walls of Demon City without a glance. The third ghost god watched, wisely pretending not to see anything and remaining silent. He had no intention of provoking Yi Qing. He only wanted to while away his days in the city of demons, running a gladiator pit for a bit of fun. Deep in the severed plains, Li Shang and Li Yu sparred among the jagged peaks of the Tianwan Range, their blades reflecting off the snow-white cliffs. Overhead, a void dragon sliced through the blizzard, its vast body flickering behind storm clouds. On the dragon's back, Lin Kuei faced the biting wind and stared at the endless ice fields to the north, an inexplicable unease gnawing at him to abyss, a forbidden land that even the gods feared to tread. My true boat is almost here, he muttered. Once it arrives, I can finally explore. This avatar is far too weak. Across the deck, Yi Qing's ghostly double sat in silence. Lin Kuei's eyes suddenly brightened. I'm already level 120. Back on Blue Star that would put me at the very top. If I don't return soon, they'll lose my chance to show off. Out here the weakest monster is 120, and you still think you're strong? Yi Qing teased. Lin Kuei laughed loudly. That's the whole point. Once I leave, I can brag about this forever. Before his words faded, a thunderous roar split the snowfield. A towering beast of pure ice, 10 zhang tall, burst from the Drifta level 150 epic boss. Just in time, Lin Kuei said, tightening his silver spear. Finish my class change quest with a welcome present. Yi Qing stroked the dragon's scales. Go, but leave it a breath of life. The void dragon dove, unleashing a thin yet scorching breath that shattered the frost. Runes flared behind Yi Qing, locking the dying beast in place. Finish it off, one sliver of health left. Riding his Mirage WYRM, Lin Kuei leapt into the swirling snow. A spear flash later, the ice beast collapsed, and golden light flared around him. Quest complete. Suddenly the heavens convulsed. A raging tempest swept the ice fields, causing the endless snow mountains to crumble. Yi Qing yanked Lin Kuei back onto the dragon's back. Bad omen, retreat. Lin Kuei nodded. In a place like this, life itself is a luxury. The void dragon tore open a rift and lunged in, only to meet a fiercer spatial storm that ripped at reality. Yi Qing's face darkened. This avatar's space-time power is almost gone. We're in real trouble. Lin Kuei gave a carefree smile. Accidents happen, let's deal with it. Forcing time stop, Yi Qing froze the world, blinking through the void until his last drop of power burned out. They reached the storm's edge. Time resumed with a roar. Yi Qing fixed his gaze on the dragon. Use shattering roar to clear a path. After that, follow his orders. Lin Kuei protested, but you. It's only an avatar. My true boat is fine. Go. Phantom swords gathered behind him, forming a gleaming barrier before the storm. The void dragon roared, a black gold beam tearing open a fissure as it carried Lin Kuei through. The sword wall shattered, and Yi Qing's avatar vanished in the maelstrom. Far away, deep within the endless ice fields, a hazy figure appeared. A mere hint of its aura made the void tremble, and countless beings across hundreds of thousands of leash shuddered in fear. In the Devil Clan's domain, the Calamity Demon God abruptly looked toward the ice fields, his gaze like dead water. His seal is broken. The entire abyss is about to descend into chaos. Within the illusory Beast Clan, the Phantom Demon God watched the scene unfold, as if something had just dawned on him. In the very next instant, the city's guardian array thundered to life, and Phantom City itself melted like snow, dissolving into mist without a single brick left behind. Far away, above the lost city, Yi Qing saw everything. A terrifying wave rolling out of the endless ice field made his eyes gleam with a frosty light that was the aura of a supreme god. He swiftly fixed on the imprint Lin Kuei had left in the fabric of space-time, and confirmed that the man had merely been swept into an unknown realm by the void dragon, his life still intact. For certainty's sake, he called upon the Bai Zhe bloodline's gift of divination and traced Lin Kuei's future. Danger loomed, yet opportunity lay hidden within it. High over the lost city, the demon god hovered, staring north in a daze. Yi Qing stepped silently behind him and said coldly, "It seems the endless ice field is hiding quite a secret." Murderous intent flared in the demon god's eyes. He let out a furious laugh. You dare walk into my grasp? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? You're welcome to try, Yi Qing replied, his voice icy. The demon god forced down his killing intent and sighed. A cataclysm is coming. I have no time to fight you. I'm taking the demon clan far away well lie low for a few millennia. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Running from a single supreme god. The abyss holds several of them, doesn't it? That presence isn't a supreme god, the demon god shot back, speaking so fast the words blurred. It's a higher being, the abyss former master, Isuageta. Several supreme gods sealed him long ago, but the seal has weakened. He's returned to the abyss. With that, he activated the lost city's grand array. Rolling black mist swallowed the whole city, and when the haze dispersed, not a trace of the magnificent metropolis remained. Yi Qing watched him flee, eyes growing colder still. Lord of the Abyss. I'll have a look for myself. He tore open space and shot toward the heaven-severing plains. Deep inside the heaven-severing mountains, the siblings Li Yu and Li Shang were pinned to the ground by a crushing aura, cold sweat soaking their clothes. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened before them, and Yi Qing stepped through. The moment his feet touched the ground, the pressure vanished. Li Yu clutched her chest, gasping. That aura was terrifying. What on earth happened in the endless ice field? Yi Qing gave the pair a brief glance. The heaven-severing plains are no longer safe. They'll find you a new shelter soon. He carved a sigil in the earth to block any aftershocks, then streaked north like a comet. Whether the abyss fell into chaos or not meant little to him, but Lin Kuei had nearly died to that so-called abyssal lord, and that was a debt he refused to swallow. Since his rebirth, his anger had never burned so fiercely. The immortal slaying sword array spun above his head, the god-reaping spear rested in his grasp, the immortal severing gourd hung at his waist, and he stood upon a world-purifying white lotus, clad in the blessing of spirit snow. Layer upon layer of power surged around him, enough to suppress even the heavy pressure spilling from the endless ice field. High atop a snow-capped peak in the endless ice field, a man in black robes gazed into the distance, his eyes as cold as the wind. An unfamiliar aura. This wasn't the scent of those other fools. In the span of a heartbeat, a blinding arc split the heavens, and the endless ice field shattered like layered glass. Yi Qing stepped forward as Swordkey erupted behind him, streaking across the sky. 10,000 icy lights poured down like rain. The immortal execution sword array, the heaven-reaving path, and the domain of slaughter ignited at once, forcing the firmament into a bloody hue. Sweetheart, turn around. His low cry carried as the god-slaying spear lunged from his hand, its gleam aimed at the deepest pit of the abyss. Startled awake, the abyssal lord Isogda surfaced. A towering silhouette coalesced in the black mist, his gaze heavy. Who are you, daring to challenge me? His answer came in a thunderclap of onyx chains that streaked out and smashed into the spear. The shriek of grinding metal pierced the abyss, and cracks raced outward across the ice field. Isogda was baffled. He had never seen this human before, yet the stranger attacked without a word. Still, with battle joined, he felt no fear. Terror throbbed as his humanoid flesh twisted and tore. In an instant he became a colossus vast enough to blot out the entire ice field. Yi Qing flicked his wrist, severing the chains, then summoned the immortal severing flying blade. The gourd spun between his fingers and spat blinding white light. The blade flashed across the void, carving a gruesome gash across Isogda's chest. Isogda roared, the sound ripping open the air. At once, an enormous projection filled the vision of every deity in the abyss. Yi Qing, spear in hand, for immortal swords orbiting him, locked in combat with the abyssal lord. While Isogda wavered for a split second, Yi Qing swept the spear sideways and tore open another bloody wound. That man's incredibles forcing the abyssal lord to keep his head down. Yeah, and he looks familiar. Where have I seen him? Isn't he the one who caused that uproar over the supreme relic? Never thought a human could face the abyssal lord. Quit daydreaming. The aftershocks alone could kill you. Stow your greed. Isogda had just broken free from an ancient seal and hadn't stabilized his power before Yi Qing pressed him hard. Blood rained as he bellowed. Who are you? What grudge do we share? Yi Qing's eyes were frigid. The god-slaying spear trembled, its killing intent surging, yet he sighed inwardly. This thing's hard to kill. Even with the flying blade and the spear, I can't finish him. The purifying white lotus and the sword array are cracking. Their grade is too low. Holding out this long is their limit. As the spear's power rose, Yi Qing's body began to split. His realm couldn't fully wield the weapon. He resolved to unleash one last strike, then withdraw. That was when the impossible happened. The abyssal lord chose to flee. Black light swallowed his massive form, burning every watching eye, and in the next instant he vanished. Far away in the devil domain, the calamity demon god watched across the void, struck speechless. Yi Qing's strength is terrifying. I'd better avoid him. Every divine being turned toward the human lands east of the abyss, dread thick in their hearts. With Yi Qing present, no race would dare provoke humanity for a long time. Yi Qing touched down in the sky-severing mountains and gazed outward the endless ice field, and the 10,000 fathom snow range were gone, leaving only shattered debris. That thing's nearly impossible to kill. No wonder those ancient supreme gods chose to seal it. It's practically immortal. Liyue and Li Shang stared in horror, their voices trembling. The endless ice field just disappeared. It feels like something even worse is coming. A cutting wind, laced with leftover snow, howled along the lip of the empty abyss, whipping up clouds of ice shards. Yi Qing raised a hand and withdrew the runic array encircling the pair, then fixed his gaze on the deepest stretch of ink-black void below. The projection that had appeared moments earlier was clearly the work of a supreme, godly beings of god rank or higher had been permitted to witness it. Lesser powers had not even sensed the aftershocks. Some old relic set me up, Yi Qing muttered, voice cold and hard. When I find you, you're dead. The pressure he released without meaning to settled over Liyue and Li Shang like a solid mountain, leaving their hearts quaking. What do we do now? Li Shang managed. Yi Qing looked over the empty land that had once been the endless ice field and said softly, from this moment on, the Tianduan Plain and the endless ice field are one the wind's now expanse. It belongs to me. No faction will dare interfere, not even a supreme god. Isn't that right, Calamity Demon God? A shadow writhed, and a figure slipped free. The once arrogant Calamity Demon God bowed respectfully. Yes, they'll spread the word throughout the abyss. Not to human territory yet. I have other plans. Understood. The demon god faded back into darkness. With that, Yi Qing tossed out a mountain-sized heap of raw or from his storage ring half the illusory beast clan's treasury, plus the entire fortune of the Lost Merchants Guild. Sunlight flashed off the crystalline stones, forcing the two onlookers to narrow their eyes. Build me a city worthy of the name. Liyue and Li Shang bowed. As you command. If you hit a snag, ask the Calamity Demon God. I'll be happy to help. Satisfied, Yi Qing glanced at the dim sky. Beyond the sea of darkness, he still needed to search the unknown worlds for Lin Kuei. Luckily, Lin Kuei bore a spacetime mark, so tracking him down would not be difficult. He left a clone to guard the region, tore a rift in space, and let his true body melt into the void. In the endless emptiness, he locked onto the mark, folded space, and streaked away as a ray of light. Elsewhere, in another forbidden zone of the abyss, the god of order stood motionless. Loose robes draped his frame, and an ancient bronze mask hid his face, while his gaze seemed to pierce layer upon layer of space, surveying every inch of the abyss. That human isn't on the original timeline. What went wrong? He murmured. Boom. The void split apart, and Isogda, Lord of the Abyss, staggered through, his aura so weak he barely matched a common true god. He fixed a chilling stare on the god of order. You broke my seal, then watched the fight from the sidelines. Care to explain? You made too much noise, the god of order replied evenly. Unlike you, I don't have an immortal body. If I'd joined in, I might have died. Light flickered in his eyes, as though he were calculating countless possibilities. This is just great. It might take me tens of thousands of years to return to full strength. The Lord of the Abyss lounged on his shadow-draped throne without a word. After a long silence, the god of order finally spoke. The god of contracts has stumbled. If I devour him and every living creature in the abyss along with him, you'll recover almost instantly. The abyssal lord slowly opened his eyes and answered coldly, fine. Let's kill him now. The two of them dissolved into gray shadows and disappeared. In the dark void, Yi Qing had used his last spatial jump, yet still hadn't reached the world where Lin Kuei had landed. A spatial storm, combined with the Void Dragon's ultimate attack, had hurled Lin Kuei an unimaginable distance away. A sword beam roughly 3 meters thick carried Yi Qing forward at high speed. Glancing down at the purifying White Lotus and the Zhu Xian sword array, he saw fractures lacing both treasures and frowned manual repairs would take far too long. I'd better check in for rewards. He opened the check-in system, the readout experience. Over 1 trillion glowed bright on the screen. Targeted check-in selected. Goal: any item that can repair the Zhu Xian sword array and the purifying White Lotus. Check-in successful. Obtained 3 light divine water. Check-in successful. Obtained restoration divine elixir. Check-in successful. Obtained chaotic divine iron. Check-in successful. Obtained chaotic breathing soil. Yi Qing completed 100,000 check-ins in one breath, spending 500 billion experience points. Supplies piled up like mountains, yet only a handful were truly of supreme grade. He examined the top items one by one. 1. 3 light divine water, supreme grade. Nourishes all things and holds unfathomable power. Provides rapid restoration for the purifying White Lotus. Total, 120 gene. 2. Chaotic breathing soil, supreme grade. A legendary creation relic. Only 1 piece. 3. Chaotic divine iron, supreme grade. Contains boundless killing intent. Can be fused into the 4 Zhu Xian swords to speed their repair. Total, 5 ingots. Inside the Hongmeng Pearl, Yi Qing dug a pool about 3 meters across, lined its bottom with the chaotic breathing soil, and poured in all the 3 light divine water. When the purifying White Lotus sank into the pool, pearly light rippled outward, The cracks sealed before his eyes, and the lotus even began to evolve. Not bad. Too bad the system gives only one drop per check in pure luck, Yi Qing muttered. Next he unpacked a mountain of rare ores and divine metal. The four Zhu Xian swords shot into the air, humming as their sword spirits greedily swallowed the chaotic divine iron. In moments, every fracture vanished, and the blades vaulted from demigod to mythic grade. They pushed for an even higher realm, then stopped at a critical threshold and circled Yi Qing with a clear, ringing note. Mind linked to the sword spirits. Yi Qing understood instantly. If they advanced any farther, his current cultivation would no longer control them. He remembered wielding the god-slaying spear, every heartbeat under crushing strain. After only a few clashes with the Abyssal Lord, his bones were nearly shattered. Owning peerless treasures without the realm to command them was a lesson he did not wish to repeat. With a sigh, Yi Qing fed the remaining chaotic divine iron to his other 5 flying swords. They, too, rose to mythic grade, then halted on the brink of another breakthrough and hovered quietly around him. He stored all 9 swords inside his body and headed for the laboratory. Chen Han had been acting mysteriously lately, and Yi Qing wanted to see what he was working on. Inside the lab, Chen Han stared at the 2 gene strands floating in the culture dish and let out a sigh. Another failure apparently artificial gods can't reproduce. The enlarged projections of the DNA chains drifted past each other without ever aligning. As the blue indicator light dimmed, the current experiment came to an end. The door slid open and Yi Qing stepped in, his eyes shifting between the monitors and the dish. So, what did you learn from Yulao? Matchmaking? He asked, half teasing. Chen Han coughed awkwardly and scratched his head. Of course not, I'm just trying something new. Yi Qing dropped the subject. From his storage ring, he drew several crystal test tubes and a bundle of thick, blood-red tendrils. The tubes held viscous golden blood that glimmered faintly. The tendrils, sheathed in tiny scales, still twitched. Let's study these next, he said. They came from an immortal supreme deity. Highly infectious, careful. Chen Han's eyes lit up like bulbs. He hurried to store the samples in a temperature-controlled cabinet, murmuring, these are priceless. Seeing him absorbed in his work, Yi Qing left the lab. He walked down a sleek corridor to the lily pond that housed the world-cleansing white lotus. The water shone with a soft glow. Xiao Bai and several other pets sat cross-legged at the edge, their spirit markings interweaving with the lotus light as they cultivated. Nearby, Ling Xian and Ling Xue lay curled up, dozing peacefully. Yi Qing crouched beside them. Why gather here? He whispered. Wearing a snow-white dress, Xiao Bai opened her eyes and smiled gently. The aura here is gentle, easier to absorb and refine. Yi Qing nodded and looked toward the pond's center. The lotus throne rotated slowly, drawing in primordial energy and releasing it as a steady stream of white light. No wonder everyone had clustered around it. A glance at his system panel told him he still had tens of millions of experience points. He chose a targeted sign-in, converted all the points into 3 light divine water, and expanded the pond several-fold. As the divine water poured in, the surface cleared to crystal, the lotus flared brilliantly, and its hairline cracks healed in an instant. In a blink it evolved into a supreme artifact, its gentle radiance filling the air with a faint, sweet scent. Yi Qing settled by the pond and practiced the cosmic breathing method. With each breath, the white light fused with his own spiritual power. Within a minute the experience points were gone, but his strength felt more solid than ever. Still not nearly enough experience, he muttered. Once his command of space-time energies was fully restored, he stood and left the Hongmeng Pearl. The outside was a silent, starlit void. A chill wind passed without sound. Yi Qing tore open a spatial rift and strode inside. Suddenly the space ahead twisted violently. A man in a black robe emerged from the vortex, his face hidden by his hood, his aura unfathomable. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qing stepped from his own rift, and the two regarded each other across the void. The black-robed man spoke first, his voice low and even. Your aura is formidable. I'm a merchant who roams the myriad realms. Anything catch your eye? A translucent screen unfurled on his palm, displaying an array of rare treasures. The Xinsha Star Banner, God King tier. Luna Demon Grass, Super God tier. A battered Chaos Bell, Violet Great. Yi Qing scanned the list and nodded. I do see a few things I want. How do you trade? Any high-tier currency or elixirs will do, the merchant replied calmly. Yi Qing flipped his hand and produced several porcelain bottles etched with pale gold patterns, each containing god-grade pills he had refined earlier. The merchant gave them a cursory glance. Choose your items, the prices vary. Yi Qing deliberated, then selected several, including the damaged Chaos Bell and a few spirit herbs his Hongmeng Pearl lacked. These, for my pills. Deal? The merchant inclined his head. Deal. Several items drifted in front of Yi Qing. He stowed them away and tossed the trader a few bottles of pills. The darkness rippled like water, and the mysterious merchant dissolved into nothing. A ripple of awe ran through Yi Qing. The pressure that man radiated was several times stronger than the Abyssal Lord's. Yet this deal had still left him rich beyond measure. The broken chaos bell alone, once restored, might rival the Godslayer's spear. An instant later, the space-time mark he had left on the merchant was wiped clean. He actually noticed, Yi Qing murmured, raising an eyebrow before smoothing it down again. Still, he isn't hostile. Better keep moving. He blinked through space more than 20 times, and the mark he had placed on Lin Kuei shone ever clearer in his vision. Elsewhere, inside a bizarre pocket realm, mountain ridges stretched into the clouds. Lin Kuei sat cross-legged on the broad back of the void dragon, gazing at several crimson fruits that glowed on a sheer cliff. Their attribute panel was still a row of question marks, clear proof of rarity. How about we split them? He suggested. Fine. The void dragon nodded. Lin Kuei tossed one fruit across. The moment it touched the dragon's mouth, the beast plummeted to the foot of the mountain with a dull boom, raising a cloud of dust and slipping into a deep sleep. Had its chest not been faintly rising, Lin Kuei would have thought it dead on the spot. So they're soporific. He gave a rueful laugh, pocketed the remaining fruit, and scrambled up the cliff by hand, plucking every last one. Right then, a muffled crack split the neighboring rock face. The fissure widened into a dark cave mouth, rainbow mist curling inside and refracting the sunlight into shifting ribbons. Lin Kuei's pulse quickened. A sight like that practically screams treasure. Gripping his spear, he gestured for the mirage dragon behind him to follow and stepped in. The tunnel was not dim. A faint fragrance drifted about, like a woman whispering at one's ear. They advanced with care, meeting no resistance. A bend later, the passage opened onto a clearing. Sparse, strange grasses dotted the ground, and at the center stood an ancient tree that glimmered with ghostly light. Lin Kuei's jaw dropped. The scene stole his words. Meanwhile, in the outer void, Yi Qing reached the boundary of this pocket realm. Space rippled as he stepped inside. Suspended in the sky, he surveyed the land while a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Divine King of the Yuxian realm, this world is his domain, and his cultivation has hit a bottleneck. I'm on someone else's turf. Odds are good I'll have to fight, but I'd better pull my punches. Collateral damage would be ugly. Yi Qing muttered. A blade of light tore from his sword, streaking toward the central mountains. This realm was scarcely half the size of the snowstorm plains. At his speed, he crossed it in a blink. The sleeping void dragon came into view first. A brief scan told Yi Qing the beast was unharmed. In fact, the fruit's power was nudging it toward the early 9th turn threshold. Only then did he look up and sense Lin Kuei inside a cave overhead. In the next instant, he became a beam of light, slipped through the entrance, and landed beneath the glowing tree. He looked up and beheld a scene beyond description. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.